Chapter 1. The fields are full of life. Hard-working farmers are working hard. Behind them, besides the crisscrossing villages, there is also a towering castle. A black-haired and black-eyed boy is quietly thinking on top of the castle. What the hell am I in? Is this the medieval West? No, the hair colors are too mixed. I can understand black, yellow, and red. What the hell is the green-haired guy across the street? Hal looked at the villagers working under the castle in confusion. The green-haired man is the village chief. Your Highness Hal, please return to the royal city as soon as possible. It's not safe here. The soldiers reported that there was a dragon attack in the south. The old man in cloth clothes next to him reminded softly. So the yellow-haired beauty next to him is the daughter of the village chief? Wait, what did you say? Dragon. Hal was still looking at the beauty and suddenly realized that there are dragons in this world. Yes, Your Highness Hal, please leave this country castle as soon as possible and take a carriage back to the royal city. The voice of the old man in cloth clothes was still unhurried. After speaking, before Hal wanted to answer, several soldiers suddenly appeared behind him and carried Hal away. Hal was confused now, but not completely confused. He was facing the old man in cloth clothes in the carriage and thinking, he is Min Jae-un, my housekeeper since childhood. I came here to use the newly learned magic to help the villagers and improve my reputation by the way. Wait, how do I know this? Wasn't I just at the door of the convenience store? I'm from Blue Star. Am I traveling through time? But why? Could it be that the jade from the fortune teller at the door of the convenience store is real? Hal, or to be more precise, Wang Hal was originally from Blue Star. He suddenly wanted to cook a meal at home this morning, so he decided to go to the convenience store to buy some eggs or something. As a result, he was stopped by the fortune teller at the door. He insisted that he had the appearance of an emperor, and then gave him a red jade. To be honest, Wang Hal felt that the jade was fake at first glance. How could there be such a red jade? But the old man said that it was free and only given to those who were destined, so Wang Hal took it. Wang Hal actually doubted it but not completely, so he followed the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, said thank you, and walked away. The next second, he was hit and flew 5 meters away and died on the spot. So, is this thing a curse? I took it for less than 30 seconds and I was dead. Hal looked solemnly at the old man Min Jae-un opposite him, thinking secretly in his heart. Forget it, I'll think about it when no one is around. The jade is still on my neck. Don't ask how I got it up there. I've already flown 5 meters. It's reasonable for the jade to find a rope to hang it up. Butler Min Jae-un, is the dragon really coming? What about those villagers? Don't we need to remind them to run away? Hal asked the old man in front of him. In fact, Hal had already received the memory. He was just a little worried about those villagers, especially the yellow-haired sister, who was really beautiful. Don't worry, Your Highness. The village guards will notify you. Your top priority now is to return to the royal city as soon as possible. The royal city is absolutely safe with Lord Earth Dragon in it, Min Jae-un said slowly. Earth Dragon, Hal tried to retrieve his memory. Although he had received all the memories now, he still felt a little bit distinct. After all, the original Hal was dead, and King Hal was the owner of this body now. Earth Dragon? Earth Dragon Visroal, oh yes, this is a magical world. Earth Dragon Visroal is a good friend of Hal's father, responsible for protecting Bosco from the war between dragons. Hal's memory became clearer and clearer, and he was almost completely integrated into his original body now. Bosco is located in the east of Fairy Tale, which is the eastern country of the Kingdom of Fiori. It appeared in episode 294 of the anime, and was later annihilated by the eastern troops of Albaraz, the Magister Guild of the whole country. Hal was thinking about this world and what he would do next in the carriage. The carriage slowly drove towards the royal city in the north. In the south, the ground was full of corpses, and the vibrant fields and hard-working farmers turned into scorched earth and minced meat. In the sky, the dragons were flying wantonly, declaring that dragons were the masters of this world. "Your Highness Hal, please get off the carriage. His Majesty and Lord Earth Dragon want to see you." The old man Minjayun's voice sounded hurriedly, and Hal's expression showed a hint of surprise. In his impression, this old man had almost no such big emotional fluctuations since he was a child. In fact, Hal already understood that this is the world of fairy tale. Because the dragons and magic circles in this world look almost exactly the same as in his memory. This was his favorite anime, but he still has a little uncertainty now, because this world is too backward. The farmers just now and the housekeepers now are dressed in clothes, and even the so-called royal city shows the backwardness of productivity. The most important thing is that Hal clearly remembers the plot very clearly. He loves this anime, this work, and the touching moments it brings him, but now, he can't remember some names and plots at all, only vague impressions. Why is this? I clearly remember it very clearly, why is it so vague when I think about it, my memory? What's wrong? Hal thought while walking. He couldn't understand this situation. Knowing the plot was a great weapon for him, but now he has lost it, and the very discordant world makes him feel very uneasy. Stepping up the last step, Hal met his father the Emperor and the Earth Dragon Visroal, whom he had never met on the top floor of the royal castle. "You are here, my son. I want to give you a task. This matter determines the survival of our Bosco country," said the old Emperor Hatch with a heavy sigh. "Huh? What's going on?" Hal couldn't understand what happened. "I just came and the country is going to perish? Then what's the point of me crossing over to become a prince?" After thinking about it, he felt the red jade on his chest. "This broken jade is not finished, right? My son, soon Fusler will take you to a place, practice for a year and then come back. You are already 13 years old. As the only heir to the kingdom, it's time to shoulder the burden of the kingdom," said the old Emperor Hatch quietly. "Yes, my father," Hal agreed to the old Emperor Hatch with familiar and unfamiliar royal etiquette and speaking methods. Although he didn't know what happened, in his memory, the old emperor was really good to him and couldn't hurt him. "Come up, son of Hachi, I will take you to the western mountains to practice, and come back in a year." The Earth Dragon Fusler lowered his head and looked at Hal. The amazing size and the terrifying power in his body made Hal's heart tremble. Hal just rode on the back of the Earth Dragon, and Hal's luggage and a lot of items were on his back. It seems that the old emperor and the Earth Dragon have a really good relationship, Hal thought. Hal had not seen the Earth Dragon much since he was a child, because the Earth Dragon only had a good relationship with the old emperor. It was only when Hal was 11 years old that he first practiced magic and developed a great affinity and talent for light attribute magic, and then he saw the Earth Dragon for the first time. "Hal, you have to inherit my magic, inherit my power, inherit the country of Bosco, and when the time is right, return to the royal city and open the underground door. That is the key for your father and I to restore the country of Bosco," said the Earth Dragon Fusler to Hal. "Restore the country? What happened? Is the Persco kingdom going to perish?" Hal was confused again. Things were developing too fast and he couldn't think straight. The dragon forces that hate humans have already reached the Persco kingdom. We dragons who are close to humans have to give up this place. The people are already fleeing. Your father decided to defend his country and his people in the royal city. The Earth Dragon Fusluo explained. This? Hal couldn't help but look back. Behind him, the huge royal city almost disappeared from his sight, so much so that he couldn't help but feel a huge sadness in his heart. "I'm here. This is the last child, and the child I chose. I think these children also need a brother to lead them to complete your plan. So, for my sake, please accept him. This is the child of my best friend." The Earth Dragon Fusler leaned down to let Hal down, and bowed his head to the 5 dragons and said, "No need, my best friend Fusler, your life is coming to an end. This is your last wish. We will agree to it," Igneel said to Fusler. In the following days, Hal practiced with the 5 children in the forest. There was a blonde sister who took care of their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Hal didn't need to do that, but the other children were too young. Hal learned from the days they spent together that a boy with cherry hair was called Natsu, a black-haired frizzy monster was called Gajeel, a blue-haired little sister was called Wendy, another pair of black-haired smooth hair was called Rogue, white hair was called Stinger, and a blonde sister was called Anna. Hal practiced with them for a year and also solved the secret of his ruby. Chapter 2. In the forest, Hal and the 5 children practiced day after day. Under the guidance of the Earth Dragon Fusler, he not only trained his body and mind, but also learned various magic. Hal was confused and curious about his new abilities, especially the right to choose given to him by the ruby. Yes, the right to choose. Hal felt the power of the ruby in his heart, and he began to miss the stinky old man. He didn't expect that this guy was a real treasure. One night, Hal sat alone by the campfire, holding the mysterious ruby in his hand. The surface of the ruby began to glow slightly, and Hal felt a strange energy flowing into his body. Suddenly, a message flashed through his mind, which was an unexpected choice for him. Choose your destiny, the power of life or the power of death. As if the gods were whispering, Hal felt a strong gaze. Hal hesitated for a moment. Only children make choices. I want them all. He felt a strong force pouring into his left and right hands. The black and gold light of the left hand represents the power of the desert fruit, symbolizing the ultimate power of death. The white light of the right hand symbolizes the power of the immortal body and the wood escape, representing the ultimate power of life. At this moment, Hal understood the secret of the red jade. This is a divine weapon that can travel through the world, giving the holder the ability to choose the power of different worlds. Is it a bit hasty? But the power is very strong. I like it very much. Hal was happy at first and then confused. Who is that old man? How did he know that I like these 2 abilities? But no matter what, with these 2 powers and my power of the Earth Dragon, he can almost walk sideways in the world of fairy tale. Yes, the power of the Earth Dragon. Hal has learned this dragon-killing magic from Fusler's hands or dragon claws. The so-called Earth Dragon can use the power of the Earth to attack and restore physical strength and magic power. In other words, as long as he stands on the Earth, he is almost invincible. Of course, the premise is that he is strong enough. Now he is still a little picker, at least compared with other dragons. Wait, won't my power be watched by the dragon group? How should I explain this power? Hal suddenly came to his senses. This power is very strong. He didn't know how to explain it to the dragon group. However, after a few days, the dragon group did not ask him any questions, as if nothing had happened, but Natsu, the little picker, liked to come and provoke again. Hal, watch out! The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu rushed over with his fist, and then Hal dodged lightly, and his fist hit the tree, and a black fist mark appeared on the tree. Hey, little Natsu, what's wrong? Why are you so excited these 2 days? Hal was actually very confused. They had a very good relationship a while ago, but he didn't know what happened these 2 days. He wanted to treat him to a delicious and big fire dragon's iron fist when he met. Hehe, I feel that you have become stronger secretly. Have you been eating delicious food recently? Little Natsu looked indignant, as if he had suffered a great loss. Hal was puzzled when he heard this. Even Natsu felt it. How could the dragons not notice it? Why is this? Don't try to play dumb, watch my punch. Natsu saw Hal's puzzled face and thought Hal was fooling him, so he rushed up again with his fists. Hal sent him away with a punch, thinking that maybe Natsu's intuition was more accurate. After all, he was Natsu, and there was a more powerful force in his body. Of course, if it weren't for the ruby, Hal wouldn't feel it. He couldn't remember the plot and didn't think that Natsu had the power of end in his body. There were only Natsu and Gajeel in the nearby forest. The other 3 children were too young and were all training with their dragons. They rarely met. Speaking of dragons, Hal had recently felt that Fuselier had been getting weaker and weaker. Hal remembered the plot in his previous life, but he couldn't remember it now. He only knew that the dragons would meet them again, so Hal was not too worried. "Hal, come here, I have something to tell you." At this time, Fuselier's voice sounded in his mind. Was it something like telepathy? This was the first time Fuselier communicated with Hal in this way. Hal flew up, with golden light magic on his body. This was a way of moving that consumed a lot of magic power. Hal could only move about 10 kilometers before his magic power was exhausted. Note: Makaro fused this way of moving in the early stage of Fairy Tail, but he didn't use it later. I think it was partly due to funding reasons. Part of it may be that the president is not a member of the main character group after all. Flying over the woods and arriving at a lake, Hal saw Fuselier, who looked like a mountain sitting next to the lake, but it seemed that his magic was about to disappear. "Fuselier, what's wrong with your body?" Hal asked anxiously. In his impression, Fuselier would not lie on the ground so weakly. "Child, you are here, the time is coming, I will leave soon, and I will give you my last gift next." Fuselier's tone was reluctant. "No, Fuselier, didn't you say that you would take me to save the kingdom in a year?" "My father, my people, I have been waiting for a year." Hal's tone was sad and puzzled. "Hal, you can't save the kingdom and people in this era. The Black Dragon is too powerful. He has torn apart almost all the dragons. Everything happened too fast. You have learned my dragon-killing magic. If you continue like this, you will be found and killed by the Black Dragon. Your goal now is the future." Fuselier recounted what happened in the past year. Their biggest enemy changed from a group of dragons that hated humans to a black dragon, an evil dragon Aknologia that almost killed all the dragons. "What? Black dragon?" Hal's memory suddenly emerged. He knew this dragon, but his memory was vague. He could only kneel on the ground with his head covered in pain. "Child, don't be sad. Carry my dragon-killing crystal to the future. Only in the future will there be a glimmer of hope to defeat the Black Dragon." Fuselier looked at Hal lovingly. After a year of getting along and caring about him every moment when he was a child, he really treated his best friend's child as his own child. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, his eyes became firm, and the last trace of magic power in his body turned into golden light, bringing out the dragon-killing crystal in his body and giving it to Hal, who was kneeling on the ground in pain. "Go, child, I believe in you. Since a year ago, your body has possessed powerful power, as well as your innate unparalleled light magic talent. I believe in you, Hal Michidoya Saint, the heir of the Bosco Empire." After saying this, Fuselier disappeared, turning into magic and dissipating in the air. "No." Fuselier Hal almost covered his face and cried. In this year, he almost completely became the Hal of this world. He had his responsibilities and obligations. He almost regarded Fuselier as his guide and spiritual sustenance. Hal fainted just like that, because the dragon-killing crystal of the Earth Dragon was merging with him. At the same time, Natsu and others were also receiving magic, and their dragons also disappeared. A few days later, Anna gathered Hal and the 5 children together. She solemnly informed them that their practice was about to end, as they were about to cross the time gate and go to a different era. Anna explained to the children that this was to complete an important mission, and their power would be the key to saving the future. Under Anna's guidance, Hal and the 5 children stood in front of the time gate. The door exuded a strong magical light, colorful and full of mysterious power. Just as they were about to enter the door, Hal felt the magic power in his body begin to run wild. At the same time, the magic power of other children also overflowed uncontrollably, and the time gate became unstable. Hal was pulled by a powerful force, and he felt that he was being torn into pieces. Then, the world became blurred, and time and space began to distort. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a strange place, surrounded by a completely unfamiliar environment. His memory was blank, and he had no idea who he was and where he came from. Fortunately, this power was offset by the red jade, which seemed to be a sequelae of crossing the time gate. Hal's eyes were full of confusion and sadness. He truly realized that he was Hal at this moment. His sadness and pain might have been sneered at by his previous life, but now he has really lived with Fusler for a year, and his teachings are still in his heart. He is like his grandparents. Hal's kind eyes before leaving made Hal heartbroken. He knew that he really had to start his life again. In this strange and familiar magical world. In the next few days, Hal wandered aimlessly in this new world, and he found himself in a country called Fiori. Great, it seems that I didn't run far. As long as I'm near Fiori, I'm not far from the Fairy Tale Guild. Hal was very happy to think of this. He missed that warm and affectionate guild too much. Hal's memory is very strange. He just can't remember the specific plot. But he didn't forget many things, such as the Fairy Tale Guild, such as Natsu, but what happened to him later? What story was told? He had no memory of it at all, it was almost all fuzzy. Maybe it was a small seal made by a strange god to let him start his life again. At least this expectation and yearning did not change. Hal really wanted to join Fairy Tale, which was his only spiritual salvation as an orphan in the real world. Chapter 3. On the small road in the forest, Hal sat on a purple pig cart and talked with the merchant driving the pig cart to learn about the things in this world. It is worth mentioning that Hal was walking on the road, but the merchant saw that Hal's clothes were simple and luxurious, and his face was as bright as jade, so he insisted on taking him with him. Ha 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 ha, the most important thing for a businessman is to look at people. I can tell at a glance that the little brother is not a human, not an ordinary person. The old merchant talked to Hal very familiarly. Hal's clothes are indeed a bit special. After all, he brought all the clothes that his emperor father gave him to wear in the royal family before he left. Although it is old compared to this era, it can be seen that he is not an ordinary person. Of course, this is the only one. It is impossible to travel through the time gate with luggage. Ha 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 ha, uncle, you are really interesting. My name is Hal. I am going to the city ahead, Magnolia, to be a magician. Thank you for giving me a ride. Hal liked this familiar uncle very much. He was as kind as the convenience store owner in his previous life. So you are a magician, ha 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 ha, then it's better to go to the best magician guild in Magnolia, Fairy Tale. They are an old guild, established for more than 100 years. When I was young, I often heard my elders say that this guild saved our city. I have liked it since I was a child, but unfortunately I don't have the talent for magic. The familiar uncle told all kinds of stories about the guild. It's just right. I will introduce you to President Makarov. He is a magician I have admired since I was a child. He is also one of the 10 strongest magicians on the continent rated by the council. When I provided food and drinks to the guild before, it was he who recommended me. Ha 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 ha. The uncle seemed super proud of coming early, and Hal didn't dare to interrupt him. By the way, my name is Ika, a trustworthy merchant known to everyone in Magnolia. If you have anything to purchase in the future, tell me and I will give you a discount, brother Hal. Hal didn't expect that the old uncles he met on the road were all merchants of the Fairy Tale Guild. It was really that God felt that Fairy Tale and I had a destiny. He couldn't help but be very happy and came to the door of the guild with Uncle Ika talking and laughing. In the town of Magnolia in Fiori, Hal saw the Fairy Tale Guild. It was a magnificent building, decorated like a small castle. Hal stood at the door and took a deep breath. Let's go, brother Hal, they are probably still very noisy at this time, I'll take you in. Uncle Ika opened the door happily and flew out. Hal behind him twitched his mouth, quickly helped him up, and looked inside the guild. Good man, you call this noisy? This is a paradise for people, you will be confused when you come in, the guild hall is full of laughter and lively atmosphere. Magicians gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some drinking, some chatting, and some arguing fiercely. Although it seemed a bit chaotic here, and a few people would occasionally fly out, everyone's face was full of smiles, which made Hal feel a little relieved and excited. Just as Hal was hesitating at the door, a short old man noticed him. The old man looked kind, but Hal could feel the powerful magic power in him. The old man came forward and said in a kind voice, "Are you new here? I am the president here, Makarov Dolia." He extended his hand to Hal. "Hey, isn't that Ika lying next to you? He must be tired from running around, why is he sleeping at the door? I was knocked unconscious by your people." Uncle Ika complained crazily. "Forget it, President Makarov, I picked up a treasure this time. Your guild is short of people, right? I met a boy named Hal on the road, and he asked to join your guild." Hal politely shook Makarov's hand, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Yes, I just got here, my name is Hal." At this time, fairy tale was not too strong, and it was only famous in Magnolia. Makarov had been the president for nearly 10 years, and was worried about expanding the guild. After all, in the guild, apart from himself, there was only one unreliable guildarts with S-level strength. "Oh? So you want to join our guild?" Makarov sobered up after hearing this, and quickly felt Hal's magic. This was a rare newcomer. After just a moment, Makarov's eyes widened. "You have such strong magic power, and it's very pure. How old are you?" 13 years old, Hal replied. "Well, 13 years old. I thought you just looked young, but you are really young." Makarov was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a good seedling to take the initiative to join the guild. It's really a third generation of happiness. Just wait and see, President Prekhito. I will definitely train this kid to become the new generation of the guild's face. Thinking of this, Makarov couldn't help but burst into tears. How many years, I have been the president for so many years, this is the first time that such a good seedling has joined our guild. Before, there was no strong newcomer except Laxus. Kana is still young, and Kana joined very early. Gray, maybe he is still a pervert at the moment. Boy, when Natsu comes, you will work hard. Stamp it now, Hal, where do you want it?" Makarov was a little anxious, and then he took out the guild seal from somewhere, looking at him with shining eyes. On the right arm." Hal was a little overwhelmed. He was a little excited and a little surprised that it would go so smoothly. This was the guild he had always dreamed of. "Chua, perfect, from today we are a family." Makarov moved quickly, even stamping Hal with his clothes, probably using magic. "Newcomer, drink." Everyone in the hall saw that there was a newcomer in the guild, and they all congratulated loudly. "Wow, such a small newcomer. Tisk, it's already hot, and another one is here, it's even hotter." Gray. Clothes. The guild was full of joy, and everyone welcomed Hal. "Ika, drink with me, today is such a happy day, ha 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 ha." Makarov hugged Ika and laughed and went to the bar to drink. It seemed that they were old acquaintances. "Hey, Kana, bring Hal to get familiar with our guild." "Okay, Grandpa President." Kana saluted and ran to Hal. "You are Hal, welcome, what kind of magic do you use? Your clothes are so beautiful, I have never seen the style." Kana was wearing a green dress and a cute high ponytail. She was very enthusiastic and pulled Hal to ask questions. For Kana, there were almost no peers in the guild at present. He was quite happy when Gray came before, but he didn't expect that Gray was a perverted brother who took off his clothes everywhere. Levy and Freed managed the guild library in the basement of the guild. They liked reading books since they were young. My magic is the dragon-slaying magic of the earth, and my clothes are made by my father. Hal answered Kana's question honestly. Kana at this time was still a little girl who liked divination and had not been addicted to alcohol. She was very cute. Dragon-slaying magic. Makeo and Wakaba, who were drinking next to him, looked at him in shock. Wow, so powerful, much more than my card magic, it's the lost magic. Kana looked at Hal with admiration. Hey, that's amazing, this is the first time I've seen someone use dragon-slaying magic. Makao and Wakaba shouted in unison. Hal was a little at a loss, and was interrupted when he wanted to say something. Cheers to our guild super rookie of Dragon Slayer magic, everyone shouted. Ah ha 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 ha, the president next to him laughed even louder. Hal looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy. Here is really a happy atmosphere everywhere, I can't even think about it, it's completely different from my previous life. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. July 10, X777 Hal Mikadoa Saint joined the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 4. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. Since Hal joined, President Makarov has been very concerned about Hal. He is not only the leader of the guild, but also a mentor and father-like existence to the guild members. Hal also respects this old man very much. Makarov often asks Hal about his recent situation and gives him a lot of advice and support. For example, Hal's current residence was also introduced by Makarov. Next door is a house with a card. Turning left is the guild. Although the house is not big, it is very warm, and there are some blooming flowers on the windowsill. Hal likes this place very much. Considering that he is very young, the rent is only 1000 J per month for 2 years. The rest will be paid by the guild. Hal earned his living expenses by accepting commissions. Although it was called a commission, there was not much to earn. After all, he had just joined and had to get familiar with the task process and the surrounding cities. Hal still had a lot to learn. After settling down, Hal returned to the guild hall. President Makarov was checking the tasks in front of the guild's task board. He saw Hal coming back and asked with a smile, "Are you ready to accept your first task?" Hal nodded, indicating that he was ready. Makarov pointed to a bounty on the task board and said, "This is a commission task. A wild boar mountain god appeared near the farmland and has been destroying crops. The task is to catch it and protect the villagers' farmland. This is a good starting task. It is not too dangerous, but it requires some skills." At this time, Gray and Kana also came over. Gray patted Hal on the shoulder and said, "Are you a little nervous for the first mission?" "Don't worry, we will go together." Kana smiled and added, "Yes, this is also the first time that Gray and I have partnered together. The three of us will definitely complete the mission successfully." Hal was a little touched. The president not only took care of his place but also helped him find his first job. Gray and Kana were the same. Even though they didn't say much about their concern, they gave Hal the greatest support in action and even accompanied Hal on his first mission. After the three formed a team, Makarov reminded them to pay attention to safety and told Hal not to force himself if he encountered difficulties. Then, they set off for the farmland. On the way, Gray and Kana told Hal some details of the mission. The wild boar mountain god is a magical creature that likes to destroy farmland. Although it is huge, it is not very aggressive. The key lies in its speed and strength. Be careful not to be hit by it. Hal nodded and said he understood. Soon we arrived at the village near Magnolia. When we arrived at the village, Hal and Grekina first found the village chief who entrusted us with the task. The village chief couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw 3 children. The wild boar mountain god is the mountain god passed down from generation to generation in our village. It will come down to cause trouble every once in a while. This time it is particularly excessive. We have no choice but to ask the magician to come and teach him a lesson. But you 3 children, if I had known earlier, I would not have entrusted you. What if you get hurt? The wild boar mountain god can't be suppressed by several adult men in our village. The village chief said earnestly. It's okay, village chief grandpa. We are all magicians. We are very powerful. If you don't believe me, just watch. Kana was afraid that the old man would worry, so she threw a card and a small lightning flashed for the village chief to see. The village chief was relieved and led us to the farmland. After arriving at the farmland, Hal and the other 2 carefully looked around. Soon, they found a severely damaged farmland with fresh footprints of the wild boar god in the field. Hal, Gray, and Kana followed the footprints and soon found the wild boar god that was destroying the crops. This wild boar god was huge, covered with thick fur, and looked very ferocious. Hal felt nervous. It was the first time he faced such a monster. As the Prince of Bosco, most of the monsters he encountered were dealt with by guards. And most importantly, the monsters 400 years ago were not so big at all. Hal quickly calmed down. He decided to try to use the power he got from the red jade. He focused his attention and his hands began to glow. The left hand flashed black and gold light, and the right hand was white light. At this time, Gray and Kana also prepared their magic. Gray's body was covered with frost, and Kana took out a stack of magic cards. Hal, let's cooperate! Gray shouted. Hal nodded. He responded with his head, then he stretched out his right hand and summoned the power of wood release. Solid wooden vines quickly grew on the ground, trying to restrain the boar mountain god. However, the boar mountain god was extremely powerful, and although he was entangled by the vines, he still struggled hard. At this moment, Gray's ice magic also took action, and he quickly formed ice cubes to freeze the feet of the boar mountain god. Kana laid a circle of magic cards around to form a barrier to limit the range of activities of the boar mountain god. Although the boar mountain god struggled to break free, the cooperation of the 3 people gradually controlled it. Hal decided to try to use the power of the desert fruit. He moved his left hand slightly, and the black and gold light condensed into a sand spear, rushing towards the boar mountain god, and then the sand spear rushed into the legs of the boar mountain god, making him unable to resist. Just in case, Hal decided to increase the restraint and use sand magic to restrain the boar mountain god. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared under the body of the mountain god, and the gushing sand quickly surrounded the body of the wild boar mountain god. This dust not only weakened the power of the wild boar mountain god, but also slowed down its movements. In the end, the 3 successfully bound the wild boar mountain god, preventing it from destroying the farmland. Hey, this broken wild boar is really strong, fortunately it is bound. But it would be better if it could be killed directly, so that it would not consume so much magic power. Gray breathed a sigh of relief. He had been maintaining the ice magic of the 4 hooves of the wild boar mountain god just now, fearing that it would run away, and could not help but complain. There is no way, the mountain god is a long-standing custom in this village. We are here to complete the commission, and we cannot kill it. Kana sat next to Gray, and it can be seen that she was very satisfied with this first mission with Gray. After all, Gray did not have time to take off his clothes this time. Hal complained in his heart. Oh, by the way, Hal, where is your dragon-killing magic? Why didn't it work? Instead, you used the magic of sand and trees. Do you know so many magics? Kana looked at Hal with great curiosity, and Gray also looked at him. Well, it's not that we can't kill him. I think the magic of sand and trees is quite suitable. Let's practice these 2 magics. Because the power of my Earth's dragon-killing magic is too great, I can't control the strength now. If I kill him, the mission will fail. Hal said this. Kana and Gray became more curious. Hey, could it be more powerful than my ice shape magic? Gray said as he smirked, looking at Hal with a pair of hammer eyes. Magic has no distinction between strong and weak. It depends on the person. Dragon-killing magic may not necessarily be stronger than other magics. It's just that I am particularly good at it. After all, the dragon-killing crystal in my body gives me too much power. Yes, after Hal implanted the dragon-slaying crystal, he almost didn't feel tired. It might be that the power was too strong and it was a temporary illusion. And his height was also growing slowly. It was only a few days ago, and he felt that he had grown 1 centimeter, and his physical strength had also increased. Well, I am quite satisfied with your answer. It seems that you are not the guy who is against me. Gray looked arrogant. He actually wanted to quarrel with Hal to improve their relationship. Of course, it might be because he was too lonely without anyone to fight with him. Of course, it's not bad now, Gray thought. Stupid Gray. Let's go, don't bully the newcomers. Kana stood up and made a face at Gray. How could she not know what Gray was thinking in her heart? Hal, wait for the next mission to show us your dragon-slaying magic. Next. Of course, we are already a team. Kana said happily. Hey, I didn't agree. Gray stood up and shouted arrogantly. Stupid Gray, stop talking. Let's go. Back to the guild. With the money from this commission, I can buy a new deck of divination cards. Kana's bright voice said happily. Even Hal was infected by this atmosphere. A warm current surged in my heart. It really feels like home. Chapter 5. The last mission was worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning that after the last mission, Kana was the first to run back to the guild, followed by Gray and Hal. As a result, they remembered that they had forgotten to inform the village chief halfway through. So the three of them ran back awkwardly and found that the wild boar almost broke free and ran away. Fortunately, Hal's sand spear magic pierced his leg muscles and prevented him from breaking free. The three of them worked together to teach the wild boar mountain god a lesson and safely moved it to the woods outside the village to ensure that it would not come back to destroy the farmland. The villagers expressed their deep gratitude to them and gave them some food in return. On the way back to the guild, Hal, Gray, and Kana couldn't help laughing. The mission almost failed because of the idiot Kana running out first. If this gets back, everyone will laugh for a long time. Gray laughed happily beside him, holding his head. Ah, stop talking. I was too proud, and you two ran away with me. Kana blushed at what Gray said, and replied with her face covered. Don't laugh at me, Gray. Hal. Ha 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 ha. Hal squinted his eyes and felt very satisfied, not only because he completed the mission, but also because he felt the power of teamwork, the friendship of the guild, and the warmth of home in the process. Back to the guild, Makarov asked about the mission process as soon as possible, and the three of them tacitly did not tell the embarrassing things after tying up the wild boar. Makarov patted Hal on the shoulder and said, "Well, you completed the first mission beyond my expectations. You seem to know a lot of magic. If you don't understand something, remember to find me." "Okay, Grandpa President. By the way, the three of us are going to form a team together." "Grandpa President, is that okay?" Kana looked at Makarov expectantly at this time. Makarov thought about it seriously, then looked at Gray and Hal with expectant eyes. "Okay. The three of you are of the same age, so it's just right to grow up and work hard together. Just tell me when you choose the mission." "Okay, Grandpa President is so nice." Kana seemed extremely happy. She was always led by Wakaba and others in the guild to do missions, but after a long time, Kana always felt that she would drag them down to take on better commissions. Now she can finally get Makarov's approval to form a team with people of the same age. A very long dividing line. Okay, it's not long actually. Hal and Kana Gray have a very fulfilling life since they formed a team. Although they don't always receive tasks to fight monsters with magic, the process of the tasks is very happy and fulfilling. Time passed quickly, and today Hal walked into the guild with the gift he bought. This is the gift he brought to Grey Kana and the president with the money he earned from working hard for a week. Where is the president? Why is he not in the guild today? As soon as he entered the guild, Hal found something unusual. Usually the president was drinking and chatting in the guild all the time, but he was not there today. Hal was quite uncomfortable. President, he went to the Guild President Alliance for a meeting. It seems that there are more monsters in some places recently. The presidents of magic guilds should take the lead and set an example to deal with them as soon as possible. Kana explained while playing divination cards. It's okay, I have divined, there is no danger at all, but there is a danger of getting drunk. Kana proudly put her hands on her waist and said to Wakaba and Makeo. After all, this magic was learned when chatting with Wakaba and Makeo. Kana always tells fortunes when the president goes out. Wakaba and Makeo said with a smile. When I don't have a mission, I tell fortunes for you, and. Fu Kana explained with a blush, and her voice became smaller and could not be heard clearly. Wakaba and Makeo laughed. Kana-chan is so cute. Hal walked up to Kana and opened his backpack. What is this? Hal. My gift to thank you, and Gray's. The gift was neither big nor small, just a small bracelet. Hal also had one. The three of them were almost identical, representing that they were a team. Wow! Thank you, Hal. Gray, come here quickly. What is it? I'm about to win the arm wrestling game. This is Hal's gift to us, look. Oh! Gray's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and joy. Not bad, I like it very much, thank you, Hal, but there seems to be no difference between our bracelets. Of course, after all, we are a team. But there is still a little difference. I used tree magic and sand magic to decorate each of our names on a white bead in the center. Kana's is Karna, Gray's is Gray, and mine is Hal. Not bad, isn't it? Hal had a proud smile on his face. Great! Gray and Kana said in unison. Hal, you are a very attentive guy. Hal, thank you. Gray and Kana both expressed their gratitude in their own way. Just at this moment, the door of the guild was suddenly kicked open by someone. Guild guys, I'm back, ha 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 ha. President Makarov walked in with a smug look on his face, holding a pink-haired child in his hand. There is a new member in our guild again, he is Natsu. Natsu. Hal looked at the president and Natsu in shock. Chapter 6. The old man was so angry that he was so angry. Natsu. Hal was really shocked. Why didn't I remember Natsu's existence at all? We clearly went through the gate together. Could this be some kind of side effect? But the red jade obviously offset it at that time. Hal thought about it carefully again and found that he couldn't remember who he came with. It seems that the distortion of time still exists in him, or it is a kind of correction. After all, they are all people from the past, and the world seems to have made a slight correction to reduce some of the impact. If you don't see them in person, you can't remember their existence at all. Hal was really distressed when he thought of this. A woman's voice suddenly came to his mind. The influence of time seems to exceed my imagination. Hal, I'll leave my brothers and sisters in your care. Anna. Hal called out the name involuntarily, and then he couldn't remember anything. Anyway, take good care of Natsu, this is all I can do now. Iluza, you're back this morning, Natsu is in your hands, take him to familiarize himself with our guild. Makarov waved his hand and called a night girl in armor. Iluza. Hal was shocked. Why haven't I seen her in almost 2 weeks since I came here? Ah, this is because Urza has been helping me practice before, and she usually just reads books in the guild's underground library. A blue-haired girl appeared on the side and answered my doubts. You must be the new member Hal, right? I'm Levi. This is the first time we meet. I accompanied Urza to look up the information she wanted to know. I only come to the guild at night. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Hal. On the other side. Who are you? Why are you wearing armor? Natsu asked arrogantly. Hey, don't mess with her, Gray reminded quietly. Hey? Why is there someone without clothes? Why are there so many weirdos here? Natsu looked at Gray and complained. I'm wearing underwear. This is the new collector's edition underwear I bought. Don't you agree, Sakura-haired boy? Gray looked at Natsu angrily. The next second, Natsu flew out with Gray's newly bought underwear, of course, Gray as well. No quarreling. Urza, who was wearing a single braid, pointed at the two of them and said. Why is such a cute girl so violent? Hal complained to Kana on a table 500 meters away. This is Urza. Hey, is that the newcomer Hal over there? I'm Urza, please teach me. Urza suddenly glanced at Hal and said hello. What kind of hearing is that? Hal could only smile back, and looked at Natsu worriedly. He and Gray were pushed against the wall and were being pulled out. Hey, so scary, I almost thought I was going to die. Natsu was finally pulled out after a lot of pulling, and sighed with lingering fear. Right, I think so too. Gray was also pulled out and smiled at Natsu. The next second, the two turned their heads away at the same time. Then the two of them were punched in the head again. The guild is a home, fighting is not allowed in the guild, we are all family. Urza said, touching her armor. Yes, Gray and Natsu both covered their heads and admitted their defeat. Then can I ask a question? Natsu asked Urza in a low voice. Sure, we are a family now, what can't we ask? Urza gave Natsu a gentle voice like a sister. Really? Then, I want to know if you have seen Igneel. He is my father and taught me magic. I suddenly couldn't find him half a month ago, so I lived alone in the forest for a long time. Perhaps Urza's gentle voice gave Natsu a lot of confidence, and Natsu asked everyone in the guild about the most important thing in his heart. Igneel? A famous wizard, I have never heard of it. It's not a wizard, it's a dragon. A red dragon. Dragon. Everyone was shocked, even Urza was shocked. Are you saying that a dragon taught you magic? That's too absurd. How could there be dragons in this era? At this time, Hal looked at Natsu. Natsu, we came together, let me tell you the truth. Hal thought in his heart, he decided to tell Natsu the dragon's plan, but in an instant he was warned, a kind of thing that only dragons can have. Feel the words. Hal. Don't tell Natsu, the time has not come yet. We will meet one day. It's too early now. This is the voice of Igneel. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Thinking of this, Hal looked at Natsu with a little heartache. He seemed as innocent as a little wolf who lost his father. Maybe, this is also the necessary price of growing up. Listening to everyone's answers, Natsu was so angry that tears were about to burst out. Just as he was about to refute, he heard. Yes, I was also taught magic by the dragon. Hal said innocently. Natsu looked at Hal with excitement. I was also taught magic by the dragon. His name is the Earth Dragon Fusler. Hal looked at Natsu seriously. Where did your dragon go? Please ask him where Igneel is. I miss him so much. He suddenly disappeared. Natsu's expression was very excited and anxious. He thought he could see his father. I'm sorry, Natsu. The Earth Dragon Fusler has reached the end of his life and has passed away. He only exists in my heart now. The light in Natsu's eyes disappeared instantly. Is that so? Sorry. Natsu lowered his head, his eyes filled with tears. Ah, there is such a thing. A child raised by a dragon. This is so cool. Sorry, Natsu. It's not that we don't believe you. It's just that this is too rare. You are all like children of dragons. Macau and Wakaba were instantly excited, and everyone in the guild began to make a fuss. So you are also a dragon slayer? In this way, our guild has 2 users of lost magic. Great, Natsu. It's okay. There is still a lot of time. We can slowly find Igneel together. What magic did you use, Natsu? Fire Dragon Slayer magic. So cool. Tisk, no wonder I hate it when I look at it, a certain Tsundere of ice magic secretly said. At this time, Urza reached out to Natsu. Everyone here is moving forward with sadness, but we are family, we can encourage each other. Hello, Natsu, welcome to Fairy Tale. At this time, in Natsu's eyes, the red-haired girl was shining, and her eyes reflected his full appearance. The gentleness in her eyes made Natsu unconsciously hold the girl's hand. On July 20th, X777, Natsu Dragneel joined the Fairy Tale Guild. In the same year, Miss Dong-ang sent Wendy to the Cat Inn. Chapter 7. The 2 of them are very close, and the 2 of them are very close. It has been a month since Natsu joined the guild. In this month, the guild has become even more noisy. Everyone is welcoming and friendly to the newcomer Natsu. Well, except for Gray. The 2 of them will start fighting whenever Urza is not around, and they often fight each other until they are bruised and swollen and neither of them will give in. Well, but this may also be the way the 2 of them express their goodwill. Well, maybe. Haru's life has been quite fulfilling recently. A few days later, he and Kana Gray went on a mission, and took Natsu with them. The group was very lively. When there is no mission, he practices magic and learns the words of this world. Yes, Haru is a little illiterate, which is not to say that he can't recognize them at all. It's mainly because after 400 years, the writing of many words has changed. Even if he had the memory of the original Prince Hal, it would not work. If he didn't know him, he didn't know him. When he first took the mission with Gray and Kana, he didn't realize it. After all, he knew 80% of the characters on a commission. Maybe he corrected and completed the rest by himself? Anyway, Hal only realized this serious matter recently, so he asked Gray and Kana for leave. Natsu and Gray and Kana went on the recent missions together. This also led to a sharp increase in the difficulty of the mission, and Natsu couldn't read, even more exaggerated than Hal. Now the current situation is that everyone has started to rest. Hal started to recognize words and learn by himself. Natsu started to get beaten and others taught him. Oh, no, it was starting to recognize words and others taught him. The person who taught was Urza, who was simply a devil instructor. Although she looked cute and her pigtails swung, Hal was still a little scared. Natsu was now completely conquered by Urza with pigtails. He had no consciousness of resistance at all, and his eyes were very clear. Speaking of which, Hal hasn't practiced much since he came to the guild. He took this opportunity to practice some of his own magic. After all, he is a person who is said by Fusler to be gifted in light magic. Currently, Hal knows light magic, mainly light magic attack, defense, flight, etc., and is considered the first to master magic. Earth's Dragon Slayer magic. This magic is both offensive and defensive, and the secret of Dragon Slayer is also mastered. The main thing that restricts Hal is the magic power. This can only be trained slowly, and relying on the power that the Dragon Slayer crystal continuously gives. Hal is now growing every day and not very fast. The key lies in the power of life and the power of death. These 2 magics are basically played by instinct, so many times they are not well controlled. If they are developed, there should be no big problem. The moves used by the strong in the previous life are enough for me to learn for a while. Magic mainly relies on meditation and imagination, or a strong heart. Hal remembered the teachings of President Makarov. A strong heart is always the source of power to mobilize magic. Perhaps, I am not strong enough. I have many things to do, whether it is defeating the Black Dragon or reviving the kingdom. By the way, it has been 400 years. How has history developed? Is the Bosco Kingdom still there? Thinking of this, Hal decided to go to the underground library of the guild to find Libby. There should be the history books he wants there. Libby, are you there? I want to find some books to read. This is the first time Hal came to the underground of the guild. He didn't know where to find Libby. Hal? Wait, I will come after I collect these books. Libby's voice came from behind Hal. Looking carefully, it turned out that Libby was sorting books behind the layers of bookshelves. Hal, there are too many books here, and there is a lot of dust. I am cleaning them up. Libby sat on the ground in distress. It's just right, I'll help you, Libby. How can that be? You are looking for books. We are family, it's normal to help each other, and there is no rush for books. I know a little dust removal magic and light magic, it's very simple. Hal looked at Libby with a smile. He had a good impression of Libby, or rather, he had a good impression of hardworking and knowledgeable girls. Dust removal magic? But that was magic that disappeared 400 years ago. I just heard about it, but you can do it. Libby looked at Hal in shock. Why did this spell disappear? It's very practical, okay? Fortunately, the old housekeeper taught me. An old man taught me before, maybe it's just luck. Hal's hand showed a golden magic circle, and the golden light brought to the bookshelf, which soon became spotless, and even in the dead corners of the bookshelf. Great! Can you teach me, Hal? I really need this magic, it's so convenient. Okay, but remember to help me find the book after you learn it. Don't worry, Teacher Hal. Levi also gave Hal a very standard and cute military salute. Where did you learn this equals dash equals? Forget it, it's cute anyway. Soon, Levi learned this little magic, and the guild basement became brand new. Great! I'll find the history book you want right away, Hal, please wait. Levi ran to find the book as soon as she finished cleaning, which made Hal smile slightly. Soon, the book was found, about the history of Ishgar. In the catalogue, Hal found the country of Bosco, located in the east of the current kingdom of Fiori. It has a vast land, but magic is not very developed and it is in war all year round. Yes, war is normal in this world. After all, not every country is like the kingdom of Fiori, which is a permanent neutral country or a small country with a population of only 17 million. The country of Bosco is 3 times the size of Fiori and has encountered dragons in history. The emperor was killed in a group attack, and there was no heir. Later, under the leadership of local nobles, the country was restored. The country name remained unchanged, still Bosco. Now there is only a king but no emperor, and it is a system of abdication, similar to the feeling of the president. There is no royal family in the country. It seems that the emperor's father really did it. He saved the country of Bosco. Perhaps this is only part of the reason. The black dragon's indiscriminate slaughter of dragons also made the country of Bosco breathe. After all, the black dragon does not kill people, but only dragons. So I have to thank you, the black dragon Acknowledge. Half closed the book and sighed. It's good that Persia is still there. As for the restoration of the country, it has been 400 years. Let it be. The people may not be happy. When the time comes, just go to the underground to take a look at what my father and Fusiliuoer have been thinking about. Thank you, Libby, I found the book I wanted. I will bring you desserts next time. Bye, Hal, your magic has helped me a lot. Libby waved happily to Hal. Hal returned to his little home and faced the window, which was the direction of Fairy Tale. I will not evade my responsibility, Fusiliuoer, but I want to protect this guild first, otherwise, the meaning of my coming to this world will disappear. I have lost my memory of the plot, but I have not lost my yearning and love for this place. Chapter 8. The atmosphere in the guild hall was broken by the opening of the door on a quiet afternoon. A pair of 3 siblings walked in, attracting everyone's attention. Walking in front was a white-haired girl with a complex and melancholy look. Her left arm was covered with a layer of strange black scales and runes, which was a symbol of her use of the demon soul magic. Behind her followed a lively white-haired girl and a tall but slightly shy white-haired boy. When they walked into the hall, the members of the guild stopped what they were doing and looked at the three new faces curiously. The white-haired girl looked around and bowed deeply. "I am Myra Jane, these two are my brother Elfman and sister Lysina. I hope to join Fairy Tale." There was a hint of uncertainty in Marajana's voice. She looked at her left arm and a hint of resistance flashed across her face. Lysina and Elfman behaved more naturally. Lysina looked around lively, while Myra Jane stood nervously aside. Makeo stood up and broke the deadlock with a smile. "Welcome. Here, everyone has their own uniqueness, don't worry about anything." Natsu jumped out and asked curiously, "What magic do you know?" "I am the Fire Dragon Slayer mage." Myra Jane looked at her left arm with a little embarrassment, and said after a moment of silence, "I don't know magic, I just want to find a powerful magician to help me remove this demon's arm, and my younger brother and sister will join." "Demons accept magic. I've seen it in books." "It doesn't matter, our president knows a lot about magic in this area. Levi is rarely on the first floor of the guild. Well, after all, he has lived for a long time." Wakaba said with a sly smile. "Hey, what do you mean by I've lived a long time? This is called profound knowledge of magic," the old man shouted. "Right, what you said reminds me of a word magic, old man, but, it's not good to say it out loud." "It's okay, Myra, no one in Fairy Tale will look down on you because of magic, and it's not scary. As long as it can be well controlled, it is very powerful magic." Hal walked in front of Myra and looked at the girl, his right hand gently placed on his chest, his left hand naturally hanging down, his posture elegant and decent. The girl also looked at him. The boy was wearing a well-cut dark red long coat, embellished with exquisite silver thread embroidery. The embroidery patterns were mostly classical patterns, which Myra had never seen before. The coat was lined with a white silk shirt, and the cuffs of the shirt had tiny lace decorations and a small bracelet, which looked delicate and not exaggerated. The black hair was slightly fluffy and natural, with some casual waves, naturally falling on the ears and forehead, slightly covering the forehead. The boy is about 1.7 meters tall. Although he is young, his figure is already tall. He is slightly taller than his peers. What makes Myra most curious is that his demeanor is very calm. Although he is still young, his eyes reveal a calmness and maturity beyond his age. His eyes are bright and focused, and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, with a confident and decent smile, giving people a gentle but majestic feeling. Yes, this is 14-year-old Hal. Hal has been in the guild for about a year. This is the first time he has met a newcomer besides Natsu. His clothes are still the ones his old emperor father once gave him, and he has been wearing them all the time. Of course, he has made a lot of spare clothes in the past year. The ancient royal costumes opened the eyes of Magnolia's tailors. "Come here, I'll introduce you to the president." Hal turned around gently, and the heels of his black leather shoes tapped the wooden floor lightly, making a rhythmic sound, which made Myra relax. Lysina and Elfman also met Hal for the first time, and they couldn't help but follow Hal's footsteps quietly. Hal's noble etiquette is really good. He has really become the face of our guild. Why doesn't he do this to us normally? Complaints from guild members. It's not for the first impression, I'm afraid you idiots will scare away the newcomers. There haven't been newcomers for a year, and the president's hair is getting thinner and thinner. Well, he's still drinking, maybe it's natural for his hair to be thinner. Hal slowly walked to the president but complained wildly in his heart. "President, a newcomer is here." "Where? Or this? What a cute little white-haired girl." Makarov sobered up in an instant, so fast that Hal felt he was cheating. Myra smiled slightly and responded shyly, "Thank you, President. I'm Myra Jane, and this is my brother Elfman and sister Lysina. We want to join Fairy Tale." Makarov's smile became wider, his eyes full of joy, like a child welcome. Fairy Tale is a guild full of warmth and laughter. We have all kinds of members here, and everyone is very friendly. You will definitely like it here. Okay, the word broad is a little bit off, in fact, it's a smile that's about to split your mouth. Myra nodded, but her expression was still a little nervous. She looked at her left arm, sighed slightly, and finally spoke, "In fact, I just hope to find some help to remove the demon on my left arm. My brothers and sisters have left their hometowns with me because of it." "What? Receiving magic? If you want to recover, I can help you recover at any time. But I still think you can try to control it. It is also a kind of magic. You can receive it, which proves that your magic talent is quite powerful." Makarov comforted Myra in a gentle tone like a reliable elder. "First of all, join the guild first, ha 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 ha. Okay, the wine is not sober at all." Hal stood aside, patted Myra's shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Come with me, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the guild, and you will adapt quickly." However, despite such acceptance and understanding, Myra Jane still felt an inner struggle. She didn't like her demon arm and often felt inferior and strange because of it. Although everyone in the guild was very friendly to her, she still couldn't fully integrate into it. "How could such a disgusting thing be my magic? I don't want it." In the weeks after joining the guild, Myra Jane was often alone to avoid too much contact with other members. She even began to doubt whether she was really suitable to stay in Fairy Tale. She sat alone on the guild roof in the middle of the night, looking down at her left arm, tears silently flowing down. "Hey, don't cry, you are obviously very happy, why are you crying?" Hal asked, using magic to condense a figure standing beside her. Myra quickly wiped away her tears, concealed her emotions, and tried to slow down her tone. "How can I be happy? It is because of it that I was forced to be called a demon by the villagers, and even my brothers and sisters began to fear me. I'm really fed up. Lysina and Elfman have been well integrated into you recently. I'm leaving too. This place is not suitable for me. It's too dazzling." Myra couldn't help shouting while holding the devil's hand. "But you are really happy," Hal looked at her gently. "Lysina and Elfman have never been afraid of their sister." Just when she was confused, Lysina and Elfman quietly walked behind her and showed their receiving magic, beast and animal. Lysina whispered, "Sister, you don't need to feel sad about this arm. We are still us, no matter what our arm looks like." Elfman said firmly, "If you feel uncomfortable, then we will learn the same magic, so you won't feel lonely." As he said, Elfman and Lysina came forward and hugged Myra. Myra couldn't hold back her tears anymore, her eyes gradually became wet. Her tears fell on the ground, as if a silent response to this warmth and care. Her hands were tightly clasped together, trembling slightly, and the tears on her face reflected her inner excitement and touch. "I said, you are really happy, Myra." The eyes of the young Hal were still bright and focused, and through that gentle light, his sight seemed to penetrate Myra's inner world. "Thank you, Hal." July 10, X778 Myra, Elfman, and Lysina joined Fairy Tale. Chapter 9. The two of them were very happy. It has been 2 months since Myra joined the guild. After that incident, Myra quickly integrated into the guild. This made Hal very happy, after all, he liked this strong and powerful white-haired girl. Hal opened the door of the guild and flew out instantly. "This touch, is it Urza, really hard?" Hal scratched his head, sat on the ground, and watched the farce in front of him. The idiots in our guild like to solve problems by fighting. Yes, Myra and Urza have become mortal enemies. Although Myra's magic power is not as good as Urza now, she has never admitted defeat. I don't know what's going on between the two of them. Maybe they are not compatible. There's nothing we can do about this. Lysina spread her hands helplessly beside the little bear. You, as a sister, are really open-minded. There's nothing we can do. Last time, Elfman tried to stop the fight and was kicked away by both of them. So scary. Hal's mouth twitched. These two are simply the plus version of Natsu and Gray. Gray and Natsu were hugging each other lovingly and yelling. Hiss, it's just the harpy cat. A while ago, the harpy was born. I heard rumors in the guild that it was the child of Natsu and Lysina. Why are there blue cats? How did you and Natsu do it? Hal complained. This is the power of love, hee. Lysina seemed very proud. What kind of magic potion did Natsu give Lysina? Forget it, I shouldn't have come today. I wanted to find Grekina to help me negotiate a business on the street. Hal patted the dust on his trouser legs and shook his head helplessly. Business? What business? Lysina looked at Hal curiously. Of course it's the design rights of my clothes. After all, there is only one in the world. Hal made up that it was designed by his father. This incident made Magnolia's tailors very excited. They wanted to imitate and asked Hal to authorize. It's just that the style can't be made the same as Hal's clothes. Hal's clothes are not only unique in design, but also contain the royal tradition of 400 years ago. The exquisite embroidery, smooth silk, and sophisticated tailoring all give people a sense of extraordinary nobility. As for why it didn't pass down, it might be because the dragons destroyed it too much. None of this is important. The point is that you can make a lot of money as long as you authorize it, and it is estimated that 500,000 J per month. With this money, Hal can rest assured. Refer to Lucy's rent, 70,000 J is cheap, so it's about 500,000 J to sell a clothing design license. Soon, Hal negotiated the deal, and it is estimated that there will be many similar styles in the world in the future. But fortunately, he sold the material composition and design style of this dress, so the embarrassing thing of wearing the same clothes should not happen. With 500,000 J, Hal quickly chose a super large 2-story house that was very close to the guild. The reason for choosing the second floor was because he was afraid that there would be too many guests. Hal's new home is an elegant 2-story house located in a quiet neighborhood in Magnolia. The appearance of the house is simple and exquisite, with exquisite carvings on the white exterior walls, and the dark blue tiles on the roof contrast with the surrounding green trees. Entering the house, the spacious lobby welcomes every visitor. The ground is covered with smooth wooden floors, and classical furniture and exquisite decorations are placed on both sides. In the living room, large floor-to-ceiling windows let in plenty of natural light, making the whole space bright and warm. Several exquisite paintings and family portraits hang on the wall, showing Hal's aristocratic background and unique taste. Okay, Hal is not a nobleman just to restore the room in the castle where he used to live. The second floor is a private area, and the handrails next to the stairs are carved with exquisite patterns. The master bedroom is spacious and comfortable, with a viewing balcony overlooking the surrounding scenery. The furniture in the bedroom is practical and comfortable, and the delicate fabrics and soft beds make people feel relaxed. The garden of the house is well maintained and green. The flower bed is full of various flowers. The fountain quietly flows with cool water sounds, adding a peaceful atmosphere to the entire courtyard. There is also a small outdoor seating area in the backyard with several comfortable chairs, which is an ideal place for Hal to enjoy a leisurely time. Haha. Ha ha ha, a house like this only needs to be paid in installments of 400,000 J per month for a year, which is great. Hal likes this house very much. He can see the guild by opening the second floor window, and he can invite guild members to visit on weekdays. Well, it's very cool. A perfect house. After moving to the new house, Hal gradually adapted to this new living environment. He likes to sit in the garden and read books on sunny days, or meditate and practice his magic in the garden. One day, Habi came to Habi's house. Hey, Habi's house is so big. Hi Habi, why are you here? Natsu asked me to call you for dinner. Today is a very important day for the guild. Oh? Let's go. Habi didn't think much about it, picked up his coat and went out. Hey? What are you doing, Habi? The blue cat, Habi, was puzzled by Hal's behavior. Aren't we going to eat? Hal had a big question mark on his head. A few minutes later. Habi, I told you that the fish in Hal's pond are especially delicious. Hey, Natsu, you're right. No, you're coming to my house for dinner. Hal's question mark was getting bigger and bigger. Hey, didn't I tell you, Hal? Underscore. Get out of here. Hex2. You're such a good person, not a good cat, for eating at my house and telling me in advance. Haru said he was tired. Since moving to the new house, Happy and Natsu often come over to have fun. Before, they came to eat secretly at night, and gradually changed to eating during the day. Now they just don't pretend anymore and come to eat buffet. The more he thought about it, the angrier Haru got. Forget it, I have to order new fish again. They are too big live treasures, just spoil them. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Haru, what are you doing? The president is going to hold the S-class wizard exam today, and everyone has to go. Kana came over and knocked on the door to show her purpose. It turns out that the blue cat didn't lie to me. Something big is really going to happen. In the guild, the air was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. Guild members gathered here early, looking forward to the start of the annual S-class wizard exam. S-class exam, this is the first time I have seen it since I joined the guild. I can't help it. It's said to be held once a year, but almost every year, few people can be recognized by the president to participate. I don't know who will be this year. If they succeed, we will have 2 S-class wizards. S-class wizards are the first row of the wizard guild besides the 10 holy wizards. In every guild, it is the existence of a treasure. Hey, it's quite lively. Hal came to the hall. It was the first time he saw so many guild members gathered together. The space in the center of the hall was cleared, and a few simple wooden tables and chairs were placed on the floor to form a platform. Various decorations and banners were hung on the walls, marking the importance of this exam. President Makarov stood in the center of the stage wearing the iconic Holy Ten cloak and his long unseen staff. So the president has a staff. Why did I see it for the first time after joining the guild for a year? Hal couldn't help but complain again. Ahem, the contestant of this S-level exam, Laxus Dolia. Kana is 12 years old at this time. It is too abstract for her to lose to Laxus in the S-level exam in the anime. She will definitely not be able to participate. President Makarov cleared his throat and officially introduced today's protagonist. Laxus Doria, Makarov's grandson, is 17 years old this year. Even though he is not yet an adult, he has inherited Makarov's powerful magic. Laxus is wearing a yellow casual shirt, metal headphones on his ears, and his short, stiff golden hair is particularly dazzling under the light. His tall figure and strong physique make his muscle lines fully exposed, showing his powerful strength. Suddenly, a roar of lightning exploded at the scene, and the strong electric light instantly filled the entire hall with exclamations. The guild members were amazed at Laxus's powerful magic. Laxus. Hal couldn't help but whisper the name. The terrifying magic he felt made him recall many things from his past life. Hal's plot memory will only be recalled under strong stimulation. He is really the first of the younger generation of fairy tale, and his magic power is so strong that it is unbelievable. As long as he stands there, he will give people an illusion of being unmatched, and make people feel unable to resist. Hal stared at the shocking figure on the stage, as if I saw a certain future of myself. At the end of X778, 17-year-old Laxus Doria became the new generation leader of fairy tale, and his strength as an S-class wizard was beyond doubt. This year, Hal was 14 years old, Ersamira was 13 years old, and Najgra was 12 years old. Mist and Gang was wandering outside. Chapter 10. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. A few days later, President Makarov announced that Laxus had successfully been promoted to an S-class wizard. The whole guild was excited on that day. S-class. The guild finally has an S-class wizard besides Guildarts. Laxus, you really did it, Wakaba and Makeo cried while hugging Laxus in tears. You are really amazing. You were just a little kid not long ago, but you have grown up so big in the blink of an eye and become the pillar of the guild. Wakaba and Makeo cried louder and louder, and even started to wipe their noses on Laxus. Laxus' mouth twitched, and he saw Hal looking at him, and smiled at Hal. Hal was startled when he saw Laxus smile, and then looked at him firmly. You are so popular, Laxus, I have to work hard too. Hal thought silently in his heart, his hands glowed slightly, this is the manifestation of his magic. Hal was not the only one who had this idea. Urza, Myra, the younger Grey Natsu, Kana, everyone inevitably had a kind of admiration for Laxus. After all, Laxus usually didn't talk much in the guild, almost just playing the role of a brother who silently helped his younger brothers and sisters. The shocking feeling when he really showed his strength was incomparable. Where is Hal going? Kana noticed Hal walking out of the guild. Are you going to do a mission, Hal? Hal didn't notice the anxiety in Kana's tone, he was now thinking about Laxus's affairs with all his heart and soul. After a while, I have to go to practice, I can't let Laxus fall too far behind, Hal replied looking at the sky, his voice full of firm determination. I want to see the scenery in your eyes, Laxus, I want to know the meaning of your becoming so powerful. This is the first time I feel the shock of my soul since I came to this world. Perhaps the warm environment of the guild has both saved me and bound me. The magic world is very cruel, right, Bosco, Hachi, Fussroll? It's time to face loneliness and challenges again, and can't always be protected by companions. I want to know this world with my own eyes. Hal slowly closed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. For the next 9 months, Hal had been away for training, and only came back to participate in the guild's activities during the New Year and the Fairy Tale Harvest Festival. Hey, that guy Hal is working too hard. Yet, I haven't seen him in the past few months. When was the last time we met? 6 months ago, when we went to the Harvest Festival, Hal came to perform the tree magic. But the president said it was a thought body. What? Thought body, isn't that a very powerful magic? No, that guy Hal. His real body hasn't even come back. Gray and Natsu talked to each other for the first time in a long time without arguing. Ah, it's so lonely. When Hal was here, we could challenge Urza together. Now I can only be oppressed by Urza every day. Ah, the two brothers sighed at the same time. Boom, the door of the guild was violently kicked open. I'm back. Hal. Hal. A young man in a cloak and holding a staff walked into the guild. Hal, you have changed a lot. The guild members gathered around Hal and admired his changes. After almost a year of practice, Hal's changes are obvious. He transformed from a thin noble boy to a boy with a height of 1.78 meters and a strong physique. His figure gradually became strong and powerful from the previous slenderness, and his muscle lines became more obvious, showing the results of his hard training. The practice and travel outside made him understand that he was no longer the prince he used to be, and he could not stick to the past. He wanted to gain strength, and he could only rely on hard work and sweat accumulation. This time, Hal gained a lot from practice. Especially the ancient staff in Hal's hand. He spent a lot of money to get it. The wooden surface of the staff was covered with tiny cracks and wear, and it looked extremely old and heavy. The magic gem inlaid on the top flickered slightly, emitting a warm light, symbolizing the power and wisdom he gained after a year of practice. This staff is not only a symbol of his power, but also a witness of his journey. "I'm back, President and everyone," Hal said with a smile. He practiced for 9 months just for this year's S-level exam. "Ha! Hal, welcome back. But what a handsome staff." Natsu and Happy said hello and began to look around Hal with shining eyes. Hal had to pull them down. "Don't look for it, I brought you gifts, I will give them to you when I meet the president, everyone has one." "Wow! Long live Hal." After finally getting out of the encirclement of his companions, Hal came to the president. "President, I'm back." Hal walked quietly to the president. "Smelly boy. You've been running away for almost a year, and you still remember to come back." Makarov was angry. "I often come back to do tasks, although it's just a thought body." Hal looked at the president with a smile. "How dare you say that? Every time you finish a thought body, you disappear and don't collect the reward, making the client think that it's a ghost sent by our guild." It would be better if Hal didn't mention it. Makarov got even angrier when he did. "Why don't you just practice slowly in the guild? You're running around everywhere. Now, in addition to dealing with the compensation and apology from the council, I have to write you a special psychological counseling for the client on ghost issues. I want to gain the same powerful power as Laxus to protect my family," Hal answered seriously. Makarov looked into Hal's eyes. The boy's deep black pupils were like 2 precious black gems, full of sincerity and gratitude. "You've become thinner, and you must have suffered a lot. You little brat, who told you that only powerful magic can protect your family? The most important thing for a wizard is the mind. You still have a lot to learn. I'm not old yet, don't run around." Makarov shook his sleeves and went to the bar to drink. "Yes, Grandpa President." Hal quietly listened to Makarov's reprimand, with mixed emotions in his heart. Looking at the back of the short old man in his 70s. The president's words were full of reproach, but Hal knew that behind this anger was a deep concern for him. "I don't know why, as soon as I return to the guild, I will feel a warm feeling in my heart, which makes me addicted." Chapter 11. The two of them were so busy that they had to fight. "Haru. Let's fight it out." Natsu's voice came from afar. "Hey, I just sat down, don't be so anxious." Haru held his forehead helplessly. "I'm 2 years older than you, Natsu, you can't beat me." "Who said age can decide everything?" The iron fist of the fire dragon. The hot flame burned in Natsu's hand, and then rushed towards Haru. "Well said, Natsu." Haru praised in his heart, and then stood up. "Light magic, imprisonment." Haru's staff stood up, and the golden magic circle came out in response, and instantly formed under Natsu's feet. "Damn it! Hal!" Natsu was trapped in an instant, and the flames in his hands disappeared. He shouted unwillingly. "Sorry, Natsu, I don't want to hit you." Hal put away his staff and turned to sit down. "Natsu, you have already lost, stop shouting," Gray said with a gloating smile. "Such a fast magic release speed, such a powerful binding magic, I guess I can't do anything in that state." Wakaba looked at Hal in shock. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Makao also understood the feelings of the old friend. After all, this is the future guild face selected by the president that year, ha 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 ha. Wakaba was very happy. "I'm already looking forward to this year's S-level exam." After a few days, several teams that accepted the commission tasks came back. Hearing the news that Hal was back, they all came to Hal's door to find Hal. "Hey, Hal, I heard that you have become very strong, and the president agrees that you can take the S-level exam." Kana happily hugged Hal's neck. She has developed a drinking problem in the past year. She spent the whole day in the dormitory yesterday to sober up after a hangover. "Ah, Kana, long time no see. Let's go on the mission together when I take the S-level exam this time." "Hey, I also want to take the exam this time." What if I pass? Kana, are you going to take the exam too? But you are still young. 13 years old is too anxious. Grandpa won't agree. You can take the exam at the age of 15, so why can't I take the exam at the age of 13? You can't beat me because I am 2 years older than you. Kana knocked Hal's head with a card and laughed. This sounds so familiar. And even if I don't pass this time, I will definitely pass it later. Kana's smile faded, and she looked towards the direction of the guild thoughtfully. Seeing Kana in a team so serious, Hal couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen Kana so serious. It seems that there are many things in my heart that no one has told. Just like myself in the past. Kana, does the S-level exam have any special meaning to you? Hal couldn't help asking. Not really, if you want to know, wait until you defeat me, hee. Little Kana waved her fist cutely and answered Hal with a smile. Let's go to the guild. I wonder what commissions there are today, hee. Kana jumped away, as happy as meeting Hal for the first time to do a task. Hal saw this, was silent for a while, and shouted, Hey, don't walk so fast, wait for me. Kana, we are very similar, but I hide it better, after all, I am not a child anymore. But recently, I feel that I am becoming more and more childish. It may be because of returning to the guild. Thinking about it, Hal smiled. We are family. One day you will tell me your secret. Before that, let me pay attention to you silently. Of course, my secrets are the same. The guild was just like the last S-level exam, with many people holding various banners. Since Laxus's promotion last time, the guild has been working hard for half a year. Yet, especially Kana, Urza and Myra, who are all unwilling to admit defeat and are working hard on tasks. Who do you think will qualify for the S-class exam this time? I guess, there must be Hal. Hal. You didn't come back last time, so you didn't see it. Hal's condensed magic power has long surpassed mine. I think I can't even hold up if I go up. The middle-aged guild member was speechless. Young people nowadays are really amazing. I understand you. The middle-aged guild member raised his glass and took a big gulp. Maybe, we should change jobs when we get old. Ahem, next is the announcement of the 779 S-Class Wizard Assessment. The contestants are Hal, Kana, Urza, and Myra. Makarov called out the names of 4 people in one breath. Then, the stage lights instantly shone on the 4 people in the crowd. Who is the lighting engineer? His hand speed is so fast, Hal complained. Amazing, this is the best in history. There are actually 4 people. Are you still only going to choose one person? How could that be? Having the qualifications doesn't mean you will be admitted. If the result of the assessment is too bad, the president will definitely not let you go. After all, our guild's S-level assessment is the best in Fiori, Wakaba exclaimed, spitting out a smoke snake. How can I repair it? Urza Sky actually has the qualifications for the assessment. I don't accept it. A certain childhood friend of Sakura jumped and shouted in the audience. Ahem, the content of this assessment is to fight with the former S-class wizard. I will judge whether you can advance based on the result of the fight. Makarov's majestic voice sounded, and the audience was silent. Laxus came from behind Makarov. Compared with a year ago, he seemed to have become taller, with a black cloak on his shoulders, and looked at the 4 people with a hint of indifference. He has become stronger. The 4 people reached a consensus in an instant. The assessment venue was moved to the seaside outside the guild, where a large magic arena was built, which seemed to have the effect of absorbing magic and transferring it. Where did this thing come from? How many good things does the president grandfather have? Everyone surrounded the arena, and President Makarov stood on another platform, overlooking the arena. Then we'll draw lots to decide who will win. No need to bother, you can all go together. Everyone only heard the roar of thunder, and the next moment Laxus appeared in the center of the ring, exuding an aura of contempt for everyone. As soon as these words came out, except for Hal, the expressions of the three girls instantly became gloomy. "How arrogant, Laxus!" Urza pointed her sword at Laxus with a very dissatisfied expression. Makarov on the high platform in the distance looked a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Laxus to look down on everyone with such a posture and tone. "Laxus, don't break the rules of the assessment," Makarov's majestic voice sounded. "In order to be fair and avoid a round-robin battle, this S-level exam will be assessed for 1 day per person, for a total of 4 days. Laxus was silent, looking at everyone quietly. "Laxus seems to have changed a little. What happened in the year I was away?" Hal had a little doubt in his heart. "But we'll know when we fight." Soon, Hal and the other 4 drew lots, and Hal was the first one. Chapter 12. The two of them were so excited that they had to face each other. On the guild's ring, Hal and Laxus stood at opposite ends, and the air was filled with tension. The two of them looked at each other, as if they had already started a silent contest. "Why did you come up with a king bomb at the beginning?" "What do you mean? Hal is very strong." "You were not there that day, so you didn't see how terrifying Hal's magic was." "Can he be stronger than Laxus?" The members of the guild held their breath, looking forward to this heavyweight showdown. "Hal, you are very strong. You have become much stronger than the last time you took the test." "I will do my best." Laxus did not take Hal seriously, but the huge magic power around Hal indicated that Hal was a strong opponent. "Let's have a fair fight." Laxus spoke first, emitting strong electricity all over his body, and golden lightning flashed around him. His momentum was like a beast ready to go, and the powerful magic fluctuations made the air around him seem hot. "Okay, I am looking forward to it too." Hal smiled, and the staff in his hand emitted a soft light. He knew Laxus was powerful, but he was also confident in his own practice. "Start!" Makarov shouted loudly. As soon as the battle signal was given, Laxus turned into a lightning and rushed towards Hal at an extremely fast speed. His lightning magic was fully demonstrated, and each strike had amazing destructive power and speed. Hal's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, and he quickly raised his staff, and a dazzling golden magic circle was formed instantly, covering the whole scene with light. This is the light magic he is good at. Light Hui not only blocked Laxus's attack, but also formed a powerful light shield to reflect the lightning. The powerful lightning flew along the edge of the ring and led to the sea. Boom! The sea seemed to be hit by a cannonball, and a 10-meter-high wave was blasted out. At the moment when the huge wave collapsed, the water splashed like raindrops, and a lot of splashing seawater splashed onto the ring with the aftermath of the lightning. The magic barrier on the ring emitted a faint light when it came into contact with the seawater. Although the barrier was powerful, some seawater still penetrated in. A few drops of seawater were also sprinkled on Hal and Laxus. Hal was slightly squinting his eyes, feeling the coolness. His cape swayed slightly, making him look even more heroic. Laxus stood there nonchalantly, the light of lightning flickered around him, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding water droplets. His short hair and clothes were slightly soaked by the sea water, making him look even more fierce. Hal knew that this was just a test. Then, Hal took the lead, waving his staff, and the ground began to shake. The earth cracked, and streams of magma gushed out from the ground. Hal cast his earth dragon killing magic. Lava shock of the earth dragon. Magma and ground, the power of the two gathered together and turned into a huge burning earth dragon, which pounced on Laxus. Laxus was not to be outdone. He quickly gathered lightning with his hands, and a huge lightning dragon also appeared. The two dragons collided in the air, generating a huge energy fluctuation. Hal was shocked and took 2 steps back. Laxus could not see his figure in his field of vision. Laxus did not give Hal a chance to breathe. His speed was still swift. The body transformed by lightning approached Hal in an instant. His fist with lightning hit Hal fiercely, as if he wanted to decide the outcome at this moment. So fast. Hal barely reacted. But at the critical moment, Hal's left hand emitted a black light. His body began to turn into sand, which was the power of the desert fruit he held. Hal's figure became illusory, Laxus's attack passed through the sand, and Hal recondensed his body on the other side. Even so, the violent lightning still hurt Hal's body, and Hal knew that he could not give Laxus the opportunity to attack like this again. Damn, this elementalization consumes my magic power. Tree magic, wood tree world. Hal's right hand emitted a green light, and the power of life magic made the surrounding ground quickly grow dense forests. These trees not only have strong vitality, but also can absorb the surrounding magic power and weaken Laxus's attack strength. Laxus realized the threat of this forest, and he quickly released lightning in an attempt to destroy these trees. However, the forest controlled by Hal continued to regenerate, as if it had endless vitality. But this only slowed down Laxus's speed. At this time, Laxus knew that continuing to attack these trees would only waste magic power, so he turned his fist and looked at Hal. Too strong, this can't trap him. Hal panted slightly, and the dragon-killing power of the earth was helping him to continuously restore his magic power. The people in the audience only saw Hal and Laxus going back and forth in the arena. The dazzling light magic and the violent lightning were constantly intertwined, and the power of death and life were used alternately on the field. This battle is not only a contest of strength, but also a competition of wisdom and skills. On stage. Although Hal showed a variety of powerful magic abilities, Laxus's lightning magic was still unstoppable. Whenever Laxus accelerated his attack, Hal needed to respond quickly. As time went by, the magic power of both of them could not hold up. There was no way. Hal's magic power was not as strong as Laxus's now, but it had enough endurance. If S-class wizards were also divided into high and low levels, Laxus was undoubtedly a level stronger than Hal. To be honest, I didn't expect you to last that long, Hal. Laxus's calm voice sounded. When he was fighting, he was rarely affected by other emotions. This is an exam. I can't be too much. Let's decide the outcome with one move next. Okay, brother Laxus, Hal's voice sounded. Laxus was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that he had such a high status in Hal's heart, and then he couldn't help but smile. Humph, Hal, if you can withstand this move, you will pass. Laxus roared, and the power of thunder and lightning in his body burst out instantly, unfolding a huge golden magic circle, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with thunder. He raised his hands high, and the violent thunder and lightning quickly gathered together to form a huge thunder ball. The lightning ball flashed with dazzling blue-white light, like a star full of destructive power, and smashed towards Hal with irresistible pressure. Violent Volt. It was also used on Natsu in the anime, but that was too perfunctory. As Laxus's first move without using dragon-slaying magic, its power only broke some of the church's floor. Faced with such a powerful offensive, Hal held his staff tightly with a solemn expression. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his magic power, and cast his strongest light magic. A dazzling beam of light burst out from his hand, rushed into the sky, and turned into a huge magic circle. The huge power seemed to tear the sky apart. The beam was as white as snow, containing pure power, and with a sacred breath, it faced the lightning ball. Light magic holy judgment. The two huge energies collided violently in the air, and instantly burst into a blazing light and deafening vibration. The air was full of the interweaving of electricity and light, as if the whole world was trembling in this impact. The moment the lightning and the light beam met, there was a huge explosion, and the shock wave caused the surrounding audience to retreat again and again. The force of the final collision exceeded Hal's limit, and Hal used the last of his magic power to transform into vines, trees, and rocks to block himself. The thunder ball finally broke through the defense of the light beam, and the lightning rushed towards Hal like a tide. The next moment, the lightning was absorbed by the ring and transferred to the sea, leaving only the last trace of aftermath. Boom! With a loud bang, the sea surface seemed to be hit by a giant hammer, and a huge wave 10 meters high was instantly stirred up. The waves stayed in the air for a moment, and then quickly fell, making a huge sound of water. At this time, Hal's body on the ring was slightly burned by the aftermath of the lightning, sweat oozed from his forehead, and his body half knelt on the ground, and his breathing seemed rapid and heavy. His magic power was almost exhausted, and even with the power of the Earth Dragon to help him recover, he could not withstand such a terrible consumption. "I lost, Laxus," Hal said with a pale face. He still couldn't beat Laxus now. The two sides were too far apart in terms of magic accumulation and skills. Although Hal had more means and more entangled magic, he was still easily resolved by Laxus. He didn't even have time to use light magic to imprison Laxus. Opposite Hal, Laxus stood still, and the lightning on his body continued to flash. His blonde hair was slightly wet, but his eyes flashed with a more blazing light, showing a strong confidence. Under the ring, the audience watched this scene intently. Makao wiped the water droplets on his face and exclaimed, "This is not an ordinary battle. This kind of power is simply incredible." Wakaba frowned, with a bit of awe in his voice. "Their strength has far exceeded the scope of our imagination. Are these two really young wizards?" Levi covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, and her heart was full of shock at this amazing power. Gray and Natsu were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Shocked beyond words. This was the first time they had seen a fight between S-class wizards. Gray felt the cold breath brought by the aftermath of the cold water and lightning, and couldn't help but clench his fists, while Natsu's eyes ignited a more ardent desire to fight. The two looked at each other, and at the same time, they felt the desire to become stronger. At this time, President Makarov slowly walked to the center of the ring. His small figure seemed particularly short on this wide ring, but his majestic aura made everyone stand in awe. Makarov glanced at the guild members, and finally cast his eyes on Hal, very happy. He smiled and nodded to Hal, and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, the first day of the S-class exam is over." Hal showed extraordinary strength and courage in the fierce duel with Laxus. Although he failed to completely defeat Laxus in the end, his performance has fully proved that he has the qualifications to become an S-class wizard. After a pause, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Hal, from today on, you are the S-class wizard of Fairy Tale." As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience burst into warm applause and cheers. Najgra and other guild members rushed to the ring, surrounded Hal in the middle, and congratulated him. Hal showed a gratified smile, feeling the enthusiasm and care of his companions. Even after a year of hard training, he still felt that being recognized by everyone in this home-like guild was his greatest happiness. On November 12, X779, Hal Michidor was promoted to become the third S-class wizard of Fairy Tale. His strength and potential were among the best in Fairy Tale, and he was regarded by Makarov as the face of the guild for the next 40 years. Chapter 13. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Even though Hal successfully advanced, the remaining 3 days of the S-level exam were still in full swing. The guild members were still fully committed to every aspect of the exam. Myra, Urza, and Kana took turns to show their strength to Laxus. Poor Laxus, he had to fight for 4 consecutive days. "But I will help you share the burden next year," Hal silently mourned for Laxus in his heart. On the day of the competition, Urza's fighting power reflected by the costume magic was impressive, showing amazing resilience and talent. Even in the competition, she showed the power of her ultimate move, Heaven Wheel Armor Circular Dance. The Rain of Swords was as graceful and powerful as she was. Of course, the process of changing clothes also attracted a large group of wolfhounds to scream. Even the president couldn't take his eyes off. "That's enough, she's only 14 years old, a bunch of perverts." Having said that, Hal also watched very seriously. After all, Urza's battle was really good to watch. Although Urza's performance was very encouraging, she did not win the exam in the end, but her tenacity and perseverance deeply inspired everyone in the guild, and laid the first batch of guild fans for the future Fairy Queen. Myra's battle was also interesting. Although her receiving magic Satan's soul had not been fully mastered, the powerful destructive power and lightning-fast speed still amazed all the guild members. When Myra left the stage, it was Kaina's turn to play. Compared with Urza and Myra, Kaina was a complete intellectual fighter. The card magic she used had multiple compound abilities to produce compound effects, and even caught Laxus off guard for a while. At the beginning of the game, Kaina quickly unfolded her card magic. Her cards flew in the air, and each card exuded a mysterious light. Kaina skillfully combined several cards to form a complex magic circle in an instant. Laxus quickly launched a lightning attack, but Kaina's card magic seemed to be able to accurately rebound and dissolve these attacks. Her magic is not just a simple attack or defense, but also includes a variety of clever compound effects. Her wind card suddenly released a strong light, cutting off Laxus's lightning, forcing him to quickly change position to avoid it. Laxus frowned, obviously a little surprised by Kaina's clever tactics. He tried to break through Kaina's defense with more powerful lightning attacks, but every attack was cleverly resolved or turned into a situation favorable to her by Kaina. Kaina not only responded with flexible tactics, but also constantly adjusted the battle situation, using different combinations of cards to deal with Laxus's offensive. It's really unexpected. Wakaba, who was standing at the edge of the ring, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Kaina's card magic can actually put Laxus in a passive position. She does have her own uniqueness." Makao nodded, his eyes full of admiration for Kaina. But that's all. The previous one might be Laxus's temptation or intentional concession. When Laxus really got serious, Kaina was quickly defeated. "Kaina, your card magic is amazing, but the attack power is still not enough." Laxus recognized Kaina's performance. Although he still stood firmly on the ring, his admiration for Kaina was obvious. Kaina looked a little tired, but her performance still won warm applause and encouragement from the guild members. "Kaina, you are really great." Natsu and Gray both paid tribute to her. Her outstanding performance in the battle impressed Gray and Natsu. After the battle, Kaina sat on the edge of the ring, with a little fatigue and loneliness in her eyes. Makarov walked to Kaina's side, patted her shoulder, and encouraged, "You did a good job, Kaina. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow. No matter what the result is, your efforts are worthy of recognition." Kaina nodded, and a firm light slowly flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, President, I will continue to work hard." Then she slowly walked down the ring. Under the stage, Hal's eyes were full of joy. "You are so great, Kaina, you have improved a lot compared to a year ago." "Thank you, Hal." Kaina simply answered, and Hal found a chair to sit down and started drinking. Hal was stunned, as if he didn't expect Kaina to be so cold. It seems that the heart is not as calm as the surface. Hal didn't know what to do, so he had to drink with Kaina. "It tastes so-so," Hal frowned after taking a sip, but he continued to drink. Kaina slowly put down the glass and whispered, "The taste of wine is always like this. When you are in a good mood, it will make you happier. When you are in a bad mood, it will make you more silent." Hal heard her words and felt the complex emotions in Kaina's heart. He was silent for a while, then said softly, "Anyway, you are really great. Your performance in the ring not only surprised Laxus, but also made all of us proud of you." Kaina smiled slightly, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. "Thank you, Hal. It's just that sometimes even if you try your best, the result is still difficult to change. But it doesn't mean that your efforts are meaningless." Hal looked at her seriously. "Every battle is growth, every failure is experience. What you can learn from it is more important than any victory." Kaina raised her head and looked at Hal's firm eyes, and her heart seemed to be a little more settled. She sighed softly, maybe, but sometimes it's really hard to accept that you can't achieve your goals. Hal nodded and said with understanding, I understand. Everyone has their own goals and expectations, and sometimes we are overwhelmed by these expectations. But the important thing is that we can't give up because of this. As you said, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. Kana looked at him, with a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. You are right, Hal. Thank you. She picked up the wine glass and raised a glass of wine, for our growth, for future challenges. Hal smiled and raised the glass, for growth, for the future. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine. The other members of the guild also began to gather and share their feelings and experiences of the game with each other. Natsu and Gray have begun to discuss the next training plan, while Urza is silently thinking about her shortcomings. Makarov walked to the middle of the group and smiled at the group of young wizards. Every battle is a valuable experience, not only to test your strength, but also to let you understand each other. After all, we are family. Remember, no matter you win or lose, you are the pride of the guild. Everyone responded in unison, yes, President. Perhaps in the hearts of Hal and other young wizards, this S-level exam is not only a challenge, but also a valuable growth experience. Everyone found their own shortcomings and future directions in it. Although the game has not yet ended, everyone's heart is full of new determination and expectations. Chapter 14. The old man was very happy, and the old man was very happy. Magnolia Town. Since the S-Class Wizard assessment ended, Hal has been at home to accumulate his magic power and make plans for the next step. As a modern man, Hal has many ideas for improving the current Magnolia Town. The purpose is to make money, and after all, this is the city where their guild is located. Since he has the ability to make it better, he certainly can't stay out of it. After thinking about it, Hal decided to find someone, Uncle Yuka. It was the uncle who brought Hal to the guild when he first came to Magnolia Town. His home is next to the house that the president introduced to him at that time. It is worth mentioning that Natsu and Happy lived in Hal's previous house. After all, Hal promised Anna to take good care of these children. Although only Natsu can be found now. Thinking of this, Hal had a headache. He had asked around during the 9 months of training if anyone had seen the little dragon slayer, but nothing came of it. I don't know what happened to those children. Hal can only figure out a solution for this matter. Even Anna can't find out. Hal came to Uncle Ika's door and was about to knock when he heard a noise next door. Oh, it turned out to be Natsu's house. Lisana is also in there. They have a good relationship. Hal's eyes gradually became gossipy. Hal is very concerned about Natsu, the idiot, most of the time. Natsu now eats part of his 3 meals a day at the guild, and part of the time he comes to Hal's pond to eat buffet. After all, there is no way. This guy can't catch big fish in the eastern forest. Maybe fishing is too early for Natsu. What are you doing, making so much noise? Uncle Ika, why are you here too? Hal decided to see Natsu and pushed open the door. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ika was also here. The group gathered together to eat barbecue. Hal's house originally had a courtyard at the door. He used earth magic and tree magic to make a simple courtyard inside. Oh, brother Hal, this is the meat I just left over from my business trip. I'm too old to eat it, so I came to find Natsu. Uncle Ika was grilling meat and feeding Natsu with a happy face. It can be seen that he seems to like this brat Natsu very much. At this time, Natsu finally saw Hal. Ah, Hal, I just wanted to ask Happy to call you, but Happy, the idiot, ate too much and couldn't walk. Natsu shouted happily to Hal with a mouth full of oil. What do you mean you wanted to call me, but ended up eating too much? Don't you think these two sentences are contradictory? Hal held his forehead. These two funny guys are really different. Come sit down, brother Har, Uncle Ika has a lot of meat and it's grilled deliciously, come and try it. Listener moved a chair for Har and smiled at Har. Listener is still considerate. Har couldn't help but burst into tears in his heart. Hal sat down and took the barbecue from Listener. The smell of the barbecue made his appetite open. He took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, Uncle Ika, with this skill, you can open a store in Magnolia Town. Har did not hesitate to praise. Ha 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 ha, I still like to do business, it always brings new convenience to the people in the town. Uncle Yuka, what are your ideas for the future? What ideas? I want to make money happily every day and provide a solid financial support for my daughter who works in the council. Hey? So your daughter works in the council? Yes, she doesn't have magic talent either, but she is particularly yearning for magic, so she works as a clerk in the council. Every time she comes back, she tells me all kinds of interesting stories. Talking about his daughter, Uncle Yuka's smile became even stronger. Speaking of doing business, Uncle Yuka, I can help you. You should just go back and forth to Harjan most of the time, right? Yes, after all, the trade route is not easy to travel now, and there are many monsters. Harjan is the safest place. Why is Brother Hal asking this? While Hal was enjoying the barbecue, he was thinking about how to put his ideas into practice. He knew that if he could open up a new trade route, it would not only make Magnolia Town's economy more prosperous, but also bring more income and resources to the Fairy Tale Guild. And Uncle Ika's many years of business experience was exactly the valuable resource he needed. After thinking for a while, Hal took a sip of the drink handed to him by Listener and said with satisfaction, "Actually, I have an idea." Hal put down the drink in his hand and looked at Uncle Ika, his eyes full of expectation. We can try to open up a new trade route to connect more towns and villages. In fact, in Hal's mind, villages are the main thing, because after all, there are trains between cities in this world, but they only exist in major cities, and small villages like the ones Hal visited during his first mission do not exist. But cities are also good. If there is a trade route, with the speed of the monsters in this world, it can be said that there is a continuous flow of trade. Uncle Ika raised his head curiously, and Natsu and Listener also stopped their actions and listened carefully to Hal's proposal. Natsu, this kid is full, right? Hal complained in his heart, and Natsu never cared about these things before. I can use the magic of the earth and trees to open up a safer and faster trade route, Hal continued. Not only can it reduce the danger on the road, but also provide more options for other merchants. We can establish this trade route in the name of Fairy Tale to ensure the safety and stability of the trade route. Uncle Ika pondered for a while and nodded, this sounds like a good idea. In the name of Fairy Tale, it can indeed give people more trust. But how do you plan to do it specifically? Hal smiled and said, first, we can make a route plan and select some suitable towns and villages as transit stations. Then, I will use magic to repair and strengthen this road to make it flatter and safer. We can also set up some post stations along the way to provide merchants with places to rest and replenish supplies. Members of Fairy Tale can take turns to serve as guards on this trade route to ensure the safety of merchants. When Natsu heard that there was a chance to fight, he immediately said excitedly, then leave it to me. Whoever dares to make trouble, I will beat them away. Listener also agreed, this will not only make the merchants more at ease, but also bring more tasks and income to our guild. Uncle Ika looked at the enthusiastic look of the young wizards and couldn't help but smile. I am very happy with your enthusiasm. Okay, Brother Hal, I agree to your proposal. However, the opening of this trade route requires a lot of funds and manpower. How do you plan to solve it? Hal nodded. He had already considered these problems. He said with great confidence, we can conduct a small-scale trial run first and choose some relatively safe routes and partners. As for the funding issue, I can solve a large amount of funds and manpower by myself. At most, I can ask a few idiots who don't like to do commissions from the guild to assist in the road selection. For example, the idiot knob Hal said in his heart. That guy in the guild who works in front of the commission board every day but never does it. I don't know where he gets the money to live equals. In addition, we can seek the support of the guild and let other interested businessmen participate, invest together and share the benefits. Besides, with my magic, I can directly use magic to create a post station along the way. In fact, his earth dragon slaying magic can continuously restore magic and physical strength as long as he stands on the ground. Compared to normal wizards, he doesn't have to worry about insufficient magic. Uncle Ika thought for a while and smiled approvingly. If you can really do such an amazing thing, then we can try it, and I will fully support your plan. We can start with Harujian and see how it works. Hal nodded happily. Thank you for your support, Uncle Ika. We will definitely do this plan well. They agreed on a detailed plan and decided to take action in the next few days. Hal plans to go to the guild to discuss with President Makarov and win the support of the guild. At the same time, he also plans to invite some experienced businessmen and other members of the guild such as Valian, the big brother who talks, Pidgeotto, the big brother who dances, and Ridasu, the big brother who draws, to participate. By the way, there is also Marcus, who is very smart about doing business. The one who returned to the guild 7 years later to challenge Natsu, used sand magic, and sold figures at the guild stall 7 years ago. Our guild is really full of talents. Hal couldn't help but sigh in his heart that there were so many more candidates. A few days later, Makarov waved his hand and started to act. With the strong support of the guild, Hal and Uncle Ika led a small team to start the initial development of the trade route. Hal stood at the starting point of the new trade route, took a deep breath, and began to use his magic. He waved his hands gently, and the golden magic circle appeared, and the earth demon. The magic quickly unfolded under his feet. The originally rugged ground became as flat as a mirror under the effect of his magic. Large pieces of rocks and gravel were cleverly sandwiched into the cracks of the earth, and then slowly closed, as if they had never existed. He continued to cast magic, using magic to twist the earth to create roads in those difficult canyons. And slowly raised the road to the towering peaks, making the road flat and wide. Whether it was a bottomless canyon or a towering mountain, Hal could handle it easily. His magic power was not only to repair the terrain, but also to open up a safe and convenient passage for this new trade route. In addition to these, Hal also used tree magic. He waved his hands again, and rows of sturdy and tall fences rose from the ground. These fences created by magic have extremely high defense and can effectively protect the trade route from damage. At the same time, he also thoughtfully planted small flowers along the road on both sides. These flowers not only add beauty to the business road, but also make merchants feel relaxed and happy during their journey. Because this is destined to provide a wonderful journey for the town, the guild, the family, and Hal himself. He hopes that this road can bring more prosperity and opportunities to Magnolia Town. Uncle Ika and other members watched Hal's work and couldn't help but sigh at his magic attainments. It's incredible, Hal's magic is simply a stroke of genius. Uncle Ika exclaimed. Natsu also shouted excitedly, it's so cool. When the road is repaired, I must run a lap on this road. Natsu is so stupid, this must be a road for carriages, Habi said to Natsu. Carriage? Forget it. Natsu lost his spirits instantly when he heard about the carriage. Listener smiled happily and said, this road will definitely bring more tasks and fame to the guild. For the next month, Hal has been devoted to the construction of the road. He used magic to repair the road, set up post stations, and invited merchants to test run it. During this journey, Hal became more adept at mastering earth magic and tree magic, and always had new insights. This new trade route gradually took shape, and more merchants began to travel between towns through this road. Since then, family commissions have appeared in the guild, and the guild has paid commissions to commission members to maintain this trade route. Fairy tale. The concept of family is often mentioned in the book. Makarov regards his guild as his own family, and the members of the guild are family members who cannot be harmed. The members of Fairy Tale take turns to serve as guards, which not only ensures the safety of the trade route and earns income, but also wins the trust of merchants. The new trade route has brought more business opportunities and prosperity to Magnolia, and the reputation of the guild has become more famous. In this process, Hal felt that he was not just a wizard, but more deeply a part of this city and guild. His efforts not only brought him a sense of accomplishment and a lot of money, but also benefited the entire town and guild. Hal felt extremely satisfied and proud. Chapter 15. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. More than a month has passed since Hal opened a new trade route. During this period of time, he obviously felt that the members of the guild were becoming busier, and the impact of the establishment of business channels was initially revealed. Even when Natsu went to another city for a mission recently and ate at a restaurant, he missed a meal. It can be seen that everyone's living standards and quality of life have improved significantly. Hal nodded, he felt very satisfied. Recently, apart from using light magic and flying to check the new trade route between Magnolia and Harujun, Hal has been studying the staff he obtained during his 9-month training journey at home. This ancient staff in Hal's hand is a great harvest in his spiritual journey. The wooden surface of the staff was covered with small cracks and wear, making it look extremely old and heavy. Every crack seems to be telling the years and winds and frosts it has experienced, as if it contains endless stories and legends. The top of the staff is inlaid with a magic gem, which shimmers with warm light. This light is not dazzling, but it has a reassuring power. The light of the gem changes with Hal's state of mind, sometimes bright and sometimes soft, as if responding to his heart. This gem not only symbolizes the storage and transmission of magic power, but also a symbol of the strength and wisdom he gained after practicing for a year. But Hal always felt that this staff had a secret existence. Hal clearly remembered the feeling when he first held this staff. His staff was very powerful and made of many rare magic materials, such as dragon scale crystal, phoenix feather and moonlight wood become. These materials have powerful magic storage and transmission capabilities. Since getting this staff, Hal has rarely encountered opponents. There is no way, his increase is really too terrifying. Not only does he cast spells faster, it also brings his magic control to a new level. Every time he casts magic, the staff can make his magic more concentrated, more powerful, and even has a guiding effect. Even without this staff, his casting speed has undoubtedly improved significantly. This thing is so powerful. If I had a few more awesome magic items in my hand, wouldn't I be able to do the Holy 10? Hal secretly thought in his heart. He wanted to find more magic props. He was forced by financial problems before, but now that the business route has been opened, Hal is almost the richest person in the entire fairy tale. There may even be few rivals in Fiori in a few years, and this is the huge benefit brought by the business road. He can now search for powerful magic amplifying items without any scruples, without being troubled by money. However, it is probably difficult to find a magic item as powerful as the staff in his hand. This staff is probably super rare. After thinking about it, Hal's eyes fell on the gem at the top of the staff. How do I feel that this gem is echoing me? Hal looked at it suspiciously. He's never noticed anything like this before. Wait, dragon scale crystal. Hal suddenly thought of the knowledge he learned when reading at Levy's place. Dragon scale crystal is a rare magic prop, and making it into a staff has special effects for Dragon Slayer wizards. Bonus. That is to use the Dragon Slayer's blood to drip into the gem on the staff, and the staff will be endowed with the properties of the Dragon Slayer. Thinking of this, Hal quickly took a bite of himself. The moment the blood on his hand touched the gem, a golden dragon-shaped magic circle appeared, and a huge light enveloped the entire staff. After the light gradually dissipated, Hal was surprised to find that the appearance of the staff had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally plain wooden surface became more solid, shimmering with a faint golden luster. The gem at the top looks even more dazzling after the light fades, exuding a deep and powerful aura. The most surprising thing is that the properties of the staff have also changed. It not only retains the original magic effect, but is also endowed with the properties of the earth, giving it a more powerful magic amplification ability. Ah, he seems to have become super hard. I feel that using earth magic to hit people with it will be super effective. Hal couldn't help but have this idea in his heart. Hal felt the shocking power coming from the staff, and he knew that this change would greatly enhance his combat ability. The staff not only enhances his control over earth magic, but also increases the effectiveness of his overall magic. The change of the staff allows him to gain stronger power when casting earth magic, and can be more powerful to easily carry out large-scale terrain transformation and defense construction. If I face Laxus again this time, I can easily use earth magic to defend against his lightning. Moreover, Hal threw out a magic circle. Almost instantly, a huge rock spike rose from the ground. The staff has taken my dragon-killing magic attack and release speed to a higher level. At this speed, the opponent probably didn't even see my magic circle clearly before it was pierced. Wait, where is it pierced? Hal looked at the huge rock spikes and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I won't be my opponent, otherwise it would be a terrible thing. For several months afterwards, while Hal was doing the guild's commission, he was looking for his favorite magic props everywhere. It is worth mentioning that all the wizards who have seen Hal perform magic, whether his opponents or allies of the Guild of Light, were shocked by his magic. Every time Hal cast a spell, he showed jaw-dropping power, making people feel his perfect control over his own magic. Whether in fierce battles or in ordinary training, Hal's ability to control magic and his majestic look always arouse the admiration and admiration of others, which makes him have a great influence in the magic world. Almost everyone, as long as they see the red jade hanging on his chest and the staff in his hand that is as tall as his height and the gemstone is shining with golden light, will involuntarily think of Hal, the new S-class wizard of fairy tale, one of the strongest candidates. This staff is not only a symbol of his power, but also deepens his reputation in the magic world. Hal's name, along with his staff, spread among every magician and became a topic they talked about with relish. In the end, this powerful influence and unparalleled skills gradually earned him a loud and noble title in people's hearts. Master of Nature. Chapter 16. The New Year is Coming. X779 Hal used magic to build the new trade route of Magnolia Harjan by himself. Since then, his almost perfect control of magic and powerful strength have attracted widespread attention in the magic world, and he is called the Master of Nature. X780 Urzashikalito, who was only 15 years old, passed the S-class wizard assessment after Hal and became the 4th S-class wizard in the guild. She is also the youngest S-class wizard in the history of the guild. X781 newcomers Loki, Bisksa, and Arzik joined the Fairy Tale Guild. In the same year, 16-year-old Myra Jane Strauss passed the S-class wizard assessment and became the 5th S-class wizard in the guild. In X782, Lysina Strauss died due to an accident during a mission. The guild fell into grief, leaving an indelible shadow on the guild members. At this time, Hal was on a mission outside and returned later. Everyone placed Lysina's grave behind the Magnolia Church. As a result, Myra's temperament changed drastically, from being lively and aggressive in the past to being gentle and introverted, and gradually staying away from fighting. Elfman also fell into deep self-blame and pain because of his mistake that caused the death of his sister Lysina. In the same year, Miston Gang passed the S-class wizard assessment and became the 6th S-class wizard in the guild. Since then, the guild has had 5 strongest candidates at the same time. Their strong strength and reputation attracted many powerful wizards to join, and Fairy Tale entered a stage of rapid development. In X783, due to the emergence of powerful wizards in the guild, fairy tale gradually took the lead in the Kingdom of Fiori and became the first wizard guild in the Kingdom of Fiori in people's eyes. Fire Dragon Natsu, Ice Wizard Grey, super popular Loki gradually entered the hearts of the younger generation and took their place, and the reputation of the guild gradually resounded throughout the Ishgar continent. 5 years, a new beginning. The roar of the Earth Dragon. A huge roar with lava spewed out of his mouth, instantly turning into a huge wave of boiling flames, rushing towards hundreds of thieves. The heat of the flames distorted the air around them, and the thieves jumped and rolled in panic, trying to avoid this devastating attack. Damn, this guy is Hal, the controller of nature. This is inside a shabby and dark thieves' guild, with gold nuggets scattered all over the floor and the walls covered with old decorations that had been in disrepair for a long time, creating a desolate and chaotic atmosphere. The ground around was covered with dust and broken furniture, and occasionally there were a few low groans and hurried footsteps. The thieves' anger spread in this narrow and unbearable environment, and the anger and unwillingness in their hearts were as hot as flames. Hal's figure in front of them looked particularly tall and upright in the shadows. His height has grown to 185 centimeters, and his broad shoulders and strong muscles make him look as stable as a mountain. He was wearing an elemental magic cloak, which fluttered in the wind, as if it was mixed with his magic. The edge of the cloak was inlaid with delicate magic runes, which emitted a faint light in the battle, providing Hal with additional protection and amplification. On his left hand, 5 different magic rings each flashed a unique light, and each ring was inlaid with gems of different colors, symbolizing the power of various types of magic. The magic light of the rings echoed each other in the battle, forming a wonderful magic resonance. Quick, gather! Use your magic to repel that guy! The leader of the Thieves' Guild ordered loudly, revealing an unquestionable majesty in his voice. He was in a terrible mood now. His guild was destroyed like this by a wizard. The wizards of the Thieves' Guild all had gloomy faces, and dangerous magic lights flashed in their hands. They were obviously unwilling to be defeated by Hal so easily, and decided to make a last-ditch effort. Suddenly, several strong magic arrays broke out in the dilapidated hall. A thief raised his hand and cast Dark Ripple, and a dark magic ripple flew out of his palm, as if to shatter Hal. Another thief bit his finger and turned the blood into a red blood blade, trying to hit Hal with the spinning blood blade. Hal saw the magic coming and quickly adjusted his fighting posture. His staff drew a golden arc in the air, facing the dark tier. The gem on the top of the staff flashed a dazzling golden light, emitting a powerful magic. The magic wave blocked the dark tier. At the same time, he turned around and waved his staff to resist the flying blood blade, causing it to be deflected. How is it possible? He actually used the staff to deflect my magic. The members of the Thieves' Guild couldn't believe it. However, the thieves did not give up. Another wizard from the Thieves' Guild cast the magic of freezing and condensation, and a blue light shot out from the staff, trying to freeze Hal's movements instantly. Hal's face remained unchanged, and the light on the staff became more blazing. He cast a holy sword light at a very fast speed to cut the light and finally destroyed it completely. In the battle, Hal's movements were still elegant and smooth. Facing the enemy's fierce attacks, he was calm and unhurried, as if he was enjoying the rhythm of the battle. Although the thieves continued to attack, Hal could always easily resolve them. Every time he waved his staff, it seemed to bring irresistible pressure, breaking the enemy's magic power one by one. Almost, are you ready? I've enjoyed enough. Hal looked at the leader of the Thieves' Guild with a smile. He had been accumulating magic power since just now. The leader of the Thieves' Guild gritted his teeth, and a deep coldness flashed in his eyes. His robe fluttered in the wind in the ruins of the broken castle. The environment full of shabby gold nuggets and rocks added a bit of weird atmosphere to this decisive battle. Although Hal's smile seemed calm, the leader knew that this meant he had to go all out to avoid complete failure. Do you think you can easily defeat me? I used to be S-level. The leader of the Dark Guild said coldly. His palm danced in the air, and the black magic circle began to condense, forming a huge dark sphere. Go to hell! Damn Light Guild! The leader of the Thieves' Guild roared and threw the dark sphere at Hal. The sphere rotated in the air, emitting suffocating dark energy, as if to devour all the light. Hal couldn't help but smile as he watched the dark sphere approaching quickly. Remember, there is a gap even in S-class. I am a wizard of fairy tale. Hal turned his staff, but his movements were swift and calm. A huge golden magic circle lit up under Hal's feet, reflecting Hal's majestic and unquestionable eyes. The ground began to shake violently, and soil and rocks emerged from the ground like life, quickly gathering into a towering earth wall. The whole process was just a moment, and Hal's spell-casting speed was as fast as the wind, leaving no chance for the dark sphere to approach. Impossible! The thief leader collapsed and knelt on the ground as he looked at the scene in front of him. How could there be such a perverted wizard? No, I can't just die like this. As long as I sell that thing, I can get back everything I lost. The leader of the Thieves' Guild's face changed, and finally became extremely indifferent. Go, my guild members, kill him. The thief leader swung his staff, and a dark magic power crawled out of the guild emblems of other thieves to control them, and then they uncontrollably used their whole body magic power to attack Hal. Hey, what's this? How come even the fallen people got up? Hal couldn't help but complain. Since you play like this, I can only be a little more serious. I thought it was an easy task. Hal sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. He has been out doing tasks for half a year. This is the last one. It was supposed to end easily, but he didn't expect the opponent to give him such a big job. Hal raised his left hand slightly, and a ball of deep black dust like magic light began to gather in his palm. Hal pushed forward, and the black light enveloped everything except Hal. It's over. Hal's right hand staff lightly touched the ground. The next second, as the desert power of death spread, the stone bricks of the castle were gradually swallowed up and turned into pieces of sand. The dilapidated Thieves' Guild, as if crushed by an invisible hand, became weak and eventually collapsed in the sand. The bricks and stones were ruthlessly crushed, forming a piece of gravel covering the entire ground. What happened? Seeing such a strange scene, the remaining members of the Thieves' Guild shouted in confusion. But soon, they also became part of the sand, turned into mummies and disappeared with the sand. Not long after, the castle no longer existed, leaving only the dust and the ruins that were swallowed up, as if telling the ruthlessness and power of Hal's death desert. The breeze blew the sand. Hal stood in the ruins, and his staff touched the ground lightly, as if he was feeling every inch of change in the sand. His left hand was raised again, and he waved it gently, and the palm of his hand was. The magic power began to gather into a tiny black vortex. The sand and dust spun between his fingers, gradually being attracted to a point. Hal focused his sight on the depths of the castle ruins, where his commissioned item was buried, an important necklace. With a slight movement of his fingertips, the black sand and dust gathered above the necklace as if obeying a command, slowly raising it. Hal gently stretched out his hand, his fingertips passed through the air, and the necklace quietly fell into his palm. Finally got it, the old men in the council have so many things to do. But as long as they can agree to my request, I can accept all of these. The surrounding ruins still exuded the breath of death, but Hal's figure looked particularly firm and majestic in the moonlight. He walked out of the castle ruins calmly, his eyes flashing with deep thoughts and expectations for future actions. On the other side, the port city of Harjan, after 5 years of continuous trade with Magnolia, the city seemed very prosperous and orderly. There are various buildings with fairy tale logos everywhere in the city. Some are retired guild members, and some are partners with fairy tale. And in this context, a girl who ran away from home and regarded fairy tale as her dream came to this city. Chapter 17. The weather was very hot, and the weather was very good. Fiori Kingdom, Port City, Harjan. The morning sun gently sprinkled on the streets, and the sea breeze blew gently, bringing a touch of freshness to this busy port city. A girl with long golden hair appeared on the street. She had long golden hair shining like the sun, which was naturally draped over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind, exuding a soft luster. Her eyes were like clear amber, flashing warm and curious light, as if she was full of expectations for everything around her. She had fair skin, delicate features, a small nose, and a slightly upturned corner of her mouth, always with a sweet smile. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, revealing the vitality and vigor of youth. Today, she wore a sleeveless white vest with a blue short skirt with a star pattern on the hem, which looked simple and full of girlish fantasy. A small key bag was tied around her waist, which contained her precious celestial key. Lucy Hartfilia stood on the street of the port, looking around, her heart full of yearning for adventure. Lucy has been yearning for the Wizard Guild since she was a child, especially the legendary fairy tale. Today, she came to Harujian with great expectations, hoping to find an interesting guild and start her adventure to become a celestial wizard. Suddenly, what Lucy didn't expect was that a man who called himself Salamander suddenly appeared in front of her. This man used the name of Fairy Tale to show off everywhere, which aroused Lucy's curiosity. "Are you also a wizard of fairy tale?" Lucy asked with doubts and expectations. "Of course, little beauty, I'm the famous Salamander." The other party smiled proudly and used a flame magic between his fingers. Lucy felt something was wrong, but she decided to follow him to see what was going on because of her yearning for fairy tale. However, just as Lucy was about to inquire further, something unexpected happened. A cherry-haired boy wearing a strange red and black coat and a blue magic cat with wings suddenly appeared in front of her. The boy rushed up desperately and interrupted the so-called Salamander. "Who are you?" Lucy looked at the sudden appearance of the pair in surprise. "My name is Natsu, this liar is not from fairy tale at all." Natsu accused the other party without hesitation. "Yes, he is really a liar. You have been on the guild's commission." "We have rescued so many girls who have been deceived," echoed the blue magic cat Happy, sticking out his tongue. Happy and Natsu came all the way from Magnolia to catch the fake fairy tale this time. Thanks to Har, the guild has received more and more commissions of all kinds, especially in cities and villages connected to the new trade route, where there are not only more tasks but also more rewards. This is the guild's efforts to maintain the stability of the new trade route. This time, Natsu and Happy came all the way from Magnolia to catch the fake fairy tale. "I didn't expect to be so lucky and catch you so quickly." Natsu looked at Salamander excitedly. The other party was a slender man with cunning eyes. Natsu aimed at him from a distance. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Salamander showed a disdainful smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Natsu was wearing a black and red coat, and he didn't notice the emblem on his arm. "How forgetful this person is," Natsu just introduced himself, Happy said speechlessly. "I'm Natsu Dragneel, the wizard of fairy tale. I've never seen anyone like you." Natsu shouted loudly, his voice became low and serious, his clenched fist began to burn with flames, and a hot breath spread. "I will never forgive those who pretend to be my family." Natsu rushed up quickly. Salamander sneered, "I didn't expect the real owner to come to the door, but as long as I kill you, everything will be solved." He waved his hand violently, sending out a purple flame, the flame flying in the air, as flexible as a venomous snake, attacking Natsu. This purple flame carries a strong fluctuation of magic power, enough to burn people instantly. However, Natsu was not afraid at all, but showed an excited smile. "You can also use fire magic?" "Unfortunately, for me, this is just a snack." Natsu opened his mouth and directly swallowed the oncoming purple flame. Purple flame entered his body and disappeared instantly. Natsu chewed with a satisfied look, "Power will surge out after eating, thank you for the treat." Seeing this scene, the fake salamander showed a horrified expression. He obviously didn't expect that his flames were completely ineffective against Natsu. At this moment, he understood that the boy in front of him was not an ordinary wizard, but a dragon slayer wizard with dragon slayer magic. The flames burning around Natsu's body raised a faint black smoke, blurring his face, but the golden eyes were like a sword piercing through the thick smoke, piercing straight into the heart of Salamander. At this moment, his heart was instantly shrouded in an indescribable fear, and he recalled in his mind. That white scarf like dragon scales, that cherry blossom like hair color, you are the real fire dragon. Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Natsu smiled, and then his right hand burned with flames, and a red dragon-shaped magic circle burning like flames came out. Natsu didn't give the other party more time to react, he launched an attack instantly. Fire Dragons, Iron Fist. Natsu's fist was wrapped in blazing flames, he suddenly jumped and punched Salamander. The blazing fist of fire hit the other party instantly, knocking him out and hitting a pile of goods on the dock with a loud noise. The power control is good, I won't be scolded by Hal and Grandpa this time. Natsu shook his arms and nodded with satisfaction at the damage caused to the goods on the dock. Lucy stood aside and witnessed the whole battle. Her eyes widened and looked at the boy in front of her in disbelief. The scene just now made her heart beat faster. She looked at Natsu's golden eyes, which were extremely dazzling against the background of the flames, as if they could penetrate all darkness and bring absolute power. The flames on Natsu's body danced with his movements. She could even feel the hot breath emanating from Natsu. This breath seemed to penetrate her heart, making her feel an irresistible sense of oppression. This is the real fire dragon, Lucy couldn't help but mutter to herself. Hey! This is the power of the fire dragon slayer mage. Happy proudly responded to Lucy on the side. The legendary lost magic. Lucy obviously knew this magic. Hey! You are also a mage, you know it so clearly. Happy looked at Lucy with some surprise. Just when Lucy wanted to say something to respond to Happy, Natsu came over. Let's go, Happy, this order is over, there are 30 WJ. Natsu called Happy excitedly. Hey! Lucy hurriedly ran forward, with a flash of expectation in her eyes, and a hint of eagerness and longing in her voice. Wait! Can I join your guild? I have admired fairy tales since I was a child. Natsu was stunned when he heard this, and his expression gradually changed from excitement to confusion. Guild? You want to join fairy tale? Happy flew over from the side, hovering in the air, flapping his blue wings gently, his expression seemed a little excited and curious. Well, this is a bit unexpected. Lucy nodded, her face full of expectation. Yes, I have always dreamed of becoming an excellent wizard like you. I heard that fairy tale is the best guild, there are many legendary wizards in it, I hope to be one of them. Natsu looked at Lucy's eyes, and suddenly felt that this girl seemed to have some similarities with him, both of them had a strong pursuit of adventure and dreams. He smiled slightly. Although he didn't have full control over the decision to join the guild, he still felt a little excited. Do you really want to join fairy tale? That's not an easy thing. While flying around, Happy grinned and said, hee, but we can take you to see the guild. If you really decide, there may be a chance. Lucy's eyes flashed. Really? That's great. I will definitely work hard to prove myself. Natsu and Happy looked at each other and nodded, obviously satisfied with Lucy's determination. Okay, then we will go back to Magnolia now. Natsu turned and walked towards the inn in the distance. Happy flew in front to guide the direction, and Lucy followed closely. Let's go, there are many things to talk about on the way. Arriving at the inn, Natsu took Lucy to see a carriage with the fairy tale logo. The bright logo on the carriage was particularly conspicuous in the sun. The carriage looks simple and solid, with the fairy tale logo painted on the body. Full of power and glory. By the way, let me show you, this carriage is specially prepared for a wizard like me, called the dragon carriage. It won't make me carsick, I like it very much. Natsu asked Lucy to get on the carriage while stroking the body of the carriage, and it seemed that he couldn't let go of this carriage. Do you get carsick? Lucy looked at Natsu curiously. In his eyes, a wizard like Natsu shouldn't have this little problem. Well, it's the unified weakness of dragon slayer wizards, or did Hal tell me? Natsu answered Lucy's question seriously. He had a good impression of Lucy for no reason, and told her his weakness generously. Ah! Isn't this very important? It's terrible to tell others. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide from my family. Lucy's cheeks blushed and she looked at Natsu cutely. Everyone who joins the guild is my family to me, Natsu answered Lucy in a straight man's way. But I haven't joined yet. Didn't they say that the assessment is very strict? Maybe I think Lucy is a good person, and the assessment is a lie to you, hee. Hey! Too much. Lucy looked at Natsu in shock. Hey, this is Natsu. Join the guild, and I'll introduce you to the president when I go back. Natsu looked at Lucy with a smile on his face. Lucy felt Natsu's sunny smile, and a little palpitation rose in her heart. She looked at his firm eyes and warm smile, and felt an inexplicable sense of security and expectation. Thank you, Natsu. Lucy smiled slightly, with a hint of gratitude and shyness in her voice. As the carriage started and drove away from Harjan, the conversation between Natsu, Lucy, and Happy became relaxed and pleasant. Natsu and Happy introduced Lucy to the interesting things about the guild, while Lucy shared her own star magic and dreams for the future. The carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and the journey ahead was full of infinite possibilities and hope. At the same time, not far from Magnolia, Hal looked up at the starry sky and sighed softly. The stars twinkled in the night sky, as if responding to his meditation. He seemed to sense the subtle fluctuations of the intertwined fate of Natsu and Lucy in the distance, as if foreshadowing that the journey of this young man and girl was about to begin in this magical city. Put ed. Chapter 18. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is full of stars. Magnolia, Eastern Forest. As the night deepens, the starlight in the woods shines through the leaves and sprinkles on the ground, forming a starry sky like light and shadow. Hal walked alone on the quiet path, his steps light and firm. The night breeze around was blowing gently, with a little coolness, and the elemental magic cloak fluttered slightly in the wind, making a soft sound. Hal looked at the brightly lit magnolia in the distance, and felt an indescribable sense of tranquility and belonging in his heart. The journey of many days is about to end, and he is about to return to the place full of laughter and bustle, the fairy tale guild. Thinking of this, Hal's mouth corners can't help but rise slightly. Here I slightly modified the time when Lucy and Natsu returned to the guild, mainly because I found that it was all night scenes while writing == it shouldn't have much impact. At the same time, in the center of Magnolia, the carriage that Natsu and Lucy were riding in had already entered the streets of Magnolia. The prosperous urban night scene and the bustling streets made Lucy, who came here for the first time, full of novelty and excitement. She looked through the window at the bustling crowds and brightly lit streets outside, her eyes full of expectations. That's the Cathedral of Cardia. Go up along this road and you will see the guild. We're almost there, and I'll introduce you to my guild companions then. Natsu said to Lucy with a smile, his voice full of joy and sincerity. Lucy looked at Natsu's sunny smile and felt a warm excitement in her heart. She couldn't help but blush on her face, turned her head slightly, and replied. She felt that she had a love at first sight liking for this big boy, and couldn't help but scold herself for being a fool in her heart. There's a relationship. Looking at the scene in front of him, Happy rolled his tongue and teased. Shut up, dead cat. Lucy's heartbeat didn't last long before she was interrupted by Happy. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the guild, and Natsu and Happy took Lucy out of the car. Lucy looked at the huge door with the emblem of fairy tale engraved on it. She took a deep breath and felt her heartbeat speed up. At this moment, she finally stood in front of the place she had always longed for, with excitement and nervousness intertwined in her heart. "Welcome to Fairy Tale," Natsu said happily. He opened the door, and the scene of the guild rushed into Lucy's eyes in an instant. The guild hall was full of laughter and joy, and all kinds of wizards were active in it. Some were drinking and having fun, some were discussing tasks, and some were competing in magic on the training ground, which seemed extremely noisy. "This is the Wizard Guild, it's so noisy." Lucy's excitement didn't last long before she couldn't help but want to complain. She had never seen such a noisy place. Natsu led Lucy through the crowd and walked towards the bar. Behind the bar was Myra Jane, the current commissioned manager of the guild. She saw Natsu and Lucy coming and smiled gently. "Natsu, happy, you're back so soon. Did the mission go well?" Myra greeted Natsu and Happy familiarly. "Ah, that was quite smooth." Natsu, who returned to the guild, was obviously much more relaxed. He found a chair in front of Myra and sat down carelessly. "By the way, Myra, this is Lucy. She wants to join our guild," Natsu introduced loudly. Lucy was shocked by Myra in front of her. "Myra Jane, it's her. What a beautiful and gentle person." Lucy often saw Myra's beautiful photos in the weekly magazine Sarah. She was someone she liked very much. Myra Jane is not only the star wizard of the guild, but also a well-known model. Her photos and stories often appear in magazines. Myra Jane, who is now 19 years old, is undoubtedly graceful and elegant. She is completely different from the Shamit style when she was a child. She wears a simple and elegant long dress, which sets off her tall and slender figure. Although she has no gorgeous decorations on her body, she still exudes a gentle temperament. Her long silver-white hair falls on her shoulders as softly as moonlight. Her eyes are as clear as sapphires, shining with gentle and charming light. Marajana's face is soft and beautiful, and her smile is warm and full of affinity, making people feel like spring breeze. As the poster girl of the guild, Marajana's gentleness is recognized by the guild members, and everyone likes this beautiful girl in the guild. "Ah, a newcomer? There are very few newcomers so beautiful recently." Myra Jane. Turning her attention to Lucy, she couldn't help but praise her happily. Myra's catchphrase ==. "Hello, Miss Myra Jane, I'm Lucy, I use celestial magic, and my favorite things are books and magic." Looking at Myra in front of her, Lucy was obviously a little nervous, and her voice trembled slightly. Myra nodded slightly and smiled gently. "Welcome, Lucy. Celestial magic is a very unique magic, and few people can master it. Just call me Myra." Just then, a naked man wearing only underwear and a bracelet on his right hand appeared next to Myra and Lucy. He slapped Natsu, who was watching the show, and shouted, "You stinky, you stole my mission, right? I told Myra this morning that I would go to Harjan to do the mission and buy some things by the way. You tore up the mission and ran away when I turned my head. You kid, you must have done it on purpose, right?" Gray angrily pushed Natsu's face and fought with Natsu. "Who cares about you? If you want to do the mission, do it quickly. You are dawdling there, you pervert." Then the two began to curse at each other at a very low level, punching and kicking each other without mercy. Allah Allah. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, Myra couldn't help but look at the two gently. "What's going on? He's obviously two different people outside." Lucy complained in complete incomprehension. In Lucy's eyes, Natsu is obviously a mature and stable boy. But he became barbaric and aggressive after entering the guild, which made her filter slowly disappear. "Hey, this is Natsu. He is completely two different people when he goes to work alone and when he returns to the guild," Happy explained to Lucy while eating fish. "Maybe he was disciplined by Hal. Since he took on several missions with Hal, that guy has been strictly controlled." Kana also appeared beside Lucy. "Hello, Lucy Kana extended her hand to Lucy and introduced herself. Hal. Lucy briefly introduced herself to Kana and asked curiously. One of the strongest candidates of fairy tale, the outside world seems to only know his title, and few people know his name. Kana carefully explained to Lucy. The legendary nature controller, it turns out that his name is Hal. Lucy finally understood who he was talking about. Hal's title in the outside world is well known, but his name is always hidden. But it's so strange, such a powerful wizard, why is his name not known to the public? Lucy expressed her doubts to Myra. That's because the council is afraid that our fairy tale's reputation is too big. A voice came from above. Lucy looked up and saw a short old man slowly walking down from the second floor of the guild. He was wearing a funny pajamas with stars and moons printed on it, and a pair of soft slippers on his feet. His white hair was messy and his beard was fluffy. Although he looked a little funny, his bright eyes flashed with wisdom, as if he could see through people's hearts. Ah, President, you want to rest, why are you down? Myra looked at the president with a smile on her face. This person is Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale. Lucy was surprised. She didn't expect the president of the guild to be such a short old man. The old man jumped down the last step lightly and landed steadily on the ground. He walked towards Lucy and said with a smile, "Welcome to Fairy Tale, I am Makarov Dolia, the president of the guild." His words were gentle and full of majesty, and Lucy instantly realized that the old man in front of her was the leader of the guild. Makarov continued, "There are many excellent wizards in our guild, but we do not pursue fame. We only hope that every member can live and grow happily. Misunderstandings from the council and the outside world are inevitable, but we don't care about them. We exist for each other's bonds and dreams." His eyes looked at Lucy gently, as if welcoming her to join this big family. Lucy looked at the president in front of her, feeling both respect and peace of mind. She nodded, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes. President Makarov smiled slightly, nodded, and took out a small seal and a bottle of special ink from his pocket. He gently dipped the seal in magic ink and turned to Lucy. "Well, now I officially welcome you to become a member of Fairy Tale. Where do you want to put the seal?" Makarov looked at Lucy and said. "On the back of my right hand, I want to see it all the time." "Okay." Makarov raised Lucy's right hand, and saw a golden magic circle appear, and the pink seal was firmly pressed on the back of her hand. Lucy looked at her hand. The emblem on her back, her eyes were full of excitement and emotion. She gently stroked the emblem, feeling a warm power from the guild as if it was transmitted to her heart. "From now on, you are one of us," President Makarov said with a smile, his voice full of love and care. "No matter what happens, we will be here to support you. Welcome to join this big family." Lucy took a deep breath and nodded, "Thank you, President." Her voice was full of determination and gratitude, and her eyes were even a little wet. After running away from home, she went to so many places, and for the first time she felt the warmth of home. Lucy was very happy. At this moment, the door was pushed open again, and a tall and familiar figure walked in with a staff in hand. It was Hal. He had ended his journey and returned to the guild. He smiled and looked at the lively scene in the hall, and then his eyes fell on Lucy next to the president. "Is it a newcomer?" Hal walked up and looked at Lucy in a friendly manner. His voice was gentle and full of magnetism, giving people a sense of stability. "Welcome back, Hal. This is Lucy, she just joined us," Myra introduced. Hal nodded and stretched out his hand. "Welcome, Lucy. I am Hal, and we will be partners in the future." The moment Hal saw Lucy, he remembered his identity as a girl, and couldn't help but want to chat with Lucy happily. But he still turned his eyes and looked at the short old man next to him. "President, I'm back. This mission has ended perfectly. I hope those people in the council can abide by the agreement." "Welcome back, Hal. Don't go far this time. stay at home with your family." Makarov's eyes were full of kindness and relief, once the little boy has become the pillar of the guild. After briefly reporting the mission to the president, Hal turned to the people in the guild hall. He saw Natsu excitedly discussing the new member Lucy with Myra, and Kana sitting on a high stool next to the bar, holding a bottle of wine in her hand and smiling. Gray was not far away, and seemed to have just finished a friendly competition with a companion, with some bruises on his body. Hal walked towards them with a smile and greeted them in a gentle voice, "Hey, everyone, I'm back." Natsu was the first to notice Hal and waved excitedly, "Hal! You're back! How was the mission this time?" "It ended smoothly, everything went according to plan." Hal nodded in response, and then turned his eyes to Kana. "Kana, still like to observe everyone while drinking?" Kana smiled and raised the bottle in her hand to indicate, "You know, Hal, this is my way to relax." Gray also came over with a smile on his face, "Welcome back, Hal. Natsu has caused us a lot of trouble during your absence." "Hey, Gray. Don't talk nonsense." Natsu immediately protested dissatisfiedly. Hal chuckled, "It seems that I missed some interesting things, and Natsu has become calm. I heard rumors about you outside. You did a good job." He patted Natsu on the shoulder, then looked at his friends around him and felt a familiar and warm atmosphere. After saying hello, Hal walked upstairs. He turned around and waved to everyone, "I'll go upstairs to sort out the information of the task first, and come to me if you have anything." After Hal went upstairs, President Makarov was also ready to leave the hall. He smiled and looked at the people downstairs, and said gently, "Okay, everyone continue to have fun, and I should go to rest." As he turned around and prepared to go upstairs, Lucy followed him with her eyes. President Makarov slowly stepped onto the stairs. Although his steps were slow, each step seemed steady and powerful. His figure gradually disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Lucy looked at his departing back and thought sharply in her heart. The president came downstairs to see Hal, right? Lucy whispered to herself, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Ah, Lucy, you guessed it right," Myra chuckled and said softly. "The president has been worried about Hal these days. After all, he has been away for half a year this time." There was a hint of relief and comfort in her tone. Lucy widened her eyes in surprise when she heard this. "Half a year?" she murmured, not expecting Hal to be away for so long. She became more curious about this Hal, and at the same time she felt the deep emotional bond between the president and the guild members. Myra looked at Lucy, with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Yes, Hal's missions have always been special and dangerous. Although the president looks relaxed on the surface, he is actually always thinking about him." Smiling, he continued, "But now he's back, everything is fine." Lucy nodded, and seeing Myra's smile, she also smiled. She gradually felt a sense of belonging in her heart. This guild was not just a place where powerful wizards gathered, but also a big family full of care and warmth. Chapter 19. The two of them were very happy. It has been half a month since Lucy came to the guild. During this period, Lucy and Natsu Happy teamed up to go on many adventures together, and got a clearer understanding of the unique personality of this big boy. She gradually got used to Natsu's rough nerves and occasional unconventional behavior. In addition to the adventures with Natsu, Lucy also rented a house in Magnolia for 70,000 yuan a month, which is quite cheap in the rental market of Magnolia. Lucy was very happy about this because it provided her with a comfortable place to stay. Except that occasionally Natsu would jump up to the second-floor window and come to her room without saying hello. It seems that Natsu is a rough-nerved idiot except for doing tasks. Lucy couldn't help blushing and thinking, "How can you come to a girl's room so casually?" Lucy's voice was clear at first and then became faint. Early that morning, Lucy got up and stretched, brushing her teeth with sleepy eyes. After washing up, she suddenly saw Natsu and Happy playing chess in the living room. "Lucy, you got up so late. Natsu raised his head leisurely and greeted her in a familiar tone. Hey, lazy cat. Lucy Happy also raised his paw to greet Lucy. Shut up, dead cat. And Natsu. Why are you in my house so early in the morning? Lucy couldn't help but feel a little angry, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She had just woken up and was not fully awake yet, but she was caught off guard by this sudden scene. Natsu shrugged nonchalantly, there's nothing to do. There's nothing fun in your room, and the last novel is gone. Happy and I are so bored. Natsu's tone was full of helplessness. Don't mention the novel. Lucy blushed. She had a dream of becoming a novelist. She usually wrote a lot of her favorite plots, but she didn't expect last time she was discovered by Natsu, and now she feels embarrassed and annoyed when she thinks about it. Okay, Lucy, let's go to the guild for breakfast. I feel like there will be something interesting today. Natsu waved his hand carelessly. He and Happy basically went to the guild for breakfast every day. Now that Lucy is a dining partner, it's even better. She goes to the guild with her every day. Lucy looked at Natsu and Happy, with a little dissatisfaction on her face, puffed up, very cute, but still infected by their enthusiasm, and finally nodded, okay, let's go to the guild. Just then, Happy suddenly raised his paw and pointed at Lucy with a smirk. Wait, Lucy, are you going to the guild in this outfit? Lucy is so bold. Lucy realized that she was talking to Natsu and Happy in her underwear. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. She turned around and ran to the bedroom to change clothes. However, she suddenly remembered that her room did not have a door or wall between the bedroom and the living room, so she stopped. She turned around and shouted angrily, "You two, get out of here!" Natsu and Happy were startled by the sudden roar and looked at each other. Natsu pointed at the scarf around his neck mischievously and pretended to be innocent. Lucy, don't be angry, we didn't see anything. You wore it around your neck. Oh, weird, I clearly remember that I wore it around my eyes. Stupid Natsu, get out. Lucy blushed and obviously didn't want to pay attention to Natsu, the idiot. Happy covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing, and patted Natsu's shoulder. Hurry up, puff, let's go out and wait for her. The door closed quickly, and the laughter of Natsu and Happy rang out outside. Lucy heard their laughter, and although she was a little angry, she also felt a little helpless. She quickly went back to the bedroom to change her clothes, and then walked out of the room again. Natsu and Happy were waiting for her downstairs. Okay, let's go. Natsu looked at Lucy and said with a smile. Lucy was angry and didn't respond to him. The blush on her face had not completely faded. Really, Lucy, don't be angry, I'll treat you today. Natsu continued to greet with a smile. I want to eat the guild's unique strawberry cake. But that's expensive, Natsu couldn't help but yelled. Hey, I don't care, let's go, I'm hungry. So, Lucy took the initiative to walk in front of Natsu and Happy, and her steps became noticeably lighter. Natsu and Happy looked at each other, then laughed and hurried to catch up with Lucy. Then, the two and the cat walked happily towards the direction of the guild. Mag. The morning sunshine of Noria shone on them, adding a bit of joy to their day. In the guild, Hal was bored on the second floor. He had been back to the guild for half a month. Every day, he would lie down at home or on the second floor of the guild. Occasionally, he would drink with Kana, or watch Natsu, Lucy, and Happy quarreling. Really, how come the atmosphere in the guild has become sour and sweet? Hal was a little uncomfortable. Although Natsu's magic power has become stronger and his personality has become more stable under his devilish training, he didn't want to date Lucy as soon as he met her. Hal couldn't understand why his younger brothers around him had girlfriends, but he was still alone in this world. Speaking of which, Hal had never thought about dating people when he came to this world. He thought more about getting stronger, or helping the guild to become better. In recent years, even Kana has teamed up with Loki, and has dated several boyfriends at other times. What should I do? Hal began to worry. He and Gray and Kana's team had not been on missions together 3 years ago. The reason was simple. With Hal, the missions became too easy. Gray and Kana were embarrassed to go on missions with Hal later, so their first team was disbanded. I feel so sad. My recent strength improvement is getting less and less obvious. I need to fight. But I still want a relationship. Thinking about it, Hal began to roll around in Hal's room on the second floor of the guild. Ah, Hal, am I here at the wrong time? Suddenly, Myra stood at the door of Hal's room. At this time, Hal stopped moving instantly, his hands and feet became stiff, and he turned his head and looked at the door woodenly. Myra! Why did you come up suddenly? Hal was embarrassed to death. The reason why he was so relaxed was because there was no one else on the second floor except him. Laxus, Miston, and Urza were all out on a mission. The guild leader usually drank downstairs. Myra was usually busy at the guild bar. She had no time to come up, and no reason to come up. I came up to call you. Urza is back. She is teaming up with Gray, Natsu, and Lucy to go on a mission. I am a little worried, so I asked you to accompany them. Anyway, you are bored recently, aren't you? Myra walked into the room with a gentle smile on her lips, her eyes full of concern, and a hint of evil. Hal was stunned for a moment, then stood up pretending to be calm. Is that so? That's really interesting. Urza, Natsu and Gray, what an interesting combination, and then ran down the second floor like escaping. In Hal's room, Myra couldn't hold back a smile on her lips. She had never seen Hal in such a shameful posture. Fortunately you came up. This little discovery made Myra very happy. She was very interested in Hal's appearance just now, as if she had found a treasure. Since Lisena's death, Myra has been hiding her negative emotions and pressure from everyone. She helps her companions with tasks, cooks, and chats with them every day to enrich herself. But every time Hal comes to her, Myra feels a sense of pressure, afraid that he will see through her disguise. Whether it is when Hal first came to the guild to help her overcome psychological barriers, or when Hal is in front of everyone in the guild, he is a very majestic and calm image. He is the object of everyone's yearning in the guild. Today, she actually eavesdropped at the door for a long time before coming in to let Hal find her. When she saw Hal's embarrassing appearance, she couldn't help but feel an incomparable intimacy, because she was the same. I caught Hal's little secret, Myra couldn't help but clenched her fists happily and said darkly. Myra stood at the door of the room with a smile, with a gentle care in her eyes. Her feelings for Hal are complex and deep, not only for his personal appreciation, but also for the precious comfort and understanding he brought to her. Whether it was when he helped her overcome her psychological barriers to the devil's hand when she just joined the guild, or the powerful and majestic look that gave people peace of mind in the guild on weekdays, Myra felt a different emotion in her heart. Hal, you are really special, the girl whispered lightly, walked down the second floor briskly, returned to the bar, and looked secretly in Hal's direction. At this time, Hal sighed. I heard from Myra that you are going to team up together for a mission. It's really rare. How about taking me with you? I have nothing to do since I came back for so long. Hal smiled at Urza and Natsu and the others. Okay, I'm very happy that you can come, Hal. Urza first showed a look of surprise, then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she agreed to Hal. Gray, we are teaming up again. This time you can't use the previous excuse to run away again. Hal then looked at Gray. Teasing cordially, but looking at him seriously. In fact, Hal understood that Gray said before that he was afraid that Hal would delay his work, but in fact, he was more thinking that it was his weak strength that dragged Hal down. Seeing Hal say this, Gray couldn't help but be moved. Ah, I couldn't ask for it. I have become stronger now. Gray said with a smile, looking at Hal. Okay, let's start our cooperation after a long time. Hal walked forward and put his arm around Gray's shoulders and said. At this time, everyone in the guild hall gradually noticed the situation here. They saw Hal, Urza, Gray and Natsu Lucy gathered together, and they were shocked and excited. Wow, look at this lineup. Someone whispered in surprise, these 4 people are on a mission together, it's amazing. I didn't expect Hal and Urza to team up. This team is definitely the strongest in fairy tale. Another person added excitedly, with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Gray and Natsu, plus Hal and Urza, can really be said to be the strongest team of fairy tale, Myra exclaimed with Lucy on the side. That's too much, they didn't even count me. At this time, Happy was floating in the air with tears. The strongest team? Then wouldn't I be a drag if I went there? Lucy realized what happened this time. She had just joined the guild for less than a month, and she inexplicably became a member of the strongest team. It's okay, Lucy. I heard rumors about you on the way back. I heard that you killed the vicious monster Vulcan with 1 punch. You are very strong, so don't be modest, Urza said matter-of-factly. Where did this weird rumor come from? Lucy complained silently in tears in her heart. Lucy couldn't help but look at Natsu for help, but unfortunately Natsu was transformed into Happy number 2 at this moment and had no time to take care of her. Hey! Natsu couldn't protect himself at the moment. He was afraid of 3 people in the guild, Urza, the president and Hal. He didn't expect that 2 of the 3 would come together to form a team. In this way, the group set off, and their target was Audiobookseries. Chapter 20. On the train, Hal and Urza were discussing the details of the mission. Natsu, Lucy, and Urza were sitting on one side, and opposite them were Gray and Hal. So the target is the Iron Forest and Allegory, right? And that's Zeref's demon lullaby. Hal understood the situation of this mission after Urza's announcement, and had an idea in his mind. I guess I don't need to do anything for this mission. Allegory sounds like a random wizard. Actually, I feel that the most important issue of this mission is not this. Hal looked at the opposite side. At this time, Natsu was in the Schrödinger state of vomiting. Lucy was very scared and tried her best to hypnotize Natsu. Natsu, hold on, don't vomit, please, Lucy cried in fear. At this time, Natsu leaned on Lucy's shoulder, his eyes were pale and his body was weak. Lucy had heard Natsu say that motion sickness was his weakness before, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Looking at Natsu leaning on her side, she couldn't help crying. At this time, Urza spoke. This guy is really as unreasonable as before. There was a little pampering in her eyes. She hugged Natsu in her arms, and then punched Natsu in the abdomen at a lightning speed. Natsu fainted instantly, and for Natsu's health, Urza let Natsu lie on her legs, and Lucy was driven to the opposite side of Hal Gray. Looking at the fainted Natsu and Lucy, who was madly trying to complain, Hal spoke after a long pause. You two are really close. Hey, is this a question of close relationship? There must be something wrong. Lucy complained madly in her heart. But not long after, Lucy saw Natsu lying on Urza's lap, and then looked at her fist, thinking. Hal noticed Lucy's eyes and movements, and couldn't help sweating. Girl, what do you want to do ? The train rushed all the way to Audiobookseries. It is worth mentioning that Hal was sitting on his light magic during the period. This was a trick Hal developed by himself. After all, he is also a dragon slayer. But unfortunately, this trick requires very high light magic skills, and stupid Natsu can't learn it. Light magic is really awesome. He can even transform himself into clothes, etc., and it was the president who taught him, so Hal is now wearing casual clothes, as if he regarded this mission as a group tour. Don't be so leisurely, Hal, lullaby is a curse-type magic, it's hard to defend against, we have to be vigilant next. Soon, the train stopped at the station, and Urza reminded Hal out loud. At this time, Natsu was still in a state of fainting. Hal thought about it and took the initiative to use magic to take Natsu away with sand. Really, it's still as outrageous as before. Obviously he was knocked unconscious == Lucy still wanted to complain. Wait, Urza, don't get off the train yet, I saw the Iron Forest Guild you mentioned. Hal suddenly saw someone watching him next to him in the interval of releasing magic. He couldn't help but pay attention to it and saw the emblem of the Iron Forest. At the same time, he whispered to Urza. Hey? What's wrong? Lucy was a little confused. Didn't they arrive at the station? Why didn't the two get off the train? Urza. Gray also looked at Urza strangely. Are you sure? Trust me, things have become simple, but they seem to have accomplices. Don't worry, it seems that their destination is other cities. Hal was communicating with Urza through telepathy. Okay, I know, explain it to Gray and Lucy. Oh, and there is also Harpy. So the group suddenly sat down and communicated face to face through telepathy. Great, what kind of magic is this? We can communicate in our hearts. It's just a kind of telepathy, a small magic. Valian from our guild is the real master. They are in the last row of seats. I just confirmed their emblems with magic. Hal first answered Lucy's question, and then informed the location of the group of people from the Iron Forest Guild. Don't be careless, Gray, after all, they are also a dark guild with a lot of people. Besides, their guild's ace, Allegory, is also an S-class wizard. Take it seriously. Allegory has not been found yet. Let's wait and see. Gray nodded to show his understanding. In this way, the group did not get off until they reached Kobo station. Hal dragged Natsu along, and the group chatted and laughed, pretending not to notice. People from the Dark Guild. Just as they were about to leave the station, an accident happened. A man holding what looked like a death scythe suddenly appeared in front of Hal and the others. Just as Hal and the others were about to leave the station, a man holding a death scythe suddenly appeared in front of them. Rats from the Light Guild, do you really think that this death god, Allegory, hasn't discovered you? Die here. Allegory laughed wildly, and violent wind magic flew. He floated in the air, put his hands together, and released a green magic circle. The next second, a typhoon-like whirlwind hit Hal and the others. The strong wind pressure made the surrounding air vibrate violently, and the gravel and dust on the ground were swept into the air, forming a violent whirlwind impact. Everyone be careful. Urza reacted immediately, quickly summoned a giant shield to block in front, and tried her best to resist the oncoming wind pressure. But the power of the whirlwind was too strong, and the shield kept making a creaking sound, as if it could break at any time. I have arranged the time here so that Urza does not have time to summon the diamond armor. Gray quickly formed a seal and placed his hands on the ground. The ice wall quickly rose from the ground, trying to slow down the impact of the whirlwind. However, Allegory's wind magic power was far beyond expectations, and the ice wall gradually collapsed under the strong wind pressure. This guy's wind magic is really not covered. Hal analyzed calmly. He put his hands together, and the air around him began to emit a subtle humming sound. As his hands separated, the golden magic circle appeared in front of everyone, and a strong light burst out from his palm, forming a huge light shield. The light shield blocked the whirlwind, and the light and wind clashed fiercely in the air, making a harsh humming sound. What a troublesome guy! Seeing this, Allegory put his hands together again, and the power of the whirlwind increased again, as if to completely swallow Hal and others. Urza's face darkened, the giant sword in her hand shone with cold light, and she shouted, Natsu, Gray, prepare to fight back. Natsu struggled to get up from Lucy's legs. Although he had not fully recovered from motion sickness, the flames of fighting had already ignited in his eyes. Lucy is so fast. Hal watched the scene behind him with his peripheral vision. Roar! The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu took a breath suddenly, and a hot flame spurted out of his mouth and rushed straight to Eligary. Gray was not to be outdone, and his hands quickly formed seals, ice make. Hammer. The cold ice hammer was released from his hands and rushed straight to Eligary. The power of fire and ice mixed together, attacking Eligary's whirlwind. Hal strengthened the defense of the light shield on the side to ensure that his companions were not hurt. Eligary's face changed slightly, obviously he did not expect the opponent's counterattack to be so fast and powerful. He waved his hands violently, and the whirlwind suddenly intensified, trying to swallow up the attacks of Natsu and Gray together. However, Natsu's flames and Gray's hammer met in mid-air, forming a strong energy wave that hit the whirlwind fiercely. How is it possible? How can ice magic and fire magic merge into one attack? Eligary looked incredulous. Eliger. You underestimate us. Urza swung the giant sword in her hand suddenly, and a huge sword energy slashed towards Eligary. The sword energy cut through the sky, and with an extremely sharp momentum, it went straight to Eligary. Damn guys! Eligary was forced to retreat, and the whirlwind gradually weakened. A trace of vicious light flashed in his eyes. You are lucky this time, Kageyama, hold them back, don't forget our plan. The whirlwind dissipated, and Eligary's figure gradually disappeared in the distant sky. Hal and others looked at the gradually calming scene and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this mission will not be so simple. Hal muttered, looking into the distance with a firm gaze, as if he had sensed the next change. Hey, so many people, are these all the members of the Iron Forest? Lucy looked around nervously. She had just joined the guild not long ago and saw the siege of the entire Dark Guild. Although Eligoer's figure disappeared, his departure did not make the situation easier. Members of the Iron Forest Guild came from all directions like a tide, with a number of hundreds. The members of the Dark Guild all had fierce eyes, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, full of hostility. At this moment, standing in front was Kageyama, using chilling shadow magic, ready to fight. Hal walked in the front, with sharp eyes and hands holding the staff tightly. Urza changed into the Heaven Wheel armor, unsheathed her two swords, and set up dozens of sharp swords around her body, ready to meet the enemy. Gray gathered the power of ice magic, and Lucy held the celestial key tightly, ready to summon the celestial spirit. Spirits to help in the battle. Natsu was full of fighting spirit, and flames ignited from his fists. Step forward, Iron Forest Guild, let you see the power of fairy tale. Hal only conjured a staff, and his tone was relaxed, as if he didn't take them seriously. Kageyama sneered, waved his hands, and the black shadow spread on the ground like a living thing, quickly attacking Hal and others. It's just a flying insect. Be careful of his shadow magic, it can disappear out of thin air. Hal reminded loudly, and he instantly released a light barrier to block Kageyama's attack. Kageyama's shadow hit the light barrier and made a hissing sound, as if it was burned. He snorted coldly, and the shadow quickly retreated, and then his figure disappeared into the darkness like a ghost. Seeing this scene, the members of the entire Iron Forest Guild stepped forward together, folded their hands, and the energy of dark magic spread in the air. Attack! With an order, countless magic burst out at the same time. The entire venue was instantly enveloped by various magical lights, and flames, ice cones, dark energy balls, lightning, wind blades, and earth spikes rushed towards Hal and others like a tide. The air was filled with strong magical energy, and violent elemental forces were raging in every corner. Everyone be careful! Hal reminded loudly, and the light of light magic flashed in his hands, and continued to release a huge light barrier to block the front of the team. Change clothes! Heavenly Wheel armor! Urza shouted loudly, and her body instantly changed into Heavenly Wheel armor. What a fast change speed! Urza has become stronger again. Hal, who was observing the battle from behind, couldn't help but exclaimed. She waved her hands, and magic swords fell from the sky, accurately shooting at the members of the Iron Forest Guild. "Natsu, Gray, Lucy, let's go together," Urza commanded, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Natsu was behind her, and immediately ignited a blazing flame, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He suddenly jumped up, his fists burning with flames, and slammed into a group of dark magicians. The flames burst, bringing with them a blazing shock wave, knocking them away. "You bastards, taste my flames!" Natsu roared, his flames became stronger and stronger, as if he was going to ignite the entire battlefield. Gray quickly formed a seal, and ice magic condensed around him, ice shape. Ice hammer. A huge ice hammer formed in his hand in an instant, and smashed hard into the enemy's dense area, destroying the enemy's formation. Ice shape. Ice pillar. Gray continued to cast magic, and several ice pillars quickly rose from the ground, blocking the enemy in a small space, making them unable to move. Ice shape. Ice spear. The ice magic in Gray's hand quickly transformed into a spear, accurately stabbing the enemy's vital points, knocking them down one by one. On the other side, Lucy held up the celestial key and summoned a powerful celestial. "Open it, Taurus." Talos. Taurus Talos appeared on the battlefield, swung the giant axe in his hand, smashed it to the ground, and turned it into a shock wave, chopping the enemy to pieces. Urza's magic sword, Natsu's fire dragon power, Gray's ice shape magic, and Lucy's celestial spirits helped in the battle. The four of them cooperated tacitly and knocked down the members of the Iron Forest Guild one by one. The entire battlefield was shrouded in flames, frost, light, and the power of the celestial spirits, like a magical feast. Hal also caught the little pickled vegetable Kageyama while supervising the battle in the rear. As the last member of the Iron Forest Guild was knocked down, the battlefield finally quieted down. Lucy and others stood in the center of the battlefield, panting, their eyes full of the joy of victory. "Well done, everyone." Hal finally spoke. Although he did not take much action, he had been observing the situation to ensure the smooth progress of the battle. "It's a mission for the strongest team. It's thrilling and exciting." Lucy wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile. Lucy had never thought about being besieged by 100 dark wizards before. This time she really tried super hard. At this moment, her magic power has been exhausted. However, Eligary is gone. We don't know where he went yet. Urza changed into a regular knight armor, looking at ease, and asked the key question at the moment. Hal answered Urza's question with a firm look. "In this city, and the direction he left, it should be the direction where the old men had a meeting." Urza frowned. "The guild presidents? But why? It is likely that they want to use Lullaby there." Hal's tone was full of certainty. Gray and Natsu looked at Hal in shock after hearing this. "What? Wouldn't it be bad to let him run away?" "There is only this possibility." Hal nodded to confirm. "What are you waiting for? We can't let him succeed," Natsu said anxiously, his fist already burning with flames. "Don't worry, since I know this, I can't let him succeed." Hal stopped the anxious Gray and Natsu. He had a plan in mind. Hal's magic power rioted, and the elemental robe appeared on his body, emitting a strong light. "Tree magic, vines rise," Hal whispered, and saw a huge green magic circle appear on the ground, and huge vines grew rapidly from the magic circle. These vines hovered flexibly, lifting Hal, Urza, Gray, Natsu and Habit, and rushed quickly towards Eligary like a huge magic elevator. "Ah!" The voices of 5 people and 1 cat sounded, and then rushed to the sky. The vines moved rapidly in the air, and the wind whistled past their ears. Urza, Gray and Natsu Lucy Habit tightly grasped the vines. At this time, Lucy stood on the vines nervously, her eyes full of amazement. "Wow, is this Hal's tree magic?" Lucy exclaimed, her eyes wide open. She had never seen such a unique magic, and the scene of the vines dancing in the air shocked her. This is Hal's magic, the magic of controlling nature, Urza explained to Lucy. No matter how many times I see it, it's really amazing, Gray also echoed. Ha 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 ha, I like Hal's magic and I won't get dizzy, go ahead. Natsu seemed very excited, and he didn't feel any discomfort under such a rapid movement. The vines in the air were moving rapidly, like a long green dragon shuttling between the blue sky and white clouds. The vines continued to stretch in the air, and as Hal's magic power continued to grow, they became larger and stronger. They hovered and intertwined in the air, like a vivid green painting, bringing people an unprecedented visual impact. The citizens on the ground were attracted by this spectacular scene, and they stopped and looked up. The pedestrians on the street were full of curiosity and amazement. The children's eyes were shining and they cried out in surprise. Look, what is that? A little girl pulled her mother's hand and pointed at the vines in the air, her voice full of surprise. Wow, big green vines! They are flying! Another boy shouted excitedly, looking up and staring at the long green dragon flying in the air. On Hal's side, Hal had successfully caught up with Eligary. Okay, everyone is ready, we are almost at Eligary's position. Hal's voice was majestic and firm, and he could not forgive the behavior of attacking the president grandfather. Chapter 21. The wind whistled in their faces. Haru led the vines to fly quickly in the air, and the surrounding wind whistled in their faces. Urza, Gray, Natsu, Lucy and Happy held on to the vines tightly. As their flying speed continued to increase, Eligary's figure gradually appeared in the distance. Haru took Urza, Gray, Natsu, Lucy and Happy to catch up with Eligary. The 5 people and the cat landed and faced this violent wind wizard. Eligary floated in the air, surrounded by a fierce whirlwind, and the raging wind blew the surrounding trees and the ground. Eligary seemed to feel some kind of uneasiness, and a trace of shock and panic appeared on his face. He obviously didn't expect Hal and others to catch up so quickly. How is it possible? Someone can catch up with me. A trace of uneasiness flashed in Eligary's eyes, and he hurriedly took a defensive posture to prepare for the upcoming battle. Hal looked at Eligary and silently calculated the strategy of the battle in his heart. He knew that the enemy this time was not as easy to deal with as in the anime. The powerful wind magic could bounce off most of the attacks of Natsu and others, and the ability to fly freely in the air was very tricky. Haha, it seems that you are really bold and dare to chase here. Eligary regained his composure at this time, and his hands quickly formed a magic circle, ready to release his wind magic. This place is not far from the house where the guild presidents are meeting. Hal looked at Eligary in front of him and realized that he had to fight quickly. Hal waved his hands, and the green magic circle appeared, and a huge vine bound Eligary. Eligary roared, waved his hands violently, and a green magic circle appeared, and violent wind burst out from him. Storm coat. The violent storm burst out from his body, forming a huge storm coat, which wrapped him from the inside out. Then, a huge tornado formed instantly and expanded rapidly, completely blocking the vision of Hal, Urza, Gray and Natsu. Oh no, he wants to run. Hal understood Eligary's intention in an instant, and then golden light appeared in the tornado, and a golden giant sword cut through the tornado from the inside out. Eligar! Don't try to run, Natsu roared and rushed out of the remaining whirlwind, and then looked towards the center of the city. No way, he wants to use lullaby in the city. Urza seemed to think of something and shouted anxiously. Hal didn't expect Eligary to be so decisive. This was different from his memory. When he saw Eligary's appearance and his name, he had already recalled the strength of this wizard in his mind. He was definitely not strong. At least in the early stage, Naz could burst out to solve it, but now he began to doubt his memory. Eligary in front of him definitely had the strength of a high-level S-class wizard. He broke free from Hal's restraints with just a short burst of strength. Catch up with him, and never let him blow the flute. Hal's heavy voice sounded, he knew he would pay the price for his negligence. Eligary flew in the city, his goal was the meeting place of the guild presidents, and he had to use lullaby before they arrived. "Don't try to escape, we won't let you succeed." Hal's voice sounded behind Eligary, and they were already close. Eligary looked back, with a fierce smile on his face. "Is it too late? You can never stop me." Eligary was suspended in the air, laughing wildly and looking down at Hal and others below. The violent wind magic was released from him, stirring up gusts of wind, destroying the surrounding buildings to pieces. The towering bell tower and solid stone buildings were crumbling in the storm, and broken tiles and bricks were flying like raindrops. "Ha ha ha! You can't stop my power at all." Eligary laughed arrogantly, his hands dancing quickly, releasing more tornado-like wind magic. "How can it create a feeling of fighting a boss? What happened to this world? Why is it completely different from the plot in my memory? Is this also a butterfly effect?" Hal looked at Eligary in front of him, and his heart became more and more puzzled. Eligary's magic seemed to be stronger. A tornado flew out of Eligary's hand and rushed directly to the city streets below. Wherever the tornado passed, shops were blown to pieces. The streets were overturned, the carriages were swept into the sky, and the citizens screamed and fled in the storm. The whole city seemed to be caught in a doomsday catastrophe. "If this goes on, the whole city will be destroyed." Urza gritted her teeth, her eyes full of determination. Her armor made a harsh metallic sound in the storm, but she still did not flinch. "We must stop him," Gray said calmly, and the ice-shape magic quickly condensed in his hands. Hal quickly summoned a large number of giant trees to try to heal the citizens. This was the embodiment of his life force, which was far higher than the ordinary tree magic itself. "Since we have come to the city, there is no way. Try to get rid of him with the least damage." Hal's voice was firm, and he quickly decided to take action. After confirming that there were no ordinary people within a few hundred meters around, Hal's magic power burst out again, and he waved his hands, and the ground under his feet began to shake violently. The earth magic was brought to the extreme by him, and the surrounding crust began to rise. With Hal's control, from the sky, a huge platform rose from the ground, lifting the area where Eligary and Hal and others were high into the air. Eligary looked at the rapidly rising ground under his feet in astonishment, and couldn't help showing a trace of horror. Hal's magic power was too strong, and he had never seen such an amazing crustal lifting. He wanted to fly away immediately, but the speed of the crust lifting was getting faster and faster, and he was hit hard on the ground. "This is your doomsday, Eligary. Such crazy destruction in the city is no different from a demon," Hal said coldly, and the vines emerged from the ground again, quickly entangled Eligary's body, restricting his movements. Eligary struggled frantically, trying to blow away the vines with wind magic, but this time Hal's vines were extremely tough and bound him tightly. As Hal waved his hand, the earth platform continued to rise, and soon lifted Eligary and Hal and others to a height of hundreds of meters. A trace of fear flashed across Eligary's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He looked at Hal with gritted teeth, and suddenly released a strong gust of wind, trying to tear the vines apart. At this time, Urza, Gray, and Natsu quickly ran to Hal, skillfully formed a formation, and waited for Eligary. "Since you want to die so much, then go and die." The black magic power on Eligary's body appeared, his magic power was further enhanced, and the vine's restraints disappeared again. "What is this?" This time, Hal finally saw the truth of Eligary's strength. It was lullaby. At this time, Eligary, who was strengthened by lullaby's magic again, had red eyes and his expression was twisted uncontrollably, as if he was about to lose his mind. Eligary was suspended in the air, dancing with his hands, releasing a strong wind magic, Emerald Swift Strike. His hands quickly formed a huge whirlwind in the air, and the center of the whirlwind was a bright emerald green light, like a huge eye of a storm. The power of the whirlwind almost tore the surrounding air apart. The powerful storm tore apart almost all the buildings and rolled up the gravel and dust on the ground. The power of this storm is so great that it can smash everything within hundreds of meters in front, including the huge buildings in the city and the rocks on the ground. Go to hell! Eligary shouted madly. The powerful storm came out of his hands and rushed straight towards Natsu, Gray, and Urza. The storm was like a violent beast, destroying everything in its path. Just as Hal was about to make a move, he suddenly saw Natsu's magic power rising wildly. What's the matter? You also have lullaby. Hal's eyebrows fluttered, realizing that things were not simple. At this time, Natsu was furious, with flames flashing in his eyes, and his angry emotions turned into magic to continuously raise Natsu's power. The flames in his hands condensed into a huge fireball, and the surface of the fireball burned with blazing flames. Natsu roared, "Fire Dragon's brilliant flame, burn for me!" The fireball rushed out suddenly, facing Eligary's storm. The hot flames collided with the storm, making a violent explosion. The energy of the flames and the power of the storm stirred each other, generating a huge shock wave. Blocked? How is it possible? This is almost the magic power of the Holy Ten. As the strongest candidate of the guild, Hal understood the terrifying magic power of Eligary at this time. He seemed to underestimate Ziref's demon, who could raise such a huge magic power out of thin air. Gray on the other side was not to be outdone. He quickly activated the Ice Make Cannon. A huge cold magic shock was emitted from his hand and shot towards Eligary's storm. The huge cold shock. The shock wave collided with the storm, forming a huge ice and snowstorm area, and the surrounding air was frozen into ice crystals. The cold magic collided violently with part of the storm of Eligary, producing an even more violent shock wave. Lucy stood aside, and the scene in front of her was as shocking as the end of the world. The powerful magic impact destroyed the city and the surrounding environment. Flames and frost intertwined in the air, and the power of the storm swept everything, and buildings and trees were razed to the ground. Such a scene made her legs and feet weak, and her heart was full of shock and awe. She had never seen such a fierce magic impact, let alone experienced such a shocking battle scene. Faced with such a powerful enemy and such amazing magic, his companions still fought back without fear. Lucy had a deeper understanding of the strength and fetters of the fairy tale wizard. At this moment, the battle was about to come to an end. Urza looked at the magic impact point in front of her, and keenly discovered the flaw that would win with one blow. Change. Armor of the Sky Wheel. Dozens of swords flew out of the armor, turning into a round dance of slashing. The swords drew dazzling light in the air, bringing intensive slashing. Her attacks shuttled through the storm, and the swords cut the air at a very fast speed, forming sharp sword lights. With the collision of four powerful magics, a huge energy vortex formed in the sky. Eligary's wind magic green swift strike collided violently with Natsu's flames, Gray's cold shock, and Urza's sword slash in the air, making a deafening explosion. At this moment, Hal hurriedly used light magic to protect Lucy and Happy, looking at everything in front of him with burning eyes. Finally, the huge whirlwind was gradually swallowed by flames and frost, and finally dissipated in the air. Shock and pain appeared on Eligary's face. His powerful wind magic green swift strike was defeated, and the power of the huge storm disappeared. His body trembled violently in the air, lost control, panted, and finally fell to the ground, looking very tired, with waves of dark magic spreading from his body. At this moment, the dark magic flute lullaby behind Eligary slipped from his waist. The flute spun and fell to the ground, emitting a cold light, which was particularly eye-catching. Hal noticed the lullaby on the ground at the first time, and he quickly rushed to the flute. Urza, Gray and Natsu Lucy also ran over, with determination in their eyes. "Hurry, don't let it cause trouble again!" Urza shouted, her eyes fixed on the flute on the ground. "Master Ziref will punish you." The voice of the flute was cold and cunning, coming from the skull head, with a chilling threat. Although the voice was weak, the threat contained in it made people feel cold. Hal's face condensed, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, raised his foot without hesitation, and stepped hard on the skull of the flute. With a crisp cracking sound, the light of the skull was instantly extinguished, and the dark breath dissipated. The remains of the flute broke into countless pieces on the ground and completely disappeared in the wind. After the flute was broken, the air around it returned to calm. Hal and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they had successfully prevented the threat of lullaby to the battlefield. The battle was finally over, and the aftermath of the storm slowly subsided on the ruins of the city. Natsu and Gray lay on the ground, obviously overly tired, with their eyes slightly closed, letting their bodies relax on the ground. Natsu's face was covered with dust and blood, but despite this, there was still a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth, obviously relieved by the victory. Gray was also exhausted, his arm resting on his forehead, his breathing was slightly rapid, and the traces of ice and snow around him had begun to melt, revealing the great fighting power of the magic he had just cast. Urza also restored her normal knight armor, and Lucy and Happy also ran over to look at everyone. Except for Lucy, everyone else was very tired. The severity of this battle was beyond their expectations. Lucy's expression revealed concern. She quickly checked the situation of Natsu and Gray, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Happy carefully pounced on Natsu's side and gently patted his cheek with his little paw, hoping to sober him up. "Sorry, everyone, I didn't help at all." Lucy looked at her tired companions with some self-blame. "It's okay, Lucy, this time it was my negligence. The difficulty of the battle exceeded my expectations, and it's not your fault." Hal comforted Lucy on the side. He thought too much when Eligary became so strong, which led to. There was no quick response before the situation got out of control. This is something Hal needs to reflect on seriously. Because of preconceived notions, he didn't care about the tasks during the period when Lucy joined. In his perspective, Natsu in the original plot could be easily dealt with, so now with himself and the stronger Natsu, it would be extremely easy in theory. But the situation was beyond his imagination. His arrival seemed to have caused a slight change in the world, which is the so-called butterfly effect. Chapter 22. The old man was in a hurry to get out of the city. In the distant building built in the mountains, Makarov was petrified at the moment. He received a letter from Myra 2 hours ago and learned about the team of Hal, Urza, Najgra and Lucy. In those 2 hours, he was on pins and needles. He prayed madly that Hal and the others would not destroy a city. However, the sky seemed to respond to Makarov's prayers. In the building where the guild presidents gathered, they could clearly see a huge vine chasing a wizard in the sky above the center of the city in the distance. Then, accompanied by the raging wind, a large number of buildings in the center of the city were broken, and people, dogs, and trees were blown into the air. Seeing this scene, Makarov's heart was cold. Fortunately, Makarov was relieved that several huge trees soon grew in the city center to save the people flying in the air and transmit their lives. Just when Makarov breathed a sigh of relief, a huge wave of magic quickly raised the crust of the city center by hundreds of meters, and then a fierce battle broke out above, through fire, ice and flying swords. Makarov judged that it was Urza and the others who were fighting. Not long after, huge magic collided, and the terrifying magic almost destroyed everything on the crust. Makarov was petrified when he saw this scene. The terrifying collision of magic, if you don't know, you would think that the 10 saints were fighting. Hey, it's too exaggerated, Mr. Makarov, said Goldman, the president of the Four Hounds, teasingly. Now the council should order the disbandment of Fairy Tale again, said Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus, worriedly, with his orchid finger raised. Destruction of 1 kilometer of the city center, loss of property, and casualties of citizens. Makarov slowly calculated in his mind, then his head tilted and he fainted. Everyone surrounded him, and he was still mumbling in a coma, "This is a dream, this is a dream. It seems that the blow is a bit big now." Bob smiled helplessly. He felt extremely helpless about Makarov's condition. On the other side, Hal rested for a while and used earth magic to restore the earth's crust first, and then used tree magic to transmit life and heal the citizens. The effect was very good. Most of the citizens recovered under the healing, but a very small number of people completely lost their lives. Hal's face was a little gloomy when he saw this. Seeing this, Urza came over and patted Hal on the shoulder and said, "You have done a good job. If you were not here, most of the people in this city would have been cursed and killed. Even in the best case, the number of people killed by our battle with Eligary would have been several times more than now." Hal knew this, of course, but Hal also knew that if he had not come to this world, according to the original plot, the ruins under his feet would not have appeared at all, and the dead people would not have experienced the end of the world. Why, is this also the so-called butterfly effect? Then how many people will die because of my arrival? Hal's eyes couldn't help but look a little empty. People who didn't see this scene might say that Hal was not smart. But at this moment, Hal was at the center of this doomsday. The dead and crying people were telling Hal that everything was his fault. "Well, you are right, Urza, thank you." Hal forced himself to regain his usual calmness and answered Urza's concern. "Heart. I'll try my best to arrange the follow-up work first." Hal didn't have much to say, he just wanted to take action now. Rescue the wounded, restore the broken land, and restore the victims' homes. Hal used his magic skillfully, and it lasted for a week. Soon, the city center was restored. From the outside, it looked almost the same as before, but Hal understood that he could only restore the buildings, not the broken hearts of people. "Sorry," Hal murmured to himself, and got on the train back to the guild with Urza and others. The final punishment result did not deal with Hal, and even the council sent someone to commend him. This was the reputation he had accumulated for working for the counselors in recent years. Seeing the mission report, everyone felt that Hal and others had saved the citizens of that city, and no one would blame him except himself. After that, even when he returned to the guild, Hal rested on the second floor of the guild. He kept spurring himself in his heart, and at the same time he was looking for answers from himself. My arrival killed many innocent people. Is my arrival really a good thing? Hal kept asking himself. He wanted to calm himself down. No. I came to this world, I killed a lot of people to do the commission and destroy the Dark Guild. This is my life, maybe I am sorry for them, but I can't regret it. Thinking of this, Hal's eyes gradually brightened. The most important thing is always the people you cherish around you. I want to protect my hard-earned family in this world. Hal secretly made up his mind. The whole person seemed to be sublimated. His magic power, which had not increased for a long time, was further improved, because his heart became stronger. Sure enough, the power of magic comes from the heart of people. The president is right. Feeling the changes in his body, Hal couldn't help muttering to himself. In the past, Hal's strength came from his innate talent in this world and the power brought to him by the Red Emerald. And now after experiencing these, Hal really understands that a strong heart is the root of magic. Perhaps, without this incident, I would never be able to enter this realm of magic. Hal looked at his hands and clenched his fists. At this moment, Hal has far surpassed the ordinary Saint 10. According to the standards of the fairy tale world, he should now be at the high position of the Saint 10, not counting the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar except for the god Serena. This kind of magic is very intoxicating, especially when he was doubtful in his heart a few days ago and felt weak. Now it seems that it is not an illusion. His magic at that time was really greatly reduced. The feeling of losing magic in those days was really painful, which is also the reason why he is sinking and losing himself more and more. In the final analysis, Hal is still too young. Life in the guild is very happy, but it also makes Hal idealized. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. If this is one of the prices of coming to this world, Hal can accept it calmly. It's so painful for just a few days, then Myra's 3 years. Hal thought of Myra who lost her magic at this moment, and couldn't help feeling depressed. At this moment, he finally understood the pain and helplessness of losing magic. Hal stood in front of the stairs on the 2nd floor, his eyes involuntarily looking at the scene below. At this moment, Myra was chatting with Wakaba Makeo, and the gentle smile on her face was as warm as ever, making the people around her feel like spring breeze. However, Hal understood that there might be unspeakable pain hidden under this smile. Listen, as death left an indelible shadow in Myra's heart. She could not forgive her arrogance in the past, taking her sister and brother to perform dangerous tasks, nor could she forgive her inability to make her sister, who was still full of enthusiasm for life, lose her smile, and she could not forgive her stupidity for letting Lysina leave this world. Maybe, we are the same, Myra. Hal whispered to himself, his eyes gently watching Myra, who was busy. Unconsciously, the girl's smile became one of his expectations when he returned to the guild. No, you are much stronger than me. Hal smiled as he muttered to himself. He turned around and continued to sort out the task list on the 2nd floor, which was one of Myra's jobs. At this moment, Myra seemed to feel a trace of sight from the 2nd floor. She looked up in the direction of Hal and saw him turning around. Was Hal looking at me just now? The girl couldn't help but feel a little doubtful and expectant. Miss Myra, 2 glasses of beer, thank you. A guild member greeted her familiarly. Okay, Myra responded enthusiastically, still keeping that gentle smile. Her gentle smile was not only a welcome to the guild members, but also her deep commitment to life and compensation for her sister. Chapter 23. The first time, the 2nd floor of the guild, Hal skillfully marked the task commission of Laxus as completed. At this time, Laxus on the opposite side looked at Hal with a puzzled look. When did you do this job? Recently. This job is also quite interesting, isn't it? Hal looked at him with a smile, his hands kept busy. Okay, go find the president or Myra to get the commissioned bounty. Hal was wearing a pair of black framed glasses at this time, showing that he was working seriously. Since the last increase in magic power, Hal has thought a lot, and the first thing to bear is to help Myra share some work. After all, he is too idle. As for the strongest team, Hal decided to go on missions with them as little as possible, and he would not go to the so-called plot if he could avoid it, mainly because it seemed that something unexpected would happen if he went. For example, the missions of rescuing Makeo and sneaking into the EPUB mansion to steal books, which Hal had not participated in before, were all based on the story of the plot, and there was no difference. Moreover, with Hal's current magic power, he would not be able to give Natsu and Lucy the opportunity to exercise, especially Lucy. Therefore, he decided that it would be best to give Natsu and others enough opportunities to exercise in order to prepare for the various crises that the guild will face in the future. When it is time to take action, Hal will naturally take action, such as what may happen next, such as the ghost. Although Hal does not remember the plot, he has a vague impression that the guild will usher in a war in the near future. Before that, Hal only needs to stay in the guild, and no one can break the guild with him in charge. As for the last allegory incident, Hal was only assisting everyone throughout the whole process, and only started to take it seriously when things were beyond his control, and was even beaten by Urza and others. However, in the end, the magic power of Natsu and others was indeed stronger, and they were indeed trained, so Hal got what he wanted. This kind of work is a waste of your strength, Hal. Next time go out and shock the garbage outside with me. There are still people who say that fairy tale is just a name in vain. Laxus turned his head and suddenly said to Hal, his tone manic. Hal looked at Laxus with some surprise. The two rarely met in the past few years, and Laxus rarely returned to the guild. Unexpectedly, the person he admired at the time became so extreme without knowing it. Isn't Myra also doing this kind of work? I just want to help everyone in the guild now. Hal explained to Laxus briefly, and Hal didn't say anything more. It's impossible to tell Laxus that he had an ominous premonition that the guild would have a big war. That useless woman can only do this kind of work, but you are different, Hal. The magic power in you will undoubtedly take Fairy Tale to a higher level and make the world in awe. Laxus' words were full of disdain, and his expression was full of obvious sarcasm and contempt. Shut up, Laxus, what's wrong with Myra's work? Besides, we don't need to be in awe of the world. We are who we are. Protecting our family is the most important thing, isn't it? Hal's face sank when he heard Laxus' words that belittled Myra, and he refuted Laxus. This was the first time Hal was angry with Laxus since they met, and the atmosphere between the two became visibly tense. Laxus's face suddenly sank when he heard Hal's response, and a trace of anger flashed between his eyebrows. Golden thunder appeared all around. You seem to have forgotten who is the strongest in Fairy Tale. You are very confident, even a little arrogant, Laxus. In my eyes now, you are far from the strongest. Hal's magic power also gradually surged with his words, and the terrifying magic power gradually distorted the atmosphere near Hal. Oh? Hal, it seems that I didn't let you suffer less a few years ago. It was 5 years ago. Are you still living in the past? The atmosphere between the two began to become tense. The terrifying magic power even affected the people in the lobby on the first floor. The noisy lobby suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their eyes to the second floor. The guild members felt the strong magic fluctuations from upstairs, and everyone held their breath involuntarily, with a nervous look. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to solidify, and even the most enthusiastic members became quiet, with their eyes full of worry and uneasiness. Some members whispered, but their voices were almost swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere, leaving only low muttering. Myra tried to walk to the stairs, but forced by the oppressive feeling, it was almost impossible to take a step. The decorations in the hall also trembled slightly due to the fluctuation of magic power, as if they could be torn at any time. Don't stop. This is the guild. Makarov's golden magic power appeared downstairs, and the warm magic power permeated the hall. The members of the guild breathed a sigh of relief. The garbage downstairs was affected. Forget it, Hal, I don't want to be scolded by the old man of the president. At this point, Laxus swung his cloak and turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. With his departure, the magic fluctuations on the second floor gradually subsided, and the oppressive feeling in the air began to dissipate. The guild members in the hall finally dared to relax. Many people took a deep breath to relieve the tension in their hearts. Laxus, what have you been through recently? You couldn't say such words in the past. After Laxus left, facing the empty second floor, Hal couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and muttered to himself. Laxus took the initiative to mention the victory over Hal 5 years ago, and Hal felt even more uncomfortable. He was not suffering from the previous failure, but from the fact that the people he once admired, his family, had become unfamiliar and disgusted. Hal walked downstairs and walked to the hall that had become unusually quiet due to the fluctuations of their magic power. He looked at the worried expressions on the faces of the guild members, and his heart was inevitably a little complicated. But he knew that he needed to ease this tense atmosphere. Don't worry, everyone, it's just a quarrel. Hal tried to say to the guild members in the hall in a relaxed tone. There was a hint of gentle smile in his voice, hoping to ease everyone's tension. It's just because the amount of the settlement commission was less when I was working, Laxus, and I had a few arguments, don't worry too much. Hal tried to make his tone seem natural and relaxed. Although he knew that the dispute between him and Laxus was actually more serious than he said, he also understood that the stability of the guild needed to be maintained now. After hearing Hal's words, the members in the hall gradually relaxed a little. Although they were still a little worried, their faces gradually showed some relaxed expressions. Several people began to talk in a low voice, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Myra came over, and the worry in her eyes was hard to hide. She knew Hal and Laxus, and knew that things were not as simple as Hal said. "Hal, are you okay?" Myra's voice was full of concern, and her eyes were gentle and full of worry. Hal felt a little warm in his heart when he saw Myra like this. He knew that Myra was not only concerned about his physical condition, but also worried about his inner feelings. Hal smiled slightly, trying to make himself look more relaxed. "Myra, I'm fine," Hal replied gently, trying to make his tone look relaxed. "Laxus and I just have some disagreements, it's no big deal." Myra looked at Hal's smile. And her heart was still a little uneasy, but she knew Hal's strength and patience. He has always been the pillar supporting everyone in the guild, and he always tries to stay calm even in the face of great challenges. "I know you are strong, but sometimes, suppressing your emotions too much can also hurt you," Myra whispered. "If you need any help, or just want to talk to someone, I'll be here." Hal felt Myra's warmth and care, and the heaviness in his heart was slightly relieved. He nodded and looked at Myra gratefully. "Thank you, Myra. Your support is very important to me," Hal said sincerely. "I will talk to the president about Laxus first. I have done the work on the second floor. I will come to you when things are clear." After that, Hal gently reached out and gently touched Myra's hair. His movements were delicate and soft, as if he was soothing the uneasiness and worry in her heart. Myra's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt Hal's warmth and care, and a sweet touch surged in her heart. After comforting Myra, Hal walked to the president, paused, and looked at the old man in front of him. "President, in the 6 months since I left, Laxus seems to have changed a lot. What happened to him?" Makarov sighed, with deep worry in his eyes. "Alas, Laxus's change may be related to Ivan. Ivan, my son who was once expelled from the guild, he has some information that is unfavorable to Fairy Tale, and he has also fallen into the abyss of darkness. This darkness seems to have spread to Laxus." Hearing this, Hal's expression became more solemn. He lowered his head and said, "I'm so sorry, but Ivan, your son, how did he influence Laxus so much?" "Yes." Makarov's tone was full of self-blame. "Ivan's betrayal has put us in trouble, and Laxus has recently begun to resist me. All this is related to my failure to fulfill my responsibilities." Hal looked at President Makarov and saw deep helplessness and heartache on his weather-beaten face. Makarov's eyes were full of traces of time, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows seemed to tell the complex emotions in his heart. "President Grandpa, don't blame yourself. You have always worked hard for the guild." Hal's voice was full of concern. "Laxus's changes are not entirely your responsibility. Besides, the darkness of people's hearts is difficult to predict, especially for someone like Ivan." Makarov sighed deeply, his eyes dim and tired. His hands trembled slightly, as if he was enduring the pain in his heart. His voice was a little hoarse. "I once hoped that my son and grandson would inherit my beliefs and protect this guild, but things have come to this point." He raised his head and looked around the guild hall, which was once full of laughter and joy, but now it seemed a little heavy because of internal disputes. There was a trace of deep pain in his voice. "Ivan's betrayal has put our entire family in trouble. Laxus's changes make me feel extremely sad. As a grandfather, seeing my grandson lose his inner light is really unbearable." Hal looked at Makarov's face full of vicissitudes and helplessness, and couldn't help feeling sad. Makarov's efforts for the guild have long surpassed the level that ordinary people can understand. Although he has tried his best, some things are still difficult to control. "Please don't blame yourself too much, Grandpa President," Hal said softly. "No matter what happens, you are the pillar of our guild. Your persistence and dedication have helped the guild overcome many difficulties. We will face the next challenge together. Besides, Brother Laxus is just a little extreme, and the situation may not be that bad." Makarov took a deep breath, and a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. He nodded and tried to calm himself down. "Thank you, Hal. I feel very relieved to have your support. Chapter 24. The two of them had a long conversation. In the guild, everyone slowly returned to the noisy scene before, and Lucy also came back to her senses and walked to the bar to chat with Myra. Myra, good morning. It was really scary just now. The quarrel between the strongest candidates was really scary. Lucy patted her full chest, sighed and greeted Myra. Good morning, Lucy. Sometimes such things happen, after all, even family members will quarrel. Myra comforted Lucy. Really? Lucy's eyes dimmed when she heard it. She thought of her father who ignored her daughter's happiness for money. She had just had a big quarrel with her father and decided to leave that home. Lucy, good morning. Happy and Natsu also came over. It was rare today that they did not come to the guild together. Lucy, I always feel like I forgot to say something important to you. What is it? Hey, I forgot. It seems to be Lucy, disgusting, drilling holes and so on. Happy began to use his little head to recall. Shut up, dead cat. Why do you associate these words with me? Too much. Lucy began to turn into a devil face and shouted at Happy. Well, I remember, it's this. Happy suddenly remembered something and took out a golden key and waved it at Lucy. The key of the zodiac. It's Virgo. Isn't this the star spirit of the disgusting old man in Elba's mansion last time? Great. Hey, Elba was captured. Barag asked me to give you my key. Happy explained to Lucy. Give it to me, give it to me. No, you were just scolding me, that's too much. I'm sorry, Mr. Happy, I was wrong. I'll forgive you for 2 meals of the guild's special dried fish. Deal. Lucy decisively agreed to Happy's request and happily took the key from Bailhuge. Why are you so excited, Lucy? This star spirit doesn't look delicious at all. Star spirits are not edible. Lucy complained and shook her head. Besides, the keys of the zodiac are very precious. Each key has a unique power and meaning. I have always dreamed of collecting all the keys of the zodiac. This is not only a wish of mine, but also one of my goals to become an excellent wizard. Her eyes were shining, full of vision for the future and firm determination. Hey! Natsu looked at Lucy with some surprise. Open the door of Virgo, Bailhuge. Lucy summoned Bailhuge soon. As the spell fell, a breeze blew, and Bailhuge gradually appeared in the space. She was petite, about 1.6 meters tall, with short pink hair that was neat and tidy, shining with a warm luster. She was wearing a neat-made outfit, with a lightly swaying skirt, and delicate lace trims on the neckline and cuffs. She wore iron handcuffs on her wrists, which looked a bit heavy, but her demeanor still looked relaxed. There was a hint of mischief and tenderness in Bailhuge's eyes, and she smiled with a hint of confidence. She landed lightly from the air, like a petal gently falling on the ground, giving people a feeling of elegance and freshness. Nice to meet you, Miss Lucy. Bailhuge's voice was sweet and magnetic, just right to show her maid style and affinity. She bowed gently and waited for Lucy's instructions. So beautiful. Lucy was shocked. She had always thought that the Virgo star spirit was the dinosaur girl she saw. That's to cater to the master's fetish. If you like it the way it was before, I can change back. As he said that, Barag instantly turned into a 2.8 meter tall strong girl. Forget it, it's better to be the real one. Okay, master. Can you not call me master? Then what should I call you? Barag tilted her head to express doubt. Let me think about it. Just change a name that suits my temperament. Okay, princess. Can you punish me? Hey, Lucy, do you still have this fetish? Natsu whispered on the side. Of course not. She was talking to herself. Not punishing me, princess. Barag looked very disappointed and drooped her head. Okay, go back. Lucy was a little resentful. No punishment? I really want to see it. Natsu turned his head away in disappointment. Don't expect anything weird. While the two young lovers were still bickering. At that moment, the door of the guild was opened, and then Lucy fainted in Natsu's arms. Lucy? What? Natsu was about to ask, but he also fainted, and the two hugged each other and lay on the ground. Just like that, the members of the guild fell to the ground like mushrooms after rain, and a man wearing a cloak and a mask, carrying several large staffs on his back walked in. At this time, Hal's staff appeared in his hand, emitting a faint light, instantly waking up Myra, who was about to fall asleep. Hal? What's wrong? Nothing, Mr. Gang is back. At this time, Mr. Gang walked to the president, gestured slightly, and then skillfully tore off a commission, waved his hand and slowly left. I'm leaving. Nonsense, why don't you remove the magic? Looking at Mr. Gang's back, the president reprimanded him while holding back his sleepiness. Don't worry, with Hal here, Mr. Gang said this and left the guild. This guy, it's enough. Hal complained helplessly, and the staff in his hand emitted a golden light. The fallen people woke up one after another, not knowing what happened. This feeling, is it Mr. Gang? The old members felt this strange magic and situation, and they all knew that the mysterious strongest candidate of the guild was back. Lucy also woke up from her sleep, and saw Natsu holding something tightly in his hands, with a happy smile on his face, as if he really entered a sweet dream. What a big steamed bun! Natsu muttered in his dream, looking very satisfied. Hey, Natsu! Lucy's cheeks were slightly red. At this time, Natsu was grabbing her soft spot. She couldn't help but call Natsu in a low voice. At this time, Natsu was still in his sleep, and his head arched forward. I'm hungry, eat steamed buns, AMU. Natsu chewed the invisible delicacy in his dream, and a satisfied expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah! Lucy screamed in pain and slapped Natsu away with a slap. Natsu did a 360-degree spin in the air and landed heavily. When he woke up, he looked at Lucy with a puzzled look. At this time, Lucy's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, with shame and anger intertwined on her face, and there was still a trace of water stains on her clothes. Her eyes flashed with sparks of anger, but she couldn't hide her cheeks that were flushed due to the sudden close contact. What's wrong, Lucy? How did I fall asleep just now and dream of a super soft big steamed bun? Natsu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth in confusion, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Stupid Natsu! Seeing Natsu's ignorant appearance, Lucy was so ashamed that she couldn't bear it anymore and ran out of the guild in a hurry. Her movements were flustered and hurried, her skirt fluttered in the wind, and the blush on her face was particularly conspicuous in the sun, as if she wanted to release her mood into the air. What's wrong? What's wrong? The people in the guild didn't see what happened just now, and they all asked curiously. Natsu, did you make Lucy angry? Elfman noticed the red slap marks on Natsu's face and asked with concern. Damn, who knows? I was sleeping soundly just now, but I was woken up by Lucy. It hurts so much. Natsu covered his face angrily and sat at the bar with a look of dissatisfaction. At this time, Myra in front of the bar and Hal, who came to watch, couldn't help but look at Natsu with an aunt's smile. Why are you looking at me like this, Hal? Myra. Natsu looked at the two with a puzzled look, feeling puzzled. Nothing, just feeling, Natsu, you are quite happy. Myra and Hal waved their hands and explained with a smile. What? You're just saying something incomprehensible. Myra, get me some ice cubes. It hurts so much. I don't know what happened to Lucy. Natsu grabbed some ice cubes and asked Myra to help wrap them around his face, then turned around and chased after him. Ah, that's great, Natsu. Myra's smile was full of warmth, and Hal nodded gently, secretly giving Mr. Gang a thumbs up in his heart. It seems that Mr. Gang's return is not a bad thing, at least he played an assist. It's just a bit sour. What's sour, Hal? Nothing, it's just a pity that I stood too far away just now. Far away? Yeah, the magic made you wake up too slowly. Hal touched his nose and looked up at the ceiling. Is that so? Then we should be closer. Myra's voice was a little naughty. She smiled slightly, and leaned towards Hal, and their hands were almost close together. Ah! You're right, Myra, Mist and Gang always comes back too suddenly, it's time to be closer. Help you with your work. Okay. Hal continued to touch his nose. Public. The members of the club could not see clearly from behind the bar, but the faces of the two people behind the bar were getting redder and redder, and the work in their hands was getting slower and slower. Elfman, come and help us get some beer and send it over. Sister. Nothing, just a little bit of work at the bar today, please. There was a hint of nervousness in Myra's voice, and she tried her best to hide her heartbeat. Okay sister, leave it to me. Manly. Elfman ran out with full energy, not noticing that Hal and Myra's shoulders were gradually approaching, until their palms gently touched and their fingers were slightly interlocked. Myra's heartbeat was as rapid as a deer's. She turned her head to look at Hal, her face flushed lightly, and her eyes flashed with indescribable shyness and sweetness. Hal avoided Myra's gaze, his face was also stained with red, his voice trembling slightly. Nothing, just hold tighter, the magic will be released faster. The two interlocked their fingers, feeling each other's warmth and delicate touch, as if time had frozen at this moment. The first hand-holding between the boy and the girl was as gentle as the breeze of early spring, with a faint haziness and sweetness. The throbbing and warmth in their hearts were intertwined at this moment, which seemed so beautiful and precious. Their heartbeats became more and more rapid in this intimate contact, and the warmth of each other seemed to be silently telling the inner feelings. The window of the guild was opened at some point, and the breeze blew, as if adding a bit of romance to their sweetness. Chapter 25. The two of them had a very happy ending. That night, Hal was still busy working with Myra, when suddenly, the frog messenger of the council arrived. Hal was called to go to the council branch to receive the reward and process report for the previous allegory incident. Hal was a little confused at first, but then he realized that this was the reward for the task he had done with the old men of the council. Before X784, Hal's name was not known to the outside world. The outside world only knew Hal's title of Nature Controller. His reason was that the council did not want Fairy Tale to be too famous, because Hal's strength and reputation in the magic world were too high. On the other hand, Prisco protested against the council. Prisco made it clear that Hal's name was exactly the same as the prince who had disappeared in Prisco for 400 years. It seemed that the prince 400 years ago also had a high reputation among the people of Persia today. This matter puzzled Hal, especially the Persian matter, but Hal was very angry about the council's repeated unfair assessment of Hal and Fairy Tale. He decided to solve this matter first and then deal with the problem on Prisco's side. So Hal found Mr. Yajima to discuss. Yajima told Hal to complete the long-standing backlog of tasks in the council, some of which the council had promised but could not do or had no time to do now. The backlog of these tasks made the outside world very dissatisfied with the council. If Hal took the initiative to complete these tasks, the remaining 9 counselors would not be able to continue to target Hal and the guild. In this way, he could strive for a place for the Fairy Tale Guild to be promoted to the Holy 10. In this way, the guild would naturally not be constrained by too many councils. So, Hal has been helping the council to complete their target tasks one after another since 5 years ago, and the last time he worked for half a year equals. Now, finally, the council is going to fulfill their promise, and Hal is very happy. As we all know, there are only 8 Saint Tens, including all the Saint Tens who have appeared. So that night, Hal left the guild under the discussion of everyone in the guild. President, Hal looks very happy, what happened? Myra walked up to Makarov and asked curiously. This kid has finally been rewarded for what he has been doing silently since 5 years ago, of course he is happy. Makarov replied with a smile. 5 years? Myra repeated in surprise. Yes, he completed the tasks that the council had been backlogging for 5 years for our guild. Makarov nodded, revealing a relieved smile. On the other side, Natsu chased Lucy to her house, but Lucy angrily put a sign on the door saying Natsu and the blue cat are not allowed to enter and even drew a picture as a warning. Looks like she's really angry this time. Hey, Lucy is always like this, but you're wrong too, Natsu, you actually treat Lucy as food. If it were me, I'd be angry too. We have to think of a way. By the way, what does Lucy like? Let's give it to her and apologize. Hey, Lucy likes the Celestial Spirit key and novels. Key. I remember there was a zodiac key in the order sheet on the second floor. I saw it when Myra was sorting out the order sheets this morning. Hey? But we can't go up to the second floor. This is a good opportunity to prove my strength to Hal and Grandpa, and to coax Lucy. Hey! So Natsu and Happy took advantage of the president being drunk and Myra being busy to return to the guild, sneak up to the second floor of the guild, and run away with Lucy that night. The name of the mission is Save Karna Island. It was 3 hours later when Myra found out and reported to the president. What? The commission for Karna Island disappeared. Makarov, who was drinking, spit out a mouthful of old wine and sobered up suddenly. What's going on, Laxus? Aren't you on the second floor? The president immediately asked Laxus, who was resting on the second floor. I only saw a blue little thief cat flying by, ha 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 ha. Laxus responded to Makarov with a nonchalant tone and arrogant laughter. At this time, everyone in the hall was talking. Hey? Natsu and Happy ran off to do S-level missions. But how did they avoid Hal's light magic perception? Stupid Arzuk, wasn't Hal called away by the messenger of the council in the evening? That means these two. The idiot had planned it all along. Makarov couldn't help but get anxious. He liked Natsu very much and didn't want him to lose his life, even if it violated the rules of the guild. Laxus. Go and bring them both back. Don't you have Hal? Let him go. I still have commissions to do later. Ha 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 ha. Remember to wait for Natsu to come back and expel him from the guild. Laxus answered provocatively, and then turned into lightning and disappeared on the second floor platform. Damn it, Laxus. Makarov's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but scolded. Old man, let me go. Although it's a little late, I promise to catch that brat back. Gray stood up and promised solemnly. So Gray set off on the train at dawn and dusk. He was sure that Natsu, the brat, would take the dragon carriage and get to Harjan before them to stop him. Dozens of minutes after Gray left, Urza had just returned to the guild. After hearing about Natsu, the brat, she immediately packed her luggage and prepared to catch up. Just then, Hal came back. He had already reached the reward he wanted with the council and rushed back quickly with magic. Seeing Urza's anxious look, Hal hurried forward to stop her and learned about what happened. He looked at Urza's full of luggage and smiled bitterly. No need to pack so much luggage. Now that I'm back, I can use magic to send you there. When you get there, you can judge whether Natsu can perform this mission. Iluza looked at Hal gratefully, with a strong sense of regret in her tone. Thank you, Hal, you really helped a lot. Natsu, this brat, is really worrying. Hal patted her shoulder gently and said seriously, I'll leave it to you this time, Urza. There is something important tonight, and I can't go there in person. I'll leave Natsu and Gray's matter to you, I believe you can handle it. Hal looked at Urza, and suddenly thought of something and added seriously, by the way, Urza, I've seen that mission before. According to the information from the council, the root cause of this incident is likely to be caused by a group of northern people transferring the demons from the frozen Zeref. Urza nodded, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Zerf's demons? Okay, I understand. Hal cast tree magic, and the huge vines lightly sent Urza to the target location. Before leaving, Hal looked at her back and suddenly recalled some things in this plot. In this case, if nothing unexpected happens, the Phantom's rats will attack the guild tonight. Hal's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a red light flashed in his pupils. Even if he couldn't remember most of the plot, he couldn't allow his family to be hurt. He decided to give the ghost children who came to visit Fairy Tale a little punishment and shock. Chapter 26. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. In the guild, after sending Urza away, Hal told the president about the council. Really? Hal, I can't see through your current strength. I'll leave the guild to you in the future. What are you talking about, Grandpa? You're only 88, are you still young? Makarov laughed and felt relieved. After talking with the president, Hal walked in front of Myra. He took Myra's hand without hesitation, and rubbed Myra's hand slowly with his fingers. Don't go back tonight, Myra, there is an empty room on the second floor. Myra blushed quickly after hearing this. This is too soon, Hal, I'm not ready yet. Ah, that's not what I meant. The guild is likely to be attacked tonight. I'll be with you in the guild, and I'll feel more at ease. Hearing this, Myra realized that she had misunderstood, and then asked, Ah? Will the guild be attacked? Who is the enemy? It's just my speculation for now, but you don't have magic power now, I'm worried about you going out. Hal explained gently, and kissed Myra's forehead at the same time. Don't worry, I will protect the guild and everyone. The night deepened. A wizard with iron nails on every part of his body appeared near the guild, with a sinister smile on his lips, hunting fairies. The gangster wizard licked his lips and a perverted voice sounded. Who is it? The Shadow Gear team, Rebecca, Jet, and Trojan were on their way out of the guild when Rebecca suddenly shouted and looked towards the shadow of the high house. Rebecca. I just felt like someone was looking at me. Rebecca said with lingering fear. Gee, are you alert, miss? A sneer came from the shadow. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind Rebecca and the others. Who is it? Troy asked vigilantly. Gajiel did not reply. A green dragon-shaped magic circle lit up in his hand, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Iron Dragon Sword. The huge iron giant sword swept towards Rebecca and the other two. Rebecca could not dodge and was about to cast a magic defense, but suddenly, a golden figure flashed by and Hal firmly grabbed Gajiel's shoulder. Are you arrogant? Gajiel's movements stopped instantly. At this moment, he felt a giant dragon staring at him from behind. The huge power and oppression on his shoulders made him sweat. Yes, Shay. Gajiel's voice trembled slightly. He wanted to fight back, but he was knocked away in an instant. The non-mainstream iron nails embedded in his cheeks fell with a trace of blood. Hal. Levy looked at Hal in surprise. She thought she was going to be knocked unconscious just now. Fortunately, Hal came. Hal had been sensing the entire magnolia inside the guild. The moment Gajiel released magic, he knew that this was an outsider. After all, the magic aura of the guildmates was very familiar. Hal, great, this person suddenly attacked us. Troy and Jet also came over and said with lingering fear. Just a scum of the Phantom. Dare to come to our guild to make trouble. Hey? Gajiel, right? You've grown up to be a bad boy. Gajiel looked at Hal with pain and confusion when he heard this. He didn't recognize the terrifying man in front of him. Ah, that's right. Natsu doesn't even remember it, and you're almost the same. But you really deserve a beating. Hal's figure disappeared instantly. Then he stepped on Gajiel to the ground. I heard that you like to torture people. Hal's foot strength gradually deepened, and his right foot stepped hard on Gajiel's chest. Earth Dragon's ground trampling. Boom. Half of the ground in the entire park collapsed, and Gajeel lay on the ground without knowing whether he was dead or alive. Hal's blow directly broke his iron skin and hit his internal organs. It seems that his body is well trained. He didn't die. Hal put away his right foot. He grabbed Gajeel's hair with his left hand and pulled him up. At this moment, Gajeel had lost consciousness. Hal, Levy and the others behind him were already terrified. They had never seen Hal so violent before. "Don't worry, this kid won't die. As a fellow dragon slayer, this level is nothing." Hal comforted, "I just want him to know himself well." Hal turned his right hand to grab Gajeel's neck, slowly exerting force with his palm, while desert magic was activated, and countless knives made of sand condensed into a shape. "Do you like to pretend to be unconscious?" The knife rushed towards Gajeel's body and slashed quickly, leaving fine wounds. "Awake. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Devil. You came to our guild in the middle of the night to declare war with an iron spear, and now you want to attack my companions. Don't worry, I will bury a life magic in your body, you can't die. Tonight, I will let you enjoy it, this is the price of attacking Fairy Tale. Damn it." The next morning, at the entrance of the Phantom's headquarters, a broken humanoid object was hung on the trunk of a huge tree. Gajeel was covered with fine wounds all over his body, and thorns like thorns were stuck in his 2 calves and 2 shoulders, and blood flowed along the trunk to the grass. The ghost's minions stared at the bloody scene in a daze. Is that Gajeel? He must be dead, with such a large amount of bleeding. The minions carefully put Gajeel down from the tree trunk. The minions put Gajeel down from the tree trunk. In the process of moving Gajeel's body out of the thorns, Gajeel woke up in pain. "Damn, I lost. How could there be such a terrifying person in Fairy Tale?" Suddenly, a green light emerged from Gajeel's body, and a huge vitality flowed through his body. The wounds on his body slowly recovered, and his hair slowly grew back, gradually turning back into the ferocious Gajeel. The minions retreated in fear when they saw this. Gajeel often abused them on weekdays, and now seeing Gajeel's fearful expression made them even more uneasy. "What happened? Such a huge power is in my body. If he wants to guide this magic power to run wild." Gajeel couldn't help but be more afraid of Hal when he thought of this. On the other side, Hal was welcoming the return of Natsu and others. A lot of things happened on Karna Island. Hal was receiving Urza's mission report. After a while, "I see, so Gray has such a past." Hal had never heard Gray talk about this. It is estimated that other people in the guild, except the president, don't know. Anyway, I hope you come back safely. As for Gray's matter, I believe that he will have a huge growth in body and mind after experiencing this. Believe him, Gray is not a coward. Weak man. Hal stopped recording and said comfortingly. "By the way, Hal, I heard that the Phantoms attacked our guild last night." "What happened?" Urza asked. "About what happened last night? Just a rebellious will-o'-the-wisp boy. I dealt with him. He shouldn't have the courage to come again." "Will-o'-the-wisp boy? That's what, non-mainstream, the kind that likes to show off and cause trouble everywhere." Urza's mind flashed with Natsu wearing earrings and tongue piercings, purple lipstick and black eyeshadow on his mouth, provoking her every day in front of her, and she couldn't help but get angry. Stupid Natsu. "Why hit me?" Natsu asked innocently. Poor Natsu was hit by Urza's association. "I just want to hit you, don't have any opinions, and you made a mistake anyway." Hey equals dash equals, I think you are much more violent than me," Hal complained. Chapter 27. The two of them were very busy. "Iluza, come upstairs with me." Myra, who was working at the bar, looked over at them instantly, with a look of scrutiny and confusion in her eyes. You come with me, Myra." The three of them went upstairs, and Hal motioned for them to sit down. "Last night, the Phantom sent someone to cause trouble." Hal said straight to the point. I think it's necessary to have a meeting of the strongest candidates in our guild. Just the three of us? Urza asked. I've already contacted Mustang and Laxus, and they will attend the meeting with magic crystals. Hal replied. Although Fairy Tale nominally has 6 S-class wizards, in fact, because Guildarts is absent for many years and Myra has lost her magic power, there are only 4 people who can really fight. In addition, Laxus's relationship with the guild has been tense recently, and Mustang has been missing frequently, so the actual combat power may only be left with Hal and Urza. It's not that there are not enough, but Hal simply thinks that you don't have to be a little nervous if you have the strength. This is a conflict between guilds. As S-class wizards in the guild, we need to protect the guild as soon as possible. Soon after, Mustang and Laxus magic crystals lit up, indicating that the two have been contacted. Laxus, Mustang, last night, members of the Phantom came to attack the guild and Rebecca and the others. Hal said. As a wizard of Fairy Tale, I think we need you to join the battle as soon as possible. Hal added. No problem, but I can't fight in front of everyone. There are many branches of the Phantom. I will go to deal with the situation here. Mustang's voice was low and firm. Sure. Hal responded. Mustang, you're really positive. Laxus' tone was ironic. The old man should have told me about this kind of thing. When did you, Hal, have such great power? Laxus asked provocatively. I think a small ghost is not worth the old man's help. We can solve it here. Hal responded calmly. As for why you didn't come to the guild, Laxus, I have to ask you, why have you hardly shown up in recent years? Hal's tone became serious. Hey! Are you questioning me, Hal? Laxus was obviously dissatisfied. You should solve the ghost problem yourself. If you really want to ask me for help, you have to let the old man come in person. Laxus's unwillingness to cooperate was obvious. You are hiding when you have the strength, Laxus. Myra said angrily. Laxus smiled coldly and then turned off the call of the magic crystal. There is no other way. Since Laxus does not want to join the battle, we can only trust everyone in the guild. Hal sighed, believe in the power of the guild. Iluza and Myra looked at each other, obviously dissatisfied with Laxus's attitude. How could such a person be our companion? Myra said indignantly. Don't worry too much, Myra. Laxus may have his own knot, I will solve this matter later. Now we have to focus on protecting the guild and prevent the ghost from attacking again. Suddenly, Gray's voice came from downstairs, Iluza. Are you there? Lucy was captured by the ghost, Natsu took Happy to rescue her, we have to help. The faces of the 3 people changed suddenly. Lucy was captured. Urza and Myra quickly ran downstairs and asked Gray anxiously. I don't know the details, but it has happened. Gray answered anxiously. Hal was still on the 2nd floor, and his memory was restored a little because of some stimulation. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Hal recalled some of the plot and explained to Gray, but we still have to help. But under the current circumstances, Natsu and Happy should have caught up. Happy's flying speed is supersonic, and Natsu's sense of smell is sensitive enough. With their abilities, it is not a problem to catch up with Lucy. But there is no but. Unless the ghost president himself comes to Magnolia, but that is impossible. The magic body I sensed cannot miss such a huge existence. Hal said firmly. The enemy should have a magic user of earth or wind attribute, and the means of hiding magic are very powerful. Hal continued to explain. I'm going to find Natsu now, Urza, you go and notify everyone to keep. Be alert. Myra, go to the basement of the guild and take out the magic props I prepared earlier. Okay. Urza and Myra agreed in unison. Wait, Hal, don't be impulsive when you meet Joseph, we will solve it together. The president's voice sounded in Hal's ears. "Okay, Grandpa President," Hal responded. After speaking, Hal turned into golden magic and quickly flew in the direction where Natsu left. On the other side, Natsu had just rescued Lucy from Soul of the Earth and Juvia of the Sea, two of the four elements. However, the battle took place too close to the area of the Phantom Guild president, and was being chased by Joseph, the ruler of the Phantom Guild. Damn, one is more difficult than the other. Since the Harpy's magic power was exhausted, Natsu could only run with Lucy and Harpy. He ran while dodging the flying magic cast by Joseph. The trees behind him were constantly destroyed. Natsu flexibly shuttled through the forest like a loach, avoiding the continuous attacks. "Little devil, put down the eldest lady of the Heartfilia family. Didn't Makarov teach you what is polite?" Joseph sneered coldly. "Isn't it polite for you to kidnap members of our guild, black-faced ghost?" Natsu fought back mercilessly. Black-faced ghost." Hearing Natsu's disrespectful nickname, Joseph was embarrassed and then furious. "In that case, you will die here." Joseph was furious, and a huge magic circle lit up on the ground. Black palms emerged from the ground like the claws of the devil, and instantly entangled Natsu, Lucy, and Harpy. "How can you give up? Such a difficult magic, even fire can't burn it." Natsu struggled on the ground, hitting the black palm with flames, but it was useless. "Die, fairy kid, say hello to Makarov for me in advance," Joseph said coldly, and flashed in front of Natsu in an instant. The black and red magic gathered in his hands, forming a destructive force. "Death Ray!" Joseph roared, and the energy of the attack swept like black lightning. "I can't hide, how can I give up? This guy's magic power is the same as Grandpa's, and I can't move at all." Naz's heart sank, and he covered his chest with both hands, ready to resist the coming attack. At this critical moment, Hal arrived. He held the staff in his hand and swung it quickly to block Joseph's attack. Amid the deafening roar, magic surged, the trees kept shaking, and cracks appeared on the ground. Hal immediately took advantage of the victory and stabbed forward with the staff in his hand. Joseph was shocked. He didn't expect Hal, as a magician, to adopt such an outrageous attack method, and hurriedly activated the magic defense. However, Hal quickly turned from stabbing to smashing. He transformed the straight stabbing attack into a fierce heavy blow. The huge light magic on the staff gathered together, like a fist of light, smashing Joseph into the depths of the forest. The powerful shock wave uprooted the trees, the surrounding darkness was torn apart, and Joseph's figure was buried under the dust. "Okay, let's go." Hal pointed his staff, and the light quickly wrapped around Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, and then wrapped them in a glow. Hal and them flew towards the guild together. The dust dispersed in the strong wind, and Joseph's figure gradually emerged from a big pit. His face was as dark as ink, full of anger and disbelief. "Is this kid a wizard? He actually hit people with a staff." Joseph roared angrily, "Damn Makarov, he actually has such a strong subordinate. Report to President Joseph, he may be the rumored nature controller." Thor, one of the four elements, hurried forward to report. "Nature controller." Joseph was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, the strongest candidate of the unknown fairy tale. "Yes, President Joseph." Soul continued to explain, "Also, according to the intelligence, except for Hal, Laxus, and members of Miston Gang are currently working far away from here and cannot return quickly. It seems that we must launch a general attack as soon as possible." Joseph gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of determination and ferocity. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild, Hal and others had returned to the guild at this time. When everyone learned that Lucy was the daughter of one of the top Chable groups in the Kingdom of Fiori, they all showed surprise. So that's why Joseph was so eager to move, because of Lucy. Makarov said slowly, his eyes full of deep thought. "I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Lucy lowered her head sadly, tears flashing in her eyes, and bowed to the guild members. Now the guild is threatened because of me. I'm really sorry. I don't want to implicate everyone, so... Shut up, Lucy. Makarov interrupted Lucy's self-blame. His tone was firm and warm. No matter who you are, since you have joined Fairy Tale, we are a family of the guild. We will never abandon you. Destroying my guild, bullying my family, we can no longer tolerate it. Makarov's voice was full of majesty and anger, as if thunder roared in the air. His magic power suddenly burst out, the entire guild hall was illuminated by a blazing light, and a strong sense of oppression filled the air. All-out war. Makarov suddenly crushed the wooden staff in his hand, and the wood chips flew everywhere. With Makarov's fierce magic fluctuations, the whole hall was shaking. Oh! The guild members responded in unison, with unshakable determination and indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 28. The two of them were very happy. Inside the guild, Lucy sat on the ground, tears still falling, but her expression gradually changed from self-blame to touching. Her eyes were blurred by tears, but her heart was filled with warmth. Thank you everyone. Lucy's voice was trembling. The voices of the guild members echoed in her ears, like invisible hands hugging her tightly. Every response seemed to tell her, "We are here, you will never be alone." At this time, Natsu came over, reached out and held Lucy's hand, and pulled her up. Lucy's tears gradually subsided under Natsu's warm palm. What she felt was not loneliness and self-blame, but deep peace of mind and warmth. Hal and other members of the guild supported silently behind them, their eyes full of determination and concern. "Don't be afraid, our friends are right beside us." Natsu's voice rang in Lucy's ears. "Let's teach those bastards who bullied Lucy a lesson." Gray was also rubbing his hands and saying. At this moment, there was a huge vibration inside the guild, and the entire guild building began to shake violently. Everyone was panicking and trying to keep their balance. "President," a huge castle appeared in the sea behind the guild. Alzik ran in breathlessly to report. "What?" Makarov and the guild members rushed out of the guild and saw that the huge mobile castle was slowly approaching. "That's the building of the Phantom Guild," someone exclaimed. "Well, we haven't found him yet, and he dares to come to us." Natsu rushed out angrily, followed by Happy. "Wait, don't be impatient, let's see what they are going to do," Hal said with a confident smile while trying to stop Natsu's reckless actions. Such an exaggerated hype must have a way of showing off his power. So, everyone moved forward together, with Natsu, Gray and Elfman at the outermost, and Lucy, who was protected by Myra and the President, at the innermost. Hal floated in the air, carefully observing the moving castle. "Interesting, this is also a huge magic machine," Hal whispered to himself. Then, huge magic power emanated. It was the magic cannon Jupiter. How is it possible, such a lethal weapon? Everyone was surprised. This blow can directly pierce through the entire Magnolia. If they do this, the council will definitely not remain indifferent, Myra analyzed. "For Lucy, they have gone so crazy," Gray said coldly. At this moment, Joseph appeared on the huge magic circle at the top of the castle, and the four elements stood around him. Thor of the earth, Juvia of the sea, Tutumaru of the fire, Alia of the sorrow, and Iron Dragon Gajeel. 5 S-class wizards appeared together, showing the strength of the Phantom Guild. The setting of the Phantom Guild is like this: Gajeel is also S-class, Juvia and the others are all S-class. It can only be said that the selection criteria of each guild are different, and Fairy Tale is undoubtedly the most perverted. Fairy Tale. Today is the day of your guild's destruction. 5 S-class. 1 Saint 10, and hundreds of Phantom Elites, while you, Laxus and Miston can't make it back. 1 Urza and another S-class. What can you use to fight me? It's obvious that the advantage is mine. What do you think, Makarov? if you surrender now and hand over Miss Lucy, I can still withdraw my troops. Ha ha ha. The harsh voice and creepy laughter were heard by everyone in the guild. Joseph. Makarov was instantly furious, with huge magic wrapped around his body, and rushed forward. Hey hey! Hal watched Makarov from the side and complained. The president is so cunning. Natsu couldn't help but yelled, and followed Makarov under the flying of Happy. Hal could only hold his forehead. He knew where the roots of fairy tale were. It was all up to this old man. When saving Natsu and Lucy, he warned himself not to be impulsive alone. Now he saw the enemy and started to take the lead. When Makarov rushed to the castle of the Ghost Guild, Joseph stared at him coldly, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. The magic cannon Jupiter on the castle was ready to fire, and the battlefield was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Makarov's figure quickly approached the castle in the surging magic. His left index finger and middle finger pinched in the air. Passing by, gathering huge magic power in front of him, emitting dazzling light. With each step, the light in the air was torn apart, and the surrounding sea water trembled violently under his magic fluctuations. Joseph. Makarov's voice exploded like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. Your arrogance ends here. Joseph sneered, raised his hand and waved. The magic cannon Jupiter made a violent roar, and the powerful magic bombardment flew towards Makarov. Fire and smoke quickly enveloped the entire sky, as if dyeing the entire sky a fiery red. It's Jupiter, President. But Makarov did not retreat, and his eyes flashed with determination. At the moment when the bombardment was about to hit, he quickly waved his hands and used powerful light magic. His hands drew a light arc in the air, forming a huge light shield, isolating the fire and smoke. The light shield trembled slightly under the strong impact, but it was still indestructible. The energy of the bombardment caused shocking fluctuations on the light shield, and the surface of the light shield was shining, effectively dissipating the power of the attack. As the light shield continued to glow, Makarov was wrapped in a layer of brilliant light, like a solid fortress, resisting the fierce attack of Jupiter. The surrounding fire and smoke gradually dissipated, and Makarov's figure appeared clearly. This is impossible. Can it block Jupiter? The members of the Ghost Guild looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, Makarov has reached the top of the castle. Joseph. Seeing this, Joseph's face changed slightly, and he quickly cast a black and red magic circle, and countless black palms emerged on the ground, trying to trap Makarov. Black hands rushed towards Makarov from all directions. Dark hell. Makarov pushed his hands and instantly formed several small and large magic circles, which floated in the air, both offensive and defensive. His light flickered continuously, tearing the black magic hand, and quickly counterattacked. The beam of light cut through the night sky like a sharp blade, and approached Joseph. Joseph's face became gloomy, and he tried his best to resist the beam, but the intensity of Makarov's attack made him unbearable. The air between the two seemed to be vibrating violently, and strong shock waves kept coming, shaking the surrounding buildings constantly. Die! Joseph roared and released powerful black magic, forming a huge dark vortex, trying to swallow Makarov. The vortex exuded a suffocating breath, as if it could swallow everything. Fall! Makarov's eyes flashed with a firm light, his fingers moved slightly, and a ray of light fell from the sky and hit the dark vortex. Light and darkness collided, causing a deafening explosion, and the entire sky was torn in half. As the shock wave of the explosion swept across the entire battlefield, the surrounding scenery was destroyed and shattered. The battle between Makarov and Joseph unfolded in the air, and the interweaving of light and darkness formed a huge battle vortex. The battle between the two Holy Ten magic guides was like thunder and storm, fierce and unstoppable. Chapter 29. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. Damn Makarov! What a terrifying magic power! Joseph growled in a low voice with gritted teeth. However, you dare to rush in alone, Hee, do you think my subordinates don't exist? Joseph smiled coldly, with provocation in his eyes. 5 class wizards quickly surrounded Makarov in the center, and their powerful aura almost solidified the surrounding air. However, Makarov did not waver at all, and his eyes were fixed on Joseph. Who said I came alone? Makarov's voice was calm and firm. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Natsu's flames suddenly appeared in the air like thunder, and the opportunity he had never had to take action finally came. He raised his hands high, released a powerful flame shock, and blasted towards the 5 class wizards. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The 5 class wizards reacted quickly and scattered, trying to avoid Natsu's flame attack. Joseph looked at this scene, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Based on this kid, I admit that his magic power is good, but it is far worse than my 4 elements and Gajeel. You are still as arrogant as ever, Joseph. At this moment, the sea castle began to shake violently. A huge and magnificent magic circle appeared in the sky, and the magic aura of the entire castle suddenly rose, giving people a sense of oppression. Joseph's face changed suddenly, and he could not hide his inner shock. Super magic? How is it possible? How can such a powerful magic be released without the level of Saint 10? On the opposite side, Makarov had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a confident light. Harry, you have really become stronger. 10 minutes ago. Harry watched the president and Natsu rushing to the battlefield, thinking slightly in his heart. He knew that he had to act quickly. However, just as he was about to follow them, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately stopped and clenched his staff with both hands. The staff emitted a dazzling light in his hand, and huge magic power condensed around him, rushing to the sky, forming a magnificent magic circle. It's time to let the world see my strength. Harry whispered to himself, and the magic power gradually increased, and a strong sense of shock filled the air. He raised the staff high, and with a roar, a huge magic circle appeared in the air. Earth magic, earth lifting. Boom! The Phantom Guild Castle, which was originally floating in the sea, was instantly pushed by the huge crustal force. The sea water was violently pushed away, and the thousands of meters around the huge sea castle were like a lifted boulder, suddenly lifted up and taken away from the sea. The ecology of the seabed was exposed in broad daylight, and the original ocean was forced to reveal the bare earth. The castle shook in the air, and the huge vibration made the entire battlefield tremble. Hal's actions did not stop. He quickly cast the second magic tree world coming. He put his hands together, and a large area of huge trees and vines appeared on the ground. They grew rapidly from the ground, as if they were cast with some kind of wonderful magic. The trees and vines intertwined into a net, quickly covering the entire seabed and tightly locking the huge castle. At the same time, these trees formed several roads leading to the Phantom Guild, providing a direct passage for the guild members. It's incredible. Is this magic that humans can do? Loki held his glasses with trembling hands, his tone full of disbelief. He had rarely seen Hal take action, and only knew that his magic power was terrifying. The surrounding guild members also widened their eyes, watching Hal's magic show such exaggerated effects in amazement. This is the master of nature, Levi muttered to herself. The Phantom Castle was in a mess. Under the huge shock, the castle had long been unrecognizable. The Phantom Guild members looked at everything in front of them with despair on their faces. Impossible, with such a terrifying wizard here, what are we going to fight? What a joke! With this kind of magic, it would be easy for him to crush the entire castle. A group of people trembled all over, holding their heads, and they had no morale. Just then, a pit-faced wizard pointed forward, his lips trembling, and shouted in fear. They rushed up. It's Fairy Tale. The Ghost Guild and the others were trapped in despair because of Hal's terrifying magic. When they looked out, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were already fully prepared. The atmosphere of the guild became more enthusiastic after the excitement of Howl's magic display, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Gray, Elfman, Kana, Lucy, Levi, and others were ready to charge, with a firm light in their eyes and a burning desire to fight. "Okay, everyone, we have to drive them out." Gray's voice was low and powerful, revealing fearlessness. His hands quickly formed seals, and the terrifying ice-blue magic energy condensed in his palms. Then, he smashed it hard, and a huge ice wall rose up among the people of the Phantom Guild, firmly trapping the Phantom members who tried to escape. "How is it possible? There are more than 300 of us, and he actually surrounded us all with a magic." Elfman also ran in front. He quickly changed his body shape, and the magic power formed a strong beast aura around him. "Receive." Arms of the beast. As his arms swung, a huge whirlwind of power swept out, quickly blowing away the members of the Phantom Guild, and the flying dust and debris made their movements more difficult. At the same time, Kana showed her powerful card magic. The cards in her hand kept changing with her summons, sometimes lightning, sometimes water dragons. She threw many cards directly into the middle of the members of the Phantom Guild, and the multiple magic in the cards was hard to defend against. Lucy and Levi were not to be outdone. Lucy summoned her star spirit. "Open the door of Taurus, Talos." Niu rushed into the crowd in his daily coquettish pants and holding a giant axe, causing huge damage to the terrain. Levi used her text magic to unfold the huge text, and the power of ice, snow, and wind swept the enemy, turning into a storm to suppress them to the ground. How could someone turn into a monster and rush over here? This card here is even more shameless. What the hell is that cow wearing a bitter tea? I don't want to play anymore. There's wind, thunder, and snow. How strong is Fairy Tale? Where are our S-class? Let them come to help, we can't stop them. Everyone joined forces to attack, and most of the members of the Phantom Guild were instantly defeated and fled in all directions. The battle in the castle became more and more chaotic. But there were still powerful phantom wizards with pale faces, shouting in pain, trying to fight back, but facing the powerful offensive of Fairy Tale, they had no power to fight back. Chapter 30. The battle was won, and the enemy was in a state of panic. On the top of the castle, Joseph's anger almost devoured his sanity. He watched his guild members being defeated by the guild members of Fairy Tale, and he was furious. "Damn Makarov!" Joseph roared, his voice full of crazy hatred. He turned his eyes to the four elements and Gajeel, and ordered, "You five, go down quickly and kill all those damn fairies." Hearing this, the four elements and Gajeel immediately jumped down from a high place, ready to join the battlefield. However, before they could completely land, they were knocked away by the rapid and fierce attack. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu's voice roared like thunder. He wielded the blazing flames, and the powerful Fire Dragon Fist hit Gajeel, knocking him into the castle. The burst of fire made Gajeel unable to stand up again for a short time. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Urza's high-pitched voice came immediately, and her body was quickly wrapped in a set of black armor, holding a black giant sword in her hand. The four elements were just about to enter the battlefield when they were cut down by a huge sword light. The huge sword light cut through the air and approached Rabbit Maru. As one of the four elements, Rabbit Maru of fire, he was cut by Urza's giant sword before he could react. The huge sword light cut like a sharp blade, leaving a deep wound on his chest, almost tearing his entire body apart. Rabbit Maru rolled in the air in pain, and the severe wound almost made him lose consciousness. He fell heavily to the ground, struggled a few times, and finally stopped on the ground powerlessly, no longer moving. Light Magic Holy Sword. Hal looked down at the battlefield from the air, his staff raised high. The huge light magic formed a giant sword-like light, and accurately slashed at Arya, one of the four elements. The lightsaber cut through his defense and forcibly repelled him. Arya rolled in the air, blood gushing from her abdomen, and fell to the ground in a mess. Damn it! Rabbit Maru! Earth Thor screamed out of control, anger and fear intertwined in his voice. Juvia lost her usual indifference, and her eyes showed deep pain. She quietly looked at the corpse of Rabbit Maru on the ground, her heart full of unconcealable sadness. Go to hell, bastard! Earth Thor instantly merged into the earth, and the surrounding walls moved quickly under the control of his power, gathered together, trying to squeeze Hal in the middle and crush him to death. Boom! The terrifying impact was deafening. The wall was crushed towards Hal under a powerful force. Hal was completely crushed without leaving any trace. Die! You deserve it! Damn goblin! Thor's voice was filled with ecstasy and hatred, almost sentencing Hal to his fate. However, what he didn't notice was that beside him, a stream of quicksand floated in the air, and then quickly condensed into a human form. Hal appeared behind Thor without knowing when, and gently hugged his neck with one hand, with a light smile without emotion on his face. You are called Thor of the Earth. Hal's voice was cold and mocking, like a cold blade piercing Thor's heart. How is it possible? You just died. Thor looked at Hal in horror, and the expression on his face changed from shock to despair. His body began to weather involuntarily, his skin gradually became dry and cracked, and his eye sockets were sunken without moisture, revealing shriveled pupils, as if all the essence of life had been sucked out. Hal's left hand exuded an invisible force, and the powerful water extraction magic was working. Under this terrifying force, Thor's body quickly weathered into a shriveled mummy. Then Hal patted the shoulders of the mummy Thor, and quietly put away his left hand around his neck. The breeze blew, and Thor's body turned into dust. Thor's ability completely deprived Thor of his vitality, turning him into a grain of sand in the wind. At the same time, his figure gradually merged into the quicksand, hiding on the battlefield again, looking for the next prey. Juvia felt extremely uneasy at this moment, her heartbeat accelerated, and her breathing became rapid. The dryness and the breath of death in the air made her feel extremely strange and terrified as a water wizard. Her throat seemed to be tightly bound by some invisible force, and her voice stopped in her throat, unable to make any sound. At this moment, she felt a strong magic suddenly appear behind her, and a cold breath behind her made her back cold. The next moment, 2 arms. His arms were warm and firm as he held her tightly in his arms. Juvia's muscles were tense, and her heart was filled with unspeakable fear. Although this kind of hug might have an ambiguous meaning under normal circumstances, it was an inescapable threat to her at this moment. No, don't. Juvia's voice was trembling, and her lips were trembling slightly. She could feel the body temperature and hot breath of the man behind her. Every time he exhaled, it was like the whisper of the god of death, bringing a creepy sense of terror. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are different from them. You are a kind girl. This is just a small punishment for kidnapping Lucy. Hal's voice sounded softly beside her earlobe, and his breath blew warmly on Juvia's earlobe, bringing a deep sense of despair. Juvia's heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and she could only respond weakly, I know, I'm sorry. Very good, good child. Hal's voice, with a hint of teasing and satisfaction, gradually disappeared from her ears. Hal's figure also gradually turned into quicksand at the moment when she felt palpitations, slowly drifting away. Juvia could barely breathe after feeling Hal's departure. She was covered in cold sweat and her muscles were almost trembling. She sat down on the ground as if she was hollowed out, her face pale, her eyes full of deep fear and anxiety. Hal's dark breath still echoed in her senses, making it difficult for her to calm down. Her body was completely dominated by this invisible terror, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. What kind of person would have such a terrifying evil magic and awe-inspiring sacred light magic at the same time? On the other side, Urza was fighting fiercely with Aaliyah, the best of the 4 elements. Aaliyah's eye mask had been taken off, and disgusting tears kept pouring out of his magical eyes. His magic power fluctuated wildly, bringing Urza an unimaginable horror. How sad, Urza! Arya's voice was filled with a morbid joy, and his magic eyes were filled with an unsettling light. You have seen my strongest state, this magic power, you are absolutely unable to resist. Accompanied by Arya's voice, the terrifying wind magic rolled up endless sand and gravel, sweeping around him like an endless storm. The sand and dust were flying in the air, and Urza was trapped by the violent wind and sand, unable to move forward, and every step seemed to be stuck in the mud. Urza gritted her teeth and tried to resist the wind and sand that kept attacking her. Her body was constantly hit by sand and gravel, facing great pressure. She held the sword tightly in her hand, and although her vision was blocked by the sand and dust, she still looked firmly in the direction of Arya. I won't back down, Urza's voice was firm and unyielding. No matter how powerful your magic is, I will use my power to protect my guild. Ha 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 ha, that's good, Urza. Arya looked at the fairy queen in front of her, with a morbid joy on her face, and the blush in her eyes mixed with a twisted smile, which looked particularly weird. He quickly chanted the spell, his voice with endless indifference and fanaticism, Death Space Zero. As Arya's spell fell, his body turned into a huge wind magic black hole, and the black vortex spread from around him, swallowing everything. His two red eyes were particularly conspicuous in the black hole, emitting a creepy light. The dark breath was as boundless as the night, sweeping everything around, as if to swallow the entire space into endless darkness. Urza felt this terrifying storm, and her heartbeat accelerated sharply. She tried to use her sword to block the surrounding strong wind, but the strong attraction of the black hole almost made her body lose control. Her sword light seemed insignificant in the storm, and was constantly swallowed by the black hole, gradually losing its light. How is it possible, this power? Urza gritted her teeth and persisted, trying to fight against the huge black hole storm. Just when she was about to collapse, a stronger force of death appeared beside her, making Urza's eyes widen and look at the source in horror. Desert Tornado. Hal's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, and his body turned into a fierce tornado, and the vortex was full of dead silence. The rolling sand, accompanied by the power of darkness, swept in, as if to swallow the whole world. The power of death made people feel an endless darkness, as if every grain of sand contained deep despair and ferocity. The power of the tornado roared out from hell, pounced on Arya, and wrapped him in endless sand and darkness. Sand. Rotating in the storm, with cold and ruthless power, it swept through Arya's body. Every grain of sand was like the sickle of the god of death, scratching his skin, absorbing his moisture, and making him feel unprecedented pain. Arya's red eyes gradually lost their luster in the storm, his body began to dry up, and his skin gradually weathered. The breath of darkness wrapped around him like a venomous snake, making him unable to escape. Tears of despair rolled in his eyes, but in the end, his tears also dried up, and no liquid flowed out. This is, how? Arya's voice became weak, his body turned into a shriveled mummy, lifeless, his face distorted, and his eyes were full of deep fear and despair. There was only the endless darkness and the breath of death around him, as if he was completely swallowed by the darkness. In the end, Arya's body was completely weathered into a mummy, and he could no longer cry any tears. His heart was filled with endless regret and fear, and the end of all this was only witnessed by the dark desert tornado. How sad! Hal's faint voice disappeared from Arya's life along with the wind and sand. Chapter 31. The battle was won, and the battle was won. Inside the ruins of the castle, Natsu was doing his best to suppress the iron dragon Gajeel. The light of the flames shone around him, emitting hot energy. Although Gajeel's armor was strong, it gradually showed flaws under Natsu's fierce attack. Each of Natsu's punches was filled with hot flames, hitting Gajeel's armor hard, making a deafening roar. Gajeel's body was constantly pushed back by the impact of the flames, but he still stood firmly, using his iron fist to fight against the flame fist. The collision of flames and iron raised the temperature of the entire battlefield to the extreme. The surrounding buildings were shattered, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. The hot wind of the fire dragon. Natsu roared, opened his arms, and the flames formed a strong hot wind, sweeping towards Gajeel. Gajeel's armor made a harsh metallic sound under the impact of the hot wind, and the surface of the armor began to turn red and hot. Humph! Gajeel gritted his teeth and insisted. He pressed his body against the ground and waved his fists continuously, trying to resist Natsu's attack. However, Natsu was not disturbed by the four elements at this time. The blazing flames continued to rise from him, making Gajeel very embarrassed. Moreover, after Hal's devilish special training, Natsu's strength and skills have reached a new peak, and every blow is accurate and fierce. Gajeel's armor gradually cracked under the impact of Natsu's flames, and the high temperature of the flames made Gajeel's defense weaker and weaker. His breathing also became rapid due to excessive consumption, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Gajeel's face was solemn. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be in a desperate situation. The magic of the Iron Dragon boiled in his body. He suddenly gathered all his strength into his right hand, transforming it into an Iron Dragon's saw sword, ready to counterattack Natsu. Iron Dragon's saw sword! Gajeel roared, and a black-green magic circle appeared. His right hand quickly transformed into a huge rotating saw sword, with iron light flashing on the sword body and making a harsh buzzing sound. The saw sword kept spinning, as sharp as a chainsaw, sweeping towards Natsu with a powerful cutting force. A trace of surprise flashed in Natsu's eyes, but he immediately regained his excitement. That's it! Natsu looked at Gajeel excitedly. The flames on his body burned more violently, and he rushed towards Gajeel's attack with all his strength. However, when Gajeel's saw sword swept across, the powerful slashing wave not only cut through the blazing flames, but also contained huge destructive power, tearing the air in an instant. Gajeel's saw sword split a pillar in the ruins with the force of a storm, and the huge shock wave scattered the remains of the castle, and the entire ruins were shaking violently. Natsu faced a strong pressure from the slashing wave. Although he tried his best to block it, he was still oppressed and could not remain stable. Boom! The power of fire and iron intertwined in the air, forming a hot explosion storm. Natsu's body was repelled by the powerful slashing wave, and his flames were almost swallowed by the storm. Gajeel's saw sword fiercely split the pillar of the castle, and with a loud bang, the structure of the entire castle became more fragile. As the pillar broke, the collapse of the ruins became more and more serious. The entire castle began to shake violently, dust flew all over the sky, and a huge crash echoed in the air. At this moment, the battlefield was almost quiet, and the companions of the guild were also watching all this nervously, with their faces full of worry and uneasiness about Natsu. Lucy's eyes anxiously scanned the surroundings, and her mood was suspended in the air because of Natsu's safety. "Natsu, be careful!" Lucy's voice was full of concern. She saw Natsu struggling against the enemy and his body disappeared under the ruins, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. On the ruins of the top floor of the castle. "Iron bastard, you still have some tricks." Natsu stood up in the ruins. Although he was covered in dust, his posture was still upright, and his eyes were flashing with fiery fire. "Ha, fire dragon bastard, you can still stand." Gajeel panted. Although his breathing was rapid, his tone was still unyielding. He couldn't tolerate himself losing to the goblin's men again. "Interesting." Natsu imitated Howl's tone and shouted wildly. The flame power in his body was completely released, gathering into a powerful flame airflow, rushing straight towards Gajeel. "Fire dragon's sharp horn!" Natsu roared, and the hot flames wrapped around his whole body, as if he had turned into a huge fire dragon, rushing towards Gajeel. "Damn it! Iron Dragon Sword!" Gajeel gritted his teeth in response, and his Iron Dragon saw sword turned into a fierce attack force, trying to resist the impact of the fire dragon. However, Natsu's power was fierce and ruthless, gradually dissolving Gajeel's saw sword power one by one. The fire dragon's airflow brought a devastating impact in the air, forcing Gajeel back. Although Gajeel tried his best to resist, his iron dragon saw sword gradually lost its power under the power of the fire dragon. Finally, Gajeel's iron dragon saw sword was completely defeated by the power of the fire dragon. The flames exploded in the air, and the violent explosion shattered Gajeel's iron armor. His body was engulfed by the flames, and after spinning a few times, he fell heavily to the ground and found it difficult to stand up again. The winner is decided, Iron Bastard. Natsu was a little exhausted, but there was still a victorious smile on his face. Chapter 32. The battle between Makarov and Joseph was still going on fiercely in the huge magic circle above the castle. Although he sensed that Gajeel had been defeated, Joseph was still unwilling to give up, struggling like a trapped beast. His whole body was surrounded by dark magic, his face was full of grim smiles and anger, as if he still had a glimmer of hope. Damn Makarov! Joseph roared, his voice filled with unconcealed despair and anger. His hands quickly formed seals, and the magic circle of the entire castle rippled violently under him. Powerful magic began to gather around him, forming a huge dark storm. Although Joseph was on the verge of exhaustion, he still stubbornly tried to fight back. His dark magic circle raged in the air, making a final roar and roar. At this moment, Hal suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, raised his staff, and quickly formed a powerful sand shield, completely blocking Joseph's full-strength attack. The black shock wave continued to spark dazzling sparks on the sand shield, but failed to break through Hal's defense. Joseph saw that his attack was ineffective, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. However, he was still unwilling to give up and continued to surround Hal and Makarov with dark magic. Despite this, his magic power had begun to become unstable, and his body gradually showed signs of weakness. At this moment, Makarov stood in the distance, and his hands began to slowly condense a golden source of magic power. The golden light exuded a warm and sacred atmosphere around him, and the magic power in the air was also attracted, forming a huge vortex of glory. Makarov's face was majestic and firm, and he knew that the decision at this moment would determine everything. Joseph, you still have one last chance, kneel down. Makarov's voice was sonorous and powerful, with a cold and majestic atmosphere. His eyes were firm, revealing a majesty that could not be rejected. What a joke! Our magic power is comparable, even with the help of this stinky boy, you can't humiliate me like this. Joseph heard this, and a trace of fury flashed in his eyes. Although his magic power was on the verge of collapse, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, cursing madly. His voice was full of unwillingness and anger, as if it was the last struggle against his failure. In the interweaving of darkness and light, Joseph's fury and despair seemed particularly abrupt. His whole body was gradually surrounded by the expanding light, and the strong will to resist formed a sharp contrast with the impending end. Makarov's face did not fluctuate at all, he slowly began to count down, his tone calm and firm, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown sound fell, Makarov put his hands together, and the golden magic source turned into a huge light between his palms. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally formed a huge golden magic circle in the air. The edge of the magic circle flashed with dazzling brilliance, and ancient and sacred runes kept flowing in it. Fairy Law, this is an ultimate skill in super magic, representing the power and justice of the Fairy Tale Guild. This magic circle almost covered the entire sky, and its grandeur shocked all the wizards present. The light expanded in the air, like a sacred sky, completely covering all the darkness. Super Magic Fairy Law. Makarov's voice echoed in the air, with unquestionable sacredness and majesty. This technique is not only the annihilation of the enemy, but also the ultimate embodiment of justice and guild spirit. As the light expanded, the sacred runes in the magic circle gradually lit up, and the entire space was shrouded in golden light, as if the world was purified at this moment. Joseph felt unprecedented pressure and fear under Makarov's huge light. His body was gradually eroded by the light, became transparent, and finally knelt down powerlessly. His whole body trembled, and his white hair seemed to age by dozens of years in an instant, as if he had lost all his strength and dignity. No. Impossible! Joseph's lips trembled weakly. Makarov's eyes were as deep as the abyss. He looked at Joseph, who was kneeling on the ground quietly, and a deep sigh overflowed from his mouth. The light gradually converged and turned into a gentle and solemn golden glow. Joseph, Makarov's voice was filled with the precipitation of years and kind admonition, the power and strength you pursued all your life will ultimately bring you nothing but loneliness and destruction. The power of magic is used to protect and create, not to devour and destroy. When you were young, you might have been blinded by ambition. I hope you can reflect on what you have done in the remaining years. We won. Under the castle, everyone realized that their president had won when they saw the huge light curtain purifying the dark magic. You are worthy of being the president, Grandpa. Hal looked at everything in front of him. The huge light magic purified all the darkness, including the death power overflowing from Hal. This is a side effect of using the left-hand death magic. Hal's character will become bloodthirsty but will not lose self-awareness. Makarov turned his head to look at Hal, his heart full of relief, but he also expressed doubts about the death power in Hal. Hal, what's the matter with the strong death power in you? It's just an innate power. Don't worry, Grandpa President, I can control it. Hal smiled slightly, his eyes calm and firm. Smelly boy! Makarov laughed and scolded when he saw this. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Hal and Makarov. It was Miston. Miston was about 1.8 meters tall, and his figure looked very burly under the cloak. His voice was low and steady, like an ancient bell echoing in the air. President, Hal, the Phantom's branch has been completely annihilated. After that, the Phantom Guild flags flew all over the sky, symbolizing their defeat. I know, Makarov looked at Miston. Although he didn't know much about his strongest candidate in the guild, he knew that Miston was a kind child. Well done, Miston. Hal also walked over and put his arm around Miston's shoulders and said, after this is over, I will come to help you fight against Anima. Hal smiled happily at Miston Gang. He also knew about Miston Gang. He came from another world and had no magic power. His powerful strength was all based on his understanding of magic and the several magic wands behind him. Hal admired him. An ordinary person could have S-level strength in just a few years after joining the guild. It was impossible without a strong heart and extraordinary efforts. All this was to fight against Anima, against the selfish desires of his emperor father, and against the whole world that gave birth to him and raised him. Miss Dong Ang's shoulders relaxed slightly, with a faint smile. I can still deal with it for the time being, Hal. Then, call me in time when you need help, Hal responded seriously, his eyes full of concern and commitment. Okay. Miston Gang nodded. Miston Gang chatted with Hal for a while, and soon his figure became distorted and slowly disappeared. The president also walked to the bottom of the castle at this time, looking at each guild member with a kind smile on his face. Everyone has worked hard. Thank you for the efforts of every member. Today, we have protected our home together. Oh! All the guild members responded in unison, their voices full of unity and pride. The glory of victory shone on everyone's face, and everyone's mood became more relaxed. Hal continued to stand silently beside the president, feeling deeply moved. Chapter 33. Under the wreckage, there was holy light. Hal and his guildmates returned to the guild. On the way, Hal saw Natsu and Lucy supporting each other, which made others envious. It seemed that Hal was the only one around. Someone also took care of the Phantom Wizard. Urza handled this task very responsibly. After all, it was impossible to watch someone die without helping. This was inconsistent with the philosophy of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this time, Gray, the unlucky guy, found the blood-soaked bunny rabbit Maru. Hey, Hey, this kind of wound, he won't die, right? What a scary Urza. Hey! The scary red-haired girl looked over at him instantly after hearing this. Gray was frightened by Urza's size, and quickly shut up and carefully examined the injured in front of him. He lost too much blood, but he can still be saved, just use the life seed given by Howl. Gray took out a seed full of vitality and put it in Bunny Rabbit Maru's mouth. A green light flashed, and Bunny Rabbit Maru's wound immediately stopped bleeding and healed, and his vitality slowly recovered. This is the seed of life created by Howl with magic. Generally, only the core members of the guild have it. After all, Howl also knows how powerful this seed is. In this magical world where healing magic has become a lost magic, Howl's ability is undoubtedly eye-catching. So Howl only gave it to the core members of the guild as a life-saving trump card. Of course, this thing is not very precious. Howl can take out hundreds of them a day, but it will be sluggish for a while after using them up ==. Well, it's mental. On the other side, Juvia was still sad. He saw the death of his guildmates with his own eyes. The ghost was also destroyed. She didn't know where she could go. Suddenly, he saw Gray rescuing Tuchuan. Of course, his attention was not on Tuchuan at all. Her eyes were fixed on Gray's handsome face. Then, she fell in love at first sight ==. Instantly found her next target. At this time, Gray, who rescued Tuchuan, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know that he was accidentally liked by a woman, and this love was forever. After a few days, inside the guild, Howl was communicating with the staff of the council. They were investigating the incident about the phantom. That is to say, it was Joseph who took the initiative to attack Fairy Tale, right, Lord Howl? The person who came to investigate. No, Toad looked at Howl thoughtfully. Indeed, Joseph's goal was to kidnap a member of our guild, the heir of the Heartfilia family. Heartfilia? So that's it, I know. We will report this incident to the adults of the council. Thank you Lord Howl for your cooperation. The Toad brothers understood what was going on when they heard this. The daughter of one of the most powerful families in the kingdom of Fiori was in Fairy Tale. No wonder the phantom made a big fuss and left that day. Many people in the council knew about the discord between Phantom Ruler and Fairy Tale. At first, the rise of Fairy Tale seriously affected the number of commissions of Phantom Guild, which was originally the first guild in Fiori. The development of Phantom Guild was greatly hindered. Later, when the guild president's alliance met, Joseph and Makarov had some verbal conflicts, which made the conflict between the two guilds more intense. The Toad brothers left, and he had already got the answer in his heart, or the answer that the councillors wanted. Because Howl's previous contribution to the council made Howl one of the 10 holy mages, and the decision was already in the process, and the announcement had been issued in the cities near the council headquarters. The councillors did not want to cause problems in the selection of 10 holy mages because of this incident, which would make the council lose face. As for the incident of Phantom attacking Fairy Tale and the issue of fighting between the 10 holy mages, it would be better to convict directly, which is in line with public opinion. After all, the ruler of Phantom threatened the client many times during work, or forced the work to be completed by shady means in order to collect commissions. This made many people hate the existence of Phantom, and reported the behavior of Phantom to the council many times. However, this matter is not easy to solve. After all, the Phantom Guild is too large compared to other guilds, and there are branches in various cities across the country. This makes it difficult for the council to issue direct punishment to Phantom, which has caused a lot of complaints in the magic world. This time, the Phantom. The ghost attack on Fairy Tale just gave the council enough reasons to remove the ghosts. It is estimated that in a few days, the branches of ghosts across the country will disappear. Some cities will lose the guilds that can be entrusted, and new emerging guilds will be created in the future. This time, the council will choose the guild they want as the leader of the city to maintain the stability of the magic world. Of course, these twists and turns are completely unknown to Natsu and others. From their perspective, someone is looking for trouble? Fight. Win cool. So the group is ready to go on vacation with Hal. The day of departure is the day when Hal is canonized. On August 8, X784, Hal St. Michidor became one of the 10 holy mages. At the same time, Joseph's crimes were thoroughly exposed by the council, and he was stripped of his title of the 10 holy mages. Later, with the consent of Makarov, the 10 holy mages, the victory over Joseph was given to Hal. Thus, the title of Master of Nature and Hal the 10 holy mages were combined into one. The reputation of the 20-year-old 10 holy mages Hal St. Michidor became famous, and his powerful magic of controlling the power of nature was praised by the magic world. Chapter 34. The New Year is coming, and the New Year is coming. On August 8, Hal came to the council headquarters to receive the title and badge of Holy 10. As the day approached, the discussion about the power of Hal's magic was boiling in the entire magic world. In the photos shown in Newsweek, Hal's magic on the sea caused huge damage and transformation to the terrain, which was amazing. What a powerful magic! With such a young and powerful wizard, the future of the magic world is really exciting. This magic is even more exaggerated than Lord Zicrane's celestial magic. Have you seen Lord Zicrane in action? Of course, I saw Lord Zicrane's magic when he participated in the final test of the Holy 10 selection. It was still noon, but the whole sky darkened. The whole sky? What an outrageous magic! However, many people are skeptical of these exaggerated descriptions. What a joke! This kind of magic is unheard of. How can such a powerful magician be only 20 years old? Fairy tale is really getting more and more exaggerated every year. I heard a while ago that the strength of fairy tales Laxus is also at the level of Saint 10. Hey? So there are 3 fairy tale wizards at the level of Saint 10. How is it possible? Just think about it and you will know that it is exaggerated. Hal and Laxus are not even the strongest in fairy tale. There is Gildarts, who is called the strongest wizard in the West, and Miston Gang and others are rumored to have the same strength as Hal and others. That's too exaggerated. 1, 2, 5. So by that count, the strength of fairy tale is also abnormal. So I said, it's all too famous. Anyway, I want to see the final evaluation of Saint 10 with my own eyes. I'll go too. I heard it's this afternoon. On the afternoon of August 8, when Hal arrived at the council headquarters, the sky was already filled with people. What the hell, where do all these people come from? Hal muttered in a low voice. He stood in front of the main office of the Council of Review, and the Council of Review officials who were guarding him immediately recognized him. Hello, Lord Hal, we will lead the final evaluation of your Holy 10. You? Where are the reviewers? The reviewers are holding a special meeting and cannot come. Please forgive us for evaluating on their behalf. Okay, then where do we start? Yes, Lord Hal, on the Holy 10 evaluation platform outside. Hal followed the official in a neat uniform with respect on his face to the so-called Holy 10 evaluation platform, and saw a huge and simple magic base, with dozens of complex formations from the center to the outermost. The Holy 10 evaluation platform was specially set up by the Council of Review. It has a number of evaluation equipment that are crucial to magicians, such as magic power measurement and magic power measurement, which is also an important basis for determining the ranking of the Holy 10. Here he comes, it's Hal. Oh. The area around the Holy 10 evaluation platform had already been surrounded by a large crowd, and everyone cheered when they saw Hal's arrival. When Hal just stepped onto the magic evaluation platform, the sun was shining through the sky, bringing bright and warm light to the entire evaluation platform and the crowd. Against this glorious backdrop, Hal's figure was particularly eye-catching. His tall body stood in the center of the evaluation platform, and at a height of 185 centimeters, he stood out among the crowd. The broad shoulders and strong muscles of the dragon slayer, who symbolizes the earth, make him look like a towering mountain, stable and majestic. He was wearing an elemental magic cloak, which fluttered lightly in the breeze, blending with his magic power, and flashing a flowing luster. The edge of the cloak is inlaid with delicate magic runes, which emit a faint light under the illumination, forming a soft and mysterious halo, as if covering Hal with a layer of brilliant shield. On his left hand, 5 different magic rings each emit a unique light, and the gems inlaid in each ring flash brilliant colors in the sun, symbolizing the power of various magic. The light on the ring flows between Hal's fingers, sometimes weak, sometimes bright, changing with his movements, adding a layer of dazzling magic to him. The legendary nature controller finally meets in person. So handsome! I hope he will live up to his name, so that this trip will not be in vain. Hal was surprised to see so many people. Can all these people come to see me for evaluation? Yes, Lord Hal, part of this evaluation platform is also open to the public. It is like this every session. This is also a good opportunity for the council to show its reputation to the magic world. OK. Please stand in the middle of the evaluation platform, Lord Hal. There will be a device that automatically evaluates magic power. OK. Hal walked to the center of the evaluation platform, and the light around him gradually lit up. With a buzzing sound, the evaluation platform began to operate autonomously, and the golden light enveloped Hal. What an excellent magic device, it is really testing my magic power. Hal felt the numbness coming from his whole body and exclaimed, "The council has so many good things." Boom! 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 The light continued to appear, and the 99 lines of the evaluation platform gradually lit up from 1. Every time a line is lit, it represents the continuous accumulation of magic power of an ordinary magician in a year. Last time, Lord Zikaline had an amazing score of 45. You must know that at that time, he was less than 20 years old. It sounds like that, about 3 times the talent of an ordinary person. Someone who just arrived sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? 1 line is the amount of magic power that an ordinary person can absorb continuously for a year. Who do you think can do it? Yes, this thing is just a reference standard. When an ordinary person practices magic and shows 1 line, it means he has become a magician. If 3 to 5 lines are shown, they are senior magicians, and their strength is enough to fight most monsters. For example, our Council of Magic Captain Rahel has only 10 lines at the age of 30, but that is enough to look down on most people. Hiss, then 45 lines is too abnormal. Yes, so I say that Lord Zikrane is a real genius. He is also handsome. He is one of the 10 counselors and one of the 10 holy magicians. He is simply a demon-like figure. You know, he is only 20 years old now. At this moment, Hal's body was constantly filled with light, 10, 20, 30, 50. Oh my god, he really surpassed Lord Zikrane, 50 magic powers, which is almost the same as Joseph's level before. That Joseph was defeated by Lord Hal. Boom! Boom! The light continued to emerge, 60, 70, 80, until 99. How is it possible? The crowd looked at the young man standing in the 99 light patterns in surprise, their faces full of shock and disbelief. 99. That is the level that the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar can reach. It is said that there is no magic device that can evaluate their specific magic power. That is the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Each of them is a well-known senior in the magic world. How old is he? 20? Monster! The crowd erupted in a huge noise, and even the officials of the council were so shocked that they were speechless. This! Lord Hal! This is over, let's continue, I'm in a hurry. Hal was ready to go to the beach to take a vacation with Natsu after the evaluation. So, Hal quickly carried out the next evaluation. What is incomprehensible is that no matter whether it is magic strength, quality, control, magic destructive power, or release speed, all the evaluation scores cannot be further measured. 9999. The crowd was silent when seeing this scene, and suddenly someone exclaimed, "We may have witnessed the birth of a legend. Fairy tale is so terrifying. If the rumors are true, Gildarts, Laxus, Hal, and Miss Dong-Ang are all at the level of the 10 saints. It is said that Gildarts is the strongest of fairy tale. Ah! But why have we hardly heard of this person? It is said that this person is born with strong magic power and cannot control himself. He is on the way to do commissions almost every moment. Now he is carrying out the 100 Years mission. Really, really amazing. It is a blessing for us Ishgar to have such a powerful wizard guild." While a group of people were still discussing, Hal had passed all the tests, walked into the hall of the council headquarters, and received his Holy 10 badge and Holy 10 cloak. "Lord Hal, since the magic device cannot measure your specific strength, your strength will be temporarily ranked Holy 10 5th. Only after Ishgar's 4 heavenly kings, not bad." Hal nodded slowly when he heard this. He was not surprised to get this ranking. After all, since he became an S-class wizard, he has never really gone all out. He lamented his physical talent and the strength of the red jade before he became an adult. When he really entered the period of self-cultivation after adulthood, he had already possessing the magic power of an ordinary Holy 10, of course Laxus is almost the same. "Master Hal, your Holy 10 evaluation results will be published in the weekly magazine tomorrow and distributed to all wizards in Ishgar." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Hal felt in a good mood. Looking at the sky, if nothing unexpected happened, he could still catch up with Natsu's dinner time if he left now. Just as Hal was about to say goodbye and leave, suddenly, he felt a huge magic power gathering above the council headquarters. The strength of that magic power was shocking, and it could easily destroy the entire city, far beyond the scope of the Holy 10. Hal couldn't help but look up at the sky in shock. In the sky, a huge beam of light that had never been seen before appeared above the center of the council headquarters. The beam passed through the atmosphere from the council headquarters and went straight to outer space. As the beam rose, huge magic power fluctuations gathered outside the planet, forming an indescribable spectacular scene. The beam was like a dazzling blade tearing through the sky, and the blazing light illuminated the surrounding space, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. The entire sky was illuminated by this light, emitting a dazzling brilliance. At the center of the beam, a huge magic circle pattern began to appear in the interstellar space. Each rune contained unimaginable power and flashed a deep luster. "That is..." Hal's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed surprise. He finally recognized the source of the huge magic power: supergiant satellite magic circle magic elf cannon. Chapter 35. The enemy was so powerful that he could not resist the enemy. Hal recognized the super magic weapon of the council. As a legendary magic weapon, the magic elf cannon is beyond imagination. It is also an important prop for the Magic Council to intimidate the entire magic world. Its magic array unfolds in space, like a huge magic eye looking down at the planet. Every corner of the magic array exudes a dazzling light like a star, and all the runes appear particularly prominent against the background of the vast universe, as if drawing an extremely glorious picture in space. Supergiant Satellite Magic Array Magic Elf Cannon is one of the strongest long-range attack magics in the magic world, and its magic power can destroy a city in an instant. At the core of the magic circle, huge magical fluctuations continued to accumulate, and the energy of the beam was like a vortex that swallowed everything, constantly increasing. Hal's shock was beyond words. He had never seen such a grand magic device, and even in the history of the magic world, magic of this scale was rarely performed. At this moment, the entire council headquarters was shrouded in this power, as if the whole world was trembling. What happened? The people looked up at the sky in horror, and teams of magic soldiers rushed out of the council headquarters. They were wearing white robes and holding tall staffs, symbolizing the majesty of the council. They walked up to the people and tried to calm their fears. "Please don't be nervous, this is the action prepared by the council to eliminate the dark mage Jalal." Jalal. The surprise and fear of the people reached their peak at this moment. Jalal's notoriety shocked them and they immediately panicked. Soon, under the guidance of the magic soldiers, the people quickly left the council headquarters, and the surrounding residential areas were under full martial law. Hal took a deep breath and stared at the terrifying magic power gathering with wide eyes. He realized that this was not just a simple magic show, but an unprecedented display of power. "Where is the target of the attack?" Hal asked, feeling uneasy. "The paradise where the Zeref resurrection cult from the XXC is located." A magic soldier next to him answered. Paradise? Hal was a little confused, and he suddenly felt that the name was very familiar. Suddenly, he felt that the terrifying magic power in the sky was about to fall, and he could clearly see the approximate location of the landing point from where he was. Where? The direction where Natsu and others were traveling and vacationing? "It's unlikely that they will be implicated," Hal muttered to himself with some worry when he saw this. "No, it's hard to say with their ability to cause trouble ==." In any case, Hal decided to go to the location of Natsu and others to confirm their safety. Just when Hal was about to leave to find Natsu again, another accident happened. What happened this time? Hal was really speechless. He couldn't leave, right? But then, he found that the entire council was actually collapsing and decaying. It was as if time had accelerated. Is someone playing tricks? Hal narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the center of the council headquarters, which was said to be the place of the highest power in the magic world. He saw a woman wearing a Japanese kimono standing in the air, surrounded by magical light. Her movements were slow and graceful, but the magic she cast seemed extremely terrifying. It was actually released around the counselors. Hal was shocked. The woman was casting Lost Magic Arc of Time, a powerful magic that can accelerate the passage of time and cause objects in space to decay quickly. He knew that this magic was used by a female counselor in the council, which was rumored to be an extremely powerful magic. All I saw were council officials running away, and some magic soldiers trying to attack the woman or rescue the counselors. The collapsed building was like a broken puzzle, and the bricks and stones of the building were collapsing rapidly, as if the whole world was falling into chaos. The woman had a sickly satisfied smile on her face, her cheeks slightly red, and she was obviously immersed in the ecstasy of casting magic. Her magic accelerated the aging of the surrounding buildings in a short period of time, as if the hourglass of time was rapidly flowing under her magic. "Oh Lord Gerald, now your wish can finally come true." Her voice echoed in the air like a ghost, with a strange tremor, as if every word she said was permeated with the surrounding horror atmosphere. In any case, Hal is ready. Prepare to stop her farce. The Earth Dragon's Collapse Fist. Hal clenched his fist, and the magic power continued to condense in his right hand. The air was filled with oppression and hot energy. The huge magic power shattered the already corrupted and fragile floor, and with terrifying pressure, rolled the air and pressed towards the woman who was casting a spell. The woman smiled slightly when she saw Hal rushing towards her, and Hal's huge magic power shattered the woman's body. He was shocked to find that her figure instantly collapsed into a blurred light and shadow. At that moment, the woman's figure was like broken glass, instantly dissipating. What is this? An afterimage similar to time projection? A clone that can also cast magic? Hal muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts and anxiety. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the headquarters of the Council of Advocates began to collapse violently. Hal had no time to think about it and acted quickly. In the chaotic ruins, Hal's figure gradually appeared. He was protected by a huge vine, and the surrounding buildings continued to collapse. Next to Hal, several injured counselors were lying on the ground. It was obvious that Hal had rescued them before the collapse, including Mr. Yajima, whom Hal respected. Mr. Yajima was covered in dust and blood, and his eyes were full of deep sadness and disappointment. He looked at the collapsed council house, his face full of despair. The hope that had been placed on the people of the magic world in the council house has now turned into a bubble. He misjudged the people, or rather, everyone in the council house misjudged the people. Zeke and Ultia, who were highly expected by them, turned out to be believers of Dark Mage Zeref. They planned this plan together, and the huge magic power brought by the terrifying magic spirit power was all used as a wedding dress to revive Zeref. Even Ultia was willing to sacrifice herself for Zeke or Jalal's plan, destroying the council house and the facilities that control the magic spirit power. From then on, the council could no longer use this terrifying magic weapon. This made Mr. Yajima very worried. He thought of the western continent, which he had been eyeing for many years, and the northern continent, which was said to have dragons. The existence of the magic spirit power was to balance the ambitions of the two continents against Ishgar. Now that everything is gone, Mr. Yajima couldn't help but feel pain. He looked at Hal, the young Saint 10 who had expected to be in the same guild as him when he was young. This was his promising junior. Now, everything could only be handed over to him. Hal. Mr. Yajima's voice was full of endless fatigue and determination. Don't worry about me, I won't die. You go stop Zeke. No, Jalal's plan. He is resurrecting Zeref at the location where the magic spirit power fell. You must not let him succeed. Hal looked at Mr. Yajima. He had been cooperating and talking with the old man since 5 years ago. The old man's sincerity towards the magic world and the fairy tale guild was obvious. He respected the old man very much. Don't worry, Mr. Yajima, I will stop them and will never let Jalal revive. Hal said firmly, and then turned into a golden light and flew quickly towards the direction where the powerful magic power was gathered. Chapter 36. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two of them were in a state of panic. Just as Hal was rushing to the scene, Urza and Jalal were hugging each other on the top of a huge paradise tower. What is this? I'm still alive. At this time, Urza let go of Jalal, looked at her hands in surprise, and muttered to herself. She just thought she had died under the bombardment of the magic spirit power. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Jalal. At this time, Jalal held his forehead and laughed wildly towards the sky. Ah ha 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 ha, finally, finally. It's done, my dream tower, the resurrection of Zeref is finally just around the corner, ha 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 ha. Thank you, Urza, thank you for believing my lies, ha 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 ha. Lies. Urza's expression gradually became solemn. Looking at this good friend of her childhood, her heart seemed to be aching, but she still looked at Jalal with a firm face. Yes, Urza, you will become the resurrection sacrifice of the great Zeref, and it's a pleasure to be the body that resurrects Zeref, ha 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 ha. Jalal continued to laugh wildly with a twisted evil face. Really? Then you have to beat me. Urza stood with a sword in hand, facing Jalal. Hee, don't you understand? Zeke has returned to my body. I just used 30% of my magic power to fight you. Now, the magic power of the Holy Ten is in me. Jalal said, and a thought body that looked exactly like him merged into his body. At this moment, Jalal exuded an elusive and powerful aura, as if he had transformed into an invincible existence. Automatic change BGM OK. What? Aren't you brothers? You lied to me again. Urza was shocked and then furious. This man has become her nightmare. Hee, you are really silly and cute, Urza, I prepared all this 8 years ago. Jalal's voice was full of cold teasing. Urza gritted her teeth angrily and launched an attack without hesitation. Oh no. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Her figure was instantly wrapped in black wings. She was furious and looked like a warrior walking out of the abyss. The sword light flashed, cutting through the air, and approached Jalal directly. However, Jalal's smile became even more ferocious at this moment. His body flashed with golden starlight, flashing in the air like a meteor. Jalal jumped lightly, and instantly turned into a golden light, and lightly shuttled outside of Urza's attack range while Urza attacked. Urza's sword light passed the place where he once stood, and the sword wind swept past, but did not touch Jalal's body. Then he quickly approached Urza's back at the speed of a meteor, and whispered softly, "Our strength is now very different, the Queen of Fairies." Urza quickly dodged and slashed back with a horizontal sword, but still cut into the air. Jalal's figure flashed around her, making it almost impossible for her to lock his true position. Every time Urza swung her sword, Jalal would easily dodge it. His movements were as swift as a meteor, making it unpredictable. In Jalal's wild laughter, Urza endured the pain, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She ran towards Jalal, then took a deep breath and prepared to use her last resort, change. Flying armor. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Urza's body, followed by a set of light golden armor covering her whole body. This set of armor is decorated with cheetah-like stripes, and the golden luster on the armor seems to give her unlimited speed and flexibility. Urza's right-handed sword turned into two short knives, and the sharp blades flashed with cold light, like the claws of a cheetah, majestic and awe-inspiring. Urza's figure drew a smooth arc in the air, which was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch compared to the previous speed. She appeared in front of Jalal in an instant like a cheetah, and the short knives in both hands were aimed at Jalal's body, slashing at Jalal with extremely strong attack power. Jalal's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he reacted quickly. Although Urza's speed caught him off guard, he was still able to react at the critical moment. He quickly stretched out his hands and held down the short sword that was about to cut, trying to stop Urza's attack. The two of them were in a stalemate, and Urza's anger and Jalal's coldness formed a sharp contrast. "Jalal!" Urza looked at the man in front of her angrily. "Not enough, Urza." "Jalal!" There was a hint of teasing in his voice. His eyes were deep, and he spoke to Urza softly, as if he was laughing at her powerlessness. He pressed Urza's blade with both hands, forcing her power to gradually weaken. Then, Jalal quickly raised his foot and kicked Urza's abdomen fiercely. At that moment, Urza felt an unprecedented strong impact, her body was hit hard, and the huge force made the world in front of her blurry in an instant. Her breathing was forced to stop, and her entire vision seemed to be swallowed by darkness, almost fainting. Urza's body was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Her face was distorted and the pain made her unspeakable. Her short sword fell to the side, and the golden armor seemed a little unstable due to the strong impact. She tried to stand up, but felt a layer of dark magic restraining her body, and she could hardly move. Jalal stood in front of her, his eyes revealing ruthless indifference. He gently looked down at her pain with a cold smile on his lips. "Ha ha ha ha, your efforts are in vain, Urza. Now, Zeref's resurrection is just around the corner, and you are powerless to save the situation." Urza's heart was filled with helplessness and despair, but she still gritted her teeth. "We must solve it before Natsu comes up." Urza tried to stand up several times, but finally failed and lay on the ground. Jalal's sneer filled the entire Paradise Tower. He looked down at Urza with a smug smile on his face. "How pitiful, Urza." Jalard waved his hand gently, and a dark light flashed on the ground, and a crystal appeared in the air. The crystal flickered with a faint light and emitted a strong magical fluctuation. Urza was forcibly dragged into the interior of the crystal. She felt her body gradually merge into it. The huge magic seemed to be decomposing her body, and the surrounding scene became blurred and illusory. "Is this the end? I'm sorry, Natsu, President, Simon, everyone." Urza closed her eyes in some pain. She felt herself I feel so powerless. Suddenly, a ray of light cracked on the ground at the top of the Paradise Tower, and Natsu's figure broke through the crystal from the ground, and his flames rolled in the air, like a violent fire dragon. It turned out that after hearing what happened to Urza, Natsu's anger turned into amazing flames. He jumped up in the tower, and the flames broke through the layers of floors and rushed to the top of the tower. His anger brought huge magic power, like a huge wave, constantly destroying the obstacles in front of him. The flames danced around his body, and the whole tower shook violently in his anger. What? Jalal looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The broken floor made him have nowhere to land. Jalal quickly adjusted his posture and turned to face Natsu. Damn bastard! The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu's right hand was ablaze with flames. This blow was full of anger. The terrifying force knocked Jalal's body away and smashed the ground. Smelly boy, Jalal's right face was stained with some black charcoal. He quickly stood up and prepared to fight back. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from the sky. The huge sound was getting closer and closer until he looked up and found a dazzling light falling rapidly. Hal's figure passed through the air, and he fell from the sky like a lightning bolt tearing the night sky. His landing was accompanied by a powerful magic aftermath. A strong magic storm swept around, and the entire Paradise Tower trembled violently in his descent. Hal's magic was like thunder bombardment. The remaining magic spirit power in the air triggered a strong storm after Hal's high-speed flying magic fluctuations. The clouds in the sky also became restless under the influence of his magic. Impossible, what kind of magic is this, who are you? Jellard lost his calmness at this moment, and he looked at Hal in the sky in disbelief. Natsu. Hal. Urza also looked at the two in shock, with tears flowing from one of her eyes. Hal frowned at this. He had never seen Urza so fragile. From his perspective, Urza has always been a strong little girl, her heart is tough and strong. He almost never thought that someone would make Urza lose her composure like this. Zikaline? No, Jalal. Hal felt so angry that he had never felt so angry before. He and Urza and everyone in the guild almost grew up together. In his heart Urza, Natsu and others are just like his brothers and sisters. Dragon Slayer's secret technique, Earthquake Dragon Spear. As Hal's spell sounded, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Hal held the staff tightly in both hands, his magic power quickly gathered, and the air around him became dark due to the flow of magic power. The staff began to emit a dazzling light in his hand, and the outline of a dragon could be seen in the light. Hal's staff was gradually wrapped in golden light, and the staff turned into a magnificent dragon rock dragon spear at this moment. Light surged out from the top of the staff, and the golden light continued to spread, gradually forming a huge dragon-shaped spear body. The body of the dragon spear seemed to be made of hard rock, and the surface was covered with complex magic patterns, as if the power of the earth was condensed on it. The surface of the dragon spear had a delicate texture, and the dragon scale-like texture looked particularly magnificent against the light. No, I will die. Jellard's eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't expect this man to be so powerful when they met. The magic power gathered in Hal's hand in front of him was almost out of control. This power made him feel an unprecedented threat. He had to use all his strength to resist. He didn't even hesitate to run away, because he knew it was impossible. He could see Hal's eyes were reflected by the out-of-control black and gold magic power like golden dragon pupils, and fine dragon scales were looming in the corners of his eyes, revealing deep indifference and deterrence, as if he would be doomed if he revealed a flaw. The scene was like a volcano about to erupt, which was terrifying. Jalal's magic power erupted instantly, and he was surrounded by a dark energy wave. 45 magic powers representing the Holy Ten rushed straight into the sky from his body. His blue hair was straightened by the terrifying magic vortex, and the red lines on his right eye also emitted an evil light, reflecting the power of darkness. He quickly formed seals with both hands, condensing a 10-meter-wide dark sphere, which gathered starlight and the darkness of the universe, with a suffocating sense of oppression. Jalal roared, Dark paradise. His voice seemed to come from the abyss, full of endless resistance and haze. The dark sphere, with endless darkness and deep energy, rushed straight to Hal's golden dragon spear. The two forces collided in the air, making a deafening roar. Light and darkness intertwined, and the whole sky seemed to be torn into pieces at this moment. Even the boat of Gray, Lucy, and others on the sea was violently shaken by the powerful magic, and the hull made a creaking sound under the huge impact, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The waves rolled on the sea, and huge waves hit the boat. Gray held the side of the boat tightly, while Lucy stared at the battle scene in the distance with a worried look on her face. They all knew that it was Hal's magic, which made they felt somewhat relieved. Jalal's dark magic collided with Hal's dragon spear, causing extremely violent energy fluctuations. The air was filled with strong vibrations and energy shocks, and the sky of the battlefield seemed to be torn into two pieces by this showdown of power. The terrifying magic collided, and at this time, Urza had been rescued from the crystal by Natsu Simon and the others, and the three of them looked at this terrifying scene together. The dark sphere in front of Jalal collided violently with Hal's dragon spear, and the air was filled with deafening roars and vibrations of energy shocks. Jalal resisted with all his strength, but he knew that this force had exceeded his limit. Although the dark energy of the dark sphere was enough to devour everything, it could not completely dissolve Hal. The domineering power of the golden dragon spear. As the collision continued, cracks began to appear in Jalal's dark barrier, unable to completely resist the invasion of the dragon spear. Hal's golden dragon spear continued to advance with unstoppable force, and the dark energy began to be suppressed, gradually revealing the true state of Jalal's body. Finally, the tip of the dragon spear penetrated Jalal's magic barrier, and with a might that almost tore everything apart, it pierced straight into his chest. Jalal groaned in pain, blood gushed out of the wound, and his body was forced to fly back by the powerful force. The wound left a deep crack on his chest, and the dark magic and blood were intertwined, like a mark of darkness. His face suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with pain and shock. He covered his chest, struggled to prop up his body, and tried to stay standing. However, the aftermath of the dragon spear and the huge pain made him almost unable to move. His magic barrier almost collapsed, and the dark energy around him began to appear weak and unstable. How could it be? Jalal murmured in a low voice, looking at Hal in disbelief, obviously not expecting to be injured like this. His evil smile also solidified at this moment, turning into a deep anger and despair. Hal was still looking down at Jalal's miserable appearance in the air, his eyes full of indifference and contempt. He raised his palm slightly, and the golden dragon spear slowly swirled in the air, and finally returned to his palm, and then in his hand. It gradually dissipated and turned into the golden staff again. Hal's voice was calm and emotionless. "Hat, you're still alive? What a pity, the magic here is very unstable, and I didn't use my full strength." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He continued to stare at Jalal, with a hint of pity in his eyes. "You won't be so lucky next time." After that, Hal gently held the staff in his hand, looking as calm as if he was in control of everything. His voice echoed in the air, carrying an unshakable pressure. Hal looked down at Jalal from the air and said coldly, his voice was like a cold wind, "Remember, Jalal, your crime is not to resurrect Zeref, nor to destroy the so-called council. My real anger comes from you making my family cry." There was deep resentment and determination in his tone, and that strong emotion seemed to freeze the air around him. Hal's eyes were as sharp as a knife, penetrating deep into Jalal's soul, as if to completely imprint this anger in Jalal's heart. Hal looked at the injured Urza, his eyes revealing deep tenderness and heartache. "I leave him to you, Urza. He should not be able to resist now." His voice was gentle and firm, as if he was comforting the injured Urza, and at the same time giving her the final strength. Hal's eyes were like the morning sun, illuminating Urza's face through the haze. Urza looked up at Hal, her traumatized eyes flashing with gratitude and determination. A smile from the heart appeared on her face. Although the pain still lingered around her, her unshakable belief made her eyes more determined. She nodded slightly, with an unyielding power in her voice. I understand, Hal, I will take care of it. Hal breathed a sigh of relief, and the life magic in his right hand gradually healed Urza's wounds, and gave Urza, Natsu Simon a layer of black and gold dragon-shaped magic shield to protect their safety, and then flew away from here. Hal knew that this matter still had to be solved by Urza and others. As her family, Hal could help Urza solve the difficulties, but the real one to face in the end was Urza herself. Urza looked at Hal, who was leaving, and a warm current of peace of mind surged in her heart. Then, Urza turned her eyes to Jalal, who was lying on the ground panting. Jalal's figure looked particularly embarrassed, and the wound on his chest deeply confirmed how fierce Hal's attack was just now. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although he tried hard to support himself, his obvious weakness made him unable to stand up again. Chapter 37. The two of them were in a mess, but the two of them were in a mess. Urza walked slowly towards Jalal, her steps steady and firm. Her eyes revealed complex emotions, painful memories, and unspeakable determination. Jalal was once her spiritual support for the painful childhood, but now he has become her nightmare. Faced with such a situation, the waves in Urza's heart have gradually subsided, and she knows that she must complete her final mission. Urza held the magic sword and placed it on Jalal's heart. She wanted to destroy her nightmare with her own hands. Seeing this, Jalal raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Urza's eyes full of sadness and pain, and inexplicably felt a slight pain in his heart. There was a bitter smile on his lips, as if he had realized that he had no more chances to resist. Urza's eyes became firm, but her hands were still trembling slightly, and she had not yet made up her mind. Just as Urza's sword was struggling with her heart, suddenly, Jalal's body burst out with the last bit of powerful magic. Meteor. Golden light appeared in his body, as if struggling to release the last bit of power. His body suddenly moved back 3 meters and rushed to the edge of the tower top where the magic crystal was originally used to install Zeref. Jalal! Urza exclaimed, and her body was instantly shrouded in astonishment. She desperately tried to stop Jalal's actions, but Jalal's movements were too fast, and he rushed to the edge of the crystal almost instantly. As Jalal's body approached the source of magic inside the crystal, his eyes flashed with the last bit of crazy light. The huge magic crystal flashed a strong brilliance, as if echoing Jalal's last fight. Die with me, Urza! Jalal shouted madly. Urza rushed to Jalal in a hurry, but her steps seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. Wait, Urza! The Paradise Tower seems to be about to explode. The huge shock wave just generated has scattered a lot of magic power. Jalal will be the final fuse. Simon's anxious voice sounded at the top of the tower. Urza's heart suddenly tightened, and the scene in front of her made her feel more and more desperate. She tried to get closer to the crystal, but then she heard Simon and Natsu's voices and woke up immediately. Go, Urza! Simon's shout was full of urgency. After a brief hesitation, Urza made a quick decision. She jumped off the Paradise Tower with Simon and Natsu, feeling the violent vibration of the tower. Fortunately, with Hal's magic, Urza, Natsu and Simon landed safely on the sea. On the sea, Lucy, Gray, and Juvia were anxiously waiting for their arrival. Gray's voice was filled with anxiety. Come up, Urza! The tower is going to explode. His eyes were full of concern. With Juvia here, our ship will leave here soon. Lucy's voice was also urgent. She held the oars tightly, and Juvia was busy preparing to escape. Urza got on the boat and felt the breeze blowing, and her heart was complicated. Although Jalal's threat was over, she knew that she still had to face the pain deep in her heart. The Tower of Paradise gradually collapsed behind her, and the dazzling light and violent vibrations indicated that it was about to explode. The ship was moving rapidly on the sea, and Juvia cast her water magic to ensure the stability and speed of the ship. Urza held her sword tightly. Although she was still uneasy in her heart, she knew that at least at this moment, she and her companions were safe. Boom! In the huge explosion and vibration, Urza looked into the distance, praying silently in her heart, seeking a little peace for herself and her former friends. Hal stood on the coast, watching everything quietly. He merged into the Tower of Paradise with his own body, and did not try to stop Urza, but instead suppressed the power of the explosion. Hal's calm expression showed a hint of surprise. He was always paying attention to the situation. To be honest, he couldn't understand Jalal's actions. With the remaining magic power in Jalal's hand, it was impossible to hurt Urza and others. The only possibility was to merge into the tower and perish together, but Hal was watching all the time. Jalal would not have any chance, but the final outcome was that Jalal almost sacrificed himself and entered the magic vortex himself. That kind of magic, even I can't say whether I can survive if I get caught in it. What's the situation with Jalal? Hal. Puzzled. Forget it, wait for Urza to come back and tell her about this. These two people are more or less doomed, after all, Red and Blue have always been a couple. Hal didn't think about it and didn't want to think about it. When Hal came here, his memory was almost not triggered. It was probably because everything became simpler after his magic power was further improved, or he didn't follow the plot all the way. That night, Hal was sitting at the dining table of the resort, enjoying the rich food while chatting with Gray and Lucy. There was a satisfied smile on his face, and a hint of ease in his eyes. To be honest, he was really scared when he saw the magic spirit power, but fortunately it was just a small problem. Gray was tasting the pork elbow with relish, and Lucy was smiling and watching the two of them. Hal looked out the window with some anticipation. Lucy just told him that there was a surprise prepared by Natsu waiting for them tonight. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound outside the window, and the sound of fireworks made Hal stop the tableware in his hand. He turned around and looked out the window. The scene in front of him amazed him. In the night sky, the gorgeous firework was blooming with dazzling light, and the colorful sparks intertwined in the air, illuminating the entire night sky. Every time a firework bloomed, it was like a gorgeous flower, emitting an intoxicating light, as if telling some important farewell. "What is this?" Hal said with some surprise but also some doubts. "Iluza is saying goodbye to his friends, and Natsu is helping." Lucy answered Hal with some excitement. She liked Natsu's fireworks very much. "So that's it." Hal's expression changed slightly but immediately returned to calm. The group quietly enjoyed the fireworks, as if time and space had stopped. At this moment, Urza stood by the beach, wearing the fairy tale armor, with a little sadness in her eyes. Her fingers gently stroked her right eye, as if she was feeling the past. "Goodbye. Simon, Miliana, Wally, Hugh, we will meet again one day." Urza's voice echoed in the night sky, full of reluctance and determination. Her eyes sometimes turned to the fireworks blooming in the sky, and sometimes lowered. Her heart was full of thoughts about the past and expectations for the future. Behind him, Natsu and Happy were happily creating surprises, and Happy was constantly giving Natsu new ideas. Inside the house, Hal sat quietly on the balcony of the resort, watching the fireworks blooming in the night sky. Although he could not fully understand the complex emotions in Urza's heart, he knew that what he could do was to accompany his companions and become their strongest backing. That sense of responsibility made him decide to stay with Urza and support her through this difficult time. So the group experienced 3 days of rest and adjustment here, and Urza seemed to have regained her former vitality and cheerfulness. Her smile returned to her face. Although she occasionally showed some emotion, her mentality had become more positive and firm. Hal knew that this experience had made Urza's magic even stronger. Now she had reached the upper level of S-class, almost the lower level of Saint 10. "Okay, it's time to go back, or Myra will scold me." Hal stretched and greeted everyone. There's a relationship. Habanaz was teasing Hal with his tongue rolled. Finally, on the fourth day of the magic spirit power incident, Hal, his 5 companions and the blue stupid cat were ready to set off to return to the guild. Chapter 38. The group went to Harjan first and then took the dragon carriage back to Magnolia. This was a mandatory request from Natsu. He said that if it wasn't for this, he wouldn't leave. There was no choice but to take a long detour and return to Magnolia 2 days later. Hal was going to go home first. He was preparing magic devices for people including Natsu. Natsu and his group had to return to the guild first, and Hal was surprised to find that Kana was drinking at Hal's house. "Hey, why are you drinking here, Kana?" "Ah. Hal, you're back. I was planning to leave today." "What bad luck?" Kana raised her glass casually and responded with a smile. "Hello." "Nothing, Laxus got angry in the guild recently and said some nasty things, so I'm looking for a quiet place for the next 2 days. I have to say, Hal, your house is really nice." "Okay, if it doesn't work out, you can move in, I have a lot of rooms anyway." "Really?" "Of course, we are the first team." "That's great." "Hal, but forget it, Myra will be angry." "Hey. You don't know how worried Myra is about you when you didn't come back on the day of the medal ceremony, and there was news that the council headquarters collapsed and several councillors died." Is that so?" "Yeah, you haven't come back for a few days, can't we think too much?" Then I'll go back to the guild as soon as possible. By the way, Kana, remember to pack up the bottles for me." "Tisk, it's no big deal." Hal quickly returned to the guild, and Myra saw him back with a happy smile on her face. She ran over and hugged Hal tightly. "Hal. I was scared to death, I thought you were in trouble." "How could it be, ha ha ha." Hal smiled awkwardly. "Well, I'm sorry, Myra, I didn't pay attention to your feelings, something happened to Urza." "Well, I heard from Lucy and the others, Hal, you did the right thing, Urza's matter is indeed very important." Yes, so But, I also hope that I have some weight in your heart, although it's selfish to say this, but Myra hugged Hal shyly, her cheeks flushed, and whispered. "Myra is so cute, don't worry, I will definitely report to you the first time I go wherever I go in the future." Seeing this, Hal happily hugged Myra and turned around, then put Myra down and seriously saluted for an hour. "Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so exaggerated." Myra was amused by Hal's behavior, and recalled the little things she had with Hal when she was a child. At that time, Hal was always by their side to help them. When Myra was about to release the hug with Hal, Hal refused to let go. "No, everyone is watching." "What are you afraid of? We are all family, and everyone will definitely bless us." The members of the guild were surprised to see this scene, and they all smiled like ants. Although Wakaba, Makeo, and others were not serious, they regarded Natsu, Myra, and others as their own juniors in their hearts. Hal and Myra, they are a perfect match for the guild. "Yeah, I thought they were a good match several years ago." You don't know that Myra would be a little timid when talking to Hal. So Myra was the one who pursued Hal. The discussion gradually became lively. When Myra heard these words, her cheeks became even more red. She hurried up to the second floor to avoid everyone's gaze. "Hey, Myra-chan, who will do the work at the guild bar if you leave?" the guild members said teasingly. "Lucky-chan, go and help. Myra will take a long time to come down." "Okay." A purple-haired girl who used strange wood-shaped magic also imitated Hal and saluted cutely, winked at Hal, and then ran over. Hal looked at this scene and couldn't help but touch his nose. Seeing everyone in the guild so happy, he felt very relieved. Whether it was Lakai, Natsu, Urza, Elfman, Myra, Gray, Kana, Levi, etc., they were all partners that Hal had grown up with, just like family. Seeing the blessings in everyone's eyes, Hal felt a huge sense of happiness enveloping him. After a few days, the relationship between Hal and Myra was known to everyone in the guild, and everyone in the guild was very happy. The whole family was very surprised and full of blessings. Recently, Hal's life was very leisurely and happy. He liked to do her favorite work with Myra every day. As long as he looked at her focused profile, Hal could not help but feel warm in his heart. Every day, Hal felt a special happiness, as if all his troubles disappeared with Myra's smile. But the happy days didn't last long. Laxus came back again, and this time he seemed even angrier. Walking in front of Hal and Myra, he said with a gloomy face, "Hal, why are you so leisurely? Did you know that the old man has taken in the members of the defeated guild as his subordinates?" "Ah, I know, Juvia, I welcome her too, she also likes our guild, and let me correct you, since the old man has admitted that she is a member of our guild, Juvia is our family." "Humph! You mean that the iron-haired boy with a black body is also a member?" "Iron-haired boy, Gajeel. I don't care what he's called, any scum can come to our guild." "Hey, Laxus, what you said is a bit hurtful. Gajeel came to the guild yesterday." After Juvia's introduction and Makarov's recognition, everyone got to know this arrogant young man, who was only 18 years old. President Makarov decided to save this young man who had gone astray, and this was agreed by most people. After all, Gajeel had hardly injured any member of Fairy Tale this time. That kind of scum is worthy. I just taught him a lesson. How can you completely listen to that confused old man? What? You injured a guild mate? What mate? I don't recognize him as a member of my guild. When did Fairy Tale become yours, Laxus? Isn't it? The old man is old. From now on, strength is supreme. Trash and scum should leave my guild as soon as possible." "Oh, your guild? It means you are the strongest. Isn't it?" Laxus looked at Hal provocatively after saying this, with a mocking smile on his lips. "Hal, as long as you and I join forces, I will be the president and you will assist me. We will soon be able to rule the entire Fiori, no. Even the entire Ishgar is possible. Don't have that unrealistic dream, Laxus. If you really want to be the strongest in the guild, then challenge Guildarts or, in other words, challenge me." "Challenge? You? Hal, are you dazzled by the title of Holy 10? Do you really think that you will be stronger than me if you get Holy 10? It's not that I am stronger than you because I got Holy 10, but I have been stronger than you for a long time, Laxus. You have lost the heart to protect your companions. Your magic has been stagnant in the past few years, isn't it?" "Very good, Hal. Tomorrow, at the same place, we will have another S-level exam. I will let you remember that feeling of powerlessness again." Laxus said this and looked at Hal with a cold look. Laxus said that and stood up, turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. The people in the guild were obviously shocked by this situation. Laxus wanted to fight Hal again? Laxus! Natsu muttered to himself as he watched all this, and Lucy beside him wanted to say something. "What? How dare he say this is his guild?" Lucy said with a puffed face indignantly. "That's not wrong, after all, he is the grandson of the president." Kana returned to the guild at some point and answered Lucy's question. "The grandson of the president?" Laxus. "Yes, in fact, according to everyone's thoughts, he will be the president of the guild sooner or later, and Hal has also made it clear that he will not compete with him for this title." Makao also echoed beside him. "Yes, but in the past few years, Laxus has become more and more excessive. First, he almost never showed up in the guild, and then he always spoke ill of the weaker members of the guild. Our existence seems to humiliate him, and he always comes over and says something very unpleasant every time." Everyone talked a lot, and obviously they all had some opinions about Laxus. "But, Lucy, even though he treated us so maliciously, we didn't bear a grudge, we just felt a little bad at the time." "Yes, Laxus almost grew up under our watch. Newcomers like you may not understand, but in our hearts, Laxus is also a very important companion to us. Even if they say we are weak and speak ill of us, we are just upset. After all, what he said is the truth. We just need to work hard later. But this time the situation is different. Laxus seems to have urgently summoned his thunder gods, and with I can feel that Laxus is serious about the battle this time. Kobo was blowing smoke rings worriedly. The thunder gods. Laxus's personal guards, composed of 3 people who have admired Laxus since childhood. Before, their strength in our guild was only below that of S-class wizards. No, their strength has long been enough for the S-class in the magic world. It's just that in our guild, the president doesn't want S-class wizards to suffer casualties due to difficult tasks, so he deliberately raised the standard of S-class within the guild. What? Wouldn't that mean they are the same strength as Juvia and the other 4 elements? Lucy covered her mouth in shock when she heard this. She felt that she could only see the tip of the iceberg of Fairy Tale's strength. Every time she thought she understood the strength structure of the guild, there would always be a stronger existence. Oh no! Gajiel was seriously injured. At this time, Levi ran in with Jet and Troy, and Jet carried the charred Gajiel on his back. Hal, save Gajiel, Laxus was too harsh. Gajiel was willing to be attacked by Laxus in order to integrate into the guild. Levi's voice was a little anxious. She actually hid some of it for the sake of everyone in the guild. Even Laxus attacked her. What? Laxus, that guy, is so excessive. Macau couldn't sit still and helped Gajiel. Hal went forward to take a look, breathed a sigh of relief, and fed Gajiel a life seed. Soon, Gajiel's injuries slowly recovered under the illumination of the green light. Fortunately, there is still a breath. Laxus, this guy, calculated that I have the ability to save Gajiel, so he didn't hold back at all. Hal said with a gloomy face, clenched his fist and hit the wall hard. Everyone couldn't help but be silent. No one thought that Laxus would do such an extreme thing. Damn Laxus, let me teach him a lesson. Natsu ran out and saw Gajiel in such a miserable state, and ran out angrily. Wait, Natsu! Hal just wanted to stop Natsu, and saw Natsu flying back instantly. It hurts. Natsu rolled over with his forehead covered. He felt that there was an air wall near the door of the guild. Seeing this, Hal couldn't help but look at the door with some surprise. Is this Fried's technique? Chapter 39. The whole guild was surrounded by complicated spells. Inside the guild, everyone was shocked by the scene. Soon, magic power surged, and Laxus's magic projection appeared in front of everyone in the guild. What do you want to do, Laxus? Seeing this, Makarov finally questioned Laxus angrily. He had been restraining himself before, but now he couldn't help it. What? Ha ha ha, the thunder gods are back early, so let's start our battle today, Hal. What? And the scum of Fairy Tale, come and challenge my thunder gods. Only the strong ones who are recognized by me are qualified to stay in this guild. Laxus opened his hands and shouted arrogantly at this moment. Natsu, Gray, Urza, and others frowned involuntarily, obviously a little dissatisfied with Laxus's approach. The rules of the game are to go to the Cathedral of Cardia. I have prepared your opponents on the way. However, if you really want to hide in the guild and be a turtle, it doesn't matter. This time we will decide the sequence within the guild. The weak ones should pray well in the guild. Anyway, you can't do anything, he. Don't look down on me. Laxus' voice seemed to ignite the anger of the crowd, and everyone left the guild and went to the Cathedral of Cardia. Yes. That's it. I declare that the Fairy Tale Civil War has officially begun. This time will truly determine who is the strongest. Hal, come and challenge me, ha 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 ha. Laxus's arrogant voice slowly disappeared. At this moment, Hal's face was as gloomy as ink. He didn't expect Laxus to involve other people in the guild. Laxus, believe me, I will make you regret it. Hal rolled up huge magic power around his body and locked the location of Laxus's body. At this moment, behind Hal, Myra suddenly cried out. Hal! Come here, the president has fainted. What? The girls who stayed in the guild came to the president in panic, and Hal also ran over and hurriedly observed the president's condition. I'm afraid he was angry with Laxus, and fainted when his blood was stimulated. After all, he is old. Grandpa President, you go and call Grandma Polishika over. Forget it, I'll take the president, only she can watch over the president, and I'll come back to deal with Laxus's affairs later. It shouldn't be too long, we can't let them kill each other. Hal said calmly. Try to go around the city and go to the Cardia Cathedral. I suspect Laxus will let Fried trip him up on the way. Hal continued to talk to Myra and others, and then picked up Makarov and turned into a golden light and flew into the sky. Myra watched Hal leave and couldn't help but worry about the president's health. President, please be safe. On the other side, the aggressive crowd ran all the way to the entrance of Cardia Cathedral, attracting the curiosity of Magnolia residents along the way. Fairy Tale has started organizing activities again. After all, the Harvest Festival is coming soon. Yet, I hope they don't get too excited. Near the back door of the Cardia Cathedral, there is a huge flat land. The three thunder gods are guarding the door of the church. Seeing the people running towards them, they couldn't help laughing. Hey, ha 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 ha, babies, they are really here. Bigusro's signature laugh sounded, and then he spit out his unique tongue with the guild emblem engraved on it. It seems that Laxus is right, ah ha 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 ha. Albagrin is as arrogant and mocking as ever. What do you mean? Even if you are the thunder gods, you can't stop so many of us. Alzak raised his gun and aimed at the thunder gods in the crowd and questioned. Everything is going as planned. You have all entered my spell now. Fried slowly walked forward, drew his sword and moved forward a little. Everyone in the guild was transferred together in pairs. The rules of the spell are 2-on-2 battles. Only one side can move forward if it loses its combat power. In the end, only 3 people can come to us and challenge us. Only if you win can we see Laxus. Just fight slowly. Fried put the sword back into the scabbard and slowly walked back into the church. Inside the church, above, there is a row of tall stained glass windows, through which the sun shines, forming mottled light and shadows. The patterns on these windows are complex and exquisite, depicting ancient myths and symbolizing guardian angels. The colorful light changes with the angle of the sun, casting a soft and sacred glow inside the church. At this time, Laxus is standing with his back to this light and shadow, and the black cloak and the sacred light cast by the window complement each other, adding a touch of solemnity and majesty to him. Are Urza and Hal here? Laxus turned to look at Fried when he heard footsteps behind him. Not yet. Currently, only most of the ordinary guild members have come to the front of the guild. The S-class members are not here, and neither are Natsu and Gajil. Humph, activate the Divine Hall. Since they won't come out, we'll force them out. After we win this time, I'll be the well-deserved president, and that old man won't have any objections. Yes, Laxus. Fried bowed slightly to show his respect for Laxus, and then turned into a spell and disappeared on the spot. At the entrance of Cardia Cathedral, everyone looked at each other, a little at a loss. Are we really going to fight? What a joke, he said that if we fight, we will kill each other, isn't that stupid? That's what I mean. Ah ha 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 ha, you don't have to fight, but the space of Fried's technique is slowly shrinking, and you don't want to be really close to the person you are facing, right? Close? Get along. Wakaba looked at Makeo in front of him. Fuck. Don't even think about it. Just treat it as a tournament, and I just want to know who is stronger between you and me. Everyone couldn't sit still after hearing this, and they had the desire to fight for no reason. They didn't want to be close to the big man opposite. Some female members had no choice but to stand up and secretly cursed Fried for being a hooligan. "Fried, you are such a mean guy. I don't want to be with Wallian. That's too much." Of course, some people are still happy, such as Biska and Arzuk. "Well, should we fight or?" "But I can't do it to you, Biska." "Me too, Arzuk." The two blushed and dared not look at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Bigasro also saw it. He patted Albagreen and pointed in the direction of Biska and Arzuk. "What do you think?" Bigasro said in a funny tone, looking at Arzuk and Biska in a serious way. "I think it's good." Albagreen also rarely became serious and echoed Bigasro's statement. He X2 smiled at each other. The two of them watched the show. On the other side, Urza had led Myra and others to the front of Magnolia. As expected by Hal, there were almost no Freed spells along the way. Sure enough, Freed just came back and there is no way to set up a spell with a large range. As long as we rush into the church from this direction, we can stop Laxus. It's just like this. It takes too much time to run back. You know, the guild is at the back of the city, and the church is in the middle. If you want to go around, you have to go around half of the city. Only Urza is still like nothing happened, and the others have been running all the way and are exhausted. At this time, inside the Cardia Cathedral, Laxus welcomed an unexpected challenger. "Hey? I didn't expect you to come in first. I thought it was Hal or Urza." "Mistin Gun. See the Shinming Palace. What are you doing, Laxus? Can't you see, this is a challenge, fairy tale versus thunder gods. Only the winner can come in and challenge me. You took advantage of the loophole to come in, Mistin Gon, but since we are both S rank, I forgive you." "Naive, Laxus, this farce should end." "Just right, it's time to decide who is stronger between the two of us. The outside world is saying that I, Hal, and you are about the same strength." Mistin Gang didn't say much nonsense. He pulled out 4 different shaped staffs from his back, put them in front of him, and then stood the staff in the middle. Skyscraper Mistong Ang's low voice just fell, and 5 staffs were arranged in the air to form a magnificent illusion tower, as if rising from the ground and rushing into the sky. The walls of the tower are composed of dark magic, as if suffocating like a bottomless abyss. The space seems to be infinitely stretched, and the interior of the church is instantly shattered by this powerful magic. The light and shadows around are distorted, and the interior of the church is torn into fragments at this moment. Laxus's figure was shaken by the huge dark energy. He struggled to keep his body in the air. Golden lightning flashed around him, trying to resist this invisible pressure. At this moment, the cracks in the sky continued to expand, and a huge monster from another world descended from the broken sky. Its body was huge and twisted, and its black eyes stared at Laxus like an abyss, with an indescribable pressure. At the moment when the huge monster from another world was about to swallow Laxus, Laxus suddenly roared, and the golden lightning in his body burst violently. The light of lightning flashed, and the illusion was shattered. When the light dissipated, Laxus found that he had returned to the real church. The scene in front of him was completely different from the illusion just now. The church was still intact, and the walls and the ground were not damaged. The huge monster from another world and the dark magic barrier disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. The two still confronted each other, and the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Laxus had a relaxed smile on his face, and he seemed not to be frightened by Mistong Ang's powerful magic at all. Although the air in the church was filled with thick magic, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression, Laxus still acted calmly. "Hey, Mistong Gang, do you really think this illusion can kill me?" Laxus still maintained an arrogant look. However, Mistong Gang was not panicked because the illusion was exposed. He stood there coldly and continued to guide the magic with his staff. Laxus was unwilling to give Mistong Gang any chance to continue to cast magic. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and a golden lightning broke through the air in an instant. The lightning was like a sharp sword, rushing straight to Mr. Gang with unstoppable power. Mr. Gang felt the speed of Laxus's attack and his face changed. He immediately jumped into the air, avoiding the lightning like lightning, and quickly formed seals with his hands in the air. The movement was fast and smooth, and was not disturbed by the previous attack at all. Five-fold magic circle, Kagura. Miss Dong-Ang's voice was filled with a hint of cold majesty, and 5 magic circles quickly appeared in the air, arranged in sequence, forming a huge magic barrier. The elements of the 5 magic circles were yin, dark, fire, water, and earth, and each magic circle exuded a strong magical brilliance. Shadows and flames intertwined, darkness and water flow converged, and the earth and rocks trembled. The magic circle rotated in the air, forming a huge magic impact, and quickly approached Laxus. Laxus's lightning flashed, trying to break through the huge magic impact. However, the pressure emitted by the 5-fold magic circle was extremely strong, and the lightning seemed a little dim in front of this powerful force. However, when Mr. Gang performed the 5-fold magic circle Kagura, Laxus had already anticipated his actions. Flying in the sky, do you think I can't do anything? What? Mr. Gang looked up instantly after hearing it. Laxus' voice was disdainful, his hands quickly formed seals, and a golden lightning magic circle appeared in the air. The light of thunder and lightning gathered in the air, forming a powerful thunder, which suddenly struck Mr. Gang. Boom! With a loud noise, the interior of the church was instantly filled with dust. Both of them were hit hard by each other, and the huge shock wave shook their bodies back. Really strong, worthy of being the grandson of the president, Laxus, Miss Dong-Ang's figure slowly appeared with distorted light, and a low voice came in the dust with a hint of admiration. However, this sentence made Laxus even more angry. His eyes suddenly flashed with lightning, and anger broke out in his chest. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't compare me with that old man. I want to surpass his existence." Laxus instantly soared into the sky, surrounded by violent thunder, lightning flashing, and the whole space seemed to tremble with his power. The huge thunder, with terrifying pressure, smashed straight into Mr. Gang, as if to swallow him completely. Seeing this, Mr. Gang remained calm, quickly formed a seal, and waved the staff in his hand in the air. He chanted in a low voice, "Triple magic circle mirror water." As the spell fell, 3 magic circles quickly lit up in front of Mr. Gang. The power of the 3 elements of fire, darkness, and water intertwined to form a powerful barrier. Laxus's thunder force smashed down violently, but when it touched Miss Dong-Ang's triple magic circle mirror water, the lightning seemed to be sucked into an endless abyss. The triple magic circle shone with a strange light, gradually devouring the energy of the lightning. After a moment, the lightning that originally belonged to Laxus was actually bounced back. It turned into a powerful magical impact, heading straight for Laxus. Laxus's face changed, and he quickly fought back. He waved his hands, releasing even more violent lightning, trying to suppress the oncoming magical impact. The power of lightning and elements collided violently in the air, and the 2 powerful energies confronted each other, instantly covering the entire church in a dazzling light and a violent energy storm. The air was filled with violent magical fluctuations, and the walls and ceiling of the church trembled under the impact of this force. The stained glass windows were reflected in a variety of colors by the strong light, as if they would shatter at any time. Miss Dong-Ang's face was solemn. He could feel the horror of Laxus's thunder power, and the staff in his hand waved again. Just as the fierce duel between Laxus and Miss Dong-Ang reached a climax, the door of the church was suddenly pushed open, and Urza rushed to the scene. She thought she would see Laxus fighting with other guild members, but when she saw the battle in front of her, she was immediately attracted by Mr. Gang in front of her. She stared at Mr. Gang intently, and she felt that the most mysterious and strongest candidate in the guild now looked particularly like Jalal. Her pupils shrank slightly, and her voice was filled with disbelief and a hint of trembling. Chapter 40. The old man was so angry that he was not able to get out of bed. Mr. Gang suddenly heard someone read his name and looked back subconsciously. Laxus instantly seized this flaw and struck Miss Dong Ang's head with a swift lightning bolt. Damn, my magic disguise! Mr. Gang cursed secretly, feeling annoyed. Hey, Mr. Gang, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Laxus sneered disdainfully. At this time, the face under the mask was Jalal's appearance, and the air seemed to enter a strange silence for a while. You're still alive, Jalal? At this time, Urza covered her mouth in disbelief, her voice trembling. Tears silently fell from Urza's eyes, and her emotions and memories intertwined. The horrific explosion that day made her think that Jalal was no longer alive. Miss Dong Ang seemed a little embarrassed. He had been avoiding this situation. Sorry, Urza, I didn't want you to see this face. Miss Dong Ang said slowly, I know the Jalal you are talking about, but unfortunately I am not him. After that, his figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared on the spot. Just ran away like this? It's boring. Laxus looked at the place where Miss Dong Ang disappeared, with a bit of disappointment in his tone. Then, his eyes turned to Urza, who was still sad, and his face sank. Don't show an expression that is not like you, Urza. A terrifying lightning instantly struck in the direction of Urza. However, in the lightning, a huge stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground and blocked the attack of lightning. Hal arrived. He stood in front of Urza, blocking Laxus's sight. Laxus, don't attack Urza when she's sad. Hal stood with his staff, his eyes calm but full of deterrence. You're finally here, Hal. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and even had an extra fight. Laxus grinned, his tone revealing his fighting spirit. Oh? You mean, it's a bit unfair for me to fight you now? Hal raised his eyebrows. How could that be, Hal? It's just a warm-up exercise. Laxus shook his head, the magic power in his body quickly condensed, and a suffocating sense of oppression began to fill the air. The two confronted each other, as if they were waiting for the other to make the first move. At this moment, Urza came back to her senses, stood up, wiped her tears with her armor gloves, and said to Hal, Sorry, Hal, I just... It's okay, Urza. You can trust him about Mr. Gang, he won't lie to you. Hal comforted softly, I have come into contact with him many times, his magic power is completely different from the breath on his body, it is very clean. Urza nodded and gradually calmed down, Okay, Hal, since you are here, I will go to deal with the Shenming Temple first. No need, I dealt with it on the way. Hal smiled slightly. What? So many biolink magic? Urza was a little surprised. It's nothing great, you can do it if you want. Hal shrugged, with a bit of ridicule in his tone. Have you talked enough? Laxus suddenly roared, and a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Hal and Urza's position. The two quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Ah, sorry, Laxus, I forgot about you. Hal smiled awkwardly. Hey! Laxus was speechless for a moment, his anger was stuck, and his expression looked a little awkward. Don't worry about it, our fairy queen's business is the most important, we just made an appointment to fight. Hal patted Urza's shoulder, still smiling, and said to Laxus. Hal, I hope you can laugh again later. Laxus responded with a sneer, and magic power surged wildly in his body. However, there was a commotion at the main entrance of the church, and two figures walked in noisily. I won. Obviously I won. Hey? My scarf got there first. You cheated. The scarf doesn't count. I say it counts. Natsu and Gajeel walked in while arguing, and the two seemed to be having some kind of strange competition. Behind them followed Myra, Levy, Lucy, and others. What's going on? Hal was a little surprised, feeling that there were too many people coming. Laxus, what's going on? Where are your thunder gods? Hal asked. They are blocking the back door. Laxus answered honestly for no apparent reason. Hal was confused for a moment. Knowing what to say, the atmosphere on the field was a little awkward. SHH. Laxus, I'm here to challenge you. Natsu suddenly shouted, rubbing his hands and walking forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Yet, Lightning Boy, I didn't fight back this morning, but you beat me up badly. Gajeel also walked forward, looking very unconvinced. No, brother, no, Natsu, Gajeel, you two calm down, don't be impulsive. Hal touched his forehead helplessly. Where did these two people get the courage? Okay, really any cat or dog dares to jump in front of me as expected. Laxus exploded unprecedentedly, he hasn't felt so angry for a long time. Come on, let's see who is the strongest in Fairy Tale. Laxus. Natsu rushed up confidently, his expression was full of unparalleled passion. Don't steal my target, Fire Dragon. Gajeel was not to be outdone. Laxus's anger seemed to have reached its peak, and the lightning in his eyes flashed more fiercely. Natsu and Gajeel rushed towards him fearlessly, their blood boiling, as if they couldn't wait to prove themselves. However, the moment they approached Laxus's lightning magic instantly exploded. Countless lightning burst out from his body like a roaring dragon, instantly sweeping the entire church. The roar of the thunder dragon. The huge roar of thunder was accompanied by the roar of lightning. Natsu and Gajeel were hit by this terrifying force before they could react. With a loud boom, Natsu and Gajeel were instantly blown away by lightning and hit the wall of the church heavily. The wall trembled violently under the impact, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. Ah! Natsu and Gajeel groaned in pain almost at the same time. Their bodies were paralyzed by lightning and they collapsed to the ground. For a moment, they no longer had the passion and momentum they had just had. Laxus looked at the two people who were knocked away coldly. There was no mercy in his eyes, only uncontrollable anger. He walked forward step by step, his footsteps echoing in the church, and every step was like thunder. What an idiot who dares to challenge me! His voice was cold and disdainful. You are far from qualified. Impossible. X2. Isn't this a tournament? Natsu. How can you be so strong? Gajeel. The two said in unison at first, and then said different follow-ups that were against the will of heaven. Hey! Hal, Urza and the others couldn't help but express their doubts in unison. It turned out that after being injured and then healed, Gajeel woke up in the guild and found that there was no one there, so he began to climb up the roof aimlessly to find everyone's whereabouts. He really avoided Fried's spell and found Natsu. After information sharing with Natsu, he realized that this was the strongest tournament of Fairy Tale, and Hal was not there, which made Gajeel eager to try. As for the beating in the morning, one was that Laxus did not use too much magic power, and the other was that he did not resist much. After all, after he joined as a member of the hostile guild, he naturally felt that he should be beaten. Of course, he also had the idea of resisting, but he was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. When he woke up, he found that he was fine. He thought that it was all his illusion before, so he wanted to take revenge with super confidence. The situation became like this. You two, how thick-skinned are you? Ha 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 ha. Hal was amused by these two funny guys, holding a staff and standing in front of them, but his action was a hint of warning, reminding them not to easily provoke Laxus again. Natsu and Gajeel are really idiots. X2 Lucy and Levi said speechlessly at this. Laxus, have you vented enough anger? Hal's voice was still gentle, but there was a majesty in his tone that could not be ignored. This farce should end. Oh? Hal is finally going to take action. There is no way, there are too many idiots in the guild, and we can't let you keep bullying our guild's rare species. The air in the church was so heavy because of the confrontation between the two that it seemed to freeze. Hal held a golden staff in his hand, which was engraved with ancient runes and flashed with the power of the earth. A faint light flowed from the other end of the staff, as if ready to release powerful light magic at any time. Laxus was condensing lightning, his whole body was wrapped in electric current, and the surrounding gravel was crackling under the pressure of his powerful magic. Laxus, let me see your full power. Hal's voice was calm and confident. He raised his right hand, and countless dense vines grew rapidly from the ground, heading directly towards Laxus. Laxus sneered and turned into a bolt of lightning, dodging the vine's attack. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting Hal's head. Hal waved his staff without hesitation, and the ground suddenly cracked. A huge wall of hard rocks instantly rose from the ground, completely blocking the thunder's attack. However, Laxus's offensive did not stop. His figure shuttled quickly like lightning, and he used his extremely fast speed to attack Hal continuously. Lightning continued to bombard the ground, causing violent explosions, which blew the interior of the church to pieces. Hal's face sank slightly, and he felt the powerful pressure of Laxus. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, and the breath of death instantly spread. Laxus dodged and prepared to attack again, but suddenly felt that the moisture in the air was disappearing rapidly. His body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and the light of lightning began to gradually dim. Is this your power of death? Laxus' voice was still full of confidence, but a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. As Laxus' lightning burst out, forcibly breaking through Hal's withering power, the atmosphere in the church suddenly became tense. The air was filled with the roar of thunder and the low echo of the withering power released by Hal. Boom! With a loud bang, the middle of a pillar of the church was suddenly invaded by a dark force, and instantly turned into sand, and the fine sand flew everywhere. That was the power of the desert of death released by Hal's left hand, which melted at the touch of a finger, and even the hard stone pillars could not resist it. Do you think I am still the same person I was 5 years ago? Hal's voice was low and powerful. His left hand waved gently, and the air around him seemed to tremble. The withering power spread everywhere like an invisible venomous snake, ready to devour anything it touched at any time. A trace of coldness flashed in Laxus's eyes, and lightning flashed around his body, and the pressure increased sharply. Do you think this is all my power, Hal? As his voice fell, the light of lightning became more dazzling, and a more violent power was brewing in his body. Suddenly, Laxus' body began to change. His body became larger, dragon scales continued to appear on his body, and a steady stream of lightning burst out from his body. The air around him was violently distorted at this moment. Lightning Dragon Slayer magic! Laxus roared, his voice full of uncontrollable wild power. 5 years ago, he had not fully mastered the power, but now he showed the power of destroying the world in his hands. The light of lightning raged in the church, and Laxus's figure was wrapped in lightning. His muscles swelled, his height increased, and his whole body exuded the violent breath of lightning. Laxus's fists were as powerful as thunder, and the power of the Thunder Dragon greatly increased the power of his attack. How is it? Hal? Ha ha ha! Laxus' voice was full of wild confidence, and his lightning illuminated the interior of the church like daylight, as if he was fearless and full of invincible momentum. Well, although your power is very strong, didn't you use it on Natsu and Gajeel when you were angry just now? Laxus's expression changed slightly and he was stunned for a moment. The atmosphere in the whole church became awkward again, just like before, but the difference from before was that the church at this moment could be described as fragmented. Forget it, it doesn't count just now, let's continue, don't make it awkward. Hal waved his hand, obviously seeing Laxus's embarrassment. Hal! Laxus was enraged again, and his anger burned to the extreme in an instant. His body was completely wrapped in lightning, and the power of thunder made his body swell, and his muscles seemed to swell as hard as an iron tower. His right fist condensed huge lightning, flashing with a mighty force, exuding a suffocating pressure. Thunder Dragon's Fist. Laxus roared, lightning raging on his fist, with powerful force and destructive energy, rushing straight towards Hal. The entire interior of the church was illuminated by the light of lightning, traces of lightning appeared on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of arcs. Hal did not make any extra movements, his eyes stared at Laxus, holding the staff in his hand, calmly preparing to respond. Laxus's attack was like an angry dragon, with overwhelming power, rushing straight towards Hal's body. The Wrath of the Earth Dragon. Hal shouted, and the staff released a monstrous dragon-killing magic, and the power of the earth on his body began to surge. His staff drew an arc in the air to meet Laxus's Thunder Dragon Fist. With his movements, the ground of the church shook, and the energy of the earth condensed into a huge shock wave, rushing towards Laxus's attack. The two powerful forces collided in the air, and the energy of lightning and the earth blended violently. The walls of the church continued to collapse under the impact of this force, bricks flew. Dust filled the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart. The energy of lightning and the earth entangled in the air, forming a huge beam of light. The light was dazzling, and almost illuminated the entire space of the church. Laxus's Thunder Dragon Collapse Fist and Hal's Earth Power confronted each other in the air, and the violent energy fluctuations continued to spread, and the air was filled with the breath of lightning and soil. The two went all out, and the magic power on their bodies was continuously injected into their respective attacks, trying to break the opponent's defense line. Laxus's lightning continued to devour Hal's earth power, while Hal used his powerful dragon-killing magic to resist the impact of lightning. The magic power of the two people kept interweaving in the air, and the shock waves kept sweeping. The interior of the church was overwhelmed. The pillars and walls around it continued to collapse under the impact of this force, and the whole space fell into chaos. Hal loosened his hand, discarded the staff, and stood in the ruins of the church. His body exuded a stronger breath. Interesting. Laxus. Hal's voice was full of excitement. He hadn't experienced such a evenly matched battle for a long time. The whole person seemed to be inspired by the blood of the battle. Hal's magic power began to fluctuate violently. His left and right hands exuded the power of death and the power of life respectively, gradually merging and turning into a new power. Hal's body changed significantly at this moment. He chose to let himself fully integrate into the dragon-killing power of the earth and entered the Earth Dragon Power state. Mode. Earth Dragon Power. Dragon scales began to grow on the surface of Hal's body. These dragon scales covered his eyes, arms, forehead, and other parts, making him look extremely powerful. The power of the Earth Dragon made his body look even bigger and his strength was greatly improved. The dragon scales flashed with a deep light, symbolizing that he was about to exert a stronger fighting ability. At this moment, Hal's entire aura changed fundamentally, and his power became stronger and purer. The ground in the church trembled slightly under the influence of his power, and the energy of the earth began to gather again, as if preparing for the upcoming duel. Laxus, let me see how long you can hold on. Hal's voice was full of confidence, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. His body was completely integrated with the power of the earth, turning into a powerful existence, ready to compete with Laxus. This is Hal's new form. Although Hal's three magics are usually in Hal's body at the same time, Hal can also choose to let one of them completely integrate into himself and enter a separate state for a short time. Laxus looked at Hal in front of him with some shock. At this moment, Hal had become as tall as him, with a body of more than 2 meters wrapped in huge magic power. His left and right hands were covered with golden rock-like dragon scales, and his pupils became golden vertical pupils like dragons. As both of them entered the extreme state, the entire church seemed to be almost collapsed by the pressure of their magic fluctuations. Hal quickly launched an attack, and his hands condensed the powerful power of the Earth Dragon, making a strong roar. His right fist swung out suddenly, with tremendous power, and issued, Earth Dragon's Boom Fist. This move seemed to concentrate the power of the entire Earth on the fist, and the shocking power made the air tremble. Boom! The fist hit Laxus' chest, generating a huge shock wave, and cracks appeared on the ground while shaking. Laxus was knocked back a few steps by this force, but his powerful lightning power allowed him to stabilize his body, and anger burned in his eyes. Hal then launched the Earth Dragon's Earthquake. He stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded, forming a huge shock wave, forcing Laxus back, and the ground was also torn into a deep crack by this force. Laxus gritted his teeth, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he endured the pain and quickly fought back. His lightning power continued to increase, and arcs flashed in the air, forming thunders, approaching Hal. "Go on, Hal. Let's see who is the real strongest." Laxus roared with tears and blood at the corner of his mouth, and the light of lightning wrapped his body like Thor. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus's roar shook the entire church. He opened his mouth, and the lightning gathered in his mouth into a powerful energy wave, which burst out with a bang. The roar of thunder. The roar filled the entire space, like thunder and lightning falling from the sky, destroying all obstacles in front of it. At the same time, Hal was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and his voice was angry and strong, the roar of the Earth Dragon. He opened his mouth and turned the huge earth power in his body into a shock wave and ejected it. An earthquake-like roar poured out of his mouth, and the ground trembled at this moment, like the roar of a giant dragon stirring underground, causing strong vibrations and shocks. The two roars met in the air, and the power of thunder and lightning and the earth clashed fiercely. In an instant, the entire Cardia Cathedral was shaken by this powerful force, the walls collapsed, the ceiling collapsed, and the ground cracked. All the buildings in the church collapsed under this impact, and the debris and dust flew in the air. Broken glass flew in the air, the mottled light and shadow were torn by fragments, and the brilliance of the sun disappeared, and the interior of the church instantly fell into chaos. The painting of light and shadow in the church was broken, and the sacred atmosphere of the past was replaced by the flames of war. At this moment, the spectators inside the church, whether Myra, Natsu, and others, or Gray, Elfman, and Juvia who were fighting with the thunder gods outside, were all blown away by the huge force. The battle inside and outside the church was completely out of control due to this extremely powerful shock wave, and all attention was attracted to the two giant figures. Chapter 41. The broken church was filled with the air, and the former holiness and tranquility were swallowed up by the violence of the battle. The originally tall stained glass windows have now become fragments scattered all over the ground, and the sunshine is covered in a mess. In the ruins of the church, Laxus and Hal stood in the center of the chaos. Their figures were like demons and gods, and their bodies more than 2 meters tall exuded a powerful aura. Laxus's body was wrapped in lightning, his muscles swelled, and he exuded a violent thunder force. Hal was completely integrated into the power of the Earth Dragon, his body was covered with golden dragon scales, and his eyes were like dragon-like golden vertical pupils flashing a strong brilliance. Earth Dragon's Dragon Halberd. Hal's right hand condensed a 2-meter-long Earth Dragon halberd, which was similar in shape to the Fang Tian Huaji. The huge halberd blade exuded a heavy earthy yellow light, as if it could tear apart everything that stood in its way. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tian halberd. Laxus was equally unwilling to be outdone. He also gathered the power of thunder and lightning into a similar Fang Tian halberd, flashing with dazzling thunder and lightning. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tian halberd emitted a roaring electric light in his hand, in sharp contrast to Hal's dragon halberd. Laxus held the Fang Tian halberd condensed by thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Hal with surging thunder and lightning. Hal was also unwilling to be outdone. His body merged with the dragon halberd, as if the power of the earth was boiling in his body. The figures of the two quickly turned into afterimages, and the flashing light and fierce roar intertwined. The destruction inside the church reached a climax in this duel. Light and shadows kept interweaving, and roars rose and fell, like a symphony of thunder and lightning and the earth. The power of lightning and the earth collided in the air, and the energy in the air was violently distorted. The two huge halberd blades crossed in the air, and the shock waves of lightning and earthquakes swept over, destroying the walls and ground of the church more thoroughly. Each collision was accompanied by huge vibrations and explosions, and the huge power fluctuations threw the ruins of the entire church into the air. The battle became more and more intense, and Laxus and Hal fought several times in an instant, and each collision caused a huge change in the surrounding environment. Light and shadow intertwined, thunder and lightning roared, and the earth cracked, everything lost balance in their battle. The church was in ruins, and everyone could only watch in horror, waiting for the end of this epic duel. King, the last crisp metal collision sound echoed in the ruins. After an unknown amount of long and fierce collision, Hal and Laxus's dragon halberds met again. This time, Hal's breath was slightly heavy. Laxus stood in the ruins panting, and the thunder dragon halberd in his hand had disappeared. Blood oozed from the corners of Laxus' mouth, and the lightning on his body gradually dimmed, as if he had been severely injured. "Are you coming again, Laxus?" Hal's voice was calm and a little tired, but the golden pupils in his eyes flashed with a firm light. His physical strength recovered very quickly, as if the power of the earth itself gathered in his body, giving him infinite power. Thunder Dragon's Boom Fist. Laxus tried to attack with the power of Thunder Dragon for the last time, his fist wrapped in strong lightning, as if it could tear apart all obstacles in front of him. However, unlike 5 years ago, Hal did not retreat this time. He firmly raised the Earth Dragon's Boom Fist and collided with Laxus's Boom Fist. The two forces met in the air, generating a huge vibration wave, and the entire ruins were swept by the shock wave again. Hal's power was as solid as a mountain, and Laxus's attack was finally completely resisted. "You won this battle." Laxus gritted his teeth and said, although he was still strong, he obviously felt powerless. His physical strength was exhausted, but Hal's power was still endless. After saying that, Laxus fell to the ground exhausted. This time he was completely defeated. Hal's magic seemed endless and unfathomable. Hal also gathered his magic power and turned into his original appearance. At this time, his luxurious clothes also exploded with the battle. He was naked, not condescending or aggressive, but sitting next to Laxus. "I sent the president to Granny Polusica." Hal, who was sitting next to Laxus, didn't know what to say first, and subconsciously said something about the president. "What?" Laxus was obviously a little surprised, and looked at Hal anxiously. "Ah, nothing, just fainted," Granny Polusica said. "It was because of old age." "Well, after all, you know, he is 88 years old. Although wizards live much longer, he is also old." Hallie saw that Laxus had some misunderstandings and hurriedly explained, and his tone gradually relaxed. "The guild is not as bad as you think. The president is actually optimistic about you, but he is clumsy and can't speak clearly, just like you, brother Laxus," Hallie said gently. Laxus was slightly moved when he heard this. He looked at Hallie with some surprise, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hallie's eyes were still the old warmth seemed to be seen 5 years ago, when he and Hal looked at each other for the first time after becoming an S-class wizard, and they smiled at each other. At that time, Laxus' eyes were also full of encouragement, expectation, and family-like warmth when he looked at Hal. I don't know if it was because of the loss, or because of the long-lost Laxus brother, or because he remembered the past. Laxus, who was lying on the ruins, finally saw the sky in the distance with his cloudy eyes. He murmured to himself, "The sky is so blue, why, I didn't notice it before." Later, Laxus, who could not move, was naturally carried to the hospital by Natsu and others. There were also many injured guild members. In the hospital, everyone was grinning, which made Myra Lucy and others feel sad. Despite this, whether it was because of the strong impact of the battle or other reasons, a few days later, the atmosphere of the guild after recovery became particularly lively. In the guild hall, everyone laughed and talked, full of warmth and vitality. When talking about the battle, although there was still some anger in the words, there was more recognition and admiration hidden under the words. The memory of the battle seemed to have become a special bond, connecting everyone more closely. In the few days after the battle, Laxus's recovery progressed smoothly. On the hospital bed, he welcomed a special visitor, his grandfather, Makarov. Although this conversation was a bit heavy at the beginning, as time went on, the president's words gradually touched Laxus' heart. "Laxus, you performed very well in the past." The president's voice was gentle and caring. "I am very proud of the strength and responsibility you have shown. You know, you have always been the pride of my heart. The most important thing in my life is to watch you grow up. Whether it is sad or happy, as long as I can watch you grow up by your side, I feel extremely happy. But, Laxus, you hurt your companions and this big family. On behalf of the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, I really can't forgive your sins." Makarov's tone was sad. "But when I really made up my mind to expel you from the guild, everyone in the guild didn't want you to leave here. 5 years ago, you became the first S-class wizard of the younger generation. Maybe you didn't know it at the time. From then on, you have been a role model for many people in the guild. Even Hal Urza said that they learned to take responsibility and learned to become stronger after seeing your appearance. So, cherish this last chance, Laxus. You still have the opportunity to prove yourself again and win everyone's trust and respect again. Choose to start again and get to know yourself again." After that, Makarov left. In the ward, Laxus lowered his head slightly, his thoughts returned to the past days. Those previous disputes and misunderstandings, under the encouragement of the president, gradually turned into understanding and tolerance. "Thank you, Grandpa." Laxus' voice was a little choked. He tried to control his inner excitement, his eyes were slightly moist. When the conversation ended, the hostility in the corners of Laxus' eyes had completely dissipated. The next day he came to the guild, hiding his magic and sitting in the lobby on the first floor, looking at the cheerful people and familiar companions. The expression on his face became gentle, and even revealed a smile from the heart. That smile was so sincere and warm, as if the sun was shining on the ice and snow, melting the haze of the past. Somehow, this scene happened to be seen by Natsu, Myra, Urza, and others. They gathered in the guild hall and chatted, and were suddenly attracted by Laxus's smile. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt end, and a quiet atmosphere filled the air. Natsu looked at Laxus quietly, and memories of the past emerged in his heart. There was also a touch of emotion in Myra's eyes, as if the disputes and frictions in the past seemed insignificant at this moment. Urza took a deep breath and felt a long-lost peace. Quiet and relieved. Hal walked up to Laxus, his eyes gentle and firm. He looked at Laxus's expression mixed with complex emotions, stretched out his hand, and had a sincere smile on his face. "Welcome back, Laxus." At this time, the atmosphere of the entire guild became soft and full of emotion. Everyone's eyes were focused on Laxus. This young man who was once full of hostility finally showed a real smile. That smile was not only a relief from the past, but also a hope for the future. The guild members began to talk to Laxus, but this time there was more warmth and understanding in their words. Everyone was touched by Laxus's changes, and their hearts were full of beautiful expectations for the future. At this touching moment, everyone in the guild felt the real unity and strength. Laxus felt the overflowing warmth around him, and he finally let go of the shackles that bound him in his heart, and his heart was filled with emotion. "Ah, I'm back," he said to himself and to everyone in his heart. His voice carried a hint of relief and determination. This was not only a farewell to the past, but also a brand new beginning for the future. Chapter 42. The inside of a restaurant called 8 Island is bustling with activity. In the bustling port city of Harujun, Hal is wearing a neat and tidy waiter uniform with the restaurant's badge on his chest. His hair is meticulously combed, with a confident smile on his face, holding a plate of exquisite meals in his hands, and walking briskly towards a table. "Ah, I didn't expect that I would get a job in a restaurant one day." Hal looked at the meal in his hand and said with emotion. "Not bad, Hal." Gray came over from the other side. He also held a plate and wore an exquisite tie, but under the tie, he was still naked. "Gray, where are your clothes? How can a waiter be naked?" Lucy couldn't help but complain when she saw this. She was wearing a cute coffee shop-style waiter skirt, and the light pink skirt swayed gently in her movements, looking sweet and playful. "That's right, work hard, Gray." Natsu rarely became serious. He was wearing a classic black and white waiter uniform, a black vest with a white shirt, and a neatly tied bow tie, which made him look very handsome. Happy also wore a mini version of the waiter uniform on the side, looking equally formal. However, this sense of seriousness was soon destroyed by the chicken leg that Natsu was chewing. "Not bad. There are some flaws, but it's not a big problem." Hal nodded with satisfaction. "This is not a problem of flaws." Lucy held her forehead and complained helplessly. "No, I said they are flaws, look at Urza." "Ah." Lucy followed Hal's gaze and saw Urza sitting lightly on a guest's table, crossing her legs elegantly. She was wearing a slim orange dress, which was cut to fit her figure perfectly and showed her curves perfectly. She moved forward slightly, with a gentle smile, and whispered, "We are magic cuisine, how about it, what do you want?" The guests blushed, obviously attracted by Urza's charm. Her gestures showed temptation, elegance, and strength, perfectly interpreting her unique charm. "Inexplicably very motivated," Lucy exclaimed. "Right." Hal responded with a smug smile. "This is Harjun, Mr. Yajima's new restaurant. Since the last council was destroyed, Mr. Yajima has retired and resigned. After returning to ordinary life, Mr. Yajima seemed to be very good at magic cooking, so he had the idea of opening a magic restaurant. This is also the reason why Hal and others are here to help." The restaurant opened in Harjun was also highly recommended by Hal. After all, this is the first trading city that Fairy Tail cooperates with. Fairy Tail has a very high influence in this prosperous port city. In the evening, the 8 Island restaurant has closed. As night falls, warm lights are sprinkled inside the restaurant, creating a quiet and warm atmosphere. The table is filled with a variety of delicious dishes, all cooked by Mr. Yajima himself. Hal, Natsu, Urza, Lucy, Gray and Happy sat together, enjoying this special dinner. "Mr. Yajima, I didn't expect your dishes to be so delicious," Hal exclaimed, his mouth full of the taste of delicious food. Mr. Yajima sat in the main seat. Hearing Hal's praise, he smiled proudly and laughed a low and kind laugh. "Hee, Hal, Natsu, Urza, Lucy, Gray, Happy, I'm really happy that you can come to help me." Urza put down the tableware in her hand and said seriously, "It's my duty, Mr. Yajima, you are our elder." "Hee," Mr. Yajima responded with a smile, but then his laughter gradually disappeared and his eyes became deeper. He sighed lightly, and a hint of heaviness appeared in his tone, "But, things have started to get uneasy recently." Everyone looked up when they heard his tone change. Lucy asked with concern, "What's wrong, Mr. Yajima?" Mr. Yajima restrained his smile and his expression became solemn. "My colleagues in the council told me that the Dark Guild has started to act again." For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became tense. Urza frowned slightly, Happy stopped playing around, and Natsu clenched his fists. "Many guilds and cities have been attacked," Mr. Yajima continued in a heavy tone. "Fortunately, this place is far from the Dark Guild, so it is relatively peaceful. However, Hal, you have to be prepared, the council may make a big move next. Hal nodded, his expression becoming serious. Natsu and Urza looked at each other and understood the seriousness of the situation. Lucy bit her lower lip lightly, feeling a little uneasy. Outside the restaurant, the sea breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. Early the next morning, at the reminder of Mr. Yajima, Hal and his companions hurried back to Magnolia. Sure enough, as soon as Hal stepped into the guild, he immediately received an urgent call from the president. In the guild hall, all members gathered together. In the center of the hall, a huge magic power map emerged in the air, drawn by a magic pen, clearly marking the distribution of various forces. Hal stood in the front with Natsu, Urza and their strongest team, staring at the President Makarov, who was about to speak. Makarov glanced around and confirmed that everyone was there, then slowly spoke, "Everyone is here." There was a hint of solemnity in his tone. The Balamu Alliance has been making too much trouble recently, and the Council has decided to take action against them and prepare to launch a crusade. Crusade? Hal frowned slightly. All of them? Makarov shook his head, and the magic pen in his hand marked a position on the Balamu Alliance's power map. Of course not. It is called the Balamu Alliance, but in fact, only the 6 demon generals are the most arrogant in their activities. And this is exactly our goal. Gray sneered, "Is the council trying to embarrass us?" Lucy asked in confusion, "Aren't there only 6 people?" Jet immediately added, "The 6 demon generals are not simple. They control 12 large dark guilds and countless small guilds. The total number of people combined is probably more than 2,000. What? 2,000 people? Lucy opened her eyes wide in surprise. This is based on the original setting. You can see the power map drawn by Myra in the anime. I counted them. Moreover, if there were not so many people, how could they be considered the 3 major dark forces ===? Seeing this, Makarov waved his hand to calm everyone down. Don't panic. This operation does not rely on us alone. We will form a guild alliance. Guild alliance? Hal asked in confusion. That's right, Makarov nodded. This operation will be formed by the 4 major guilds of Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale and Demon Cat and to form a Bright Guild coalition army. In addition, there will be the magic forces of the council to cooperate. Wakaba obviously understood it very well. He blew smoke rings and sneered, "The magic forces of the council? They have just been destroyed like that, how can they still have the ability to send troops? I'm afraid they want to dump the mess on us." Hearing this, the guild immediately fell into a commotion, and the members began to discuss. "Enough, quiet." Makarov gave an order, and the whole hall returned to silence. His eyes were sharp. "We will only send a few elites to participate in this expedition." Makarov cast his eyes on Hal and Urza. "Hal, Urza, you take your team to fight." "Okay." Urza agreed without hesitation, and Hal nodded firmly. Natsu also seemed particularly excited at this moment, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. "President, call Laxus as well." "Laxus?" Makarov looked at Natsu with some surprise. Everyone turned their eyes to Laxus standing behind the president. He showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Natsu to suggest taking him with him. Makarov pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Laxus, you made a big mistake last time. This is your chance to atone for your sins and contribute to the guild." Laxus nodded heavily with a firm look in his eyes. "Okay." So, the group set off, and their destination was the villa of the Blue Pegasus President Bob. Taking into account the special circumstances of this trip, the president specially approved a dragon car for Hal and others to use. The dragon car is already a top-level magical transportation tool in this world. After Hal's many suggestions and improvements, it was built with magical craftsmanship. It is not only extremely sturdy, but also extremely comfortable. Even if 6 people sit face to face, it still looks spacious and comfortable. The interior of the carriage is elegantly decorated, and some faintly glowing magic crystals are inlaid on the walls, illuminating the entire space. In the middle of the carriage, a magic table is suspended above the ground, and various delicious cakes and drinks are placed on the table. Above the table is a topographic map, showing their current route and destination. Urza, Gray, and Laxus sat on one side, and Urza, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy sat opposite. The carriage was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, as if they were not going on a dangerous mission, but enjoying a relaxing trip. The dragon car is awesome. Natsu was so excited that he almost jumped up. He stood on his seat, his eyes flashing with childlike joy. Urza was enjoying a piece of strawberry cake elegantly. She looked up at Hal and said with a smile, "The strawberry cake Hal chose is good." Gray also agreed, "Yes, it is good." Hal smiled proudly, picked up a piece of cake and handed it to Laxus. "Right, Laxus, you should have one too." Laxus frowned slightly and said calmly, "Hey, we are going to defeat the Dark Guild." Hal patted Laxus's shoulder indifferently and smiled, "Don't worry, if the president didn't send you, I might be more serious. You are here, why should I panic?" Laxus glanced at him helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but complain, "You really don't feel nervous at all, hey? So, who is the enemy?" Natsu quickly finished the cake and looked at the magic map floating in the air, full of curiosity. "Hey, Natsu, you're quite rare to care about this kind of thing." Hal looked at Natsu with some surprise. As for the enemy, the 2,000-member Dark Guild, including the 6 demon generals, should be in this forest. Hal wiped his mouth and pointed at the map. "Does that mean there are 7 people in total?" Gray asked, looking a little confused. "According to Laxus's information, this is the situation." Urza agreed while enjoying the cake. Lucy said a little uneasily, "I still think 2,000 people is too exaggerated." She still remembers the siege of 100 Dark Guild wizards at the station last time. Happy raised his blue cat paw and whispered, "Hey! I think so too." Haru smiled, "It's okay, we have allies, and we are strong enough. The 3 of us are the strongest candidates in the guild. Natsu and Gray are both A-level wizards, and Lucy is mainly to assist us." Lucy felt like crying, "To be honest, I don't know why I got on this car." Natsu hugged Lucy's shoulders, "Well, after all, we are the strongest team." "Really?" Lucy looked at Natsu, her face a little red, and the atmosphere began to become strange. "Let's talk about our allies." Hal changed the subject. "The Blue Pegasus Guild sent 4 people, S-class wizard Yi Yawander Li Shao, the strongest wizard of Blue Pegasus, and the other 3 are A-class wizards Xiang Reddies, Lian Akazuki, and Yvonne Tyram." Hal continued to introduce, "They are good at scent magic, ancient documents, air magic and snow magic respectively, and they are all very powerful allies." Urza shuddered when she heard Yi's name, and the strawberry cake didn't smell good anymore. "What's wrong, Urza?" Laxus asked with some confusion. Nothing, it's just that I'm not good at dealing with Yi yet." Urza forced a smile, unwilling to say more, and continued to enjoy the strawberry cake. Fortunately, Hal brought a lot, and there was a magic refrigerator in the car, which stored a lot of delicious food. Hal continued, "Snake Princess Scale has recently sent several powerful wizards, one of whom is an ice wizard who is said to have S-level strength." He glanced at Gray and reminded him, "But the most important thing is Snake Princess Scale's trump card, Iron Jura Jura Regis, who is one of the 10 holy wizards. He is our strongest ally." "Oh!" Lucy and Happy looked at the face projected on the magic map with some surprise. "This uncle looks very reliable at first glance," Gray said. Hal nodded. "As for the last guild, the Demon Cat Inn, they are a little mysterious and a new guild, but it is said that their president is very powerful, so they also joined this crusade mission. He smiled slightly. The most outrageous thing is that they only sent one person to participate in the crusade mission this time. One person. Gray, Lucy, Happy, and Natsu exclaimed in unison, with surprised expressions on their faces. I added some strength settings in this chapter. I can't help it. This is a novel. If I don't do this, I can't continue writing ==. As for Natsu and Gray's A level, it's because it's too difficult to be promoted to S in Fairy Tale. These two are definitely trump cards in other guilds. Chapter 43. The dragon carriage slowly drove along the winding path and passed through a lush forest. Soon, Hal and others arrived at the villa of Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus. What came into view was a colorful building, with a slightly pink exterior wall that looked particularly warm under the sunlight. The design style of the villa is unique, combining elements of elegance and childlike fun, like a castle in a fairy tale. The villa is surrounded by a carefully manicured garden, with various flowers blooming in the flower beds, and a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. The path in front of the door is paved with gravel, and a row of neat bushes are dotted on both sides, faintly revealing a quiet and warm atmosphere. I modified it a little bit. I think it fits Bob's aesthetics. This place is really dreamy. Natsu looked at the villa and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the president of the Blue Pegasus to live in such a girly place. Gray was also a little surprised. Where is the surprise? Lucy complained. Urza looked up at the villa and nodded slightly. President Bob's taste is indeed unique. Okay, stop sighing, we should go in. Hal patted Natsu's shoulder gently and motioned everyone to get off the car. Everyone got off the dragon car one by one and stepped into the door leading to the villa. Hal walked in front, raised his hand and rang the doorbell, and then the door slowly opened. I saw a magnificent large staircase standing opposite the first floor of the villa hall, and the handrails of the stairs were made of exquisite carved wood. The stairs were covered with soft red carpets and extended all the way to the second floor, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. The chandelier was hung in the center of the hall, and the crystal-clear crystal lamps reflected warm light, making the entire space transparent and bright. The hall seemed particularly empty. Except for the conspicuous staircase, there were only a few room doors on both sides of the left and right hands. The carpet covered every inch of the hall, as if emphasizing the tranquility and solemnity here. Not bad, President Bob is really rich. As soon as everyone stepped into the villa hall, they were shocked by the luxurious scene in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. If the old man knew what this place looked like, he would probably let me build one for him. Hal laughed and teased, his eyes swept around this magnificent hall. In fact, Hal has long been a super rich man. The president of the guild, Makarov, is also not short of money. The profits of the first business road continue to flow into Fairy Tale, bringing huge financial support to Hal and the guild. Welcome everyone from Fairy Tale. Standing in the center of the hall, Xiang Litus said in a calm tone. He glanced at Hal and his group, and then made a gesture of invitation. Members of other guilds have not arrived yet, please go upstairs and take a rest first. 3 Blue Pegasus wizards, dressed in neat black suits, stood at the bottom of the stairs. Their postures were stern and confident, as if they had made full preparations for the upcoming action. Hal nodded slightly, signaling the team to follow them. Following the guidance of the Blue Pegasus, everyone slowly walked up the spacious marble staircase. There were exquisitely carved handrails on both sides of the stairs, and the crystal chandelier above the head emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire space warmly and peacefully. While going upstairs, Hal's eyes swept around from time to time, silently calculating the next action in his heart. It's really luxurious and makes people a little uncomfortable. Gray whispered, and his hand subconsciously pulled his tie. Of course, he only had the tie left. Luxury is luxury, but if there is a fight later, if Mr. Bob asks us to repair the villa, don't expect me to help. Natsu interjected, but there was a hint of joking in his words. Eruza said nothing, but followed Hal gracefully, her eyes always alert, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. "Don't worry, Natsu. I'm not interested in being a construction worker." Hal responded with a smile. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. "Now, it's better to rest well, conserve your energy, and prepare for the next battle." However, Hal and the others seemed to have arrived too early. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Snake Princess Helen arrived. The cat inn was nowhere to be seen. According to the agreement of the Guild Alliance, they should be ready to set off. It is worth mentioning that Gray's senior brother Leo is actually the new ice wizard of Snake Princess Helen. The other few people were also companions of Leo in the past, which made Natsu, Gray, and Lucy feel kind to chat with them. Laxus looked at them with some confusion. Do you remember the time when Natsu stole the S-level mission?" Hal asked. "Ah, that's the president forgot to punish them that time." Laxus responded. "Good guy, you actually remember this." Hal looked at Laxus in surprise. "Well, after all, that is pretty powerful." Laxus shrugged. "That's true." Hal smiled. "What?" "That's not what I want to say. It was that time, they met during that mission." Hal explained. "I see." Laxus nodded. Just then, Hal noticed that Jura's eyes were looking here. Jura walked over slowly with a staff in his hand, looking solemn and humble. "Hello, Lord Hal, Mr. Laxus." Jura greeted politely. "Hello, Mr. Jura." Hal smiled in response, and Laxus nodded in response. "I feel very honored to fight side by side with you." Cora shook her head and said modestly, "How could it be? I am the one who feels honored. After all, I am only the last of the 10 saints, and Lord Hal is a rare genius in the magic world. I am still shocked by the news of your 99 magic lines. Ha ha ha, it's just that the magic power is strong, not worth mentioning." Hal waved his hand and smiled calmly. "Lord Hal is so modest." Cora sighed. With the joining of Cora, the originally slightly scattered team began to merge. The hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, and the members of the two guilds began to communicate with each other, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. However, the three wizards of the Blue Pegasus seemed a little different. They unconsciously glanced around and found that their number was much less than that of other guilds, and they became a little arrogant. So, their words gradually revealed an attitude of despising fairy tale. "You actually came with 3 strongest candidates." Lien sneered, with a bit of disdain in her tone. "Really, fairies always like to make a fuss." Yvonne Tyram echoed, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Hearing this, Hal's smile faded a little, but he did not refute immediately, just looked at the 3 people with a calm look. As for why the 3 people in front of him had this attitude, it all started from last night. An embarrassing incident happened last night, which made the 3 people of Blue Pegasus unusually harsh. In Urza and Lucy's room, after the 2 girls had just taken a bath. Suddenly, a weirdo who said perfume and men broke in, and he was obviously a pervert. Faced with such strange behavior, Laxus next door struck him with a thunderbolt without hesitation. Laxus's strength is well known. This thunderbolt made Mr. One Night not go out today, and Hal didn't know how he recovered. Because of last night's incident, the members of Blue Pegasus were even more dissatisfied with Fairy Tale. Especially under the stimulation of Lien and Yvonne, the scene became a little tense, and the 3 parties seemed to be on the verge of a fight. Just when Hal and Xiang wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, the gate of the villa finally welcomed the last guild's crusade personnel. In the tense atmosphere of the villa hall, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a little girl standing outside the door. Her appearance instantly focused everyone's attention on her. She has long dark blue hair, which falls softly on her shoulders. The slight curl makes her look particularly cute. Her face is delicate and pretty, and her big blue eyes are shining with innocence and curiosity, which makes her look gentle and slightly shy. She is wearing a blue and yellow dress, and the hem of the skirt swings lightly with her steps. The overall shape is simple but elegant. Wendy stood at the door, twisting the corner of her clothes in her hand a little awkwardly, pinching her hands slightly, and her expression is slightly nervous and expectant. Her voice is soft, with a bit of childishness and shyness. "Hello everyone, I am Wendy Mabel, good at support magic, please give me more advice." Her arrival was like a breeze that blew away the previous tense atmosphere. Everyone couldn't help but become curious and concerned about this little girl. Wendy. Natsu looked at Wendy with some murmurs. He always felt that this name was very familiar and kind. In contrast to Natsu, Hal looked incredulous. Wendy. When Hal saw Wendy, all his memories of Wendy instantly came to his mind. His face was full of disbelief and shock. Wendy. Hal suddenly ran over, squatted down excitedly, and hugged Wendy's petite body tightly. "After 7 years, I finally found you." Hal's eyes were a little wet, and he said emotionally. 7 years ago, when Hal realized that his memory of several children was sealed, he tried desperately to restore his memory. But there was no way. Until half a month ago, Hal's magic power increased again and he was promoted to the position of Saint 10. The huge magic power restored Hal's memory of several children. So, Hal wanted to look for it again, but 7 years had passed and Hal really didn't have any clues. Especially, Wendy and her children were only 5 years old 7 years ago. Hal really couldn't imagine how lonely and helpless they were when they came to this world 400 years later. "Who are you?" A white cat flew over from behind Wendy in an instant and bit Hal's hand fiercely with anger. Unfortunately, the cat's bite force did not really hurt Hal, because his body was always wrapped in powerful magic. "Stop it, bastard! Don't bully Wendy!" Xiaolulu yelled at Hal in a rage. "It's okay, Xiaolulu. I can feel that the smell of this big brother makes me feel familiar and at ease." While Wendy comforted Xiaolulu, she also enjoyed Hal's hug. "Flying cat!" Everyone looked at this scene in surprise and exclaimed, "Cat!" Habi's eyes were immediately attracted to Xiaolulu, and love almost jumped out of his eyes. Despite the noise around him, Hal's attention was still focused on Wendy. He slowly let go of Wendy and looked at her carefully. Wendy was a little shy under Hal's hot eyes, and lowered her head and dared not look directly at Hal. Well, hello, my name is Wendy, do you know me?" "Hello, Wendy. My name is Hal, you have grown up, so tall, and you are still as cute as when you were a child." Hal responded gently. "Hey, do we know each other? I don't think I've ever seen Mr. Hal." Wendy's voice was a little confused and curious. "Call me Brother Hal," Hal said with a smile. "Oh." Wendy nodded shyly. "We have known each other since childhood." Hal's eyes flashed with a warm light. "But, I really don't remember, although Brother Hal's taste is indeed very familiar, I don't know, it feels so strange." Wendy lowered her head, with a little confusion on her face. "It's okay, Wendy, you were still young at that time, it's normal to forget. I still remember that when you were a child, you hated eating plums by the lake the most, especially after they were dried into plums." Hal's voice was a little nostalgic. "Hey? How do you know?" Wendy exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of surprise and cuteness. "Actually, I was there too, you just forgot. You especially like to eat sweet fruits, I picked them for you when you were a child." Hal's voice was soft and concerned. "I'm sorry, I really can't remember, Brother Hal," Wendy said in a low voice with some shame in her eyes. "It's okay, Wendy. The important thing is that we meet again now." Hal gently touched Wendy's hair, his eyes full of tenderness and care. Just as Hal and Wendy were talking happily, a female voice suddenly came to his mind. Grantine's voice was full of nostalgia and warning. Hal. It's been 7 years since we last met. I advise you not to say anything to Wendy that shouldn't be said. The time is not right yet. Grantine, I have my own judgment on Wendy's affairs, and I am now able to protect her. Hal didn't want to pay attention to Grantine. With his current magic power, he was no longer afraid of being threatened by these dragons living in his body. What's wrong, Hal? Wendy saw that Hal suddenly stopped talking, and asked him with some confusion. It's okay, Wendy, I just thought of something just now. Harry came back to his senses and looked at Wendy in front of him, his face full of smiles and relief. Wendy, come here and tell me what happened after Grandine disappeared, okay? I remember correctly that you are already 12 years old this year, and you must have experienced a lot of things. Harry took Wendy's hand and led her back to Natsu and others. Everyone looked at each other, just watching Harry and Wendy chatting quietly, and the specific content of the discussion was blocked by Harry's magic. Except for Natsu, Urza, and others, other people in the guild could not hear it at all. I see, Jalal. Harry listened to Wendy's story and couldn't help but fall into thought. Also, the Demon Cat Inn is a very interesting place, the president and everyone are very nice. The clothes I am wearing were all made by the sisters in the guild. Wendy happily shared her experience. Hey, it's amazing, Wendy, you can actually make your own clothes, I am convinced. Hearing this, Hal felt very relieved and couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Wendy's hair. And, the story of Xiaolulu and me. Wendy continued to tell excitedly. Hal listened patiently to Wendy's story since she was 5 years old, with a smile on his face, nodding from time to time, and showing a warm expression from time to time. Wendy became happier and happier as she talked. She felt that the time she spent with Hal was very relaxing and enjoyable. The familiar smell emanating from Hal made her believe him involuntarily. She hadn't talked so much with anyone other than Xiaolulu for a long time. No, Xiaolulu is a cat. Wait, she did become a human later, that is. Cat girl. Just like that, after a long time, Xiaolulu finally couldn't help it, walked to Hal, and gently knocked on his head. Give Wendy back to me. Xiaolulu said anxiously. Oh? Give it back to you, why don't you come here by yourself? Hal replied with a smile. After that, Hal gently cast a light magic and pulled Xiaolulu to his side. Ah, sorry, Xiaolulu, I forgot about you. Wendy then remembered Xiaolulu and immediately felt a little guilty. Wendy. You actually forgot me for the man you just met for the first time. Xiaolulu complained while showing a helpless smile. Despite this, after all, the two grew up together, Xiaolulu quickly forgave Wendy. Hal saw this, put away the surrounding magic effects, bowed slightly to the other guild members present, and said politely. I solemnly inform everyone that this girl, Wendy Mabel, is my sister. This crusade will act together with my fairy tale, led by Hal Michidoya Saint. Come take care of her. As soon as the voice fell, the magic power from the Holy Ten quickly spread throughout the first floor hall. The powerful magic power was like a surging wave, stirring the air in the hall violently. All the guild members except the fairy tale members felt a heavy sense of oppression, and their bodies trembled slightly involuntarily. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became solemn, and the three people from the originally provocative Blue Pegasus and the members of the Snake Princess Lin couldn't help but show shocked and nervous expressions. Laxus couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He knew that at this moment, the command of the coalition forces had been decided. Chapter 44. Okay, Hal. Laxus was a little surprised, but he still stepped out and patted Hal on the shoulder. Hal took a deep breath after hearing this, and then restrained his magic pressure. He looked around and saw Laxus and other companions, as well as Wendy, who seemed a little worried, and finally relaxed. Sorry, everyone, I went a little too far. Hal apologized with a smile, and then turned to Jura and others who were sweating. his face still calm. "It's okay, Mr. Hal, we do need a strong wizard as the leader of the coalition." Jura stood up and said with a serious face. Then, the others also looked at Hal with awe, and the people of the Blue Pegasus also changed their harsh attitude and became clear-eyed. However, the atmosphere did not ease for long. A low vibration came from a distance, and then the ground began to tremble slightly. The door of the hall was suddenly pushed open, and several soldiers from the Council of Ministers rushed in, their faces pale. "People from the council." Urza frowned. "What happened?" Laxus asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man in the lead was full of fear, and his voice was trembling a little. "Master Hal, Master Jura. Something happened. All the soldiers who were responsible for monitoring the Dark Guild were killed, and now there are enemies everywhere outside." "What?" Urza's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. "Have the enemies already noticed our plan?" Jura asked in shock. "So, the council really sent someone to monitor us?" Hal said with a little sarcasm. The middle-aged soldier nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Hal. This incident is very serious, and the council attaches great importance to it. Especially because 2 Holy 10 mages and several S-level mages are involved, the council has also sent a number of reconnaissance mages to the vicinity of the 6 demon generals' headquarters." Hal nodded calmly. "I see." Then, he looked around with a firm gaze. "Since the enemy has come, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Xiang, go call Yiya upstairs and prepare for battle." Hal said and turned to walk out the door. Xiang immediately took action and quickly ran upstairs to notify others. At this time, Yvonne muttered in dissatisfaction, "What a joke, why should we listen to his orders?" Leon sneered, "Are you a child? Are you still worrying about such insignificant things now?" Hal said without looking back, "You can choose not to listen, but the 2,000 members of the Dark Guild outside will not let you go." He paused, glanced back at Yvonne, and said lightly, "Or do you want to escape?" When Yvonne heard this, his face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little and asked, 2,000? The enemy actually came out in full force. At this time, the door of the villa was open, and I don't know when, the sun was close to the horizon. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on Hal, the staff in his hand flickered slightly, and the sunset pulled his back extremely tall. Although his figure was silent, it conveyed incomparable strength and determination. "Companions, get ready for battle!" Hal shouted firmly. "Oh!" Natsu and others responded in unison, and their fighting spirit was high. Urza was the first to draw her sword and followed closely behind Hal. Laxus also threw off his cloak, smiled confidently, and stepped out. Natsu and Grey were eager to try. Although Lucy was a little scared, she still followed them firmly. Leon was not to be outdone. Jura also followed calmly with a staff in hand. Only Yvonne was left standing there with a complicated look in his eyes, while Lien seemed to be a little embarrassed. "Let's go, Yvonne, we can't be underestimated by the Blue Pegasus," Lien persuaded. Although Yvonne was still a little resentful in his heart, he could no longer underestimate Hal's decision in front of the huge enemy army he was about to face. Soon, the group arrived outside the villa. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled in this silent forest, but the scene in front of them was chilling. All around the villa and in the forest in the distance, dense dark wizards surrounded Hal and others like a tide. They wore black cloaks, with ferocious smiles on their faces. The fluctuations of magic power were stirring in the air, as if even the atmosphere was trembling for the upcoming battle. Every wizard's eyes were full of murderous intent, as if they were just waiting for an order to completely destroy everything in front of them. 2,000 dark wizards turned this villa and forest into a huge cage, completely surrounding Hal and his companions. The air was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and the tense atmosphere pressed a heavy shadow on everyone's heart. Shadow. Even people as strong as Natsu felt the pressure that could not be ignored at this moment. Hey, it's really lively. This is the first time I've seen so many dark bastards gathered together. Hal teased, looking through the layers of siege and looking straight into the depths of the jungle. So many people are surrounding us, but the leader is hiding behind. You are really worthy of being the leader, Blaine. You are as timid as a mouse. Maybe you are called the leader because you only dare to show your head, Brother Turtle. Deep in the jungle, Blaine heard Hal's ridicule and his face suddenly darkened. He sneered and walked out slowly with the 5 members of the 6 demon generals behind him. Sure enough, you are worthy of being called the Nature Controller, Lord Hal. You can still be so calm under the siege of 2,000 people. It's really admirable. Blaine's voice was full of sarcasm. But you, Blaine, since there are 2,000 people surrounding us, why are you hiding so far away? Are you afraid? Hal responded coldly. That's right, Blaine was indeed a little apprehensive. After all, facing Hal and his group, 3 of whom were as powerful as the Holy 10, whether it was Jura or Laxus, Blaine knew that he was no match. We 6 demon generals are here, and there is also this huge army of wizards. Even if you have 2 Holy 10s and Laxus on your side, you can't escape this disaster. Blaine's words were mixed with some confidence. Then give it a try. Hal did not flinch, his eyes were sharp, and the staff in his hand began to shine with dazzling magic light. In this tense confrontation, Natsu had obviously reached his limit of patience. Speaking over and over again, it's too long-winded. The iron fist of the fire dragon. He roared and took the harpy into the air. Natsu's roar shook the earth, and his fist burned with blazing flames, like a meteor, smashing into the camp of dark wizards. The iron fist of the fire dragon instantly broke through the enemy's defense line with unstoppable force. The shock wave of the flame set off a sea of fire, engulfing dozens of wizards. The huge explosion shook the entire forest. Natsu, don't rush too hard. Urza followed closely behind, and with a flash of the sword, her figure quickly shuttled through the enemy group. Every sword was extremely accurate, taking the lives of several dark wizards. Her attack was crisp and neat, without any unnecessary movements, showing her powerful strength as the Fairy Queen. Laxus stood on a high place, condensing lightning in his palm. The golden lightning danced in his hands, like the punishment of the gods. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hands suddenly pushed forward. The huge lightning turned into a thunder dragon, roaring and rushing towards the enemy. The lightning penetrated the enemy's line and instantly hit dozens of wizards into charcoal. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus shouted coldly, as if the thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a large number of enemies. The dark wizards who were struck by lightning were instantly paralyzed, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. Jura also showed his powerful strength as one of the 10 holy wizards. With a light tap of the staff in his hand, the ground shook violently. The earth cracked like a living thing, and huge stone pillars protruded from the ground and pierced the enemy. Rock iron pillars. Jura cast magic again, and several hard stone pillars protruded from the ground, hitting the enemy group like a huge iron fist. Those stone pillars seemed to have life, tracking the whereabouts of the enemy, making them unable to avoid and being hit hard. The 2 people of the Blue Pegasus were not to be outdone. Ivan took the first shot. He raised his hand, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. White Fury. With his command, a spiral wave of snow began to spin rapidly in the center of his palm, instantly engulfing the enemies in front. The spiral wave was like a furious snow dragon, freezing the enemies wherever it passed, unable to move. At the same time, Lien stood on the other side of the battlefield and jumped lightly into the air. Turning. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the air began to vibrate violently, and several dark magicians were instantly trapped in an air barrier. The air in the barrier became thin, and the enemies turned blue, had difficulty breathing, and even standing became a problem. Air Magic Ball. Lien flicked his finger, and a rotating air sphere quickly condensed and formed, suspended in the air. He gently waved his palm, and the air sphere rushed towards the enemy group like a meteor, bursting out a strong shock wave, knocking the enemy away. Air explosion. Lien's palm suddenly swung down, and the energy in the air instantly burst out a powerful shock wave. Amidst the deafening explosion, dozens of dark wizards were blown away by this force and lost the ability to resist. Blaine saw the situation take a turn for the worse, and his face became increasingly gloomy. He gritted his teeth, gnashing his teeth at the battlefield in front of him. His fear in his heart continued to deepen. He knew that he had to use stronger power to turn the tide of the battle. Damn, these guys are so strong. Blaine cursed in a low voice, then waved his hand back, signaling the 6 demon generals behind him to prepare for the final offensive. Are the 6 demon generals finally going to take action? Hal held a staff in his hand, high in the sky, overlooking the entire battlefield. Although the battle was going very smoothly, Hal always felt that something was wrong. Kebra. White AI. Blaine's voice was calm and angry. I heard it. Kebra's voice sounded in the distance, responding to Blaine. Kebra stood in the center of the battlefield, his eyes were cold, his ears trembled slightly, as if listening to some sound. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the poisonous mist wandered on the battlefield like a venomous snake, fiercely attacking Natsu and his companions. The roar of the poison dragon. A thick purple-black poisonous mist gushed out of Cobra's mouth, carrying a strong neurotoxin, and quickly attacked Natsu. The poisonous mist swept over, as if to devour everything. However, Natsu had already locked onto Cobra's breath, and the flames surged violently in his throat. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu roared, and the orange-red flames gushed out of his mouth like a furious fire dragon, confronting the poisonous mist of the poisonous dragon head-on. The flames and the poisonous mist collided in the air, instantly generating a huge shock wave. The flames and the poisonous mist intertwined in mid-air, burning, corroding, and tearing each other's power. The heat of the flames and the toxicity of the poisonous mist formed a fierce confrontation. The roars of the fire dragon and the poisonous dragon clashed fiercely on the battlefield, as if the forest was trembling for this battle. At the same time, Whitey on the other side was also showing his terrifying strength. He stood on the other side of the battlefield, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and the ground began to soften rapidly, turning into a muddy swamp in the blink of an eye. Swamp? White said in a low voice, and the ground seemed to lose its support in an instant, becoming like quicksand, making it impossible for Jura and his companions to stand on the ground. Yvonne and Lien were trapped in it, and their movements were immediately restricted. White smiled grimly and waved his hands again, ground shift. He completely integrated himself into the softened ground, his body slid into the earth like a venomous snake, merged with the earth, and quickly shuttled through the softened ground, approaching Jura silently. Just as White was about to launch a surprise attack, Jura's eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand suddenly, and the rocks on the ground quickly hardened, becoming as hard as steel, blocking White's moving route. Do you think you can play tricks on me on the ground? Jura sneered, and his magic power quickly condensed, and the rocks on the ground surged like a tide. Rock iron pillars. Several huge rock pillars suddenly protruded from the ground, heading straight for the direction where Whitey was. Blaine walked slowly to the center of the battlefield, his eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the interlaced light and shadow on the battlefield. Feeling that his side was gradually becoming passive in the battle, he couldn't help but frown. Despite the huge force of 2,000 dark wizards, facing such a powerful enemy, numbers alone could not gain an advantage. It's time to change the situation, Blaine whispered, with a hint of coldness in his voice. He stretched out his hand, magic gathered at his fingertips, and then ordered loudly, "My dark wizards, listen to my orders, launch a full-scale attack. Don't give them any breathing space." Following Blaine's orders, hundreds of dark wizards around Blaine chanted in unison. and a huge dark purple magic circle condensed above their heads, emitting a suppressed and strong magic fluctuation. The magic circle rotated in the air, like an abyss that swallowed everything, sucking in the surrounding air. Interesting. Hal stood high in the sky holding a staff, his eyes flashing with confidence. He looked at the battle below, with a smile on his lips. Then, he put down the staff, letting it float in the air, and quickly formed a complex magic seal with his hands in front of his chest. "It's time for me to take action." Hal's voice was low and powerful, as if it echoed with the earth. As his voice fell, an extremely powerful magic power surged from his body and instantly swept the entire battlefield. "The magic of trees, the tree world is coming!" Hal shouted, and the whole earth seemed to be responding to his command. Suddenly, the ground around the villa began to shake violently, as if countless forces were surging underground. Then, the ground cracked, and huge vines grew wildly from the ground. These vines as thick as a dragon, with unstoppable power, it rolled towards Blaine and other dark wizards. The vines swept in like a tsunami, tearing and shattering everything wherever they passed. Those dark wizards could not resist this terrible power at all, and their magic seemed extremely fragile in front of the vines. The vines continued to spread, as if to wrap up the entire world. Blaine watched this green torrent rushing towards him, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ordered the dark wizards to fight back. However, all this seemed in vain. Those giant vines hundreds of meters high seemed to have life under the control of Hal's magic, completely engulfing the enemy. How is this possible? Blaine looked at everything in front of him in shock, his voice trembling with fear. The vines swept through his men mercilessly, and the dark wizards were swept into the vines and turned into dust before they could even scream. Hal's magic power is extremely powerful, and the power of the tree world is beyond imagination. The huge vines not only tore the enemy's defense line, but also destroyed their morale. The entire battlefield completely collapsed under the impact of the vines, and the ground was torn into pieces, as if it had experienced a doomsday catastrophe. The vines kept growing and extending, and the entire battlefield was covered with green. Hundreds of dark wizards were completely crushed in this terrifying tree world and could not escape. Blaine's last line of defense completely collapsed in front of Hal's magic, and the battlefield became a ruin. When the vines finally stopped growing, the entire battlefield was unrecognizable. The original villa, woods, and enemies were completely buried in this new forest. Hal was suspended in the air, watching all this quietly, and the smile on his mouth became deeper. "You're right, Klein, it's time to change the situation." Chapter 45. As the last huge vine slowly drooped, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The battle scene that was still noisy just now came to an abrupt end with Hal's tree world coming. The vines and trees were like a huge barrier, completely separating the battlefield. The powerful magic of hundreds of dark wizards such as Blaine was suppressed without a trace. All enemies were bound to the ground by the powerful trees and completely lost the ability to fight back. The air was filled with the breath of nature, and the huge trees and vines shimmered in the sun, like a vibrant forest. However, this forest was created by Hal alone with his powerful magic, and everyone on the battlefield was shocked. Jura stood on the edge of the battlefield surrounded by giant trees, staring at everything in front of him in amazement. He had never seen such a huge magic power, which was not only powerful, but also a force that people could not resist. Even he, who had experienced many battles, couldn't help but feel awe at this moment. Is this Hal's power? There is such a powerful wizard in the world, you. Leon murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He recalled the battle just now. He and Jura tried their best to fight against the dark wizard, but Hal completely turned the situation around with just one magic. He couldn't help but be shocked by this power. This is the fifth of the 10 saints. Jura finally spoke, with deep admiration in his tone. Hal's strength has surpassed the cognition of ordinary people. This is not just the power of magic, but a power to control nature. Leon nodded, his eyes full of admiration and respect. He knew that the gap between him and Hal was not just the amount of magic, but the understanding and use of magic. Such a powerful magic. It's unimaginable. Leon's voice was a bit sighing. Hal slowly descended from the air and his feet landed on the ground. The surrounding trees and vines gradually shrank with his thoughts, and finally turned into pieces of drifting leaves, dissipating in the air. His expression was still calm, as if the battle just now was just a trivial episode. The battle here is over. Hal said softly, without any complacency in his tone, but with a bit of calmness. He looked at Blaine and the dark wizards who were suppressed on the ground, his eyes full of determination and majesty. Master Hal, your magic power is really too strong. Jura sighed, full of respect for Hal. You are also excellent. Hal smiled slightly, and then turned his eyes to Blaine, but this battle is not over yet. His tone suddenly became cold. At this moment, Blaine was in a mess, with disheveled hair, and his eyes showed unconcealable fear and unwillingness. Such a powerful wizard is willing to be a dog in the Light Guild. Blaine shouted hysterically, his voice full of despair and anger. Stop talking nonsense, Klein, tell me, where are the remaining 6 demon generals? Hal asked coldly, except for Cobra and White, the 5 people behind you at the beginning were all decoys. Where are Dark Knight, Sonoaglia, Lisa, and your so-called president now? Laxus also came over at this moment, with thunder wrapped around his body, and a hint of threat in his voice. Ha 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 ha, they have resurrected Jalal, my plan will succeed, ha ha ha. Blaine's laughter was full of madness and fanaticism. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Halson, ha ha ha. Thank Hal? Jalal? What nonsense are you talking about? Jura asked in confusion. Impossible, Jalal is dead, he can't. Urza was also a little excited at this moment, she didn't know what to say, her face was shocked and suspicious. Hal frowned and looked at Blaine with a sharp gaze, what are you talking about? Without your life seed, we really don't know how to revive Jalal. Blaine said proudly. The life seed is the key to reviving Jalal. Jalal is very lucky. His body was not destroyed by the magic spirit power. His talent really amazes me. He actually survived in that huge magic vortex. Only he knows the location of Nirvana. He is really lucky. Blaine sighed as if he recalled something. Life seed. Hal's voice was puzzled, and he turned to look at Natsu and others. My life seed is gone. Lucy was horrified to find something missing in her pocket. When? Urza asked anxiously. She and Lucy had just returned yesterday. They had been together all night, even sleeping in the same bed. If someone came to steal her things, she would definitely feel strange. Suddenly, she thought of someone. One night. One night. Only one night came last night, and that was the only time I was separated from Lucy. Urza's body shuddered, and shock and uneasiness appeared on her face. One night. Natsu and Gray looked at each other, and their surprise was obvious. I'm afraid it was some kind of star spirit in the star spirit magic, pretending to be one night. Laxus stood up, with a trance on his face. Last night I felt that the man's magic was a little bit wrong. A proper wizard can't have such strange magic. Laxus frowned. Well, this may not be a misunderstanding. Hal also added with a little worry. Feel it, scum of the Light Guild, 2,000 dark wizards are nothing but pawns. Blaine's voice was full of pride and mockery. Last night, Sono succeeded in getting the seed of life when your companion was injured. At present, Lisa should have opened the seal of Nirvana with Gerald, ha 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 ha. As soon as Blaine finished speaking, a strong magical fluctuation suddenly erupted from the primeval forest in the distance. The magic power swept across hundreds of kilometers with huge pressure. Nirvana. The seal is lifted, ha 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 ha. Blaine's wild laughter echoed in the air, foreshadowing a new disaster is coming. Blaine's wild laughter echoed in the air, and his laughter was full of arrogance and pride. In the distance, the magic fluctuations of the primeval forest became stronger and stronger, as if the earth was shaking. At this moment, the seal of Nirvana is being unlocked, and a powerful force is rising again. Nirvana. Blaine's voice was full of enthusiasm. This is the super magic created by the ancient Nebbit tribe. The full name is Peaceful Country Nirvana. It can not only replace light and darkness, but also reshape the balance of the whole world. Laxus also added, in ancient times, the Nebbit tribe created this magic to maintain the balance of the world. It was sealed as one of the forbidden magics and can only be released when it is absolutely necessary. Hal's eyes became more and more solemn. He knew that the power of Nirvana would affect the balance of the whole world, which was not something that ordinary magic could resist. A trace of urgent worry passed through his heart. The power of Nirvana is not only the alternation of light and darkness, it can completely change the foundation of this world. Lucy's face was pale, and she murmured in a low voice, "This means, the whole world will fall into chaos and darkness." "That's right." Blaine laughed. "The power of Nirvana is enough to subvert the order of the whole world." As Blaine's voice fell, the power of darkness and light began to intertwine in the primeval forest in the distance. A huge light and shadow gradually emerged, bringing extremely strong magical fluctuations. The seal of Nirvana is being released, as if the balance of the entire world is being shaken. Chapter 46. Lisa stood in the depths of the ancient jungle, watching the seal slowly opening in front of him, his heart filled with enthusiasm and excitement. When the seal was completely opened, a huge amount of magic power surged out like a flood, almost shaking Lisa to the point of being unable to stand steadily. His body was shaking violently, but that was because of excitement, not fear. "Finally! Our wish will come true, Mr. Blaine!" Lisa shouted, his voice full of uncontrollable ecstasy. Dark golden magic surrounded his body, and the magic turned him into a golden body like a cheetah. This power gave him unprecedented speed and strength. Lisa turned around quickly, like a golden lightning, and rushed towards Blaine and others. He was going to tell Blaine this exciting news. And Gerard, who stayed where he was confused. His memory seemed to be blank, and he had no idea who he was, or why he had to open this seal. He only knew that Lisa and others had saved him, and he wanted to repay them. But as the magic power of Nirvana surged, Jalal felt a little uneasy. "This magic power is terrifying." Jalal muttered to himself, frowning, "Did I really do a good thing?" He felt a strong sense of uneasiness growing in his heart, as if something important had been forgotten. Suddenly, some vague fragments of memory flashed through his mind. Urza? Natsu? Hal? As these names emerged, the terrifying magic power belonging to the Holy Ten surged out of Jalal's body. He seemed to remember something, and his face instantly became hideous. He only remembered 3 people at the moment, and among these 3 people, Hal's cold and mocking eyes were still in his heart. "Hal, who are you?" Jalal muttered to himself, with inexplicable anger and hostility rising from the depths of his heart. "Why do I feel so angry when I think of you? Urza, where are you? Urza, who is it?" Jalal wandered aimlessly in the jungle, and he could feel that some kind of intimate magic was nearby. The voice in his heart told him that as long as he found the owner of that magic, he would find his answer. At the same time, in the air, Hal led the members of Fairy Tale and Wendy, and rushed to the location of the Light of Nirvana. Natsu and Wendy were led by Happy and Charlu. Wendy seemed to have a special affection for Natsu, and the two chatted a lot on the way. "I say, Laxus, why do you think the Dragon Slayer has a cat?" Hal asked jokingly, looking at the distance of Nirvana. "How should I know? I don't have one." Laxus responded impatiently. "No, you know." Hal insisted. "What do I know?" "No, you know. Natsu told me that when you were little, you also looked for eggs in the eastern forest. Hal continued to expose the secret. Is it true, Laxus? Gray's eyes suddenly became hot, and with the shorts he was wearing, he looked particularly. Lucy also looked at Laxus with interest. Shut up. I didn't. Laxus turned his head away awkwardly, avoiding the sight of Lucy and Gray, and secretly decided in his heart that he must settle accounts with Natsu after the crusade. Poor Natsu, he was still chatting with Wendy at this moment, completely unaware that he was in trouble again. Urza stared at the light in the distance absent-mindedly. At the same time, Jura watched Yti being captured, while Yvonne was looking for Xiang and Yi in the ruins of the villa. Since the battle began, the two have not made any movement. Everything is for love, death. Whitey suddenly said something confusing. Ah! Jura looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Whitey, I just beat you up, but I didn't hit your brain. Don't scare me. Jura said a little uneasily. No, Mr. Jura, I figured it out. It's wrong to kill people for your brother to make money. You have to use love, death. Brother, what's wrong with you? Actually, Mr. Jura, I have a younger brother. Ah. When I was a kid. No. At the same time, inside the ruins of the villa, Yvonne and Lien went directly to the ruins of the toilet to look for Xiang and Yi. Xiang! Mr. Yi! Yvonne shouted loudly. Xiang! Yi boss! Lien followed up. Where are you? There is no Yi boss in this toilet, Lien. What are you talking about, Yvonne? How could Mr. Yi be in the toilet? He must be in the urinal. Why? Because that is more in line with Mr. Yi's handsome temperament. Makes sense. Soon, they found the scarred Xiang in the ruins of the toilet, but Yi was still missing. In the primeval forest, a team of magicians wearing black robes near the Nirvana light were carrying a wooden stick, and a humanoid creature was tied to the stick. Men! Let me go, boys. I just finished the toilet, I haven't shaken it yet. Yi on the stick shouted miserably. What is this guy talking about? The female magician who was traveling with him asked in confusion. Who knows? But I heard that he is a very powerful S-class magician. If we catch him, the 6 demon generals will reward us. Very powerful? S-class? This guy? The female wizard frowned at Yi, while Yi looked at her handsomely. For a moment, a strange atmosphere filled the air. I think we should just kill him now. The female wizard suggested. A dead S-class is still an S-class anyway. That makes sense. The dark wizard who was traveling with him echoed. Men. A howl that sounded like a human but not a human resounded throughout the primitive jungle, startling the birds. Asshole! Stop yelling! In the sky, Wendy noticed this unusual scene, flew to Hal, and pointed to the jungle. Brother Hal, it seems like someone is yelling over there. Wendy poked Hal's arm. Hey? Hal heard this and looked towards the jungle. Before Hal could react further, Urza rushed out impatiently. Jalal! Her voice was full of urgency. In her mind, at this time, the only wizard who appeared there so quickly was Jalal. Everyone looked confused. Wait, Urza! Hal wanted to stop her, but Urza had already flown away. Hey, don't forget, you are flying with my magic now. Hal held his forehead helplessly and had to follow with others. Inside the jungle, the female wizard couldn't stand Yi's self-proclaimed handsome eyes, and kicked him and the stick out with an angry kick. Hey, hey! Yi and his companion who was carrying the stick were kicked out together. Men! Yi was spinning in the air in a very handsome posture, with a self-indulgent expression on his face. At this moment, he saw Urza approaching quickly. Miss Urza! Save me! Yi shouted loudly. Urza was about to land, but suddenly saw the handsome Yi flying over with an intoxicated face. She was so scared that she broke her concentration instantly, and even forgot about Jalal for a moment, and subconsciously kicked Yi out. Men! Yi flew away again in a graceful arc, and the wooden stick broke in midair and rushed back to the female wizard. Ah! The female wizard exclaimed. Hal and the others had just landed at this time. Hey! Mr. Yi! Hal looked at Yi, who was kicked away, and said helplessly, "Please don't be a hooligan to the Dark Wizard, okay?" "What a tragedy!" Laxus said with a complicated expression as he looked at the female wizard who had been face to face with Yi yet. In the distance, a blue-haired figure in a black windbreaker slowly approached. The moment he saw everyone, his eyes were locked on Urza, as if there was no one else in the world except her. Tears quietly slid down, with unspeakable sadness and confusion. "Urza!" he called softly, his voice full of pain and confusion. "Jalal? Are you still alive?" Urza saw Jalal, her voice trembled slightly, and her inner emotions surged like a torrent. She didn't know whether she should be happy, hateful, or sad at this moment. Too many emotions intertwined, making it difficult for her to distinguish for a while. Hal stood aside, looking at Jalal in front of him with a complicated look. Since the incident in the Tower of Paradise, he has heard Urza tell about her past with Jalal. At this moment, he only felt that Jalal was a poor man, a soul cruelly teased by fate. "Jalal!" There was a hint of surprise and confusion in Urza's voice. She was keenly aware that the Jalal in front of her was completely different from the one in her memory. "Urza, who are you?" Jalal's voice was filled with deep pain and confusion. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, as if he couldn't even control them. "Why? When I think of your name my heart hurts like it's about to break." Urza looked at the man in pain in front of her, and her heart was also stabbed. This man who had made her suffer for 8 years since she was 11 years old was so helpless at this moment. Her heart was overwhelmed by a complex emotion, and she could no longer control herself. She knelt down and hugged Jalal tightly, as if to absorb all his pain. "Jalal!" she whispered softly, tears rolled in her eyes and slowly fell on Jalal's shoulders. "Crimson hair," Jalal murmured, as if trying to grasp a vague fragment, the past that made him miserable. Chapter 47. Deep in the primeval jungle, everyone looked at Urza and Jalal hugging each other, and fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Wendy looked at Jalal, with mixed feelings in her heart. She wanted to say something, but seeing Urza and Jalal's painful appearance, she finally chose to stand beside Hal. Hal noticed Wendy's strangeness, gently touched her hair, squatted down, and gave her a reassuring look. When they were in the villa, Wendy told Hal about her childhood stories, and he knew the connection between Wendy and Jalal. "Wendy," Hal said softly, "the Jalal you knew when you were a child may not be the one in front of you." "Not him." Wendy looked at Hal with some doubts. "Well, the strongest candidate in our guild is also called Jalal." Hal smiled and tried to explain in a relaxed tone. "This matter is a bit complicated. Do you remember the Jalal you knew when you were a child? He always carried something on his back." Wendy fell into memories and nodded, "A staff that looks very simple and tall." "Yes. That's the staff," Hal nodded, "Jalal in our guild always carries such a staff." "So, the Jalal in the past." Wendy's voice was a little uncertain. "Don't worry, Wendy," Hal comforted, "leave your matter with that Jalal to me. After this incident is over, I will bring him to see you when I return to the guild." "Okay, brother Hal." Wendy nodded, her eyes full of trust. After comforting Wendy, Hal stood up, looked at Urza and Jalal with complicated eyes, and then turned around and led everyone away. "What?" Lucy asked in confusion. "Why are you leaving, Hal?" Gray couldn't help asking. "No reason," Hal said lightly, "the two of them have a very complicated matter, even they themselves can't figure it out. We'll only make things worse if we're there." Fortunately, the feud between them didn't lead to anyone's death, and there's still room for them to make peace. Hal added. Note: in the Tower of Paradise incident, Hal acted in time to seriously injure Jalal, so Simon didn't die. But Gray still looked at Urza in the distance, with unstoppable worry in his eyes. There's no but. Hal said firmly, Urza is very strong, and after my life seed treatment, Jalal is not weak now. You don't really think the two of them will be caught by the enemy, do you? Gray thought about it, nodded, and the worry on his face slowly faded. That's right. Our top priority now is to solve the big problem of Nirvana. Hal continued, you also heard Laxus say on the way that Nirvana is a kind of magic that can reverse good and evil. Once our concept of good and evil is shaken, and our hearts are lost, it is easy to be affected by it. Don't worry, Hal. Except for Laxus, everyone nodded in response, full of confidence in the next battle. Laxus, I don't need to say more. Hal looked at him with a smile. Tisk, talk too much. Laxus turned his head away proudly. Well, anyway, even if Laxus' brother has problems, I can only kill him for the sake of justice. Hal said casually. Stinky boy. Laxus laughed and cursed at this. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at the interaction between Hal and Laxus, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. With Hal and Laxus around, they felt relieved from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they rushed to the vicinity of Nirvana's light column, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. No, Nirvana has entered the final stage. Hal's voice was full of urgency. Suddenly, boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook violently, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. The earth cracked, and a huge ancient town rose from the ground. The deafening sound was accompanied by dust, as if a long sleeping beast had awakened from the ground, tearing the earth apart and reappearing in the world. The town was huge, 1,000 meters high, supported by 6 huge magic devices, suspended in the air. Each magic device's foot was as majestic as a mountain, deeply rooted in the earth, with an ancient and powerful breath. The town's buildings were simple and magnificent, as if carrying the traces of countless years. The air was filled with powerful magic fluctuations, and the whole scene was like a dream, shocking everyone present. This is the true face of Nirvana. Hal stared at the ancient city in front of him, and his heart surged. An unprecedented sense of urgency arose. The huge ancient city has finally appeared. Laxus said in a low voice, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Ugh! So disgusting! At this time, Natsu was lifted up from the ground by the huge city, lying miserably on the tower of the ancient city. Don't you have happy here, kid? Why don't you lift him up together? Gray complained as he looked at the embarrassed Natsu. Really, Natsu Lucy obviously didn't want Natsu to lie there miserably, and she flew over slowly with the help of Hal's magic. Hey, I can't use my magic like this .. Hal really wanted to complain, but he didn't take it back. He still had enough magic to fly for a few hours with these few people, and he didn't feel any threat now. Looking at the ancient city of Nirvana moving slowly in front of him, Hal, who was floating in the air, looked at Laxus, who was also floating with Hal's light magic, and asked in confusion. Okay, Laxus, how do we make him stop? What are you talking about? How do I know? Laxus frowned in response. Didn't you act like you knew a lot along the way? Hal asked. I've only heard of this magic, but this is the first time I've seen it. How can I know how to stop it? Laxus seemed a little helpless. What should we do now? Hal said confidently. Where's your brain? Figure it out yourself. Laxus gave Hal a slap in the face. After all, why does this thing move? It's been hundreds of years, it doesn't make sense. Laxus frowned and thought. How should I know? This is my first time seeing it too. Hal innocently floated by using light magic, looking extremely lazy. I didn't ask you. Laxus rolled his eyes at Hal. Suddenly, Laxus' eyes fixed, as if he noticed something. No, I feel someone is controlling it. Where? Hal immediately became alert. In the highest building. Laxus locked his eyes on the highest building in the ancient city. Go. Laxus glanced at Hal. Go. Hal responded unwillingly. The two flew away, followed by Wendy and Xiaolulu, who covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They thought the interaction between Hal and Laxus was very interesting. Gray looked at the four people flying away, and then looked into the distance. Lucy was patting Natsu's back, summoning Beluge to get a bottle of water for Natsu, and then looked at herself again, with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Wait for me. Hal, Laxus, I'm coming too, Gray shouted helplessly. Inside the building at the highest point of Nirvana, the figures of Klein and Cobra, who were a little out of breath, slowly emerged. Thank you, Dark Knight. If it weren't for your zigzag light that blocked the sight of Jura and the other ice wizard, we would be in danger. Klein said gratefully. It's okay, Father. This is what I should do. Dark Knight responded with a firm look. Speaking of which, Whitey also made a great contribution. His righteous look did scare Jura, otherwise we might not be able to leave smoothly. Cobra's tone was filled with a lingering fear. In any case, Nirvana is now in our hands. With it, we can destroy the hypocritical magic world of the Light Guild. Looking at the huge Nirvana, Klein's voice was full of confidence in victory. Cobra, Dark Knight, you two go outside to guard. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Klein's command was full of unquestionable majesty. Yes, Chief. Cobra bowed his head and responded. Yes, Father. Dark Knight responded respectfully. The two left the room and slowly retreated. The two left the room, and their backs gradually disappeared in the distance. Klein watched them leave, and his face changed from initial trust to a smug smile. 6 demon generals, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that so many talents could be cultivated in the small Paradise Tower, ha 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 ha. In the air, Hal and Laxus arrived with Wendy Gray, and saw 4 people standing on the 4 corners of the building at the top. Lissa in a racing suit with dark golden magic wrapped around her body. Sora Agolia in a white angel suit. Poison Dragon Cobra standing on a purple snake. And Dark Knight sleeping on the flying carpet. The 4 people were guarding the 4 corners of the building, and noticed the existence of Hal and others at the same time. The faces of several people were different. Cobra, who had seen Hal's horror, just wanted to avoid the battle at this moment, but the other 3 did not think so. Their magic power burst out immediately, forming a powerful aura. Seeing this, Cobra could only grit his teeth and burst out his magic power. The powerful magic power of the 4 S-class wizards guarded the tallest building where Blaine was, like 4 inviolable barriers, firmly guarding the entire building. The magic power they released met in the air, as if forming a faintly glowing barrier. The momentum of the 4 people was like 4 towering mountains, shrouding this area in a solemn atmosphere. Laxus couldn't help but sneer at this. 6 demon generals? It's simply not worth mentioning. He stretched out his hand to stop Hal, signaling Hal not to take action, and then stepped forward, and an extremely huge thunder burst out of his body. The thunder was like a violent torrent, sweeping around in an instant, carrying the terrifying magic power of the middle level of the Holy 10 and pressing towards the 4 people. The sky began to distort under his magic power, and the dark night sky seemed to be torn apart. The lightning penetrated the darkness and illuminated the earth. The clouds in the sky were also stirred by the powerful force, and the thunderclouds surged, as if the whole world was responding to his power. Laxus stood in the air, wearing a black cloak, like a god who controlled thunder and lightning. His magic power made the air around him tremble, the roar of thunder echoed in the sky, and lightning kept falling around him, making the faces of the 4 S-class wizards pale. The description here is a bit exaggerated, but it is also relatively reasonable. After all, there are so many descriptions of the sky in the anime when the President and Joseph fight, but Ziref did not have that kind of treatment later. It can only be said that the funding is limited. This is impossible. How can there be such a powerful magic? Sora, who was standing in the front, lowered his head and tried his best to resist the pressure from Laxus, which was like a landslide, with deep fear in his voice. My speed was completely restricted. Lissa, who was always proud of his speed, now had a ferocious look of anger and helplessness on his face. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head, and could only rage helplessly in his heart, fighting against the cage-like thunder bondage. In addition to Hal, the nature controller, Fairy Tail actually has such a terrifying wizard? This is impossible. Leader, we have no chance of winning at all. Cobra's heart had long been occupied by despair, and his voice was full of disbelief and complete panic. I can't sleep peacefully. Who is this? Dark Knight was awakened from his sleep by the sudden terrifying power, and his mind was in chaos. He had no idea what was going on. He only felt that the magic power that was more powerful than his father's was crushing down from the sky with an extremely domineering momentum, completely suppressing all his senses. Humph! Laxus snorted lightly, raised his right hand to the sky, and a golden magic circle quickly appeared in his palm. This hum was understated in the ears of Hal, Wendy, and others, but it turned into boundless pressure in the ears of the 4-6 demon generals, as if the whole world collapsed in this hum. The 4 of them only felt a sense of oppression coming from all directions, and their bodies were completely unable to move. As they looked on in horror, Laxus's golden magic circle suddenly glowed, and 4 dazzling golden thunders struck down from the sky with incredible precision. Hit where they were. Lightning flashed everywhere, and thunder exploded in the sky, as if the whole night was engulfed by this endless thunder. Thunder fell with a bang, and the golden light enveloped the entire battlefield. As the thunder echoed, Sono's figure disappeared in the dazzling lightning, and her body instantly lost support and fell heavily to the ground, losing her fighting power. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and the lightning blurred her consciousness, but a peaceful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she murmured to herself, "My prayer is to disappear in the sky like an angel." Then, Lisa was also suppressed by the power of thunder, and her body was paralyzed by the strong current. The speed that she once proud of was completely useless in front of Laxus. He could only accept the failure helplessly, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. The last prayer in his heart echoed in his ears, "My prayer is to run faster than anyone else." However, his speed was meaningless in the face of absolute power. With the powerful magic of the Dragon Slayer, Cobra released a huge amount of energy at the moment when the thunder was about to strike, trying to resist Laxus's lightning. Despite his best efforts, the power of thunder could not be completely offset. He was hit by lightning and flew backwards under the violent impact. He hit the wall in the distance heavily, blood gushed out of his mouth, and there was no sound for a long time. On the other side, Dark Knight's twisting magic worked. He distorted the trajectory of Laxus lightning at the last moment with extremely fast reaction, causing the lightning to deflect when approaching him. He successfully avoided the fatal blow, but Laxus's huge magic power still made him feel unbearable pressure. His body trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The twisted lightning hit the top building, revealing Blaine, who was also at a loss inside. Dark Knight's face was pale. He had to stand up from his favorite magic carpet, straighten his body, and lock his eyes on Laxus vigilantly. At this time, Laxus only made one move, and 3 of the 6 demon generals had already been defeated. Only Dark Knight was left on the field to face this overwhelming force alone. However, he saw Hal standing behind Laxus still smiling, and that seemingly relaxed posture invisibly increased the fear in Dark Knight's heart, which made him shudder. If you have the strength to suppress, you can solve the battle instantly. Sometimes the battles in Fairy Tail are too long, or they are killed with one sword ==, but Lego's battles are so unreasonable, and the normal combat performance is like this, don't criticize me. Laxus's strength in the middle of the 10 saints is also reasonable, because 7 years later Laxus can kill the 5th of the 10 saints. You can't say that Laxus has also opened the second magic source, right? You can only say that the strength was there 7 years ago. The middle of the 10 saints corresponds to 567th place. Hal was not rated because his achievements were not as strong as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard, but his strength is there. He belongs to the upper position of the 10 saints, and the upper position of the 10 saints equals 1234 equals the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard. I just woke up this morning and saw that my book has been read by many people. The backend data has skyrocketed by thousands of people. Thank you very much. I am really happy to see so many people reading my book. I will continue to update. Generally, if nothing unexpected happens, I can write 100,000 words before school starts. I hope everyone has time to help me rate it equals. Chapter 48. In order to make the novel more clear, I will briefly list the magic strength, similar to the setting of Realm. When Joseph first appeared, Gray and Urza had difficulty breathing, and Gray could not even move. In the later period, there was also the magic performance of the Holy 12 Shields that silenced the battlefield. The magic division of this book: A-class wizard, the ace of ordinary guilds, the top 10 level of powerful guilds. For example, Natsu. S-class wizard, the president of ordinary guilds, the ace of powerful guilds. For example, Eligary. Holy 10 wizards, the rare combat power ceiling in the early stage of fairy tale. For example, Laxus. Ishgard 4 heavenly kings, also known as the Holy 10 upper, only people with extremely abnormal talents can achieve it. For example, Vlad lived for more than 100 years. Note, this 4 heavenly kings does not include Serena of God, who is a pervert. 12 shields of the Holy Guard, it is about the same as 112 shields of the Holy Guard against the entire 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard. Magic King, the level of Augusta and Irene. Fairy tale clearly states that their strength is not at the same level as the other 12 shields, the pinnacle of mankind. Note, Zeref, who did not obtain the meteor radiance, also belongs to this level. Dragon King, the level of Ognologia. Before the 100 Years quest plot is written in this book, the Dragon King is the ceiling. Note, in theory, the Dragon King can kill Zeref, which is the level of the Magic King, but due to the curse of the god Angsilram, Zeref is immortal and can recover even if he is killed. It is a conceptual skill. According to the setting of fairy tale, the only one who can kill Zeref is Mavis, or Hal becomes a god and kills Angsilram ==. Twist magic. Laxus stared coldly at Dark Knight below, his figure looking extremely majestic in the sky. Dark Knight looked particularly embarrassed at this time. Although he tried hard to find an opportunity to fight back, Laxus's strength made it impossible for him to find any flaws. So powerful! Wendy's eyes flashed with star-like light, looking at Laxus with admiration, completely convinced by his domineering momentum. Laxus tilted his head slightly, noticed Wendy's gaze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His sight then turned to Hal on the side, with a bit of provocation and confidence in his eyes. Seeing this, Hal chuckled, knowing that Laxus was deliberately showing off. So, Hal took a step forward, a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. "I can't let you steal all the limelight, brother Laxus." Hal put his hands together and whispered a spell, and a mysterious power gradually emerged in the air. He summoned huge vines from the ruins of the ancient city. The vines snaked out like living things and quickly approached Dark Knight. Tree magic forest funeral. Hal's voice echoed in the night sky, and the vines snaked forward like earth dragons and pounced on Dark Knight. Dark Knight tried to use zigzag magic to distort the attack trajectory of these vines, but now he can only distort a piece of space. But these vines seemed endless and surrounded him from all directions. As the vines surrounded him more and more tightly, Dark Knight's resistance seemed increasingly powerless. Finally, the vines suddenly tightened and bound him tightly. Then, the vines exploded on the surface and turned into a huge tree with a thick trunk and lush branches and leaves, as if it instantly supported part of the sky. Dark Knight's body was firmly trapped by the tree, and the branches pierced his body like a sharp blade. As the branches penetrated deeper, Dark Knight's blood slowly flowed down the vines, dyeing the huge trunk red. "My wish is just to sleep peacefully in a quiet place." Then, Dark Knight's struggle gradually weakened, and finally fell into deep darkness. "Why are you so serious, kid?" Laxus glanced at Dark Knight, who was dying from the branches, and choked Hal. Hal smiled awkwardly and replied easily, "Don't worry, that guy won't die, I'm holding back." Laxus frowned, looking at the blood flowing down the tree trunk to the Dark Knight on the ground, and asked half doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Hal was a little embarrassed, but still explained confidently, "Well, don't be fooled by appearances. I know my tree magic. If I don't want him to die, he will definitely not die." Laxus nodded, as if accepting this explanation. "That's right. Let's go, brother Laxus, solve Nirvana." Hal's eyes were firm, ready to move on. Laxus smiled coldly and turned his gaze to the inside of the building. "There's another piece of trash waiting for us." Gray stood behind and looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but complain, "With these two perverts here, what's the point of me coming?" Hal, who was flying in front, heard Gray complained, turned around and smiled, "Don't say that, Gray. Laxus deliberately left an opponent for you and Natsu." Gray was stunned for a moment, his eyes were a little suspicious. "Where is it?" Hal pointed to the ruins in front of him, and said in a relaxed tone, "The dragon slayer who was beaten into the ruins." "Hey!" Gray didn't react for a while, and his eyes followed Hal's guidance. "Leave it to you," Hal continued, "it just so happens that Natsu doesn't know what to do." Hearing this, Gray finally smiled. "That's about right. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tianji." Laxus's roar echoed in the building, and thunder and lightning instantly gathered in his hands, turning into a huge thunder and lightning halberd. While Hal and Gray were talking, they heard a thunder roar, and a huge hole was instantly broken in the building, and gravel flew. Then, a charred figure flew out of the hole, with endless smoke and burnt smell, and fell heavily to the ground. Wendy's eyes widened as she recognized that it was Blaine, the once invincible leader of the 6 demon generals, who was now hit by Laxus and had no power to fight back. Laxus slowly walked out of the damaged hole, his eyes fell on the charred Blaine on the ground, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "This guy is not as good as that Dark Knight just now. How can he be the leader?" Hal smiled easily and responded, "As for the leader, it's okay if he doesn't need too much strength." He was about to relax and declare the mission over, when he suddenly felt a huge magic power burst out from Blaine's body. The tattoos on Blaine's body gradually disappeared. They were the locks that sealed nothingness. Each tattoo represented a 6 demon general. When the 6 demon generals were defeated, the seal would be lifted. As the last lock disappeared, Blaine's aura instantly became fierce and powerful, and his eyes turned from pain to cold and ruthless. The crusade should be over. Wait. Hal's words were not finished when a dark aura emerged from Blaine's body. The power of the abyss continued to gather, and finally completely released his sealed other personality, Nothing. The appearance of Nothing brought a terrifying sense of oppression. His figure was wrapped in darkness, as if the entire space was swallowed up. He raised his hand gently, and the power of darkness surged like a stream, turning into a rotating dark magic that swept towards Hal and Laxus. "Die! The scum of the Light Guild!" Echoes of the darkness. Nothing sneered, and his voice was like the whisper of the god of death, which was chilling. Hal reacted instantly, waved his hands, and a huge rock barrier suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the attack abruptly. The surface of the rock was cracked by the darkness, and it was almost on the verge of breaking, but it finally stabilized the offensive. "Okay, Laxus, take Wendy and Xiaolulu away from here, I want to play with him," Hal said lightly, but there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Laxus snorted disdainfully, "Tisk, honestly speaking, I can't maintain the light magic on us to fly while fighting. Stop talking too much." Hal hit back unceremoniously, but his eyes were always locked on the enemy in front of him. To be honest, the strength of Wu is indeed terrifying. According to the classification of magic power, he has reached the middle position among the 10 holy wizards, and his strength is extraordinary. Even at this moment, Hal had to admit that this guy's power is a big threat. I remember that in the original work, Natsu swallowed all the magic power of his brother-in-law and awakened the power of the dragon, but he almost lost. If Igneel hadn't awakened Natsu in time, the result would be hard to say, so it is normal that his strength is higher than Jura. At this moment, Nothing has white hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes are blood red, and the huge magic power is like a dark wave covering his body. The dark magic aura is entangled around him, like a demon awakened from the depths of hell, which is frightening. Hal felt that the magic power fluctuations of the ground under his feet were extremely weak. At this moment, he could not recover magic and physical strength from the ground like he did when fighting Laxus. Now he is on Nirvana, and this strange terrain weakens his connection with the ground. Fortunately, Nirvana has stopped moving at present, otherwise Hal may have to fight a high-altitude battle with Nothing. "You scum of the Light Guild, you have freed the demons, and I will make you understand what the price will be." Wu's voice was low and cold, like a curse from hell. The blood in his eyes became more intense, and the overflowing desire for killing pressed towards Hal like a tide. "Everyone can brag, let's see how strong you are, old man." Hal was not willing to be outdone. He put his hands together again, and the aura of the Earth Dragon Slayer magic surged around him. As the strongest candidate, even if he was affected by Nirvana, he would not retreat. Nothing suddenly roared, and the power of darkness surged out of his body. He waved his hands suddenly, and the rotating dark magic turned into countless sharp blades, slashing at Hal at a rapid speed. Each dark magic contained endless ferocity and murderous intent, as if to tear Hal apart completely. Hal quickly turned sideways to avoid some attacks, and at the same time swung his hands and slammed the ground, the wrath of the Earth Dragon. Amidst the deafening roar, countless hard stone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, rushing towards Nothing with destructive power. These stone spikes weaved into a huge net in the air, intending to completely trap Nothing. "Ha ha ha! Boring!" Wu laughed wildly, dodging the stone thorns like a ghost. He quickly summoned a dark magic circle with both hands, and the dark magic gathered in his palms again, forming a spiral black beam. Eternal dark fantasy. The beam twisted into a huge vortex in the air and rushed straight to Hal. The power of darkness is like a sharp blade that tears through space, destroying everything that stands in its way. Wu's moves are very strange. Echo of the Dark and Echo of the Dark are two moves. Theoretically, fantasy is more powerful and has extremely strong penetration. Hal saw this, shook his arms, jumped suddenly, and dodged the attack. At the same time, he turned his body in the air, put his hands together, and burst out a strong wave of magic. The giant fist of the Earth Dragon. A huge rock broke out of the ground, wrapped around Hal's right arm, and turned into a huge rock fist, smashing towards Nothing with violent force. The surface of the rock flashed with a light like lava, and the fist rushed towards Nothing with irresistible power. Nothing laughed wildly, his eyes full of bloodthirsty desire. He did not dodge, but instead stepped forward, the power of darkness wrapped around his fist, and collided head-on with Hal's rock fist. The huge shock wave spread out, shaking the entire Nirvana. That's the feeling. This kind of pleasure of fighting. Nothing seemed to be caught in the frenzy of the battle. He launched attacks frantically, and each attack was filled with murderous intent and destructive power. Every move he made seemed to completely destroy Hal, and there was only endless violence and bloodthirstiness in his eyes. Hal was speechless. Didn't this man know that he was a dragon slayer? At this moment, Hal's surface was always wrapped in earth magic, which turned into magic defense on the surface of his body, and he was almost not injured. Nothing had been fighting with Hal crazily until now, and even though he was covered in wounds, he didn't care at all, but fought more and more fiercely. The battle between the two was like the collision of thunder and darkness, and each blow burst out dazzling light and deafening roar in the air. Nothing had a strong desire to kill, and each attack was like the claws of a beast, carrying the power to destroy everything. His dark magic kept changing, with various forms, full of weirdness and cruelty. Hal relied on his fighting instinct and the power of the earth dragon to continuously attack nothing, stubbornly resisting this vicious power. Boom! Another blow. Hal's earth magic defense on the surface of his body slowly dimmed, and he was finally injured, with blood flowing from his arm. "You guy, you are really a lunatic," Hal said while fighting. He could feel that the power and desire of nothing far exceeded that of ordinary people, but he would never give in this battle. He wanted to use his own power to completely defeat this violent demon. The shock of the earth dragon. Hal shouted in a low voice, took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and stepped on the ground with his right foot. As this foot landed, the ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and exploded in an instant. The ancient city buildings collapsed one after another in the violent vibration, and the huge earthquake waves rushed towards nothing like a raging wave, as if to swallow him completely. Always guard the dark. Faced with this powerful impact, nothing shouted without hesitation, waving his hands violently in the air, and the power of darkness condensed instantly to form an indestructible barrier. The black barrier enveloped him like the night, blocking the impact of the earthquake wave. "Hal! I'm going to kill you!" Dark gravity. Nothing roared, opened his hands suddenly, and the dark power formed a powerful gravitational field around him, instantly pulling Hal's body towards him. At the same time, he quickly launched the next attack, always dark fantasy. A spiral black beam of light it came out from his hand, with terrifying penetrating power, and went straight to Hal. The dragon halberd of the earth dragon. Hal did not hesitate at all, and quickly summoned a dragon halberd made of rock in his hand, and the magic power of his whole body burst out instantly. He broke through the shackles of eternal dark fantasy with unparalleled speed and strength, and rushed straight to nothing with the powerful gravitational attraction. Nothing flashed a trace of uneasiness in his blood-red eyes, and he felt a strong threat of death from Hal's attack. Although he quickly dodged sideways, he still couldn't avoid it completely. Hal's dragon halberd, with extremely powerful power, severely smashed one of Nothing's arms, and blood gushed out instantly. Nothing had a distorted face, and the fanaticism and pain in his eyes were intertwined. He quickly distanced himself from Hal, but he was still full of fighting spirit, as if this huge pain would only make him more crazy. Genesis Nothing. Nothing put his hands in a Tai Chi-like posture, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Then a large number of black ghosts emerged from behind him, carrying unspeakable resentment and aura of destruction, and attacked Hal madly. Seeing this, Hal was not afraid, but felt excited to fight. He raised his hand to summon his staff in the distance, and the staff drew an elegant arc in the air and flew back to his hand like a whirlwind. "Come on, Nothing, see if you can take my move," Hal roared, and the magic power in his body surged out. The staff in his hand instantly deformed, and the golden magic power wrapped around it, turning into a dragon spear shining with golden light. Dragon-killing secret. Earth-shaking dragon spear. Hal swung the dragon spear violently, and the terrifying golden magic power burst out. The ground was torn apart again under his feet, and a huge golden magic circle appeared under his feet, as if to devour everything between heaven and earth. As Hal moved, the dragon spear stabbed at Nothing with the force of thunder, and the golden light collided with the dark ghost, erupting with a deafening roar. The two were equally powerful, and the terrifying magic made the battlefield tremble. However, Hal was just trying out the magic of nothing. At that moment, the dragon spear suddenly vibrated, as if a giant dragon had awakened. The phantom of the giant dragon condensed above the dragon spear, making a dragon roar that shook the world, and the entire battlefield trembled. Nothing felt unprecedented fear at this moment. He saw a golden dragon open its bloody mouth and swallow him. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in its blood-red eyes. Hal did not hesitate, and the dragon spear stabbed forward with overwhelming force. The phantom of the giant dragon, accompanied by the stabbing of the dragon spear, tore all the ghosts summoned by nothing, and the black ghosts shattered like pieces of paper in the golden light. The ghosts dissipated in the golden light, but the dragon spear's might did not diminish at all, piercing Nothing's chest with unmatched power. Nothing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Hal's dragon spear pierced his heart accurately and fatally. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, and the air was filled with the breath of blood and death. Nothing opened his eyes wide, his blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, and his ferocious smile froze as his heart broke. His body trembled violently in the golden light, and finally drooped his head weakly. The power of the dragon spear completely destroyed his life. In an instant, all the darkness and killing desires turned into nothingness along with his heart. Hal took back the dragon spear and held the spear shaft tightly. The long spear was easily lifted in his powerful palm and leaned against his shoulder. The dark figure fell powerlessly before him, the night gradually faded away, and the dawn light shone through the ruins of the ancient city, as if announcing the arrival of a new day. Chapter 49. The morning light slowly sprinkled on Hal's body. At this moment, Hal held the gun in one hand, with the gun barrel slanted out from behind, the gun head facing down, and resting steadily on his shoulder, so majestic. Laxus walked over to him and looked at Hal posing speechlessly. "That's your staff, what are you doing? How can a wizard hold a staff like that?" "Ah, it's true, it's a staff." Hal just remembered at this moment. The dragon spear slowly faded away the golden magic power and turned into a golden staff. "Don't I think this is handsome?" "Yes, it is quite nice. Why do I feel that you have other intentions?" "You think too much. I went to find Wendy. Fortunately, I didn't let her come." "You are so cruel." Laxus looked at the miserable state of Blaine, who lost his heart and complained in his heart. "There is no way. The atmosphere is there. Besides, this guy is really a murderer in fighting. Let's go, Wendy is worried about you." "Oh. When did you become so gentle, Laxus?" "Nothing, I will praise you in front of the president when I go back." "You don't need to talk too much." "What? What's wrong with listening to your grandfather praising yourself occasionally?" "Shut up. You are not shy, are you, Laxus?" Hal teased. Lightning flashed by. Hal has been honest. The morning sun fell behind the two, making the backs of the two young men more brilliant. Soon, the two found Wendy and Xiaolulu on a distant building, with Gray and Happy next to them. "We won, let's go home," Hal said with a smile. "Brother Hal is really awesome," Wendy exclaimed. "That's right." Hal was rarely happy. "Don't show off," Laxus said jokingly. "What? You definitely can't beat Wu," Hal replied half-jokingly. "Hey!" Laxus raised his eyebrows. I mean, you definitely can't beat me as fast." Laxus didn't say anything this time, he really knew that his strength was not as good as Hal. "By the way, where are Natsu and Lucy?" Hal asked Happy curiously. "Hey, Natsu fainted in Lucy's arms. Still fainted until now." "Hey. That's right." Hal was a little helpless with this stupid couple, but he didn't plan to care about them. He gathered his magic power and took everyone to fly down to Nirvana. "Don't go, Hal. I can't carry two people," Happy shouted in a panic. "Then don't carry them." Anyway, Natsu can climb down by himself. Yeah, it seems to be true. Happy suddenly realized. So, the blue cat followed the main group, and everyone flew down to Nirvana together. I sense that Urza is nearby, let's go find them. Hal said. I hope their problems have been resolved. Gray said with a little worry. Hal nodded. However, when everyone arrived at Urza's location, they only saw her leaning against her ruins with her back, looking a little thoughtful. Urza, where is Jalal? Hal asked. He was captured by the council. Urza replied calmly. The council's dog nose is so sharp. Hal frowned and said. He originally wanted to pull Jalal into fairy tale. After all, one masked man is still a masked man, and another one is not a bad idea. After all, he is a Saint 10 fighter. Has his memory recovered? Hal asked. Not at all. He didn't know he was Jalal until he talked to me. Urza's tone was filled with a hint of grief. Well, that's pretty miserable. Then let's wait until his memory recovers. Hal touched his chin and said with a smile. What do you mean, Hal? Urza was a little puzzled. I think one masked man in our guild is still a masked man, and there is no difference between two. Hal laughed. Hey! Everyone was shocked. Anyway, we are the only ones now, so I'll be honest. When Jalal recovers his memory, if he feels remorseful, I will get him out. Hal said firmly. But how to do it? Gray was a little confused. How to do it? Go to jailbreak. Hal said nonchalantly. Prison break. Everyone was shocked. No, you are Saint 10. Laxus said in surprise. How, why? Elsa looked puzzled. This is to make our fairy queen happy. Howl smiled happily. This. Everyone was speechless. Thank you, Howl, but it's really unnecessary. He did make a big mistake. Elsa said gratefully. A brainwashed child made a mistake. No one died because of it. Besides, he brought you 8 years of pain, so he has to accompany you for the rest of his life. Hal said with a slightly relaxed smile on his face. But... Urza's face was slightly red. No buts, the old man will agree. Oh, okay. Urza nodded in a daze. Hey, don't bring the president in. Laxus said helplessly. Don't worry, the magic world is in chaos, fairy tale has the final say, the council is in charge. Hal started to be rebellious again. Hey! Everyone was speechless again. In fact, what Hal didn't say was that he also had his own plan. Breaking the prison was only the last resort, he preferred to use power to threaten directly. Don't you see, Fiori can impose some restrictions on the council. As long as Hal returns to Bosco and finds a way to ascend the throne, then he can directly go all out to make war, and the entire magic empire will come out, and releasing one person will be a small matter. As for why Hal suddenly changed his mind, he himself couldn't explain it clearly. He always felt an urgent need, and needed a lot of combat power to deal with the urgency of the future. Perhaps, it's also for the wishes of the old Emperor Hatch and Fusler. Hal comforted himself in his heart. The story of Bosco Country will not be written before Tianlang Island. As for why this story is written, it is actually to pave the way for the final Alvarez chapter. For the story of Alvarez, if you ask me to write a similar battle power comparison again and then fight, I don't know how to write it. It can't be that Hal is just killing people randomly, that would be too boring. So much battle power, so many tasks, it would be like a running account if it was wasted. Chapter 50. Hal's rebellion did not last long. Everyone soon saw Natsu running over with Lucy on his back, spraying flames all the way. You bastards! You forgot about us after the fight! Natsu shouted angrily. Natsu, slow down! Lucy howled on Natsu's back. Ah, Natsu, hurry up, let's go. Hal said with a smile. Natsu quickly ran to the front of everyone, first put down the weak-legged Lucy, and then shouted loudly, "You bastards, you actually forgot about me, and you, Happy, why did you run away?" Hal asked me to do this. Happy whispered. Hal. Natsu's anger rose. Aren't you dizzy? Hal laughed. I was really dizzy. Natsu's expression stiffened for a moment. I didn't say you were faking it. Hal responded. What's going on, Natsu? Hal asked in a puzzled manner. I saw you guys were bullying people, and it seemed too much, so I didn't go over there. That's right, that's it. Natsu racked his brains and finally found a reasonable reason. Ha 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 ha. Wendy couldn't help laughing out loud, and the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air. Ha 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 ha. Everyone seemed to be infected by Wendy's laughter, and they all laughed. Even Urza's sadness was diluted, and she looked at Natsu with a smile. Nothing, Natsu, we just think your running posture just now is very handsome. Hal patted Natsu's shoulder, but the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. What about you, Gray? Nothing, I just remembered some happy things. What happy things? I know where the black history of all the people in fairy tale is buried. What? Natsu instantly became energetic. Everyone laughed for a while in the same place, and Wendy came out at this time. Everyone must be tired. Our guild is nearby. Come to our guild to rest. It's just right, Brother Hal, you can also take a look at our guild's clothes. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. Great. Lucy, who was still sitting on the ground, raised her hand for the second time. What's wrong with Lucy? Gray looked at Lucy, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked in confusion. Nothing, my legs are weak. Lucy replied a little embarrassedly. Laxus seemed to understand something in an instant and looked at Natsu and Lucy strangely. No way, Natsu, when we were fighting, you... Hal seemed to understand something and questioned Natsu loudly. What are you talking about? Natsu looked confused. Don't think too much. It's just that Natsu carrying me down from Nirvana more than 1,000 meters high is too scary. Lucy looked at the strange eyes of the crowd, as if she also understood something, and explained loudly with a blushing face. Oh, except for Wendy and Xiaolulu, everyone responded to Lucy at the same time. It's true. Don't get me wrong, it's not that fast. Seeing this, Lucy's face turned redder and she hurried to clarify. Oh, everyone remained indifferent. What are you talking about? Natsu was even more confused. What are you talking about? Wendy was also confused. Nothing, Wendy, when you grow up, try not to be alone with boys. Brother Hal can't do that too? Wendy asked with some confusion. I'm an exception, Hal was a little embarrassed, but still forced himself to convince himself. Okay. Wendy nodded obediently. Soon, everyone, led by Wendy and Xiaolulu, came to the Wizard Guild, Cat Inn. This is a quaint and warm village-style guild. The interior of the guild is arranged like a small village, full of a friendly atmosphere. There are all kinds of people in the village. There are old ladies sewing clothes, making clothes with rough but dexterous hands. There are young people wearing clothes similar to Wendy, busy shuttling around in various corners, with warm smiles on their faces. The architectural style of the guild is simple, and the wooden structure and warm lights make people feel comfortable and relaxed. There is a faint fragrance in the air, as if it is a faint fragrance wafting from the flowers in the jungle. There are some handicrafts and warm decorations hanging on the walls, and the ground is covered with warm wooden floors. The whole guild is filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, making people feel like they are in a warm family. Wendy and Xiaolulu greeted everyone warmly, and the guild members also came to say hello, and the atmosphere was friendly and harmonious. Everything here is full of care and warmth, as if inviting everyone who came here to feel the warmth of home. Everyone enjoyed a feast at the Cat Transforming Inn. The members of the guild were hospitable and prepared a sumptuous meal for Hal and them. Until noon that day, Hal and his companions changed into clothes similar to Wendy's, and prepared to say goodbye with beautiful memories. Everyone in the guild went to the entrance of the village to see everyone off. Wendy also stood beside the president Robin Russ, smiling sweetly and waving to Hal and others. However, Hal's smile was a little stiff at this moment. He looked at the big family in front of him, and he had something in his heart but didn't know how to speak. President Robin Russ noticed Hal's strangeness, and he slowly walked to Hal with a cane. "Hal, you are such an excellent wizard. In the future, I am also relieved that Wendy will be taken care of by you." President Robin Russ. "President? What are you talking about?" Wendy looked at Hal and the president with some doubts, feeling that they looked a little strange. Natsu, Urza, and others also looked at them strangely. Seeing this, President Robin Russ smiled kindly, slowly turned around, took Wendy's hand, and pulled her to Hal's side. Seeing this, Hal felt complicated, reached out, held Wendy's hand, and didn't let go. Hal? President? What's wrong?" Wendy seemed to realize something at this moment, and her tone was a little flustered. "Little Wendy, it's time to tell you the truth." The guild of the cat Inn behind her gradually dissipated. Wendy looked at the abandoned village and witnessed the place where she had lived for 7 years gradually blending into nothingness. "I died 400 years ago, little Wendy. Thank you for your company. I have been in a daze for the past 400 years, guarding Nirvana without knowing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 7 years of accompanying you to grow up are the most meaningful time for me. I am really happy. But now, Nirvana has been destroyed, and my obsession is about to disappear. It is time for us to say goodbye." President Robin Russ slowly told the history of the Nirbit tribe 400 years ago and the story of someone asking him to take care of Wendy 7 years ago. Hearing this, everyone's faces were shocked involuntarily. 400 years of waiting. And the wizard guild that existed only for one person. Wendy's face also showed confusion and shock. "How could it be, President, then everyone is?" Wendy seemed to think of something when she heard this, and did not dare to continue. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the guild members behind the president, and the figures of the guild members who were originally standing behind the president became illusory. "Well, they are all phantoms I created. Phantoms with personalities." Laxus looked at the guild members in front of him in shock. "I don't believe it. Pask, Naokai. Don't disappear, please." Wendy's voice trembled, and her eyes showed deep anxiety and despair. Her hands tightly grasped those figures that were about to dissipate, as if this could keep them in reality. "Wendy, goodbye." The members of the cat Inn disappeared one by one in front of Wendy, as if disappearing with those warm times and the joy and laughter with her friends in the guild. Her tears kept welling up in her eyes, and the pain in her heart made her unbearable. "Nebula, little Wendy, thank you for your company for 7 years, Robin Russ' voice was filled with a hint of gentle sadness. He continued, "No matter what the future holds, your courage and tenacity will lead you to a bright path. Although the members of the guild are fake, your experience and growth here are real. Now, you can choose to let go of the past and embrace a new life, because you have real companions behind you." At this point, the figure of President Robin Russ gradually became illusory, and finally, it turned into a light spot and gradually dissipated. Little Wendy, Hal, Natsu, Gray, Urza, Gray, Laxus, happy, I am very happy to see you for the last time, and I hope your future will be full of light. No. President Wendy wanted to shake the hand of President Robin Russ for the last time, as if this could retain all the good things. However, everything dissipated. Everyone was silent, not knowing how to comfort this little girl who was protected by love but deceived by love. At this moment, Hal walked to her side and stretched out his hand to gently put it on her shoulder. His eyes were gentle and firm, and his voice was full of encouragement and care. "Wendy, this truth is hard to accept, but even so, the past 7 years of experience are not false. Your growth and experience here are precious. You have become very strong, don't let this pain bind you." Wendy's eyes were shining with tears. She looked into Hal's eyes and felt the warmth conveyed in his words. Warmth and strength. She took a deep breath, trying to turn the pain in her heart into a force to move forward again. Hal continued, "Let's go, keep going, Wendy. Let's go back to fairy tale together." Hearing this, a subtle change began to surge in Wendy's heart. The heart that was once torn apart by the disappearance of the phantom and the impact of the truth is now gradually calmed down in a firm determination. Her heart is like gradually finding a ray of light in the storm. Although there are still scars, a new courage gradually rises in the depths. Although the tears are still flowing, a firm look begins to appear on her face. She slowly raised her head and held Hal's hand tightly, as if it was a rope leading her out of the predicament. At this moment, the sun gently sprinkled on the two of them, and the girl's gloom seemed to be illuminated by this warm sunshine. The light shined through her tears, as if reflecting a new hope. Yet, a simple and firm response came from Wendy's mouth, and her eyes flashed with sadness and new determination.